Yang Jian. Coach Wang's thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the training ground, startling a young boy hiding in a corner, causing the magazine champion's 11 to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Coach Wang, I am here. The boy hurriedly ran to the coach's side, timidly glancing at Coach Wang's furious expression. The boy's name is Yang Jian, a 14-year-old second-year student at the 3rd Junior High School in Sichuan City, Guangdong Province, and a pupil in Coach Wang's football division at the Jumping Sports Training Camp. You rascal! Why are you again hiding away reading magazines? Coach Wang reprimanded. Coach Wang, last weekend was the Spanish El Clasico, and I wanted to see the post-match interviews and reviews isn't enough to know the final score. You tell me, does reading those magazines help your game? Can they teach you dribbling or shooting? Stars are called stars because they're like celestial bodies. Merely looking at them will not make you one. Do you think that by studying magazines and matches, you can become like them? Hearing Coach Wang's words, Yang Jian felt a twinge of displeasure and muttered softly, "But you don't let me participate in the joint training." Coach Wang, not only loud but also possessing keen hearing, immediately scolded Yang Jian. Still arguing back, "With your skill level, how can you join the training? You tell me." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian refrained from retorting, as he was well aware that within the football division of the Jumping Sports Training Camp, no one was more knowledgeable than him when it came to teams, stars, and classic matches. From coaches to fellow students, he held a wealth of information. However, when it came to playing, his abilities were the poorest among all students. After 2 years in the training camp, he still struggled to master even the most fundamental techniques. Were it not for the nearly 20,000 yuan annual membership fee, the general manager might have suggested he withdraw for the sake of the camp's reputation. Seeing Yang Jian silenced, Coach Wang promptly pointed a finger and commanded, "Quickly tidy these up, then head to field number 2 to practice the basics." What Coach Wang indicated was a scattering of footballs and a heap of disorganized training equipment. Due to his significantly lower skill level compared to his peers, Yang Jian had been unable to participate in team training sessions. In truth, he had participated a few times early on when Coach Wang arranged joint practices for him, but his performance could only be described as abysmal. Consequently, no matter which team he was assigned to, the other players would vehemently protest. Thus, Coach Wang had no choice but to frequently assign Yang Jian to the sidelines under the pretense of observation, which, in reality, meant making him collect equipment and retrieve footballs after the players finished practicing. As a result, his classmates mockingly nicknamed him Yang Jian. Yang Jian felt considerable resignation about his predicament. While his passion for football was genuine, his ability to play the game was undeniably lacking. Despite this, Yang Jian found immense joy in the courses at the Jump Sports Training Camp. Although his skills were insufficient to participate in group training, Coach Wang at least provided him with time and space to play. As a result, having the freedom to enjoy 2 sessions of unrestrained football each week was a rare opportunity for Yang Jian, who was about to advance to the 3rd year of middle school. With a resounding thud, Yang Jian unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot, sending the ball soaring over the crossbar and off to the side. He muttered a low curse, "Damn it." Earlier, he had attempted 10 long-range shots, but only 2 found the net in a position he deemed satisfactory, while the remaining 8 either sailed over the bar or lacked sufficient power. Ha ha! The nearby trainees, taking a break, erupted in laughter at Yang Jian's comical run-up and absurd shooting angles. Within the football department at Jump Sports, Yang Jian had become quite the figure whether they were seasoned trainees, contemporaries, or newcomers. Nearly everyone recognized this unfortunate soul who spent nearly 20,000 yuan each year, yet failed to develop any real skill. Yang Jian rolled his eyes at those mocking him, too apathetic to retaliate. Over the past year, being ridiculed in the training camp had become a familiar occurrence for him. Initially, when someone watched him play, he felt embarrassed to show off his skills. But now, perhaps due to a thickened skin, he no longer cared about the odd glances or the unabashed laughter directed at him. In truth, what frightened Yang Jian more than the judgment of outsiders was the prospect of his mother witnessing his actual football abilities. His mother, a librarian at the Shizhou City Library, had always been a quintessentially demure girl. Aside from occasionally jogging or practicing yoga, she showed little interest in other sports and firmly believed that the more intense the exercise, the higher the risk of injury. Initially, she disapproved of Yang Jian learning football at Jump Sports, but ultimately, He and his father persuaded her by arguing that it would help him prepare for the physical education examination. In the third year of middle school, promising that he would not renew his enrollment after entering high school. Reluctantly, his mother acquiesced. He was certain that if his mother discovered he had spent 2 years and 40,000 yuan to achieve such a level, he would never again enjoy playing football until he graduated from high school. Young Jian. Coach Wang's booming voice pierced through the air, signaling that class was over. Yang Jian knew it was time to fulfill his own duty cleaning up the field. Xiaoyang, today's task is quite heavy, Coach Wang said, his tone softened, perhaps due to a sense of guilt. You need to quickly tidy up the equipment on these 2 small fields, as 2 groups are coming in shortly to play a full match. In addition to training sessions, Jump Sports also rented out the fields after 8 in the evening to working professionals eager to play. These individuals were not short on funds, they simply lacked the time and space to indulge in their passion. Even with higher fees, they would not bat an eye. Understood, Coach Wang. Rest assured, Yang Jian replied fagueli. Due to his mother's profession, Yang Jian had developed a commendable habit of organized categorization from a young age, which gave Coach Wang confidence to entrust this task to him. Very well, thank you for your hard work. I'll be heading off now. Please tidy everything up and deliver it to the equipment room, then hurry home for a shower. Take care, Coach Wang said, giving Yang Jian a pat on the back. At this moment, the court was nearly deserted. Typically, it would be alive with the shouts of trainees and the reprimands of coaches. Now, Yang Jian found himself relishing this rare tranquility. With some time left before his father arrived to pick him up, Yang Jian leisurely gathered the rope ladder, marker cones, small goalposts, and soccer balls, placing them all into a cart as he strolled away from the court. Chapter 2. The mysterious ball. The Leap Sports Training Camp stands as the most extensive youth sports training institution in Xizhou City, offering a myriad of athletic programs that encompass nearly all mainstream sports. Furthermore, should one be willing to invest, even some of the more obscure sports can be arranged for individual courses. At present, Yang Jian is tasked with delivering a cart full of football equipment to the football zone within the equipment storage, where he is to categorize and neatly arrange the items. Upon entering, Yang Jian pushes his cart through the various sections close to the entrance of the equipment storage, including the athletics area, volleyball zone, and badminton section, ultimately arriving at the football area. Among the plethora of sports, football and basketball are the most popular divisions at the Leap Sports Training Camp, attracting the highest number of enrollments each year and generating substantial revenue for the club owner. Thus, within the storage, the football and basketball departments occupy the 2 largest and most advantageous spaces. In the football area, several tall open storage lockers stand, housing different models of footballs and an assortment of training equipment, each compartment labeled accordingly. Beneath the lockers are a few wheeled carts designed specifically for transporting footballs. While organizing the items, one must categorize them into their respective compartments, occasionally requiring the use of a short ladder to reach the higher shelves. In truth, the task of organizing these items is supposed to be the responsibility of the coaches. Some coaches, however, have been known to shirk their duties, relegating the organization of training equipment to the members of the losing team as a form of punishment. At the very least, the coach is expected to supervise the process. Yang Jian's situation is somewhat unique. His father typically arrives to pick him up later than the others, and due to his less than stellar football skills, Coach Wang has afforded him some extra attention. Over time, this has led to a familiarity between Coach Wang and Yang Jian, who, noticing the boy's steadiness and attention to detail, has taken the liberty of assigning the entire task of organizing equipment to him. For over a year now, Yang Jian has diligently fulfilled this role, ensuring that everything is returned to its rightful place after each training session. With nearly an hour remaining until his father arrives, he calculates that he can spare 20 minutes for tidying up and 10 minutes for a shower. Glancing at his watch, Yang Jian reassures himself that he has ample time and decides to indulge in a 20-minute magazine read before getting to work. With that thought, he retrieves the magazine Champion 11, which he had been clutching under his arm, and gathers a few foam protective pads to sit upon, leisurely flipping through the pages. The meteor flies by. The former national team prodigy retires in 21 days. He schemes the title of an article. Boring, who cares about the national team? Yang Jian muses. Quickly turning to the next few pages, an exclusive interview with Adam Lorenzo catches his eye. This one seems worth reading. Lorenzo is quite the promising talent. Adam Lorenzo has emerged as a brilliant new star in this season's Serie A, having just turned 19 at the end of last year. Playing as a forward, he has impressively scored 11 goals in merely half a season, without a single penalty, placing him second on the scoring chart. He currently represents Reggina, a modest club in the Serie A. Reliable sources indicate that one or two major clubs from the league, alongside several prominent teams from England and Spain, have developed a keen interest in him. In an interview, Lorenzo expressed his unwavering focus on the current season's matches. My immediate goal is to assist Reggina in achieving the best possible results. As for the winter transfer window, I will certainly not be transferring. I am quite content here. Upon reading this, Yang Jian chuckled softly. I suspect this might indeed be your last season at Reggina, even if you wish to stay. The club will likely look to capitalize on your value in the transfer market. If the right offer comes along, it could be quite lucrative. Yang Jian. Why are you still reading? Startled from his concentration on the magazine, Yang Jian looked up to see the security guard, Grandpa Li, on his patrol shift. Oh, Grandpa Li. I will finish organizing this and then head to the shower. My dad will be here to pick me up shortly. Hurry, it will be dark outside soon. You should get home for dinner. All right, I'll start tidying up now. I'll turn off the lights in the other areas. Just remember to switch off the lights here and lock the door when you leave. Understood. Don't worry. Take care. Grandpa Li reminded Yang Jian once more. Everything will be fine. Goodbye, Grandpa Li. Checking the time, Yang Jian began to put away the training equipment. He slung several rope ladders over his shoulder and grabbed a few cone markers, preparing to place them on the top shelf of the storage cabinet. As he climbed the short ladder and leaned against the cabinet, he had just set the markers down when he heard a clattering noise from below. What is going on? Yang Jian looked down to see a wheeled cart full of footballs slightly shaking. Had a small wildcat sneaked in while he was tidying up? Just as he thought to descend for a closer look, the cart began to shake violently, as if something among the pile of footballs was struggling to escape. Being only 14 and encountering such a scene for the first time, he felt a twinge of panic, remaining still on the ladder to observe the situation. Suddenly, a football shot out of the cart as if propelled by a rocket, crashing against a nearby storage cabinet, causing its contents to tumble down. Yang Jian was taken aback, thinking, what on earth? Yet the football did not cease its trajectory. After colliding with the cabinet, it rebounded with force towards the ceiling, with a shattering sound. The overhead light was struck perfectly by the football, plunging the entire equipment room into darkness. What a stroke of misfortune. Had I known, I would not have allowed Grandpa Li to extinguish all the lights in the other areas. Alone in the pitch-black equipment room, Yang Jian felt a twinge of fear. However, the soccer ball afforded him no time for contemplation. After smashing into the overhead light, it swiftly rebounded, engaging in a playful bounce against several lockers in the soccer zone. Within mere seconds, the area was thrown into chaos by the errant ball, causing items atop the lockers to clatter down. Yang Jian hurriedly cradled his head, attempting to escape down the ladder, but it was too late. A dull thud echoed as the frenzied ball struck him squarely on the forehead. The force was overwhelming, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as though his soul had left his body. Yet before he could fathom what had transpired, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the mat where he had been reading, losing consciousness. Chapter 3. Dreaming of extraordinary abilities when Yang Yi and Zhao Yunqi next encountered their son. Yang Jian had already been rushed to the emergency room of the Second People's Hospital in Shizhou City. Zhao Yunqi's eyes were swollen, resembling two ripe peaches. And upon seeing her son lying on the hospital bed, eyes closed, with a large, red, swollen bump in the center of his forehead, her heart sank. At that moment, Yang Yi felt a jolt of apprehension. A cascade of ominous thoughts flooded his mind. However, as he observed the steady rise and fall of his son's chest, a semblance of calmness returned to him. The paramedics informed the couple that Yang Jian had been extricated from beneath a pile of sports equipment and had been unconscious for an indeterminate amount of time. It was suspected that he had been struck by falling objects from the high shelves. The doctor provided a preliminary assessment, stating that Yang Jian's vital signs were stable. But the reason for his continued unconsciousness remained unclear, necessitating further examination. How could this have happened? Yang Yi paced anxiously. I was against letting Xiao Jian participate in this soccer training camp. What risks are associated with playing soccer? Who could have foreseen that he would sustain no injuries from playing, but rather be struck down by a heap of debris? Yang Yi felt a surge of frustration. I must contact the person in charge of the training camp immediately. As he reached for his phone, the hospital door swung open. Manager He from the training camp entered, his face etched with guilt, nodding apologetically. I'm sorry. As soon as I received the news, I rushed over. It turned out that upon discovering Yang Jian, General Manager Jiang had first called for emergency assistance and then immediately contacted his childhood friend, the major shareholder of the training camp, to inform him of the unconscious child found in the equipment room. The shareholder promptly notified Manager He to address the incident. Fortunately, Yang Jian was a well-known figure at the training camp, and after confirming his identity with the night security staff, Manager He quickly reached out to his parents to bring them to the hospital. After Yang Jian was admitted, Manager He remained at the hospital, awaiting the opportunity to discuss a resolution to this unfortunate incident with Yang Jian's parents. After all, the events were unfolding, and the responsibility indeed lay on their side. Thus, Manager He, in his negotiations with the Yang couple, naturally employed gentle words, managing to stabilize the couple's emotions after great effort. They agreed to discuss the division of responsibilities and compensation plans only after Yang Jian awakened and assessed his condition. Moreover, the preliminary diagnosis from the doctors indicated that Yang Jian's issues were not severe, which brought a temporary sigh of relief to Manager He, who had no intention of lingering in the hospital, thereby leaving his contact information and repeatedly apologizing before departing. In the hospital room, only the unconscious Yang Jian and his distraught parents remained. Suddenly, Yang Jian opened his eyes, and a blinding light surged towards him. Bathed in this luminosity, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and relaxation, prompting him to instinctively take a few steps toward the source of the light. As the glaring brightness gradually faded, the scene before him left Yang Jian utterly astonished. He found himself beside a grand football pitch, indeed, a standard 11-a-side football field. At that moment, Yang Jian stood at the edge of this magnificent stadium. Wow! Yang Jian exclaimed instinctively. The Miazza, Camp Nou, Bernabeu, Theater of Dreams, Anfield, Allianz Arena, this place bore a striking resemblance to those legendary stadiums, and for a moment, Yang Jian was entranced. Wait, where is this? Wasn't he just organizing equipment in the storeroom? Yang Jian's mind raced as he attempted to recall the preceding events. That crazy football. I think it hit me on the head. But why am I here? Could it be? Am I dead? Thoughts of various depictions of near-death experiences flooded his mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. Is this what heaven looks like? Hey, Yang Jian. Someone called his name. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged foreign man with a bushy beard sitting on the substitute bench, waving at him. Yang Jian hurried over to the bench. Hello. May I ask where this is? This should be your dream, I suppose. This stadium represents the place you consider the most free and comfortable in your subconscious. The foreigner replied, smiling. Yang Jian murmured in disbelief. Yet, everything felt so real. He could smell the fresh aroma of the grass after being watered, and the soft texture beneath his feet was palpable. In the distance, the stands and audience seating were vividly discernible. Even the pristine white goal net was clearly visible. Wait a minute. If this is a dream, does it mean I'm not dead? Of course, you're not dead. You merely haven't awakened from your dream yet. The bearded foreigner stated. Wait, who are you? You speak Chinese quite well. The foreigner chuckled. Actually, I don't speak Chinese, but in your dream, we can communicate without barriers. But why have you come into my dream? I've never dreamed of foreigners before. Let us put it this way. I was brought here by the god of football. Yang Jian was taken aback, thinking to himself, what deity? The god of football? Does this phenomenon align with scientific logic? Just as he was about to refute, he realized the absurdity of his thoughts. If this truly was a manifestation of his dream, then what scientific logic could possibly apply? Yang Jian. The foreigner interrupted his musings. Do you enjoy football? Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Jian exclaimed, of course. Thus, the deity of football sensed your passion for the sport and summoned me to find you. To find me? For what purpose? To assist you in playing football. What? Play football? Yang Jian intentionally puffed out his chest, raising his voice significantly. I can kick a ball. I am a key player on the dynamic youth football team. Ha! Do not jest, young one. The deity of football knows everything about you, even more than you know about yourself. In that instant, as Yang Jian locked eyes with the foreigner, he felt as though he had been seen through from head to toe, his very essence laid bare. Akin to a child caught in a clumsy lie, exposed before the teacher he revered most. His previously upright posture crumbled under the weight of guilt and embarrassment. Bowing his head, he asked softly, how will you help me play football? Very simply, I will bestow upon you my football talent. Why would you do that? Is my talent really that poor? The foreigner chuckled awkwardly, not that it is poor, but rather, your football talent is among the least impressive. Yang Jian's face flushed at this remark. He was acutely aware of his own abilities, yet at his age, pride was paramount. for the sake of his dignity. He stubbornly countered, "And your talent is remarkable? Do you play professional football? I know numerous stars, yet I have never encountered you. By the way, what is your name?" The foreigner looked up at Yang Jian, a friendly glimmer in his brown eyes. "My name is Lionel and Escasatini, an Argentinian." Chapter 4. Awakening from the Dream Argentina. Yang Jian exclaimed in delight, "I know. The Pampas Eagles. Argentina is renowned as a footballing nation. Indeed, in my homeland of Argentina, it is rare to find someone who does not adore football. Wait a moment. What did you say your name was?" "Lionel what?" "You foreigners have one flaw. Your names are excessively long. Lionel and Escasatini. My friends call me Leo, which is easier to remember." "You may call me that as well." "Very well, Leo. According to your assertion, your football talent seems extraordinary. Yet, in my memory, there is no star by that name from Argentina. Of course, for I do not exist in the world you inhabit. Then where do you hail from?" Yang Jian found this dream increasingly intriguing. "To put it simply, I come from another parallel universe. Moreover, in my world, I have been retired for several years." "A parallel universe?" Yang Jian, having watched numerous superhero films, was quite familiar with the concept. "Then let me ask you, in your world, who is considered the greatest player in the history of football?" Leo pondered for a moment. It is quite challenging to provide a singular answer. Yet Diego Maradona and Pele would undoubtedly be my choices. Yang Jian scratched his head, seemingly perplexed. "I have never heard of them. It appears their feats are reminiscent of the cinematic portrayals. Did you play professional football in your world?" "Indeed, I was a professional player for many years." "What was your skill level?" "Moderate, I suppose. My career was quite fulfilling. Despite numerous regrets and challenges, I also experienced countless wonderful moments." "So, according to your assertion, the deity of football bestowed upon you the gift of talent, which you now offer to me." "Precisely. I have retired now, and this talent holds less significance for me than before. I believe it should continue to shine in the hands of another individual who shares my passion for football." "Are you suggesting that with your talent, I could also become a professional player?" "Theoretically, yes. However, you must understand that professional players typically begin their training at a very young age. I started playing at 5. Given your current age, it is rather late. Therefore, your football aptitude is intertwined with your determination, resilience, physical condition, and even the circumstances of your future life. When can I receive your talent?" "It is already embedded deep within your soul." "Huh. When? Is it also within dreams?" "No. In reality, it happened earlier. The method was somewhat intense." "Oh." Yang Jian suddenly realized, "The football that hit me. So it was you." Leo chuckled sheepishly. "I sincerely apologize. I did not gauge the force correctly. Does this mean I am now an adept footballer?" "Certainly. If you wish, you may test it." Leo produced a football from seemingly nowhere and tossed it at Yang Jian's feet. "Let me think." Yang Jian mused for a moment, then skillfully flicked the ball with his foot, executing a beautiful rainbow flick. "Wow." Yang Jian was astounded. He had performed this move countless times during his training sessions, yet each attempt either lacked height or resulted in him kicking the ball into his own backside. No matter how diligently he practiced, he had never succeeded. "I must try again," Yang Jian exclaimed excitedly to himself. Thus, Yang Jian fluidly executed various football maneuvers on the field, including the fried meatball, the zero ball, and the compass-style stop, all with remarkable ease. Yang Jian eagerly inquired, "This is astounding. Leo, what level do you estimate I could achieve with your talent?" Leo shook his head. "That is difficult to determine. But I believe that if you can utilize my talent even to a fraction of its potential, you will undoubtedly become a very successful professional player." Upon hearing those words, Yang Jian was overwhelmed with excitement. He couldn't help but gaze at the nearby field, envisioning a day when he too could gallop across such a scene, stepping onto a patch of grass that truly belonged to him amidst the cheers of thousands of fans. "I want to give it a try." "Perhaps what you said can indeed come to fruition," Yang Jian mused with hopeful anticipation. No one responded. When he turned around, he discovered that Leo had inexplicably vanished. Yang Yi and Zhao Yunqi had been unable to sleep for nearly 2 days and nights. Early the following morning after his admission, Yang Jian was transferred to the neurosurgery department of the Second People's Hospital in Shizhou City. Over the past 2 days, the hospital conducted every conceivable examination on him: head scans, MRIs, and blood tests. All results indicated that his brain had sustained no injuries, not even a mild concussion. Yet, he remained unresponsive. Yang Yi's work at the factory was of significant importance, making it difficult for him to take time off. So he could only visit the hospital at night. Consequently, Zhao Yunqi had been by her son's side at the hospital throughout the day. As a mother, Zhao Yunqi tended to be rather stubborn. She spent these days blaming herself, wishing she had insisted her son refrain from pursuing soccer, believing that perhaps this unfortunate incident could have been averted. As a result, she had been deeply despondent, turning away visits from manager He and Coach Wang on 2 occasions. Watching her son, still in the prime of his youth, lie motionless in a coma, she wept by his bedside, uncertain of what the future held. Mom. She thought she had imagined it, only to look up suddenly and find her son gazing back at her from the hospital bed. Mom, how long have I been asleep? He asked. Xiaojian, you're finally awake. Zhao Yunqi exclaimed, joyfully cupping her son's face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mom, I'm hungry. Hungry? Let me find you something to eat. During the 2 days of her son's coma, both parents had lost their appetite and hardly consumed anything substantial. Zhao Yunqi searched the hospital room and ultimately resorted to breaking 2 bananas, which manager He had brought, and handed them to her son. As Yang Jian reached for the banana to peel it, his mother snatched it back. Wait, son, you can't eat just yet. Look at me, I'm confused. Hold on. Let me call the doctor to check on you first. The attending physician shone a flashlight into Yang Jian's eyes, confirming that everything appeared normal. He then asked, Young man, where are you right now? In the hospital, in the ward. What is your name, and what grade are you in? I'm Yang Jian, a student at the 3rd middle school, in the 2nd year of junior high. Can you recall the last thing you were doing before coming to the hospital? I was organizing the training equipment, and then something hit me on the head. Yang Jian refrained from mentioning the soccer ball, fearing he might be perceived as unstable and unable to leave the hospital. The doctor turned to Zhao Yunqi and remarked, there are essentially no issues. We will continue to observe him for 24 hours. If we recheck a few tests tomorrow morning and there are no new developments, he should be able to be discharged. Hearing the doctor's words, a heavy weight lifted from Zhao Yun's heart. The news of Yang Jian's awakening spread quickly, prompting Yang Yi to inform the leadership at work and leave early to visit his son in the hospital. Shortly thereafter, manager He arrived in a hurry. In the presence of Yang Jian's family, manager He presented the compensation plan from Leap Sports. Chapter 5. A career in football sentenced to death. The leadership of Leap Sports proposed 2 compensation packages. The first entailed covering all of Yang Jian's hospital expenses and an additional compensation of 20,000 yuan for nutritional support. Furthermore, should Yang Jian experience any health issues stemming from this incident, Leap Sports would continue to bear all medical costs. Additionally, until his graduation from high school, Yang Jian would have the opportunity to learn any project of interest at Leap Sports free of charge. In the second proposal, while the initial conditions remained unchanged, if Yang Jian chose not to continue training with Leap Sports, they would refund the training fees from the past 2 years and provide a one-time compensation of 50,000 yuan. However, regardless of which plan Yang Jian's family chose, a crucial condition was stipulated. They must not disclose the details of the incident to any media outlet. After explaining the compensation options, manager He smiled and said, there is no rush on this matter. We can wait until the child is discharged, observe for a couple of days, and you can give us a response in a week. Also, if you have any opinions on these proposals, feel free to contact me. I will consult the board for any necessary adjustments. Once manager He departed, Yang Jian was discharged that afternoon. Mom, this compensation plan isn't bad at all. I could learn golf or horseback riding. Think of the profits we could make. Yang Jian exclaimed excitedly to his mother. Choose whatever you want. I've already discussed it with your father. We'll go with the second option. What? Why? Yang Jian was utterly shocked. He never anticipated his parents would so resolutely favor the second option. Seeing his son's astonishment, Yang Yi, fearing that Yang Jian might not handle the shock well, quickly reassured him, your mother is concerned about your well-being. She wants you to fully recover before making any decisions. Moreover, Leap Sports isn't trustworthy. Even if we continue learning, we won't choose this club. Despite his father's reassurances, Yang Jian understood that he was likely facing a real setback. Ever since he could remember, his mother had been unwavering and decisive. Once she made a decision, it was challenging to alter it. Perhaps he truly would have to bid farewell to Leap Sports. As anticipated, in their final discussion, his parents opted for the second compensation plan from Leap Sports. The dispute regarding Yang Jian's football aspirations erupted one evening a month later. I don't care. I want to play football, Yang Jian cried out, rolling on the living room sofa. No football. Do you want to play, or do you want to live? His mother shouted sternly. I want to get fit and participate in the physical education exam. The mere mention of this incites my anger. During this period of assisting you, I inquired at the sports club, and I must ask, what is your skill level in football? Speak for yourself. The living room fell into a profound silence. Yang Jian was utterly stunned. He never anticipated that his mother would be aware of this matter. After 2 years, what level have you attained? I do not mean to mock you, but even the gatekeeper at the club remarked that he had never encountered anyone less adept at football than you. The quality of play has no relation to the passion for the game. I simply enjoy playing football. I have been at it for 2 years and have formed a habit. You cannot strip me of my freedom to play. Zhao Yan retorted, what freedom? A student's primary duty is to study. You will soon be in your 3rd year of middle school. Are you not responsible for your own future? Furthermore, without the two of us covering your registration fees, would the club admit you simply because you enjoy football? Seeing the heightened emotions between mother and son, Yang Yi quickly interjected, I bear some responsibility in this matter as well. Since no progress was made in the 1st year, we should not have renewed the fees for the 2nd year. I mainly observed that Xiao Jian seemed to enjoy himself. Indeed, had this been clarified earlier, there would not have been subsequent issues regarding the renewal. Yang Jian glared at his father in exasperation, inwardly lamenting, what kind of confused father are you? Enough. This matter is settled. I encountered a group at the club once. Those children played football so aggressively, their movements were alarming. The doctor specifically advised that you must refrain from sports for 3 months to ensure a safe recovery without complications. I kicked the ball with my feet, not my head. Yang Jian was now fully enraged, having forgotten that his football destiny lay in his mother's hands. He merely sought to unleash the fire burning within him. Doesn't heading the ball involve the head? Falling won't lead to a head injury? Do you truly believe I am ignorant? More play leads to more injuries. Less play leads to fewer injuries, and no play leads to no injuries. If you wish to exercise, come run with me. Yang Jian still wished to argue further. From now on, this topic is not to be mentioned again. Time for a shower and bed. His mother had effectively issued a death sentence to his football aspirations. Late that night, after weeping for hours and utterly exhausted, Yang Jian lay in bed, unable to find sleep. He could not comprehend why he was so unfortunate. His inherent lack of football talent and the mocking experiences he had endured while playing were already burdensome enough. Yet, why did fate treat him this way? He merely wished to play football simply, and now even that small semblance of freedom had been taken from him. He blamed his parents for initially choosing the sports club for him. Perhaps if they had chosen another, none of this would have occurred. He blamed Coach Wang for assigning him responsibilities that led to his misfortunes. If he had not been tasked with organizing equipment, perhaps the incident would not have happened. He even cursed that erratic football, which had recklessly caused his injury. He had never encountered such a wildly aggressive ball before. To be candid, Yang Jian now finds it difficult to assert with absolute certainty that he has witnessed such football, and he refrains from voicing this uncertainty, pondering whether his memories may have become muddled and indistinct due to his head injury. If he were to speak out, would he not risk losing even more of his cherished freedoms? The notion of uncontrollable football is something he himself scarcely believes. Should he articulate such thoughts, it might very well obliterate his opportunities to purchase football magazines, stay up late watching matches, or engage in football video games. The prospect of such a reality is profoundly terrifying for someone who adores the sport. The thought of those days is something Yang Jian dares not entertain. He recalls the dream he had while in a coma, a dream he has shared with no one, though the dream's content was rather humorous. Reminiscing about it during his solitary moments brings a unique joy to his heart. The verdant pitch, the goalposts, the grandstands in his dream were also vividly beautiful. If he could truly become a professional player, running across such a field, would tens of thousands of spectators not chant his name upon his scoring a goal? Yet, all of this exists solely as the fanciful daydreams of youth. Contemplating this, Yang Jian buried his head beneath the blanket and wept once more. Chapter 6. He is not a football player 2 years later, in the principal's office of Foreign Senior High School in Shizhou City, Guangning Province. Principal Han was reviewing a list on his desk when a knock echoed at the door. Come in, he called, not lifting his gaze from the document. Entering was Mr. Su, the head of the school's physical education department. Principal, the staff from the sports bureau have arrived, he announced. Finally raising his head, Principal Han inquired. How many are there? Where are they now? 2 individuals, in the reception room next door. Quickly, please escort them to my office, Principal Han instructed, rising from his seat and maneuvering around the large desk to the sofa in front of him. At the office entrance stood 2 individuals in their early 30s, clad in athletic attire, alongside Mr. Su. One of them, smiling warmly, extended his hand. Hello, Principal Han. I am Yuan Onping from the Provincial Football Management Center. You may call me Xiao Yuan. This is my assistant, Xiao Lu. Ah, Director Yuan. It is an honor to finally meet you, exclaimed Principal Han, his face beaming as he shook Yuan Onping's hand. Mr. Su, please prepare tea for Director Yuan and Assistant Lu, he added, directing Mr. Su while inviting Yuan Onping and Assistant Lu to take a seat on the office's reception sofa. Director Yuan. The province had informed me in advance about your visit to our school. To be frank, it seems quite an overreach for someone of your caliber to handle such a minor matter personally. Yuan Onping felt a moment of surprise. He had not publicly disclosed the specifics of this arrangement, and Principal Han's remark suggested he might have connections within the province. Could he be harboring ulterior motives? However, Yuan Onping did not reveal his thoughts. Instead, he smiled and said, Principal Han, you are too kind. I am not that capable. This time, we are here on behalf of the Provincial Football Sports Management Center to select players, primarily to prepare for this national high school football tournament, representing our Guangning province. Indeed, it is our duty as Foreign, a key high school in the province, to contribute to and bring glory to the development of youth sports in Guangning. With Principal Han's cooperation, our work will surely proceed much more smoothly. To be succinct, Principal Han, I am here mainly to scout some talented individuals for the provincial team. The provincial authorities have convened and decided to assemble the most outstanding students from various high schools to form the provincial representative team, with me spearheading the establishment of the coaching staff to guide this team in the national competition. Therefore, the students I select from our school must be the elite among the elite of the school team. Of course, you can rest assured on this matter, Director Yuan. Principal Han gestured toward the desk. Su Laoshi, please bring over that list from my desk. Su Laoshi, standing nearby with a grin, promptly scurried to retrieve the list. To be frank with both of you, I consider myself quite the football enthusiast at the school. Whenever I have the time, I always supervise the training of these students. I also strive to personally lead the team during matches. Su Laoshi and I know these kids very well. As Principal Han spoke, he handed over the list. You see, we have already highlighted the students with undeniable talent. Just select from these few. It will save us time. Yuan Onping did not accept the list. He briefly scanned it, noting 3 or 5 names. With a polite smile, he replied, Principal Han, this national high school tournament is of great importance to the province, and the preliminary preparations have been conducted with utmost seriousness. Therefore, I believe it would be better for Assistant Lu and me to thoroughly review the students' information from the school team first. Otherwise, if the provincial leadership finds out, they might reprimand me for being negligent. Yuan Onping's words took Principal Han by surprise. He had not anticipated that his selected list would be so decisively rejected by Yuan Onping. However, since the other party had firmly stated his stance, he could not press the matter further and could only respond, Oh, that is fine, that is fine. In that case, Su Laoshi, please take Director Yuan and Assistant Lu to the archives. After Su Laoshi escorted the two away, Principal Han crumpled the list into a ball and tossed it aside, grumbling under his breath, Damn it, how ungrateful. Does he really think he is someone of great importance? Shuzhou's Foreign High School is a key high school in Guangning Province, renowned for its academic excellence, consistently ranking among the top in the province. Each year, its college entrance examination pass rate and admission rates to prestigious universities are among the highest. At this moment, during the pleasant late spring season, many students choose to linger at school a while longer before heading home on such a Friday afternoon. Zhang Xiao and his classmates were no exception. At this moment, they were on the football field, preparing to engage in a friendly match against the students of Shizhou No. 6 High School. Though termed a friendly match, there was nothing amicable about it. Foreign High School and Shizhou No. 6 are neighboring schools separated by a street, yet they have harbored a long-standing rivalry, akin to the enmity between Lilies of the Valley and Touch Me Nots. This cultural animosity has persisted through countless generations of students, whether in sports, academic competitions, or mock examinations. Both schools have embraced a spirit of relentless rivalry. Recently, during a spring outing, the two schools clashed once more. A disagreement arose over football among the students at the scenic area, leading them to privately arrange this match to settle their differences. Zhang Xiao, Li Yunhao, they shouted as they rushed onto the field, panting heavily. This won't do. We can't play now. What happened? Who dropped the ball? Zhang Xiao anxiously inquired, looking at his classmate Li Yunhao, who was bent over, catching his breath. After a brief pause, Li Yunhao looked up and said, Du Jinyu is out. His parents dragged him away, claiming he has an interview for an incredibly difficult tutoring class. Ugh, this is a mess. You should have said something earlier. Zhang Xiao exclaimed, stamping his foot. The students from number 6 are already here. If we back out now, it will be a huge embarrassment. This match is my responsibility. And it would be disgraceful for Furin to lose on our home turf. How will we face the next 2 years of school if that happens? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Xiao leaned in towards his teammates and said, Brothers, we can't worry about the details now. Li Yunhao and I will go outside and find someone who can at least breathe to fill in the gap. Even if we lose, it's better than conceding without a fight. With unanimous agreement from the group, Zhang Xiao wasted no time and pulled Li Yunhao out of the sports field, scanning the central avenue of the campus. Hey, that one from our year, Li Yunhao him. Perfect. Before Li Yunhao could react, Zhang Xiao waved and called out, Yang Jian. Zhang Xiao, don't act rashly. Li Yunhao pulled back on Zhang Xiao's arm, warning him, this guy isn't suitable. Why not? Anyone with all limbs functioning is good enough. Zhang Xiao impatiently shrugged off Li Yunhao's grip, continuing to call out, Yang Jian, over here. Seeing the situation escalate, Li Yunhao grew more anxious and tugged at Zhang Xiao's arm again, forcing out the words, he doesn't play football. Chapter 7. Forcing a duck onto the rack. Li Yunhao's words fell on deaf ears. Zhang Xiao was solely focused on finding a replacement for Du Jinyu to ensure the match could commence as planned. What's wrong? Need something? Yang Jian approached Zhang Xiao and Li Yunhao. Zhang Xiao quickly asked, are you in a hurry to go home? Is it alright if you stay a bit longer? Well, it's not too urgent. I was just planning to browse at the bookstore for a couple of books. Zhang Xiao sighed in relief. Brother, I'm in dire straits. Help me out today, and I'll accompany you to the bookstore next time. What do you need? Today, our school has arranged a football match with the 6th middle school, and we are on the verge of kicking off. However, one of our players has encountered an unexpected situation and cannot make it, leaving us shorthanded for the game. I kindly implore you to step in for us. You must assist your friend today. Yang Jian inhaled sharply, feeling a rush of apprehension. To be frank, did he wish to play? Undoubtedly. Since the last time he suffered a head injury and had a fierce argument with his mother, he had not touched a football for over 2 years. Yet, his passion for the sport had not waned in the slightest. Throughout these 2 years, he had clandestinely watched every match he could and spent his saved pocket money on football magazines. To claim he did not want to play would be disingenuous. However, at this moment, when an incredible opportunity to play football presented itself, he found himself hesitating. If he performed poorly and faced ridicule, that would be trivial. But if his shortcomings led to a loss against the 6th middle school, it would be a significant matter. After all, he had not played in 2 years. Nevertheless, considering his skill level, even if he practiced daily, could he truly handle such a situation? Noticing Yang Jian's indecision, Li Yunhao quickly stepped forward to comfort him. It's all right. Yang Jian, if it's inconvenient, we can find someone else. Zhang Xiao, a social butterfly, was friendly with everyone. Despite calling Yang Jian brother, they were hardly close. Merely acquaintances with a nodding familiarity. However, Li Yunhao is well aware of Yang Jian's illustrious past. His cousin had been classmates with Yang Jian in middle school and had shared his stories. If they were merely playing for fun, it would be one thing. But today was a matter of honor for their cohort of first-year students at Furin High. If they were to lose embarrassingly, they would not be able to hold their heads high in front of the 6th middle school for the next 3 years. Thus, Li Yunhao was absolutely against Yang Jian's participation. Zhang Xiao pushed Li Yunhao aside. Step aside. There's no time for searching for someone else. He then gazed earnestly at Yang Jian and exclaimed, don't you wish to bring glory to Furin, to diminish the arrogance of those from the 6th middle school? Football is a team sport. Although we haven't practice together, I've heard you watch matches frequently, right? I believe in your ability to read the game. Zhang Zhao's impassioned rhetoric left Yang Jian momentarily speechless, causing him to lose his capacity for self-judgment. Overcome by fervor, he hastily agreed. Let us go. Right now? As the two reached an agreement, Li Yunhao stood by, gritting his teeth in frustration. However, it was too late to turn back. He could only prepare himself mentally for the possibility of defeat. At the edge of the field, Zhang Xiao approached Yang Jian, who had just donned the number 14 jersey, and quietly inquired, Brother, do you play often? Yang Jian, feeling a bit shy, replied softly, I specialized in football for 2 years in middle school. But I haven't really played in the last 2 years due to the high school entrance examination. So please, don't expect too much from me. Zhang Xiao had anticipated this response, especially since his initial intention was merely to have Yang Jian fill a spot. He gently patted Yang Jian's shoulder, reassuring him, it's all right. Don't be anxious. Listen to me. When you take the field, You will play as a center back. Remember one thing. If the opposing team advances, do not rush in recklessly. Just hold your position and do your best to stand your ground. Leave the rest to us. After absorbing Zhang Zhao's guidance, Yang Jian nodded vacantly and, under Zhang Zhao's direction, made his way to his designated spot on the field. With a sharp whistle piercing the air, Yang Jian's inaugural football match commenced, surprisingly and unpreparedly. Meanwhile, Yuan Onping and Xiao Lu were sifting through a pile of student records at the school's archives desk. Xiao Lu was tasked with filtering out students he deemed promising, while Yuan Onping would conduct a secondary selection from that list. As he flipped through the files, Xiao Lu inquired, "Brother Ping, why didn't you respond to the list the principal handed you earlier? Aren't you worried about offending someone?" Yuan Onping lazily glanced at the records Xiao Lu had passed him and replied slowly, "Do you even know what that list entails? It's all connections and favors." "Well, if it's just connections, then what's the harm? Aren't there plenty of favors going around these days?" Yuan Onping shot Xiao Lu a disapproving look. "This national high school tournament is of great importance to the country. Now that we've just joined the sports bureau, don't you want to achieve something for youth football in Guangning? The football standard at Foreign is already mediocre if we only select those with connections. How can we proceed with our work if I accept that list today?" Xiao Lu chuckled. All right. You maintain your high standards while dragging me into conflicts. I was hoping to build some connections myself. If youth football training doesn't go well, perhaps I could end up as a physical education teacher at Foreign. After all, it's still a key provincial school. However, pausing for a moment, Xiao Lu added, "If you had accepted that list earlier, I would have genuinely lost respect for you." Haha. Yuan Onping playfully smacked Xiao Lu with a stack of records, saying, "You're always so irreverent. Enough with the browsing, no matter how many times we look." It won't change much. He then extracted 5 files from his side and handed them to Xiao Lu, saying, "Let us go with these 5 students for now. They somewhat catch my eye. Let us get these copies made and get out of here." As they exited the archives, Yuan Onping took a deep breath of the late spring air and asked Xiao Lu, "By the way, you mentioned that barbecue place is nearby, right?" "Yes. Not far at all. What's up? Are we going today?" "Why not? We don't often come this way." However, Xiao Lu checked his phone and noted that it was still a bit early. Dinner wouldn't start for another hour, and it would take just over 10 minutes to drive to Foreign. "Hey, look over there. Are those kids playing football on the field?" Yuan Onping pointed towards the distant pitch. "It seems so. They're even wearing training vests. Could it be a match? Let us go watch these kids play and pass the time. It'll also help us recapture some youthful spirit," Yuan Onping said as he strode purposefully towards the field. "All right then, since we have nothing else to do," Xiao Lu organized the copied files neatly into a brand new folder and followed suit. However, neither of the two anticipated that. Before long, the freshly organized and copied documents would be reduced to mere scraps of paper. Chapter 8. I want all the information on this child on the court. The match between Foreign and Lu Zhong was unfolding with fervor. Zhang Xiao clearly perceived himself as the unequivocal linchpin of Foreign, monopolizing the majority of the ball possession throughout the game. Yet, his prowess as a core player fell short of his aspirations, resulting in minimal impact from Foreign's numerous offensive attempts. As time progressed, Zhang Zhao's stamina waned, making the orchestration of attacks increasingly strenuous, leading to a stalemate between the two teams. Yang Jian, firmly entrenched in his central defensive position, continuously surveyed the evolving dynamics of the game. Perhaps due to his habitual viewing of the top 5 leagues, he found the play of these high schoolers, who were ostensibly his peers in age, remarkably naive and simplistic. At times, despite clear passing lanes, either no one would make a run, or they would fail to seize the opportune moment to pass. Clearly, a long ball could dismantle the defense, yet the attacking players on his side persistently sought to make intricate short passes in search of space. Moreover, many displayed glaring deficiencies in their fundamental skills. However, in contrast to the players on both sides who were eager to secure victory, Yang Jian remained the most composed, possessing a keen understanding of the match's circumstances. The reason was straightforward. He harbored no desire for the limelight and wished to avoid offending anyone. While Zhang Xiao and others wreaked havoc in the offensive zone, all he needed to do was maintain his position and avoid significant blunders. He could easily accept a scoreless draw. Meanwhile, in the stands, Yuan Onping and Xiao Lu distanced themselves from the cheering crowd, retreating to a corner to passively observe the match. Xiao Lu shook his head as he watched, commenting, "Pingu, these kids from Foreign really are not up to par. It's no wonder the school team hasn't achieved results in years. Just look at their fundamental skills." "Indeed," Yuan Onping replied, feeling a sense of helplessness. Back in our school days, Foreign was home to several exceptional talents. Xiao Lu continued, alas, we shouldn't mock these children. After all, Foreign is a key provincial school that prioritizes results. In truth, these untrained kids play haphazardly. Everyone believes they possess unique skills, and the moment they receive the ball, they all aspire to showcase their talents, thinking they can control the match. But it's not that simple. Yuan Omping patted Xiao Lu on the shoulder, saying, you articulate your thoughts well. Let me challenge you. Although you haven't played professionally, you are involved in football. Look at these kids on the field. Can you identify anyone who truly knows how to play? Are they not all just running around like headless flies? Haha, my friend, you still have much to learn. I tell you, among the 22 players on the field, only one can truly play, and that is number 14 from Foreign. Number 14? Xiao Lu chuckled wryly. Pingu. Please don't tease me. We've been watching for 20 minutes, and that child hasn't even touched the ball. Yuan Onping landed a punch on Xiao Lu's arm, exclaiming, how can you say you're not inexperienced? In a match with 22 players, there is only one football. Can anyone just touch it whenever they please? What happens when there's no ball at their feet? Does the game cease? Sometimes, to influence the match, one does not necessarily need to have the ball at their feet. Xiao Lu, somewhat unconvinced, retorted, then how could this kid possibly be playing? For the past 20 minutes, the player wearing number 14 had steadfastly maintained his defensive position on the field, refraining from advancing even when his team had promising opportunities. He surely recognized that his teammates were unlikely to create any significant breakthroughs in attack. So it was wiser to consolidate his defense and fortify his line to prevent counterattacks from the opposition. What? By your logic, even a stationary pole could play football? Hold on, I'm not finished, Yuan Opping continued. Since we sat down, this number 14 has disrupted the opponent's chances of scoring at least 5 times through strategic positioning, body blocking, and obstructing their line of sight. Whether in counterattacks or set plays, any offensive maneuvers initiated near his line were stifled in their infancy. Although he did not touch the ball, he secured the team's defense in the simplest of ways. Is he really that remarkable? Xiao Lu mused, casting his gaze back towards the pitch for a closer examination. As the match neared its conclusion, Zhang Xiao grew anxious. A scoreless draw was simply unacceptable. Desiring one last desperate attempt, he shouted to his teammates, brothers, let's push forward. It seemed Zhang Xiao intended to commit every player, except the goalkeeper, to a final offensive surge. Thus, Yang Jian followed suit, advancing the 2 central defenders beyond the halfway line, ready to join the attack at any moment. Yet, the reality was far more complex. Most spectators viewed the football match from the omniscient perspective of television broadcasts, where the entire field was visible, and they could easily discern openings and opportunities for breakthroughs. However, the players on the field had a markedly different perspective, oftentimes. The ball carrier lacked the time to assess the positions of their teammates and had to hastily release the ball. Moreover, the opposing team had maintained a solid defense, with little opportunity for the 6th team as they sought merely to secure a draw. Zhang Xiao found himself about 5 meters from the penalty area. He intended to pass into the box, but upon looking up, he saw at least 20 to 30 legs swaying in front of him, rendering a low pass into the area impossible. With both teams nearing exhaustion, neither the attackers nor the defenders could muster the energy to continue running. Zhang Xiao contemplated. Perhaps I should loft a high ball. Maybe someone agile can capitalize on the commotion. With this thought, he executed a diagonal pass, lifting the ball into the penalty area. The opposing goalkeeper, having preserved some of his energy, was ready and leaped high to punch the ball away. The soccer ball suddenly bounced into the vicinity of Yang Jian, less than 30 meters in front of the goal. Yang Jian, pass it over, Zhang Xiao shouted, raising his hands high in demand of the ball. Don't pass. Shoot. A voice abruptly surged through Yang Jian's mind. Shoot? Puzzled by this thought, he glanced back at the ball, which seemed to bounce with a decelerated rhythm, as if it were awaiting his kick. Hurry and pass it to me, echoed Zhang Zhao's call in his ears. Could it be an illusion? Why did even Zhang Zhao's voice seem to slow down? Just as Yang Jian hesitated, the voice in his mind resounded once more. Shoot. Now. As if compelled by an unseen force, he instinctively advanced toward the ball, executing a kick in the most relaxed and graceful posture he had ever experienced. At the moment of contact, feeling a tinge of peculiarity, Yang Jian looked down. Why am I shooting with my left foot? Before he could ponder this question, everything around him seemed to revert to normal speed in an instant. The soccer ball, propelled by a gust of wind, soared in a fierce arc toward the upper left corner of the goal. The whistle blew. 1-0. Yuan Omping sprang to his feet in the stands and exclaimed to Xiao Lu beside him, "Quickly, go back to the archives and inquire. I want all the information on this child." Chapter 9. Coach's home visit. The match concluded, thanks to Yang Jian's stunning long-range shot just before the final whistle. The team secured a narrow victory of 1-0 against the 6th middle school. Although it was merely a friendly match, it was enough for this group of children to boast for a month or two. Yuan Omping dashed down from the stands, weaving through the celebrating crowd, and patted Yang Jian on the back, asking, "Young man, do you remember me?" "Huh? Uncle, who are you?" Yang Jian was utterly baffled. "I am a colleague of your father's. Don't you recall? Last time at the Power Supply Bureau, your dad brought you along to work on the weekend." "Uncle, you must be mistaken. My dad works at the Shizhou Petrochemical Company." "That can't be." Yuan Omping pretended to ponder, stroking his chin. "What is your name, my friend?" "My name is Yang Jian." "Oh, I apologize. I must have made an error. The surname and given name do not match." "My apologies," Yuan Omping said, embarrassed, and retreated from the crowd. At this moment, Xiao Lu, who had dashed to the archives, received a call from Yuan Omping. "Have you arrived?" "Yes, I'm here. The teacher in the archives was just about to close up. I nearly missed them. Fortunately, I found out that the child's name is Yang Jian. I'm not sure how to write it, but his father works at Shizhou Petrochemical. Quickly, retrieve the files and make a few copies. I will come right away." Yang Jian merely exchanged quick farewells with his teammates before sprinting home. It was only when he turned the key in the lock, confirming the door was still secured, that his racing heart began to calm slightly. Upon entering the house, Yang Jian hurriedly took a shower and swiftly washed his clothes using the washing machine's quick wash mode. If his mother discerned any trace of his recent football escapades, he would certainly face dire consequences that night. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and by the time Yang Jian had tidied up, his parents returned home from work one after another. Naturally, Yang Jian refrained from mentioning his earlier outing to play football. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the family, having just finished dinner, was preparing to take a stroll when the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Yang Yi opened the door to find his son Yang Jian's homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, standing outside, accompanied by another individual. "Ah, Mr. Liu, what brings you here? Please, come in." Upon seeing his homeroom teacher, Yang Jian felt a jolt of anxiety. Although he generally performed well at school, the sudden appearance of a teacher at his home inevitably caused a sense of unease. "I apologize for dropping by without prior notice," Mr. Liu said. At this moment, Zhao Yunqi hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. "Oh, Mr. Liu, we hadn't prepared anything for your visit." "No need for any preparations," Mr. Liu reassured them. "The principal has entrusted me with conducting a home visit." At this juncture, Yang Yi and Zhao Yunqi noticed the unfamiliar man behind Mr. Liu, someone they did not recall seeing among the school staff. "Mr. Liu, and who might this be?" Yang Yi inquired. "Ah, allow me to introduce him. This is Mr. Yuan from the Provincial Sports Bureau. The principal asked me to accompany him today." Upon seeing the man behind Mr. Liu, Yang Jian, who was hiding at the bedroom door, was taken aback. Wasn't this the individual who had mistaken him for someone else after the game earlier? Why was he at his house? This could not bode well for his secret concerning football. The couple exchanged glances, bewildered at what could possibly warrant the attention of a provincial leader. "Mr. Liu, has Yang Jian gotten himself into some trouble?" Yang Yi cautiously probed. A father knows his son best. While Yang Jian was typically composed and sensible, Yang Yi was aware that his son could occasionally create a stir in the most unexpected circumstances. No. How could that be? Yang Jian has been performing excellently at school. You are worrying unnecessarily," Mr. Liu quickly clarified. Hearing this, the couple's anxious hearts began to settle as Zhao Yunqi promptly invited their guests to sit down. "Mr. Yuan, please feel free to explain the situation to Yang Jian's father and mother in detail." "Certainly, Mr. Yuan Omping retrieved 2 items from his backpack and placed them on the table. "Here are my identification card and work certificate, aside from Mr. Liu. These documents can also verify my identity." "Mr. Yuan, you misunderstand. We are not doubting your identity," Zhao Yunqi hastily explained. No. It's essential to clarify these matters upon our first meeting," Mr. Yuan smiled politely. "So, Mr. Yuan, what brings you here today?" Yang Yi inquired, having poured 2 cups of tea and bringing them over. "Oh, thank you." Yuan Omping gracefully accepted the teacup with both hands and began. This year, the nation is set to host a new edition of the National High School Football Championship. This event is of great significance to the state and the province alike. Currently, I am working at the Football Sports Management Center of the Guangning Sports Bureau, primarily responsible for the selection of players for this tournament. Today, I requested Principal Liu to accompany me here, as I earnestly wish to seek your permission for Yang Jian to join our Guangning Province High School representative team in this national competition. Upon finishing his words, Yuan Onping retrieved a document from his bag, leaving Yang Jian feeling a sense of dread. He understood his own capabilities well. Considering the stroke of luck he had experienced with that one fortunate kick earlier in the afternoon, the thought of participating in a national tournament seemed utterly unattainable. Once Teacher Liu and Mr. Yuan departed, he was certain he would face a stern reprimand from his mother. In the living room, however, Yang Yi and Zhao Yunqi, after a brief silence, could no longer contain their laughter. This left Yuan Onping visibly perplexed. "My apologies, Mr. Yuan." Yang Yi managed to stifle his laughter. "But I believe there might be a misunderstanding." What misunderstanding do you mean?" Yuan Onping inquired. Zhao Yunqi took over the conversation, saying, "Our Yang Jian is not particularly skilled at football. Although he practiced for 2 years during middle school, his abilities are quite lacking, and he is notoriously known for it at the training center. You may have heard of Yedong, such a prestigious training program, yet after 2 years, he learned virtually nothing. Subsequently, he suffered an accident, getting struck on the head by equipment in the Yedong warehouse, after which we forbade him from playing football altogether. When you mentioned his participation in the national competition, I thought, surely we wouldn't want to embarrass him on such a grand stage. That seems unlikely," Yuan Onping pondered. "For this afternoon at school, I witnessed him playing." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunqi's previously cheerful demeanor swiftly transformed into one of sternness, and she called out, "Yang Jian, come here." Realizing he could no longer evade the situation, Yang Jian shuffled into the living room, head bowed, softly uttering, "Mom, I heard you played football this afternoon in secret." I just ran around a bit. I hardly touched the ball. A friend dragged me along to fill in for someone." "Very well then. You may explain yourself to Teacher Liu and Mr. Yuan," Zhao Yunqi replied, still visibly displeased, casting her son a scornful glance. Chapter 10. "I will not mistake a person." "Hello, Mr. Yuan," Yang Jian said. Feeling embarrassed, he slightly bowed and blushed, adding, "I actually don't play football well. This afternoon was my first time playing in over 2 years, and I was practically coerced by my classmates to join." Yuan Onping quickly responded, "That cannot be true, Yang. You scored the only goal of the match, leading 4 into victory with that long-range shot from nearly 30 meters. "What?" Yang Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. 30 meters? He was about to inquire further, but a fleeting glance at his wife's displeased expression prompted him to quickly regain his composure. In his youth, Yang Yi was indeed a fervent football enthusiast, amassing an extensive collection of football newspapers and player posters. However, ever since he married and started a family, the focus of his life shifted, leaving him with little energy or inclination to delve into the world of football. Teacher Yuan observed Yang Jian's hesitant demeanor as he spoke. "That kick of mine, well, everyone knows it's merely luck. It's just a case of extraordinary power yielding unexpected results." Upon hearing this, Yuan Onping chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "Yang, you are attempting to deceive me." This remark left the others bewildered. Yuan Onping cleared his throat and explained, "Indeed, while playing football, we might occasionally benefit from a stroke of luck that results in an unusual and remarkable curve. Some shots might even rival those of professional athletes. However, the rhythm of your footwork before the shot, the position of your supporting foot, and the space and range you allocate for your kicking leg, all these elements culminate in that fleeting moment of your shot. And the sensation it evokes in me cannot simply be attributed to luck or raw power." After hearing this, Yang Jian was utterly perplexed, his mouth agape in astonishment, thinking, "What? Could I truly possess such skill? This is absurd." Noticing Yang Jian's astonished expression, Yuan Onping assumed it stemmed from a newfound admiration for his meticulous and professional dissection of Yang Jian's supposed deception. However, Yang Jian, breaking the spell of self-admiration, interjected, "You must be mistaken, Teacher Yuan. That kick was truly a fluke." "Impossible," Yuan Onping retorted confidently. "Since the age of 5, I have been involved with football. I could easily assess anyone on the street with just a few steps and discern whether they possess the ability to play. I am certain of my judgment." Faced with the obstinacy of Teacher Yuan, Yang Jian found himself at a loss for words. He continued to explain, "Truly, Teacher Yuan, although I have a passion for football, I have never been particularly skilled. Throughout my training, my coach consistently pointed out my lack of athletic talent. Many fundamental techniques I practiced for 2 years still seemed inadequate." Observing the stalemate between them, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu promptly intervened. Teacher Yuan, could this possibly be a misunderstanding? Shall we pause our discussion for today and revisit it next time? Yet Yuan Omping remained unconvinced, firmly believing in his discerning eye. Can you juggle the ball? If you can juggle a few times earnestly, then perhaps I might reconsider my judgment. But I don't have a football, Yang Jian lamented, explaining that due to an accident 2 years prior, his mother had given away their football. Juggling is dull. Let us try this instead. Yuan Omping seized an orange from the platter on the table and tossed it to Yang Jian. Witnessing this exchange, Yang Yi and Zhao Yunqi, the couple, could no longer contain their laughter. Yang Yi mused, this teacher Yuan is something else. Yang Jian, having struggled with a football for 2 years. And now he is being asked to juggle an orange. How ironic. Yang Jian caught the orange and glanced at Yuan Omping's resolute countenance. With a determined bite, he muttered, all right. But do not mock me. As soon as the words left his lips, he released his grasp on the orange, allowing it to drop towards the instep of his left foot. In that fleeting moment, Yang Jian perceived that this orange felt remarkably lighter and softer than any he had encountered before, its touch akin to the warm handshake of two long-lost confidants. The familiarity was overwhelming. This sensation compelled Yang Jian to instinctively raise his right foot to catch the orange suspended in midair. An indescribable feeling blossomed within every part of Yang Jian's being. Was it exhilaration, delight, or perhaps confidence? He could not articulate it, yet his eyes, mind, and feet were utterly captivated by the orange, leaving him no capacity to ponder anything else. He merely guided the fruit, making it bounce back and forth between his feet. 50. All right, stop. At Yuan Omping's prompt, Yang Jian subconsciously scooped up the orange, standing frozen as if still in a daze. The living room fell into a profound silence. Everyone, apart from Yuan Omping, was rendered speechless. Yang Yi and Zhao Yunqi exchanged bewildered glances, desperately pondering when and with whom their son had clandestinely learned such a skill. They had previously observed him from a distance, chuckling at his playful antics. Yet, amidst his astonishment, Yang Yi felt an undeniable surge of excitement and pride, surpassing even his wife's emotions. Teacher Liu regarded Yang Jian with newfound respect. While his academic performance had always been commendable, his athletic prowess had never been evident. He was astounded by the boy's remarkable humility. However, no one was more astonished than Yang Jian himself. He had never imagined he possessed such talent. To be honest, 2 years prior, even with a soccer ball, he could manage no more than 7 or 8 bounces, and any additional attempts would have transformed into a chaotic display reminiscent of a parched octopus. It was Yuan Omping's voice that shattered the silence enveloping the group. How about that? I dare say, among this community, there may not be another capable of achieving these 50 bounces. In that moment, Yang Jian's heart raced fervently. If he truly had suddenly acquired this soccer talent, why not attempt to participate in that national competition? Yang Yi took up Yuan Omping's thread of conversation. Teacher Yuan, we are quite perplexed as to where our son learned these skills in secret. We had no inkling. How about this? Let us deliberate on the matter of soccer at home, and we will provide you with a response by next Monday. Zhao Yunqi, just regaining her composure, had initially intended to scold her husband for not rejecting Yuan Omping's proposition. But a mere glance from Yang Yi quelled her discontent. Very well, since that is the case, I shall not intrude further today. Please discuss it thoroughly. Yuan Omping extended his hand towards Yang Jian, declaring, the Guangning Province High School representative team eagerly anticipates your joining. Yang Jian, with a naive demeanor, shook hands with Yuan Omping. Well, we shall take our leave. Suddenly, Yang Yi nudged his son, urging him to see the two teachers off. While saying this, he cast a glance at his son, signaling his intention to have a private conversation with Yang Jian's mother. Chapter 11. A reunion in dreams shortly thereafter. Yang Jian accompanied the two teachers to the visitor parking space within the community. Teacher Liu greeted them hurriedly before driving away. Yang Jian and Yuan Omping remained, strolling leisurely. Do your parents particularly disapprove of your playing football? Yuan Omping initiated the conversation. Yes. 2 years ago, while at the training center, I sustained a severe head injury from equipment. Ever since, they forbade me from touching a football. I see, that is certainly understandable. Yuan Omping paused and inquired further. How is your head injury healing now? The follow-up examinations over the past 2 years have all shown normal results. That is good to hear, Yang Jian. Let me ask you, from your personal perspective, do you wish to play football? Yang Jian hesitated for a moment. I cannot guarantee my parents will agree, especially my mother. As for your parents, I will contemplate some strategies. However, I need a definitive answer from you now. Do you have a passion for football? Do you enjoy playing? I sensed a great deal of insecurity and self-doubt emanating from you earlier. With such a mindset, one cannot excel in football. I certainly love football. Upon hearing Yuan Onping's questions, Yang Jian felt an overwhelming sense of grievance welling up within him. He yearned to share tales of late-night matches, saving money for magazines, and enduring ridicule at the training center without giving up. Yet, when the words reached his lips, they seemed to falter. All right, since you genuinely love football, there will be a spot reserved for you on my team. Tonight, have a good discussion with your parents. If you truly wish to play, strive to advocate for it. Yuan Onping started the car, fastened his seatbelt, rolled down the window, and looked at Yang Jian, saying, "How can one's dreams perish before they even begin?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Onping pressed the accelerator and drove away from Yang Jian's community, glancing back in the rearview mirror at Yang Jian, who stood still, lost in thought. Yuan Onping smugly contemplated, "This lad must have been deeply touched by my profound words." Out of courtesy, Yang Jian watched until Yuan Onping's car vanished from sight before quietly muttering to himself, "Goodness, this teacher Yuan is quite the melodramatic type." Upon returning home, the atmosphere within seemed to diverge from Yang Jian's expectations. He had anticipated his mother would seize the opportunity to chastise him for sneaking off to play football. To his surprise, both parents sat calmly on the sofa, gazing at him with gentle expressions. "Little Jian is back? Come, sit with us." Zhao Yin called softly upon seeing her son enter the room. "Oh, Mom." Yang Jian felt an unsettling uncertainty, for such a scene was exceedingly rare in his memory. Once settled comfortably on the sofa, Mother continued, "Xiao Jian, the reason we haven't allowed you to engage in football these past 2 years is not because your father and I wish to stifle your passion, but rather out of concern for your well-being. Ever since the incident at the Jumping Sports Center, we have been quite anxious about you." Yang Jian found solace in her words. For the past 2 years, aside from football, his parents had imposed no restrictions on other recreational activities suitable for a student of his age. "Mother, I understand," he replied. "Regarding the matter that teacher Yuan mentioned earlier, I have discussed it with Dad. If it's not too serious, we are supportive of you trying it out." "What?" Yang Jian could hardly believe his ears and quickly inquired, "Are you saying I can participate in the provincial team football match?" "Yes," Mother said, after careful consideration. "We realize that forbidding you from playing football has indeed suppressed your natural inclinations. This contradicts our educational philosophy. Moreover, we are unaware of when you have been clandestinely practicing, and yet you seem to have improved remarkably. However, we still believe that if you truly wish to pursue football, it would be best to train under a professional coach, as that would put our minds at ease." Yang Jian had intended to clarify that he had not secretly practiced at all and that he was bewildered by his newfound affinity for the sport. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. If he told his parents that he had inexplicably developed this talent, they might connect it to the injury he had sustained to his head. If that were to happen, the joy that had just been bestowed upon him might vanish. After a brief conversation among the three of them, his parents urged Yang Jian to hasten his shower and get to bed, for at his age, where both academic and physical growth were paramount, the importance of sleep could not be overstated, perhaps due to playing football that day and the heightened tension he had experienced. Yang Jian felt drowsy as he bathed. Usually, he needed to listen to stories or lectures to help him fall asleep, but tonight, he succumbed to slumber the moment his head touched the pillow. Soon, Yang Jian found himself once again in that dreamlike, idyllic football field. A man was practicing his shots, striking the ball with remarkable power and graceful arcs despite the considerable distance. "How about that? My shots should surpass your attempts from this afternoon, don't you think?" The man practicing turned toward Yang Jian, smiling. "Leo." Yang Jian recognized this figure from his dreams almost instantly, but then he realized something was amiss and exclaimed, "How can I be having the same dream again? This is bad. I can't possibly be losing my mind, can I? What are you doing?" Leo approached Yang Jian. "Didn't I tell you last time? You now possess my football talent, which is rooted deep within your soul. You are conversing with me in your deep sleep. This is not merely a simple dream. Enough with the nonsense. Are you telling me a science fiction story?" Yang Jian retorted. "You may choose to disbelieve. Yet how do you account for the fact that, despite our 2-year absence, today, as you played football, I appeared in the evening? Furthermore, what was the nature of your performance on the field today?" Yang Jian hesitated. "Was what you said truly the case? If not, what then? As long as you rekindle your faith in football, I shall manifest. The deity of football guided me to you, to bestow upon you my talent. This is your destiny. What should I do next?" "What to do? Do not pose such inquiries, my friend," as long as you harbor a passion for football. Seize every opportunity in your life to fight for it, and do not squander my gift. Will we meet frequently in the future? Leo blinked. Perhaps. It depends on my mood. Although I have retired, I am hardly at leisure. Chapter 12. Departure. Yuan Onping's efficiency is remarkably high. The day after visiting Yang Jian's home, he contacted the affiliated hospital of Guangning University in the provincial capital, securing an appointment with an expert in sports medicine for a comprehensive physical examination for Yang Jian. Upon reviewing the medical report issued by the hospital, Yang Yi and Zhao Yun, his parents, felt a temporary sense of relief. Yang Jian exhibited no issues whatsoever. His health was splendid. It is uncertain whether Yuan Onping had ulterior motives, but in the recommendations section of the report, the doctor suggested an increase in physical activity. Thus, 2 weeks later, on a Saturday, Yang Jian, accompanied by his father, arrived at the training base of the Guangning Provincial Football Management Center. Son, do not overexert yourself while playing, and be cautious. I understand, don't worry, Dad. Remember to pick me up at noon on Sunday. Farewells between men are often simple yet profound. After watching his father drive away, Yang Jian turned and stepped through the gates of the training base. According to the requirements outlined in the training notification, Yang Jian first stored his backpack in an office before changing into his football attire and heading to the field. He arrived 5 minutes ahead of the stipulated 9 o'clock meeting time, and a number of boys were already present, chatting in small groups. A rough count revealed approximately a dozen boys around his age, standing in clusters. Yang Jian, somewhat socially anxious, felt hesitant to speak with unfamiliar faces and pretended to be nonchalant as he stood aside, eavesdropping on their conversations. It appeared that these boys hailed from various cities and schools within Guangning province, all seemingly distinguished players in their respective school teams. A few of them even boasted respectable football backgrounds within their families, exuding an air of arrogance in their discussions. Unbeknownst to them, nearly an hour had passed since the agreed-upon meeting time, and many children began to display signs of restlessness and impatience. Yet, they remained unaware that the selection examination for the players had, in fact, already commenced some time ago. In a nearby building, Yuan Onping deliberately chose an office that overlooked the training ground. At this moment, he and Xiao Lu were intently observing the children on the field through a high-powered telescope. Brother Ping, isn't it rather inappropriate for us to monitor minors like this? I feel quite uneasy about it, Xiao Lu remarked. Monitor? Nonsense. This is an assessment. Don't forget to jot down the names I just mentioned, Yuan Onping retorted. I've noted them, but is this method truly reliable? Xiao Lu inquired. Absolutely. I specifically consulted several seasoned teachers with over 20 years of experience as homeroom instructors. For instance, those who were just boasting clearly possess a showy personality, likely seeking attention on the field, while those silent figures lurking in the corners of the crowd probably struggle with social interactions and expression, which might hinder team cohesion. And those who fidget and chatter after a brief wait undoubtedly lack patience and have volatile temperaments, potentially becoming troublemakers in the team. You see, children at this age can be particularly challenging when they rebel. Upon hearing Yuan Onping's explanation, Xiao Lu was taken aback. Brother Ping, I had no idea you were studying character and psychology. Yuan Onping, slightly embarrassed yet proud, replied, if one wishes to build an outstanding team, these insights are essential. Before long, Yuan Onping and Xiao Lu appeared on the training field with 4 or 5 members of the coaching staff. As the coaches finally arrived after an hour of anticipation, dozens of children erupted in a chorus of cheers. Form a line. We will take attendance immediately. Xiao Lu shouted sternly, and all the children promptly arranged themselves into a simple formation. Cough, cough. Yuan Onping cleared his throat. Students, I trust you all know that this weekend's training camp is designed to select the finest high school football players from Guangning province to form our provincial team for the national high school competition. Each of you represents the elite of your school teams, and I hope you will perform admirably over the next 2 days, although only 23 players will remain. As the head coach of this team, I assure you that as long as you maintain a positive attitude and demonstrate your abilities, each of you will have a chance to be selected. Well, Yang Jian thought to himself, this guy is impressive. I expected him to guarantee me a solid starting position. But it seems he is implementing an elimination system. Yang Jian glanced around at his surroundings. The individuals nearby were all robust and towering, chosen from the starting lineups of various provincial school teams. These players had likely participated in a dozen matches over the school year, while he, with only one experience in a casual game, wondered what competitiveness he could possibly bring to the table. Self-doubt began to creep in once again. Following the attendance The players underwent several basic physical fitness tests organized by the coaches, primarily assessing their endurance, explosive power, agility, and flexibility. In recent years, Yang Jian has often been compelled by his mother to engage in running, primarily of a low-intensity, prolonged nature. While his endurance could be considered adequate, his physical prowess pales in comparison to those who possess a regimented training regimen, such as the players on the school team. The morning's physical fitness assessment unfolded without any notable incidents. Yuan Anping remained largely silent, seated to the side, diligently perusing the test data provided by other coaches. At noon, the cafeteria offered a bountiful meal. Yang Jian filled his plate and sought a secluded corner to sit quietly, his mind preoccupied with concerns about whether his morning assessment scores would significantly diverge from those of his peers. Yang Jian, a soft call came from behind. Turning around, he found a young man with a tray, grinning broadly at him. "Excuse me?" The young man stepped over with 2 strides and plopped down opposite Yang Jian. "Were you from the 3rd middle school?" "Yes, that's correct." "Then it must be you. When roll call was taken earlier, I suspected it was you." "And you are?" "I am Zhang Yuza. You probably don't know me. I also attended the 3rd middle school and was on the junior high school team. However, my results in the entrance examination were mediocre, so I ended up at Yuqiao High School instead." "Oh, how do you know me?" Yang Jian countered. "During my 3rd year, I attended a special training program and heard about your situation. However, by then, you had already left the program, so we missed the opportunity to meet." A moment of silence enveloped the table as Yang Jian felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. It was astonishing that an incident from years past could still be recalled by someone. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Zhang Yuza quickly shifted the conversation. "Let us eat quickly. Afterward, make sure to rest a bit. The selection match this afternoon is the main event. You must perform well to secure your place, haha." Chapter 13. The Selection Match, Part 1. Zhang Yuza was not mistaken. For the entirety of the training camp, whether among the dozens of players or the coaching staff, the focal point was indeed the selection match scheduled for the afternoon. While the data displayed on the scoreboard held significance, it was ultimately a player's performance on the field that would dictate their fate. Once the lunch break concluded, everyone reconvened on the training field to hear Yuan Anping's address. "Students, your performances this morning were commendable. We will now proceed to a 7-a-side group match. All players present will be randomly assigned into 6 teams, competing against each other in pairs. Be aware that the rosters are randomized, which means you may not have familiar teammates or play in your accustomed positions. Coordination will be essential among the 7 of you." Following the afternoon selection match, our coaching staff will convene to deliberate on the final roster, which will be announced tomorrow morning. Out of the 42 present, only 23 will remain. Swiftly, the coaching staff randomized the 42 players into teams. Yang Jian was placed in Team 3, which was set to compete against Team 3. Unsurprisingly, he was the sole player in Team 3 without any experience in school team matches. The other 6 individuals are all key players from their respective school teams. Prior to the commencement of the match, there exists approximately an hour dedicated to ice-breaking and warm-up activities. During this time, Yang Jian swiftly acquainted himself with his 6 teammates. Wei Ruhue, a defender, hails from the Lighthouse Middle School in Sichuan City. Mu Yushu, another defender, is from the 18th Middle School of Tianyuan City. Han Wenyang, also a defender, represents the Changming Middle School in Changlong City. Sun Lin, a midfielder, comes from the 2nd Middle School of Wujiang City. Chao Yu, another midfielder, is from the 1st Middle School of Panyan City. Lastly, Wang Jiaqing, the goalkeeper, is affiliated with the Wujiang University-affiliated middle school. At this moment, Yang Jian realizes a pressing concern. This team lacks a forward. While many would readily assume the role of a forward in casual settings, the stakes are considerably higher here. Should the team underperform and fail to achieve a favorable outcome, it is likely that all 7 individuals will face dismissal by the following morning. Frankly, no one wishes to miss the opportunity to join the provincial high school team of Guangdong Province for the national competition, a pinnacle of honor for any high school player. Thus, apart from the goalkeeper, the others unequivocally express their desire to play in their accustomed positions, unwilling to venture into the forward role. A lackluster performance as a forward could spell disaster for their aspirations. Consequently, the responsibility of assuming the forward position falls squarely upon Yang Jian's shoulders. "You shall take on the role of forward," they declare. "Though your experience may be lacking, as long as each of us plays in our preferred positions, we shall ensure you receive ample support. Moreover, when the opportunity arises, we will join in the offensive." Sun Lin patted Yang Jian on the shoulder with encouragement. During the final warm-up phase, Yang Jian intentionally focused on shooting practice. Perhaps it was that previous experience that invigorated his abilities. Or perhaps the 2 years of rest allowed his body to develop more robustly. In this session, nearly every shot he took found its mark, both in angle and force, instilling within him a newfound confidence. Yet, he was astonished by how effortlessly the act of playing football had become. Merely 5 minutes into the match, he discerned an opening behind the opponents. With a simple change of direction, he confounded the defender's judgment and created a gap. At this moment, Sun Lin, observing the play from midfield, seized the opportunity and executed a precise through ball, presenting Yang Jian with a chance to challenge the opposing goalkeeper. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Jian struck decisively, delivering a low shot into the net. 1-0. With this goal, Yang Jian's momentum surged, and he reveled in the exhilarating sensation. The shouts of the crowd, the feel of the ball beneath his foot, and the rhythmic thud of his cleats against the grass brought him immense joy. So this is the bliss of playing football. Moments later, Yang Jian discreetly retreated, seizing the ball from the opponent during an inattentive moment in midfield, pivoting seamlessly to advance. The defenders, having previously underestimated him, quickly mobilized 2 players to converge upon Yang Jian, intent on reclaiming the ball before he could penetrate the penalty area. Yang Jian quickly discerned the intentions of his opponents, faced with 2 defenders charging at him from both sides. He initially shielded the ball with his body while deftly maneuvering it to the left for 2 steps. As the defenders closed in, he executed a feint to the right. And just as they reacted, he swiftly pivoted back to the left. This clever maneuver caused the 2 defenders to obstruct each other's defensive paths. And by the time they attempted to readjust, Yang Jian had surged past them into the penalty area. The opposing goalkeeper, unwilling to remain passive, decided to rush out for an interception. At that moment, Yang Jian had just entered the box. If the goalkeeper acted promptly, he could effectively block Yang Jian's shot. However, the goalkeeper was taken by surprise when Yang Jian suddenly opted for a delicate chip shot. The timing was impeccable as the goalkeeper lowered his center of gravity. The ball gracefully arched past his outstretched fingertips and into the unguarded net. By the end of the first half, Yang Jian had already scored twice. This sequence of events drew gasps of astonishment from the players surrounding the pitch. Even the elite starters from their respective school teams could not help but marvel at Yang Jian's performance. Where did this guy come from? I have no idea. I've never seen him in previous matches. He doesn't even appear to be a substitute. Could he have transferred from another school this semester? The players within the crowd began to speculate. To be honest, even Yang Jian himself had not anticipated such a display today. As a high school student who had never participated in any formal matches, every movement he made on the field, every thought that crossed his mind while playing, felt as if they were instinctive actions bursting forth in a moment of brilliance. For the others on the field, especially his opponents, Yang Jian's movements seemed to be characterized by a singular sensation, slowness. Indeed, they were too slow, not in terms of speed, but in their reaction times. Take, for instance, the second goal. If Yang Jian's chip shot had been executed a second earlier, the goalkeeper would not have yet lowered his center of gravity, making it impossible for the shot to bypass his outstretched hands. Conversely, if it had been a second later, the goalkeeper would have closed the distance too much, effectively sealing off the shot's trajectory and eliminating the opportunity to score. However, Yang Jian had waited for precisely that perfect moment, capitalizing on it to complete his shot. Each step the goalkeeper took fell behind Yang Jian's movements. At that moment, Yuan Anping, seated in the stands, could not suppress a smile as he leaned towards his companion, Xiaolu, and whispered, "I knew this kid was just putting on a show." Chapter 14, The Selection Match, Part 2. Yang Jian's remarkable performance in the first half was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, he was taken aback to find that his teammates did not exhibit any particular excitement during the halftime break. This left him somewhat perplexed, after all. They had secured a 2-0 lead, and victory seemed within their grasp. However, as the second half commenced, Yang Jian swiftly discerned the cause of his teammates' despondency. The enthusiasm of several players noticeably waned compared to the first half, and their desire to collaborate with Yang Jian appeared non-existent. On multiple occasions, Yang Jian found himself in open spaces in the forward area, yet the ball was inexplicably returned to the defense. On the field, there exists a principle of reciprocal influence. If one does not attack, the opponent will seize the opportunity to do so. The opposing team quickly recognized the lethargy of Yang Jian's teammates, although the reason remained elusive. No one wished to succumb to defeat without a fight, prompting them to organize several counterattacks. Their efforts bore fruit, as a few breakthroughs down the flanks and attempts from outside the penalty area left goalkeeper Wang Jiaqing in a precarious position. He adeptly utilized both hands and feet to thwart numerous shots on goal. Logically, when teammates exhibit such blatant negligence, a goalkeeper would typically become exasperated. However, Yang Jian observed a distinct excitement and fervor on Wang Jiaqing's face. In an instant, he understood the reason behind his teammates' lack of zeal in the second half. Winning the match was, of course, the objective, but what lay beyond victory? Everyone was present not merely to claim a single game, but to vie for one of the 23 coveted spots on the elite high school representative team of Guangdong Province. While Yang Jian's dazzling performance may have shown brilliantly, had he ever considered that the remaining 6 players were merely relegated to the role of supporting cast? Judging by the first half, victory was assured. Yet, if the entire match revolved solely around his display, the others would have no opportunity to showcase their own skills, thereby jeopardizing their chances of winning the coaching staff's favor. It became evident that this approach was untenable. Yang Jian resolved to sprint back to his own half to contribute defensively, aiming to invigorate the entire team's spirit. Once again, the opposing team's counterattack approached his side's baseline. Yang Jian charged forward to apply pressure, yet he strategically left a less than optimal passing lane during his defense. If the opposing winger wished to capitalize on this offensive opportunity, he would have to send the ball through this route. As anticipated, the opponent fell into the trap, passing the ball toward the top of the penalty area through the gap Yang Jian had deliberately created. However, Wang Jiaqing was no novice, having observed Yang Jian's oversight. He decisively abandoned his goal, intercepted the cross, and swiftly relayed the ball to defender Han Wenliang. As soon as Yang Jian's initial plan bore fruit, he immediately sprinted toward Han Wenliang, who was nearest to the penalty area. He understood that after Wang Jiaqing intercepted the ball, it was highly likely that the goalkeeper would pass to the closest defender to orchestrate an attack. Yet, given the opponent's propensity to reclaim possession quickly to avoid being countered, they would undoubtedly strive to intercept the ball at the earliest opportunity. Yang Jian's positioning was perfectly suited as the ideal passing point for Han Wenliang to evade such a counter recovery. "Pass it to me quickly," Yang Jian shouted as he ran. Han Wenliang swiftly assessed the situation. 2 opposing players were rapidly closing in on him, intent on encircling him. Realizing that being cornered could spell disaster, he dared not hesitate and decisively delivered the ball to Yang Jian, who was positioned not far ahead. Upon receiving the ball, Yang Jian gestured toward Sun Lin and Xiao Yu on the other side of the field, signaling them to press forward. This unexpected maneuver left them somewhat bewildered. Typically, one would slow the pace, entrust the ball to midfield for orchestration, and allow forwards to reposition in search of opportunity. Yet, Yang Jian boldly surged forward along the left flank, beckoning to 2 midfielders to join him in the advance. What could this mean? However, on the pitch, there is often little time for contemplation. When a good opportunity arises, one must seize it. Thus, Sun Lin and Xiao Yu quickly followed suit, and the trio launched a counterattack from the left, center, and right. Due to Yang Jian's remarkable performance in the first half, the opposing defenders were determined not to afford him any direct confrontation with the goalkeeper. In an instant, they closed in on him, their intent clear. Even if it meant committing a foul, they would not let him pass. Yet, they fell victim to Yang Jian's ruse. This was a classic feint, a deceptive advance followed by a precise pass. As the 2 defenders neared, Yang Jian executed a deft lateral pass, directing the ball into the heart of the opponent's penalty area. At this moment, Sun Lin had already positioned himself perfectly. He glanced up to assess the situation before him, noting that a 3rd defender and the goalkeeper were converging on his location. Although the ball was soon to arrive at his feet, he lacked absolute confidence in striking from this angle. Just then, he vaguely heard Yang Jian call out, "To the right." Instinctively understanding, he gently nudged the ball with his heel to his right side. Faced with an almost open goal, Xiao Yu needed no further consideration. Confronted with this golden opportunity, he decisively stepped forward and executed a mechanical push shot, the ball finding its way into the net with certainty. How splendid! This collaboration perfectly aligned with Yang Jian's calculations, and his teammates made commendable choices. In this sequence, had any player hesitated or opted for an alternative approach, the entire counterattack would have faltered. Yet Yang Jian was astute. He adeptly leveraged his teammates' desire to shine. The outcome achieved through collective effort differed significantly from solitary endeavors. Having long observed the major leagues, Yang Jian understood the critical importance of the chemistry on the field. Once the ball found the net, a palpable shift occurred among the players. The opponents, too, felt the weight of the moment. At 2-0, a glimmer of hope remained, but at 3-0, the struggle lost all meaning. Soon, with the opponents already disheartened, Wei Ruhui added another goal, sealing the match at 4-0, and Team 3 clinched a resounding victory. Though elated by the win, Yang Jian was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. After the match, he appeared far more fatigued than his teammates, revealing that his stamina indeed posed a concern. However, with the foundation laid by this match, Yang Jian felt an overwhelming confidence regarding his selection for the final roster and his place in the provincial team. After the conclusion of the selection trials, he effortlessly packed his belongings, took a shower, and headed straight to the cafeteria for a meal. Chapter 15. The announcement of the final roster in the cafeteria. Zhang Yuzi joined Yang Jian at a table. "My goodness, you are incredible. You really are a hidden gem," Zhang Yuzi exclaimed, having witnessed Yang Jian's performance during the afternoon trials. "Why didn't you join the school team in middle school? If you had been with us, our team would have elevated its level by at least 3 tiers. I only developed my football skills during the summer after the high school entrance examination. Back in middle school, I knew nothing about football," Yang Jian replied, feigning modesty. "Where did you learn? Who taught you? I want to improve this summer too." The results are astonishing. "Oh, it was with a relative of mine who lives out of town, but he has since gone abroad." Yang Jian's fabrication grew increasingly elaborate, and sensing he might not be able to maintain the ruse, he swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, how did your team perform?" Zhang Yuzi shook his head, saying, "Quite average, really. There was no cohesion. We barely managed a 1-1 draw. Brother, my future is uncertain now. If only we could have been on the same team." Zhang Yuzi's remarks, to some extent, pulled Yang Jian back to reality. Could it be that he truly inherited the talent of that Argentine player from his dreams? He remained skeptical of such a narrative, which seemed only to exist in novels and films. Meanwhile, Yuan Anping was in a conference room with the coaching staff, deliberating over the final roster for this training camp. In the selection of players, Yuan Anping prioritized not their past performances with their respective school teams, but rather the potential for unity within the new squad. He aimed to ensure that all players would heed his direction and strategy. Consequently, those who exhibited impatience, irritability, or resistance to teamwork during today's training were promptly excluded from the final list. He aspired to cultivate a cohesive team. The selection for forwards was relatively unanimous. Aside from the notably impressive Yang Jian, Yao Yifan also garnered the coach's unanimous favor. It was said that he had previously specialized in sprinting before transitioning to football, which granted him a distinct advantage in speed. In the morning's physical tests, his performance in the sprinting segment was markedly superior to that of the other players. What coach wouldn't desire a swift runner at the forefront during counterattacks? However, Yuan Anping's perspective on Yang Jian diverged somewhat from that of the other coaches. He preferred to position Yang Jian in the midfield, not due to any deficiency in his attacking prowess, but because Yuan Anping believed that players with Yang Jian's analytical view of the game were exceedingly rare at the high school level. If he could mold Yang Jian into the metronome of the team, facilitating connections between both offensive and defensive plays, it would be an unparalleled advantage. The meeting concerning the selection of players and tactics extended well into the night, while the children, who had been exhilarated and tense throughout the day, had now succumbed to slumber. "So how was it? Did you feel good about today's match?" Leo once again found his way into Yang Jian's dreams. "It was utterly exhilarating. The fervor for football that I had suppressed for years erupted today." Yang Jian appeared particularly animated. "So, now you believe I wasn't deceiving you, right? Yet, can my achievements truly be attributed solely to your football talent? One could say so. But I never anticipated that you would so swiftly amalgamate this talent with the football knowledge residing in your mind. It has certainly broadened my perspective of you. However, I worry, what if one day I suddenly forget how to play? Relax, do not burden yourself excessively. Isn't playing football meant to be a joyous endeavor? As long as you are willing to put in the effort, many things can be learned and internalized through training and matches. Trust me, you are intelligent, and your growth in football will be rapid. I have no concerns about that. In any case, keep it up. As long as you play well, we will see each other often." Indeed, as expected, the next morning, during the team assembly, Yuan Anping announced the final roster of 23 players, and Yang Jian was successfully selected. Also chosen were his teammates from the selection tournament, Sun Lin and Zhang Yuzi, who hails from Sichuan City as well. The outcome surprised both of them, serving as an unexpected delight. The children were all elated, exchanging congratulations and sharing their contact information. Yang Jian and Zhang Yuze even planned to travel together from Sichuan City for their next training session. The conclusion of this training camp also signified the official establishment of the Guangdong Province High School football representative team. Subsequently, the students on the 23-member roster would engage in more organized and structured training to prepare for the upcoming national competition. What? I really made it. On Sunday afternoon, when Yang Jian returned home, Zhao Yunqi read the team notification several times, still grappling with the reality of her son's selection for the provincial team. Initially, she intended for him to experience the lesson that there are always greater talents out there, hoping this failure would temper his football aspirations. To her astonishment, he emerged from among the starting players of over 40 provincial school teams. Frankly, Zhao Yunqi felt a mix of laughter and tears upon confronting this outcome. As a mother, she naturally felt joy for her son's significant achievement, yet it also meant he would be frequently immersed in the world of football, raising concerns about his health and academics. Mom and Dad, aren't I amazing? Ha ha ha, Yang Jian boasted, somewhat carried away with pride. What do you think about my pursuing a career in professional football? Professional players earn a fortune, not to mention the potential to go global. Just playing in the Chinese Super League could net millions annually. Just wait, I'll ensure you both live in luxury. Zhao Yunqi rolled her eyes. Stop boasting. You think becoming a professional player is that easy? Do you have any idea what level they are at and the hardships they've endured since childhood? If you can steadily secure admission to a prestigious university, I would consider it a great blessing. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi interjected, by the way, my son, are you aware of Coach Yuan's background? What does that mean? Isn't Coach Yuan just a coach? Could it be that he has some distant familial connection to our family? When he visited our home previously, I found him somewhat familiar, yet after years of neglecting football, I couldn't recall who he was until yesterday, while sorting through your magazines. I stumbled upon the answer. As Yang Yi spoke, he retrieved a football magazine from the pile in the study belonging to Yang Jian and handed it to him. Upon receiving it, Yang Jian thought, isn't this the one from that unexpected incident at Yudong? Look at the page I folded, Yang Yi reminded him. Yang Jian opened the magazine and found the prominent headline reading, Meteoric Rise, the former national team's 21-day prodigy fades into retirement. Chapter 16, The Story of Coach Yuan. So it was this article. I remember I had skimmed over it at the time. I seldom pay attention to football news outside the top 5 leagues, and even less so to the national team. As Yang Jian began to read the article attentively, he discovered that the protagonist, the national team's 21-day prodigy, was none other than Coach Yuan Onping. In his youth, Yuan Onping had gained fame remarkably early, and although he was still under 20, his extraordinary talent had already made him a celebrated figure in the domestic youth training scene, prompting numerous Chinese Super League clubs to compete for his signature. However, when presented with lucrative contracts from several clubs, Yuan Onping unexpectedly chose to develop his career with an obscure club in a lesser-known European league. At the time, many media figures and fans lamented this decision, as the salary offered by the small European club was less than a tenth of that from any Chinese Super League team. Furthermore, for a boy under 20, moving abroad to play in a minor league meant stepping away from the spotlight of domestic media, resulting in a complete loss of potential endorsement income. Some media outlets calculated the financial implications for Yuan Onping, estimating that, aside from the challenges of acclimating to a foreign land, the economic losses could reach a staggering 8 figures. Yet, in the following year, Yuan Onping's performance astonished those who had previously mourned his choice. In his second year in Europe, he delivered an impressive performance for his club, playing as a midfielder in 25 matches, contributing 10 goals and 6 assists. Through a season of hard work, he earned the trust of the head coach and had secured a starting position by the end of the season. With his assistance, the club advanced from the lower ranks of the league to an impressive 8th place in just one season. Such outstanding performances caught the attention of Watford, a team in the English Championship. Soon, they extended an olive branch to Yuan Onping, and during the summer transfer window, Watford secured his services by paying a transfer fee. Yuan Onping harbored great expectations for this transfer. Although the Championship is a secondary league in England, he was among the few players venturing abroad at that time. If he could leverage this opportunity and use Watford as a springboard to the Premier League, it would be nothing short of ideal. At merely 21 years of age, he was subsequently selected for the national U21 roster by year-end, drawing significant attention from the domestic media, which heralded a promising future for him. However, unforeseen challenges soon emerged. In truth, Yuan Onping displayed a degree of impatience regarding his transfer to the Championship. He hastily sought to play in the league without having firmly established himself in his previous team and league. To his surprise, the competition and intensity of the championship surpassed his expectations. After joining Watford, he struggled to acclimate as swiftly as before once the league commenced. Opportunities for him to play were scarce, and for much of the season, he could only rely on training to maintain his form. In a subsequent rare chance to take the field, perhaps due to his eagerness to impress or the fact that he was not in peak physical condition, Yuan Opping sustained a severe knee injury during a challenge, which sidelined him for a full 10 months. Although he returned to the pitch after his recovery, the team's lineup and tactics had already stabilized, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find his place. Consequently, he became a superfluous figure within the squad. At that time, the struggle of Chinese players in European leagues was particularly arduous. It was evident that not only Chinese players but even more accomplished Japanese and South Korean players had to demonstrate exceptional performance and consistent physical fitness to secure a stable contract with the club. Given the circumstances, Watford chose not to renew Yuan Onping's contract, abruptly halting what he had envisioned as a remarkable career in Europe. With opportunities in Europe nearly extinguished, Yuan Onping was left with no choice but to return to the Chinese Super League. Regardless of the situation, playing football and maintaining his competitive edge was paramount for a player recovering from a significant injury. Moreover, with the domestic league's comparatively lower intensity, Yuan Onping, being a national team player with the endorsement of the Football Association, found it a prudent choice to seek a return with a Super League club. Yet, fate can be unforgiving. One misstep can render all subsequent efforts to rectify past mistakes futile. Just as Yuan Onping prepared to reclaim his footing in the Super League, his knee became his Achilles heel. The previous injury plagued him repeatedly over the years, and although the club invested heavily in treatment in the United States, the results were disappointing. The recurrent exacerbation of knee injuries has led Yuan Onping to miss a significant portion of the club's matches, even when he occasionally graced the field with moments of brilliance. Sustaining such performances proved elusive, profoundly undermining his confidence. Perhaps the tumultuous ups and downs of his professional career took too great a toll as Yuan Onping, after several years of wandering among clubs in the Chinese Super League, ultimately found himself devoid of competitive edge. On one hand, the knee injuries left a deep psychological scar. On the other, he could only receive a modest offer from a second-tier team. Thus, at the pinnacle of his youth, he chose to retire, and that year, the once promising football prodigy was merely 27 years old. The subsequent narrative unfolded much like the previous chapters. Post-retirement, Yuan Onping opted not to sever ties with football. He pursued learning and training to become a football coach, securing a position at the Guangning Provincial Football Management Center, where he oversaw youth training programs. After reading through the article in one breath, Yang Jian gained a newfound appreciation for his coach. Initially, he had presumed Yuan Onping to be just an average middle-aged man. But to his surprise, he discovered that Yuan had once been a professional player with experience in Europe. Although this experience may not have been particularly illustrious, it was nonetheless a rarity in the context of Chinese football at the time. With a hint of admiration for Yuan Onping, Yang Jian began to look forward to the forthcoming training sessions and competitions with the provincial team. What would it be like to have a coach of such caliber, a former professional player, leading the team after retirement? Chapter 17. Training Camp. When campus football meets professional coaching during the first official training camp of the provincial representative team, Yuan Onping, as the head coach, presented considerable challenges to Yang Jian. The assembly was scheduled for 8:30, and unlike the previous occasion, Yuan Onping arrived punctually at the training ground. Once all members were present, he commenced his inaugural address as coach. Students, I should say, teammates. Today marks the official establishment of our Guangning Province High School representative team. This is a recognition of your abilities, and to represent our hometown in the national competition is a profound honor for each of us. I hope that you all cherish this opportunity, train diligently, and play with passion. Yuan Onping paused, and a wave of applause erupted from the crowd. After the applause subsided, he continued, "Now, I would like to emphasize a few points regarding team discipline. First, while playing football is important, your health and academic pursuits must take precedence over the sport. Should anyone experience any health issues, do not conceal them. Report them promptly. Training or competing while injured is absolutely unacceptable. Furthermore, if anyone allows football to interfere with their studies, I will not hesitate to take action." As he spoke, Yuan Onping waved his phone, stating, "I have a WeChat group with all of your homeroom teachers for swift communication regarding any situations. A collective sigh of dismay rippled through the crowd as it became evident that the notion of escaping academic responsibilities under the guise of provincial training was utterly impractical. Secondly, I am the head coach of this team and a person of open-mindedness. In the forthcoming matches and training sessions, I welcome you to approach me privately with any thoughts or suggestions you may have, and I will certainly take them into consideration, though I emphasize that this should be done discreetly. The decision to adopt any of these suggestions ultimately rests with me. Thirdly, and most importantly, Yuan Onping's expression suddenly turned serious as his gaze fixed upon the 23 players before him. In this team, decisions regarding playing style, who takes the field, who does not, when to play, and the duration of play are all determined by our coaching staff. If you feel uncomfortable in your position, unable to fulfill your role, or dissatisfied with the tactical arrangements, you are free to withdraw at any time. I must stress that no personal connections will be allowed to interfere with my plans. In the world of football, performance is the ultimate truth. The nuances of human relationships have no sway here. Should anyone choose to disregard this warning, their starting point with me will be a negative score. Is that understood? Understood. The 23 players chorused in unison. Preparation for training. The morning session primarily focused on restoring physical condition, with the coaching staff incorporating some lighthearted football games. The entire training concluded in a lively and relaxed atmosphere without anyone realizing how time had flown by. At midday, the dining arrangements at the Football Sports Management Center's canteen astounded Yang Jian, as the meal standard resembled what an average household might only experience during festive occasions. An array of Western and Chinese dishes, assorted meats, vegetables, fruits, and dairy products left the young players dazzled. The menu was collaboratively crafted by Coach Yuan and a specialized youth nutritionist, taking into account that these players, all around 16 or 17 years old, were in their prime growth phase. Following extensive physical training, they required high-quality nutrition to replenish their energy, thus leading to such a lavish meal, causing many players to overindulge at lunch. However, in the afternoon's formal training session, Yuan Onping transformed from the jovial demeanor he had displayed in the morning. The focus turned to ball possession training, encompassing passing, receiving, and shooting drills. Coach Yuan's standards for fundamental skills were dauntingly rigorous. He oscillated between observing from the sidelines and circulating the field. Should he catch anyone executing a technique improperly, they would be immediately instructed to repeat the action 10 times. As a result, the majority of players found themselves exhausted and overwhelmed within just a few hours. For those with experience from their school teams, the expectations set by their previous coaches seemed trivial in comparison to those of Coach Yuan. However, at the provincial team level, everything they had grown accustomed to had dramatically changed. Being their first training session, everyone was eager to leave a positive impression on the coaching staff, leading to a combination of anxiety and fatigue that left many players drenched in sweat, with some even questioning whether they had ever played football before. Yet, among them, Yang Jian possessed a distinct advantage. Having never participated in school team training or matches, he had not developed the playing habits that burdened the other players. Moreover, Yang Jian possesses a certain cunning wit of his own. At the onset of training, he quickly discerned that Yuan Onping's standards were exceptionally high. Thus, he opted to adopt a rather nonchalant approach, engaging in the drills while discreetly observing how Yuan Onping corrected and demonstrated techniques to other players. After a while, Yang Jian had effectively absorbed a considerable amount of knowledge, consciously avoiding the common pitfalls that plagued his peers. Consequently, as the training session drew to a close, Yang Jian found himself among the few who had been penalized with the least amount of extra practice. Observing his fellow players, who appeared utterly exhausted and dejected, Yuan Onping inquired, "What is the matter? Where has that eager spirit gone? Why do you all look so dispirited? This is merely the first day. I have barely begun. The intensity has yet to ramp up. How will you cope as we progress?" The players, now acutely aware of the rigorous demands, were left panting heavily, sprawled on the ground, seated, or sipping water, with no energy left to retort. "That will be all for today. Pack up, take a shower, and then head to the dining hall for a meal. The 3 goalkeepers, along with Yang Jian, shall remain behind for an additional half-hour of practice." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian felt a wave of despair wash over him, thinking, "What? No rest?" However, the coach's word was law. When instructed to extend practice, one must comply, regardless of fatigue or reluctance. During the subsequent half-hour, time seemed to stretch into an eternity. Coach Qin led Yang Jian through extra drills focusing on running, passing, and dribbling. Coach Qin emphasized that, as a newcomer, Yang Jian was to receive meticulous attention to his foundational skills. The plight of the other two goalkeepers was even more dire. They were subjected to 20 shots each from Yuan Onping, who unleashed a total of 40 shots, resulting in a mere 5 saves between them, one of which was a botched attempt by Yuan Onping himself. Both players returned, lamenting their aching bodies and questioning their life choices. After a grueling day of training, the dormitory was enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic sounds of the players' snores. Chapter 18. Preparing to introduce some intensity. Time has flown by, and nearly a year has passed since Yang Jian joined the Guangning Province high school football team. Throughout this year, his skills have become increasingly refined through relentless training and personal reflection. What began as an awkwardness with the sport has evolved into a competent mastery of his abilities. Occasionally, Yang Jian still dreams of the Argentinian Leo. The dreams primarily consist of light-hearted conversations about football. Gradually, he has grown accustomed to these nocturnal encounters, relishing the opportunity to share their football stories in the realm of dreams. Under the adept guidance of coach Yuan Onping, the entire team has melded together remarkably well. In matches against both local and neighboring provincial school teams, this squad has consistently dominated, exhibiting a commanding presence that has led them to remain undefeated in numerous external friendly games. However, Yuan Onping is acutely aware that his team comprises the elite from various school teams across Guangning Province, having undergone several months of intensive training. If they cannot decisively triumph over ordinary school teams, then they might as well refrain from embarrassing themselves in national high school competitions. Yet, he realizes that to truly test the mettle of his squad, the current opponents are far from sufficient. Thus, he intends to seek out a team that presents a genuine challenge, to provide his fledgling players with a rigorous test. Hey, did you know? We have a friendly match next week. During lunch, Zhang Yuza hurriedly approached the table where Yang Jian and other teammates were seated, brimming with excitement. How do you know? I just passed by the coach's office and overheard the discussion, Zhang Yuza replied with a mischievous grin, always adept at uncovering various insider information. Ugh. These matches are so dull, remarked midfielder He Mingyu, shaking his head in disdain. There is no challenge. We could win with our eyes closed. You might want to reconsider. This time it's different. I overheard Coach Qin saying that losing by 3 to 5 goals would be acceptable, Zhang Yuza added. Oh, really? Upon hearing this, several teammates perked up in interest. Could it be that the team was about to face a more formidable opponent? During the afternoon training break, Yang Jian and his teammates approached Coach Qin, eager to extract some information. Coach Qin, I heard we're going to play against a stronger team soon. Is that true? Coach Qin, taken aback, responded, Oh, how did you come by such information so quickly? Hee, I heard it through the grapevine, so I wanted to confirm with you. Yang Jian replied, Well, since it's just a matter of days, I suppose it's fine to share. If all goes as expected, your next opponent will be the youth team from Tinfei Football School. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in discussion. What is Tinfei Football School? I feel like I've heard of it, but I can't recall. What level are they at? Can we compete against them? Clearing his throat, Coach Qin solemnly explained. You're all young and not entrenched in the professional football scene, so it's understandable that you don't know much about this school. However, for those involved in Chinese professional football, this institution is undoubtedly renowned. Coach Qin, please elaborate. We want to learn more about our opponents. Seeing the interest of the young players, Coach Qin gladly began to recount the history of Tinfei Football School. Tinfei Football School, headquartered in Qidong, Jiangsu, is one of the premier football academies in the country. The founder of the school is named Du Tiyuan, a venerable figure in Chinese football, now in his 60s. He once played in the World Cup during the ancient era of the national team, and after retiring, he served as a coach for youth national teams, held shares in a Chinese Super League club, and even held positions within the Football Association. After stepping back from the limelight, Du Tiyuan united a group of his former teammates and capable disciples to establish the Tinfei Football School in Qidong, Jiangsu. Having spent many years in the professional realm of national football, his former teammates and subordinates hold him in high esteem for his expertise, ensuring a steady influx of students at Tinfei Football School over the years. In its decade of operation, Tinfei Football School has nurtured numerous talents for Chinese professional football, including several current stars of the Super League and key players on the national team, as well as many distinguished coaches, agents, and referees. With such a vast network of successful protégés, Du Tiyuan is affectionately referred to as teacher within the football community, emphasizing the respect he commands. After Coach Qin's remarks, the young men present were left in awe. This Du Tiyuan is truly remarkable. He participated in one of the 2 World Cups our nation has qualified for. Let us not forget, That was in 1982, a time when our professional football was still in its infancy, making the journey to the World Cup far more challenging than it is today. However, Yang Jian was more concerned about the competition. Coach Qin, is the Tongfei Football School's team strong? Strong? To say the least, Coach Qin replied, shaking his head. Many players on this team have pre-signed professional contracts with Super League and China League teams, and some even have their names registered with the Football Association. If all goes well, they will undoubtedly represent our nation in the future. Yang Jian pressed on. What are our chances of winning against them? Chances? Coach Qin made a circular gesture with his hand. 0. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Is that for real? Coach Qin, don't frighten us. Why would I scare you? Quite frankly, with your current level, they wouldn't even consider playing a friendly match with you. However, Coach Yuan noticed that you have been rather overconfident lately, which is a concerning attitude, hence the reason he sought out Du Tiyuan. Didn't you notice he has been absent these past few days? Coach Yuan knows Du Tiyuan? Is that even a question? Coach Yuan once played under him for a while. To put it in a rather exaggerated way, if there are 10,000 people in the professional football sphere, Du Tiyuan has likely met 7,000 and is familiar with at least 5,000. Those he doesn't know are probably not yet at the level to have crossed paths with him. At this point, the children from the Guangning provincial team were somewhat defiant. What is so intimidating? Who is afraid of whom? Football is round. When it comes down to it, anything can happen. Let us just play our game. Coach Qin looked at this group of naive youngsters with a wry smile and shook his head. You all seem to forget your own limitations after winning a few minor matches. If you manage to keep the loss within 3 goals in this match, consider it a tremendous victory. Coach Qin, how can you elevate others while diminishing your own prestige? Indeed, the opposing team has yet to be seen, yet you are already bending your elbow with no restraint. All right, I shall cease my quarrel with you lot. Coach Yuan messaged this afternoon to say that Tongfei has nearly completed negotiations. They have a large training event coming up and will conveniently pass through Guangning. Once the details are finalized, the match will be just a few days away. Then we shall let the field do the talking. If you lose by fewer than 3 goals, I shall treat the entire team to some delightful milk tea. Very well. Just ensure you do not renege on your promise. Chapter 19. The legendary youth team of Tongfei Football School. Early Saturday morning, Yuan Onping was diligently preparing at the football field of the Guangning Provincial Sports Administration in order to invite the youth team of Tongfei Football School for a friendly match. He not only promised Du Tiyuan to use Guangning's finest turf, but also specially requested approval from the higher-ups to open this match to select media, aiming to create a buzz for the young football talents under Du Tiyuan's guidance. After all, this impending victory would provide sports journalists and major football media with rare and valuable material. Yuan, are you busy? A greeting in heavily accented Mandarin echoed in his ears. Upon turning around, Yuan Onping was greeted by a bearded foreigner clad in black athletic wear, sporting a cap and sunglasses, who smiled warmly at him. Ah, Thomas! Yuan Onping exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Thomas Mason, an Englishman, was once Yuan Onping's teammate and roommate at Watford in the English Championship, and he was also Yuan Onping's closest friend abroad. Hey, long time no see. Thomas, what brings you here? Did you come specifically to see me? Dream on. Thomas chuckled mischievously, shaking the media pass hanging around his neck. I'm here to scout players. Haha. You rascal, what mischief are you plotting this time? I am well aware of your recent endeavors. I never imagined you would find your way to me here. Of course. Otherwise, how would I have made my way in Asia all these years? What do you think of my Mandarin? Is it not far superior to the curse words you taught me back in the day? All right, if that's the case, let us revert to English. Your Mandarin is utterly painful to listen to. What? You mock me? Your English accent is no better than that of an uneducated coward from the English countryside. The two friends exchanged playful banter and erupted in laughter, as if momentarily transported back to their youthful days playing football at Watford. Thomas, once a professional player, experienced a rather unremarkable career. With a clear awareness of his limitations, he, like Yuan Onping, chose to retire at the peak of his abilities and became a professional scout. While his playing career was lackluster, he thrived as a scout, quickly assembling a small team in just a few short years. Thomas possesses a remarkably unique vision. While most scouts immerse themselves in South America in search of prodigious talent, he extends his nets towards the often overlooked realm of Asian football. Perhaps his experiences as a teammate of Yuan Onping have inspired him significantly. He perceives that many nations within Asia are either in their nascent stages or experiencing vigorous development in their football industries, thus presenting a vast market potential for the future. Moreover, the combined population resources of major Asian countries such as China, Japan, South Korea, India, and Thailand amount to billions. Particularly with Japan and South Korea producing numerous promising players who have thrived in European leagues in recent years. If he could unearth a few gems among the multitude of Asian players, the potential profits could be astronomical. In recent years, Thomas has diligently led his team in scouting players across various Asian nations, subsequently introducing those he deems promising to clubs in European leagues for potential contracts, from which he earns commissions. Upon realizing this, Yuan Omping promptly cautioned Thomas, "You are here to target players from Tufei, aren't you? I advise you to tread carefully. The old principle there despises having his players poached. If he discovers your intentions, a confrontation is inevitable. We must be mindful of international relations. Rest assured, Yuan. We are merely here to observe and see if there are suitable candidates. Even if we find some, we certainly won't approach them today," Thomas replied. "In any case, just keep a low profile. I will reach out to you once I finish with the match affairs." The two exchanged brief farewells, after which Yuan Omping proceeded to the entrance to await the imminent arrival of the Tungfei Football School's bus. Before long, Du Taiyuan arrived, leading his youthful players from the Tungfei Football School to the competition venue at the Guangning Provincial Football Sports Management Center. "Teacher, thank you for your hard work," Yuan Omping exclaimed as he hurried over to greet him. Du Taiyuan appeared sprightly, clad in a sharply tailored suit, his slightly graying hair meticulously styled. "Ah, Omping, you've worked hard today," he responded warmly. "How can I say it's hard work? It is an honor for me that you bring your esteemed students to compete here," Yuan Omping replied. Despite being inherently straightforward and disliking flattery in the workplace, he felt compelled to offer compliments to someone of Du Taiyuan's stature, especially since he had requests to make. "Have you attended to our media friends well?" Du Taiyuan inquired. "Fear not, teacher, they are all seated in the stands, and lunch has been arranged according to my own standards. I assure you, there will be no embarrassment," Yuan Omping assured him. "I have always trusted you to handle matters efficiently," Du Taiyuan remarked, just as they were engaged in pleasantries. One of Du Taiyuan's assistants approached and whispered something in his ear. Du Taiyuan frowned and asked, "Xiao Yuan, why are there a few foreigners in the media stands? Where did they come from?" Yuan Omping was taken aback, realizing the old man's vigilance had detected Thomas from afar. With the situation already unveiled, he chose not to lie, as the matter was not directly related to him. "The teacher, I have heard that those foreign individuals seem to be scouts, introduced by our leadership, possibly connected to our sports administration." "Humph," Du Taiyuan scoffed derisively. "These foreigners seem to constantly seek shortcuts, misleading the youth into pursuing football careers abroad. I believe it is sheer nonsense." At the moment Du Taiyuan uttered these words, he failed to consider that Yuan Omping, standing nearby, once had a lackluster experience abroad. Whether this oversight was unintentional or deliberate remains unclear, leaving Yuan Omping awkwardly smiling on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Yang Jian and his teammates, already warming up at the edge of the field, finally glimpsed the true prowess of their opponents. The players from the Tungfei Football School's youth training team were all agile and robust. Their warm-up movements revealed their exceptional football skills and awareness, starkly contrasting with the players from Yang Jian's ordinary high school team. "Hey, Yang Jian, what do you think of these players?" Sun Lin whispered as he leaned closer. "Impressive." Yang Jian instinctively nodded, noting the clear difference. Yao Yifan, grimacing, remarked, "Look at them flaunting their superiority, not even glancing our way. Even if we lose, we must make them aware of our capabilities." Yang Jian reminded his teammates, "Everyone, stay focused. Do not underestimate them. Just look at their movements and physical attributes. Today's match may be more challenging than we anticipated." In the locker room, the eager players of the Guangning team awaited Coach Yuan Omping's tactical briefing before the match. Yuan Omping began by outlining the playing style and tactical characteristics of the Tungfei Football School's youth team, preparing everyone for the difficulties ahead. He then proceeded to announce the starting lineup. Upon concluding the list, confusion swept through the room. Yang Jian was notably absent from the starting 11. Even more surprising, several usual starters were relegated to the bench. Some players questioned whether Coach Yuan had made an error or overlooked certain names, but Yuan Omping firmly shook his head, asserting, "There is no issue. These individuals are our substitutes." Although Yang Jian himself was puzzled, having established a solid rapport with the team over the past year and secured his starting position, he could not fathom why Coach Yuan would choose not to start him in such a crucial match. Nevertheless, as a member of the team, he understood that following the coach's directives was his duty, prompting him to wish good luck to his teammates set to take the field. As both teams prepared to enter the pitch, Coach Yuan nudged Yang Jian, seated on the bench beside him, with his elbow, uttering 3 words, "Observe closely." In an instant, Yang Jian comprehended the intent. During his first training match, he too had been placed on the bench by Coach Yuan to thoroughly observe and analyze the dynamics of the game. It appears that Coach Yuan intends to employ the same strategy once again, deploying a few surprise players in the second half, which may yield unexpectedly favorable results. Prior to the match, Yang Jian observed his teammates on the field with growing concern, excluding himself. The current lineup of the Guangning team should possess approximately 80% of their optimal strength, sufficient to contend with an average school team. However, their opponents are the fierce and formidable youth training squad. How long can these teammates truly endure? With a sharp whistle from the referee, the match between Tengfei and Guangning officially commenced. Before the game, Yuan Anping had outlined a rather straightforward tactical approach for his players to adopt a defensive posture, effectively forming a solid wall and relinquishing possession of the ball. They would then attempt to utilize Yao Yifan's speed for counterattacks. Initially, the Guangning players did indeed plan to execute this strategy. However, just a few minutes into the match, many began to waver in their resolve. They noticed that the Tengfei players, whether in their movement or pressing, exhibited a distinct lack of vigor, seemingly underestimating their opponents. Sun Lin, holding the ball in the midfield, gestured for his teammates to push the line forward. "Everyone, advance. Let us initiate an offensive. I will orchestrate the play." Zhang Yuzi quickly shouted from behind, "Old son, don't be reckless. Coach Yuan has instructed us to focus on defensive counterattacks." Sun Lin promptly countered, "What constitutes defense? There can be no defense without offense. If they do not attack, should we still refrain from advancing?" As the captain and a central figure in midfield, Sun Lin's tactical decisions often guided the team's play. Therefore, as he commanded on the pitch, his teammates generally followed his lead, provided his actions were not overly erratic. In the blink of an eye, Sun Lin had surged forward, penetrating into the opponent's half by several meters. To his astonishment, not a single player from Tengfei pressed him, further fueling his sense of indignation. At that moment, Yao Yifan had also begun his run down the flank. Sun Lin, seizing the opportunity, executed a precise through ball that found Yao Yifan's feet. Upon gaining possession, Yao Yifan immediately showcased his speed, darting diagonally towards the opponent's penalty area. Soon, only a single Tengfei defender stood between him and the goalkeeper. As Yao Yifan assessed the situation, contemplating a shot on goal, he suddenly sensed a shadow closing in swiftly. He glanced up and was taken aback to find the defender had already positioned himself directly in front of him. This unexpected speed caught Yao Yifan off guard. Yet with the chance now in sight, he felt compelled to take a shot before the defender could block him. However, to his astonishment, the defender's intent was not merely to obstruct Yao Yifan's shot. Instead, he aimed to snatch the ball away before Yao could even attempt to shoot. The defender swiftly advanced, using his right foot to nudge the ball away, and with a gentle nudge of his shoulder, he successfully stripped Yao Yifan of control. Alas, Yao Yifan could not help but let out a loud cry, collapsing onto the ground. The opponent's defender moved with an air of nonchalance. Yet it felt as if he had been struck by a moving electric scooter. Nevertheless, it was indeed a remarkably clean tackle. In terms of physical prowess, Yao Yifan was undoubtedly among the top in his team, having trained in athletics from a young age. However, he did not anticipate that such a seemingly casual positioning maneuver from the defender could wield such tremendous force. Oh no! Yao Yifan suddenly realized that the defensive action from his adversary was entirely within the bounds of fair play. If he, a student athlete, could not withstand it, what would become of his teammates? With this thought, he hastily scrambled to his feet and dashed back to his half, eager to rejoin the defensive formation. The previously languid players of the Tengfei team sprang into action within mere seconds of regaining possession. In a dazzling flurry of brief passes, the Tengfei team's offensive thrust swiftly reached the edge of the Guangning team's penalty area. The player in possession gently nudged the ball towards the center, where a teammate made a powerful strike. The shot was slightly elevated, missing the target by a narrow margin. Wang Jiaqing, the goalkeeper for Guangning, dared not let the ball pass, leaping up to deflect it over the goal line. Tengfei secured the first corner kick of the match. In the interim of this dead ball situation, many players from Guangning finally grasped the urgency of the situation. The momentum had shifted. The sequence from Tengfei's interception in their own half to the shot taken in the opponent's territory had lasted scarcely 20 seconds. After Yao Yifan was tackled, every pass executed by Tengfei was rapid, precise, and stable. This swift exchange left no time for Guangning's players to adjust their defensive awareness. Each pass seemed meticulously calculated, with no player making any superfluous movements. On the sidelines, Yang Jian had a clearer perspective than those on the field. He understood that the players of Tingfei had yet to fully engage with the seriousness of the match. Chapter 21. The darkest hour. Tingfei was preparing to take the corner kick. In front of the goal, several tall players from Tungfei were poised with anticipation. Meanwhile, Guangning had positioned their taller players within the small penalty area, adhering to their usual corner defense strategy, marking their opponents one-on-one. With a whistle, the number 6 player from the opposing team began his run-up for the corner kick. Concurrently, the tall Tungfei players in the box started to shift. Suddenly, the number 8 player from Tungfei broke away from the crowd, sprinting towards the corner flag. The corner taker number 6 from Tungfei lightly pushed the ball to his advancing teammate. This was a tactical corner. As the ball reached the 8th player, he did not wait for it to come to a complete stop. Instead, he lowered his shoulder and nudged the ball slightly forward towards the edge of the penalty area. This subtle movement drew the attention of 2 defenders from the Guangning team, causing them to shift their weight. On the sidelines, Yang Jian felt a pang of concern. The 8th player from the Tingfei team had anticipated this moment. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly flicked the ball towards the baseline with the outside of his right foot. Unbeknownst to him, the 6th player, who had just taken the corner kick, swiftly changed direction and raced towards the baseline to receive the pass. Zhang Yuze, in a moment of panic, glanced at the unmoving linesman. No offside. Clearly, this was a premeditated tactic. It was now too late to prevent the 6th player from receiving the ball. He could only attempt to intercept his next move. However, his teammates seemed to have their focus drawn by the 6th player's sudden advance, failing to recognize the positional discrepancy between themselves and their opponents. 2 of them rushed forward, eager to intercept the pass. As they did so, the original passer, the 8th player, transformed into an unmarked free agent, approaching the penalty spot without the slightest hesitation. Zhang Yuze keenly observed this development. He aimed to execute a back-angled pass, allowing the 8th player to receive the ball near the penalty spot for a shot. This was the culmination of their corner kick strategy. Zhang Yuze immediately retreated from the goal line to block the passing lane between the 6th and 8th players. To his surprise, the 6th player lightly flicked the ball with his toes, sending it arcing over the heads of the 2 defenders directly towards the goal. The Tingfei team's center forward, lurking near the goal, leaped and made perfect contact with the ball. The ensuing chaos and the minimal distance rendered goalkeeper Wang Jiaqing unable to mount an effective save. 1-0. As Zhang Yuze turned to see the goal scored by the Tingfei team's center forward, the very player he had just been marking, he realized that despite believing he had deciphered their strategy, it was he who had inadvertently left a gap. The players from Tungfei showed little celebration, merely exchanging brief high-fives and pats on the head before swiftly returning to their half to await the restart. A teammate approached Zhang Yuze, offering words of comfort. Don't be disheartened. It was chaotic in the box. It was hard to defend. Yet, deep down, Zhang Yuze understood that every detail of that corner kick, including his positional error and the confusion in the penalty area, had been meticulously orchestrated by the opposition. Unbeknownst to him and his teammates, they had unwittingly followed the script laid out by Tingfei, treating the match as a rehearsal. The entire Guangning team had become mere pawns, easily manipulated and compliant. As Guangning kicked off from the center circle, the match resumed. Aside from Yao Yifan and Zhang Yuze, who had experienced a slight tremor of the professionalism exuded by the Tingfei team, the rest remained unaware. Other teammates believed that the previous goal conceded by the Tingfei team was merely a stroke of luck amidst the chaos. However, what transpired next could not be attributed to fortune. After the kickoff from the center circle, the Guangning team managed only a few passes before Tingfei's players executed a swift and decisive press. These players not only approached with remarkable agility and precision, but also surrounded the Guangning player in possession. When he realized that the opposing players were closing in and sought to pass the ball quickly, he discovered that all potential passing lanes had been effectively blocked, leaving him at the mercy of his opponents. Upon regaining possession, Tungfei's players launched a powerful kick, transferring the ball to the opposite side of the pitch. Receiving the ball was player number 6, who found significantly more space on this side. He advanced rapidly, soon confronting the Guangning defender at the bottom left corner of the penalty area. Instead of attempting to break into the box, he took 2 lateral steps before delivering a precise lob pass. The Tingfei forward, player number 11, who had been moving slowly at the edge of the penalty area, suddenly altered his rhythm amidst the tight marking of 2 defenders, skillfully slipping between them and leaving them behind. In an instant, the ball met the player. Without pausing, Player number 11 executed a diving header. Wang Jiaqing reacted promptly, yet despite his perfectly executed save attempt, he was unable to cover the expansive goal in a one-on-one situation. The score was now 0-2. Wang Jiaqing displayed evident signs of frustration, hurriedly retrieving the ball from the net and slamming it to the ground. How are you marking your players? Two of you allowed one to slip through. His teammates, now scapegoats for his ire, could only silently bear the brunt of his frustration. They had not anticipated that player number 11 would adjust his pace so swiftly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Guangning team subtly shifted. If the first goal had been a result of a set-piece tactic, the second goal was a clear demonstration of Tengfei's dynamic and adaptable strategies tearing through Guangning's defenses during open play. The defenders failed not only to block the opponent's passes, but also to track the movements of the attacking players, ultimately allowing player No. 11 to score with ease against the goalkeeper. These two goals had made it painfully clear to all Guangning players that their opponents outmatched them in skill, physicality, and on-field execution by a considerable margin. Yet, the situation was about to worsen. With the first half nearing its conclusion, several Guangning forwards contributed little to the attack, merely following the relentless back-and-forth runs. The midfield was under severe pressure, making it difficult for the ball to reach their feet. At that moment, the defense was breached with ease once more, causing the emotions of the forward players to begin to fluctuate. After a passing error, Yao Yifan began to vocally complain about Sun Lin's failure to pass the ball sooner. Although Sun Lin maintained a semblance of calm and refrained from an immediate confrontation, his facial expressions and body language clearly conveyed his dissatisfaction with Yao Yifan. The chaotic situation on the field left Yang Jian feeling somewhat anxious, as if the collapse of the Guangning team could occur at any moment. He couldn't help but glance towards Yuan Anping. Where was Coach Yuan? It seemed as if this team and this match were of no concern to him. His expression remained stoic as he sat steadily on the bench, calmly observing the unfolding events on the field. Chapter 22. What is the matter? Are we holding a funeral? Emotions are contagious, especially on the field when a team lacks a strong leader and finds itself in a passive position. There is a saying, even a dog can play well in a favorable situation. Those acquainted with these sports will surely understand the meaning behind this phrase. However, when a team faces adversity, one of the most common scenarios that arises is when a player becomes withdrawn or irritable, quickly affecting several others, leading the entire team's chemistry to spiral into a negative extreme. Before the end of the first half, a forward from the Tengfei team received the ball after a wall pass and charged into the Guangning team's penalty area. The defending player, realizing he couldn't catch up, perhaps out of frustration, resorted to pulling the opponent's collar at the last moment, causing the forward to stumble. The referee promptly issued a yellow card. Fortunately, the foul occurred just before the opponent entered the penalty area, where another defender was still present. Had it been just the goalkeeper left to defend, such a clearly retaliatory foul would undoubtedly have resulted in a red card. The Tengfei players remained unperturbed, calmly standing up and brushing off the grass from their faces. Yang Jian could not help but admire them in silence. The psychological resilience and professionalism of these Tengfei players were on an entirely different level compared to his high school peers. In a casual setting, the player who was fouled would likely have reacted with irritation. The penalty kick for Tengfei was taken by their captain, number 10, who effortlessly scored, and the referee soon blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The score was 0-3. On the sidelines, the media professionals invited to watch the game were engaged in animated discussions. These are undoubtedly the best prospects nurtured by our country's premier football academy. Their tactical acumen is simply unparalleled. Just look at their every move. It's like watching a film flawlessly executed. I've heard that the team they're playing against isn't a formal youth training squad. They're just a bunch of high school students from Guangning. Playing against such a team must feel like playing with children. Otherwise, why attend a football academy? If you ask me, they should score at least 3 more in the second half. Indeed, a friend of mine at Tengfei previously mentioned that several children from this youth training team had already pre-signed contracts with teams in the Chinese Super League. Not just any teams, but some of the prestigious clubs from Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Upon returning today, we must compose a thoughtful article. Who knows, in a few years, one of these youngsters might emerge as a great football star. Such a development would undoubtedly benefit our careers. However, amidst the lively discussions among the journalists, Thomas Mason and his companions remained silent. In Thomas's view, the players in this team exhibited commendable tactical acumen, and their technical skills were beyond reproach. Yet, their creativity and drive on the pitch were woefully lacking. They appeared to be flawless, manufactured products, as if crafted on an assembly line. The creators might have experimented with numerous designs before discarding several inferior prototypes. Each one was brightly displayed in a showcase, inviting admiration and photographs from onlookers. Yet, Thomas sensed a profound absence in their gaze and demeanor, a missing spark that signifies humanity's primal urge for football. He wished to observe them further. In the Guangning team's locker room, an atmosphere of desolation reigned, as though the mute button had been pressed. All players sat in a state of despair, scarcely daring to glance at one another. Even if they did, they would likely have no idea what to say, and perhaps a mere exchange of words could provoke a quarrel. Yuan Omping entered the locker room, surveying the scene, and suddenly shouted, "What are you all doing? Holding a funeral?" Yang Jian, trailing behind him, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Yuan Omping continued, "Has the match concluded? Why are you all acting like this? Do you not wish to play the second half?" Coach Yuan's voice trembled as he lamented, "The gap is too vast. It feels as if we have forgotten how to play." As soon as he spoke, other players echoed his despair with sighs, head shakes, and fists against the wall. Yuan Omping, exasperated, remarked, "Look at your lack of spirit. Just 3 goals down, and you're all so dejected. If we concede 2 more in the first half, wouldn't you be back in the locker room crying out for your mothers? How did I instruct you before the match? Who among you actually listened? How well did you execute my strategy? Winning a few minor training matches has led you to believe you are invincible, haven to you?" With a few biting words, Yuan Omping felt a sense of relief. Recently, these children had strutted about with their tails held high, their training sessions filled with laughter and a lack of seriousness compared to their initial earnestness. Yuan Omping had refrained from confronting them directly, instead deliberately scheduling this friendly match to temper their arrogance. Now, with just 1 half, his objective had been achieved. Though it seemed he may have gone a bit too far, these children not only lost their pride, but also their confidence had been thoroughly shattered. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Yuan Omping sensed the disquiet in the air and said, Yang Jian, why don't you share your thoughts?" What could he say at this moment? Yang Jian was all too aware. He has watched more matches and read more magazines than all his teammates combined. He instinctively understands that at this moment, the only thing they can do, and the only effective course of action, is succinctly put, tighten the rope. Yang Jian leapt onto the table in the locker room and exclaimed, "Everyone, don't lose heart. 3 goals mean nothing." Upon hearing this, his teammates gazed at Yang Jian in disbelief. "We may be trailing by 3 goals in the first half, but that does not reflect our true capabilities. Yes, they are a professional youth training team, and their skills surpass ours, but the gap is not as vast as you might think." Observing the wavering spirits of his teammates, Yang Jian continued, "I clearly saw from the sidelines that our deficit in the first half stemmed entirely from our failure to execute the tactical arrangements we had planned. We fell right into their cleverly devised trap." "What's this trap?" someone inquired. Yang Jian replied, feigning weakness. "At the outset, they pretended to be lackadaisical, tricking us into lowering our guard, and then seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, exploiting our vulnerabilities. Do you believe we still have hope for the second half?" "Of course. Not only do we have hope, but in the second half, we shall show them what we are made of." Yang Jian's voice rose again. "Listen to me. Everyone, we must forget the first half immediately. In the second half, we will strictly adhere to Coach Yuan's strategy of a defensive counterattack. Let us not cower. We must not allow them to perceive our fear." The atmosphere in the locker room began to stir with renewed energy. Seizing the moment, Yang Jian pressed on. "I mean it. 3-0 means nothing. Last year in the Champions League, Inter Milan came back from 3-0 down to draw 4-4, ultimately defeating Bayern in penalties to reach the finals. Are we afraid of those who wear shoes while we are barefoot? Trust me. Let us give our all in the second half. Even if we cannot win, let us aim for a draw. And if that fails, let us score at least 2 goals to ensure they leave Guangning bruised." Yang Jian's impassioned speech completely ignited his teammates' spirits, and the locker room buzzed with fervor. Everyone was filled with an exhilaration akin to having received a shot of adrenaline, eagerly awaiting the start of the second half. Chapter 23, The Counterattack. In the final moments of halftime, Coach Yuan Omping's team made tactical adjustments. Yang Jian and 2 other defensive players were brought on to replace 3 fatigued teammates. The second half commenced. Yang Jian boldly stepped onto the field. As the referee's whistle blew, the counterattack plan centered around him unfolded. With a commanding lead of 3 goals, Team Tingfei faced little uncertainty regarding the outcome of the match. Their primary objective now was to maintain control, avoiding injuries while seeking to extend their lead. After all, Du Tiyuan had invested significantly in media personnel to bolster the reputation of his players. Merely winning by 3 goals would surely not suffice. Yuan Onping, being well-versed in the intricacies of the football world, was acutely aware of these dynamics. Thus, prior to the start of the second half, he had advised his players accordingly. It is imperative to rigorously adhere to the defensive strategy of maintaining a solid formation while simultaneously concealing our offensive ambitions. This approach will induce a sense of complacency among the players of the Tingfei team. When their mindset and movements begin to relax, it shall signal the opportune moment for the Guangning team to launch their counterattack. Having suffered significant losses in the first half, the players of Guangning have now adopted a more subdued demeanor. Were it not for Yuan Onping's exhortation during halftime to have Yang Jian energetically twist the rope in the locker room, they would likely have succumbed to a complete psychological collapse, devoid of any fighting spirit. Thus, in the second half, even the most eager to attack, Yao Yifan, remained steadfastly anchored in his defensive position, refraining from any rash actions. At the onset of the second half, the Tingfei players did not rush to mount an aggressive offense. For a team accustomed to dominating weaker opponents, the current situation on the field was all too familiar. Typically, a team that has been thoroughly outplayed in the first half tends to lose much of its attacking resolve, resorting to a defensive posture solely to preserve their dignity and avert a humiliating defeat. Under such a defensive strategy, Tingfei's simplistic passing tactics posed little threat to Guangning. Even their feeble attempts at shooting were effortlessly thwarted by the defenders and the goalkeeper. Finally, during a corner kick, Guangning seized an opportunity for a breakthrough. Tingfei's corner was taken, but the crowded penalty area offered no chance for a jump to strike. With the assistance of teammates blocking the defenders, goalkeeper Wang Jiaqing leaped high to claim the ball. Just as he contemplated lying down to waste time, he suddenly heard a loud shout from the front line. "Lao Wang, throw it!" It was Yang Jian. Wang Jiaqing glanced up to see Yang Jian charging toward the center circle, while most of Tingfei's players languidly made their way back from their own penalty area. Yang Jian's call was a command. With all his might, Wang Jiaqing swung his arm and launched the ball, which soared across the field to land at Yang Jian's feet. With graceful finesse, Yang Jian controlled the ball, turned, and sprinted, executing these 3 actions in seamless succession. This unexpected rapid counterattack caught the Tingfei team off guard, making it too late for them to mount a substantial defense. However, 2 defenders were swiftly closing in on Yang Jian, intent on thwarting his advance. Noticing the situation out of the corner of his eye, Yang Jian remained composed. He deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the first defender to close in. As the defender adjusted his stride, Yang Jian discreetly nudged the ball past him, slipping through his legs. Once he had evaded the first defender, Yang Jian quickly propelled the ball forward and accelerated. At that moment, the second defender was also drawing near. As Yang Jian sprinted, he glanced up to assess the position of the opposing goalkeeper. Due to the previous onslaught on Guangning, the Tingfei team's overall formation, including their goalkeeper, was positioned quite forward. At present, their goalkeeper is retreating towards the goal, albeit at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, he contemplates the dire situation. If the last defender on his side is outmaneuvered by Yang Jian, should he rush out to block the approaching striker's path? The moment has arrived. Yang Jian resolves within himself, as the second defender closes in, to execute a delicate lob shot. The ball ascends from a distance of 20 meters, tracing an exquisite arc straight towards the goal. No matter how high the soaring goalkeeper of the Tingfei team leaps or how long his arms stretch, the distance renders him powerless. He can only watch helplessly as the football sails above his fingertips and into the net, while he crashes heavily to the ground. Guangning team has secured a point. Yang Jian's splendid individual performance stirs a flicker of excitement in the media stands, which had been teetering on the brink of slumber. The lob shot, a weapon Yang Jian had previously wielded during the selection trials, is suddenly remembered by his teammates, many of whom had forgotten it was one of his specialties. Conversely, Du Tiyuan's expression grows grim. A seasoned warrior, he realizes the goalkeeper's positioning is abysmal the instant Yang Jian bypasses the first defender and lifts his gaze. Yet, even with Du Tiyuan's keen awareness, he finds himself powerless from the stands, shaking his head in frustration. On the Guangning bench, players and coaches share a subtle thrill. The on-field players are even more exhilarated, with several teammates sprinting from the backfield to celebrate with Yang Jian. However, Yang Jian bypasses the still recovering Tingfei goalkeeper and dashes towards the goal. He bends down to retrieve the ball and swiftly signals his teammates to return to their defensive positions. One goal is far from satiating Yang Jian's ambition. Soon, mere minutes later, a Tongfei player, with his back to the goal, has barely settled when Yang Jian, emerging from seemingly nowhere, successfully intercepts the ball. Observing Yang Jian's sudden steal, the Tongfei defenders cannot afford to be complacent, especially after their coach's stern warning to closely monitor the newly substituted number 14. In an instant, 3 defenders converge on Yang Jian, nearly sealing off all avenues for a pass. Yet, undaunted by the throng, Yang Jian skillfully maneuvers the ball towards the sideline, making subtle adjustments to seek an opportunity. At the precise moment the opposing defenders advance for the tackle, Yang Jian decisively springs into action. He deftly exploits the opening created by the outstretched leg of the first defender, executing a splendid nutmeg to outmaneuver him. The remaining 2 defenders, reacting instinctively, press forward to apply pressure, inadvertently granting Yang Jian a modicum of space. Another nutmeg. With lightning speed, Yang Jian flicks the ball past the 2 defenders. The Tongfei midfielders, already frazzled by their coach's harsh reprimands, realize the precariousness of the situation and hastily send 2 more players to contain Yang Jian. This is precisely the reaction he had aimed to provoke. The players of the Tongfei team were excessively focused on Yang Jian, to the extent that they failed to realize the overwhelming force they had deployed against him. In Chapter 24, a game that stops on a dime. After Yang Jian effortlessly maneuvered past 3 defenders from the Tongfei team, 2 more defenders rushed in to obstruct his path. At that moment, Yao Yifan also began his sprint along the flank. Having played together for nearly a year, the children of the Guangning team had developed considerable synergy. Yao Yifan understood that Yang Jian needed assistance. Noticing Yao Yifan's rapid approach, Yang Jian instinctively grasped the situation. Without waiting for the opposing players to close in, Yang Jian executed a low, long pass, sending the ball deep into the heart of the Tongfei team's defense. The pass had significant anticipation, but that was of little concern. Having been stifled for quite some time, Yao Yifan surged towards the ball's landing point like an arrow released from a bow. Seemingly intent on expending all his energy in this counterattack, he possessed absolute confidence in his speed, within a distance of 30 to 50 meters. He was certain no player from the Tongfei team could catch up with him. At that moment, the circumstances on the field were also highly favorable for Yao Yifan. Yang Jian's outstanding performance had drawn the attention of the Tongfei players entirely to him, causing them to overlook the other members of the Guangning team. As Yang Jian executed that long pass and connected with the charging Yao Yifan, most players from Tongfei had yet to fully transition into a defensive mode. Thus, Yao Yifan seized the opportunity, utilizing his speed to create a one-on-one chance against the Tongfei goalkeeper. Typically fiery and impetuous, Yao Yifan remained remarkably calm in this instance, aware that such a chance was rare and recognizing the value of Yang Jian's pass. Therefore, faced with a tall and imposing goalkeeper, he refrained from taking an immediate shot. The Tongfei goalkeeper, fearful of being lobbed again, hesitated to rush out, lowering his center of gravity while spreading his limbs, rapidly approaching Yao Yifan's trajectory in an attempt to utilize his extensive defensive range to intercept the clear shot. As the 2 drew near, Yao Yifan lifted his right foot, feigning a shot. The impatient goalkeeper fell for the ruse, lunging towards the ball. Sensing the goalkeeper's misstep, Yao Yifan deftly nudged the ball past him, creating an open goal, which he confidently slotted home. The Guangning bench erupted in jubilation. Several players, unable to contain their excitement, rushed onto the field to celebrate with Yao Yifan, only to be promptly reprimanded by Yuan Anping and sheepishly retreat. Like Yang Jian, Yao Yifan sought to retrieve the ball from the net and quickly returned to the center circle, but he was halted by 2 late-arriving defenders from Tongfei, resulting in a brief shoving match before the referee swiftly intervened. At the precise moment when Yao Yifan scored a one-on-one goal, Du Tiyuan, seated on the substitutes bench of the Tongfei team, furiously smashed his disposable cup onto the ground. "Call off the match. We shall not play any longer." The assistant principal nearby cautiously interjected, "Principal, this might be no more nonsense. Find any excuse. Do it now." Although the head coach was present on the substitutes bench in reality, the various teams of Tongfei Football School were under the direct oversight of Principal Du Tiyuan, with the head coach often serving merely as a figurehead, primarily tasked with taking the blame. Witnessing the principal's fury, the assistant principal hurriedly dashed onto the field and concocted a fabricated excuse for the head referee, claiming that the entire Tongfei team had to reschedule their upcoming flight due to urgent changes in their itinerary, necessitating an immediate cessation of the match to prepare for their departure. The referee, finding this justification quite reasonable, especially given that it was merely an informal match. Promptly blew the whistle to signal the end of the game. The players on the field and the journalists in the media stands were left utterly bewildered by the sudden conclusion. Upon learning the true reason, they could only resign themselves to the situation. Incompetence. What have you been practicing for the past 6 months? On the bus of Tingfei Football School, Du Tiyuan stood at the front, delivering a tempestuous reprimand to the youth training team. How many times have I emphasized the importance of a serious attitude and proper mindset? Which of you has truly absorbed it? All you do is let it go in one ear and out the other, thinking you know better, foolish mortals. Taking a breath, Du continued his tirade. A high school team established less than a year ago managed to execute 2 counterattacks against you in just a few minutes of the second half. How many years have you spent at Tingfei? What have you been doing all this time? His words were harsh, resonating painfully even with the head coach seated in the front row, who understood that the criticism was not only directed at the players, but also subtly aimed at himself. However, for many years, Du Tiyuan had been the undisputed authority at Tingfei Football School, and few dared to openly confront him, even within the broader realm of Chinese football. Sighing inwardly, the coach thought, what can I do? This is our livelihood, as he endured the relentless downpour of Du Tiyuan's harsh words. Personal skills, physical condition, tactical understanding, what do you lack compared to the opponents? To squander such a significant advantage in this manner is unacceptable. If I hadn't called off the match, who knows how many more goals you would have conceded in another 10 or 20 minutes. Not a single player among those seated dared to move. And even lifting their heads seemed a daunting task. Some among them had the audacity to boast about their future aspirations of becoming professional players and even pre-signing contracts. Yet with such a dismissive attitude towards their opponents, I could never consider them my students after graduation. I cannot bear this humiliation. Exhausted from his tirade, Du Tiyuan leaned against the seat back to catch his breath, as his assistant approached him and whispered gently in his ear, Principal, Yuan Omping is here to see you. Reflect deeply upon your actions. Du Tiyuan exclaimed before alighting from the vehicle to meet Yuan Omping, who awaited him outside. Principal, why the sudden departure? Yuan Omping inquired politely. Alas, Omping, circumstances dictate my haste. My flight has been rescheduled, and should I delay, the forthcoming training regimen will be disrupted, Du Tiyuan responded, his earlier fury now replaced by a benevolent smile. I see. Principal, I truly apologize for the disruption, Yuan Omping replied. Oh, it's hardly a nuisance. However, Omping, it seems you have picked up some questionable habits in recent years. When did you secretly cultivate such promising talent? Yuan Omping feigned ignorance, asking, what do you mean? Principal, do not play coy with me. Though I may be aging, my eyesight remains keen. I can certainly recognize your number 14. His potential rivals that of my own students, Du Tiyuan remarked. Ah, you flatter me, Principal, Yuan Omping chuckled awkwardly. Let us get to the point. What do you think about this young man's interest in joining my team? Du Tiyuan queried directly. Yuan Omping, perceptive as ever, had anticipated this turn of events. Recalling Du Tiyuan's propensity for poaching talent during his tenure as a stakeholder in a Super League club. Yet, he understood that he could not make decisions on behalf of Yang Jian. Principal, this matter is rather delicate. The boy is about to enter his final year of high school. Any development towards your club would necessitate a discussion with his parents, he replied. That is only reasonable. Here's what we shall do. Omping, please initiate a preliminary conversation regarding this matter. Keep me informed of any developments, and should it come to fruition, I will offer you a generous reward, Du Tiyuan proposed. Principal, you are too kind. This is merely my duty, Yuan Omping countered. Very well. I shall await your good news, Du Tiyuan said, waving his hand as he turned to enter his chauffeur-driven car. As soon as he settled into his seat, the smile vanished from his face. In the office of the Football Sports Management Center of Guangdong Province, Yuan Omping reclined in his chair, staring blankly at the dark computer screen. Just hours earlier, Du Tiyuan had extended an olive branch to his player. To be regarded favorably by Du Tiyuan is undeniably an honor for any aspiring young footballer like Yang Jian. Joining the Tingfei Football School, especially as Du Tiyuan's chosen player, signifies that as long as Yang Jian performs admirably, he will have a future in Chinese football. Should Yang Jian flourish and ascend to the apex of the Super League, securing lucrative contracts and various commercial endorsements, perhaps even representing the national team to bring glory to his country, such prospects are certainly attainable. Even in the unfortunate event of a setback, with Du Tiyuan's backing, he could at least secure a role as an assistant coach or team leader within a professional club, which would still be quite commendable. Everything appeared to be quite favorable. Yet, Yuan Omping harbored additional thoughts. Yang Jian, this young man, has consistently excelled academically, though he may not rank among the absolute elite at foreign high school. He has managed to maintain a position within the top 10 of his class throughout the past year of rigorous training and competition. Once the national competition concludes, he intends to devote himself entirely to his studies, aiming for a strong performance in the college entrance examination, which holds great promise for his future. Foreign high school in Shizhou City is a key institution in the province, boasting an impressive college admission rate exceeding 90 for first-tier universities annually. The prospect of attending a prestigious university, securing a good job thereafter, or pursuing further education at the graduate level is a dream that many families cherish. Thus, if Yang Jian were to pursue a career in football with limited prospects, it might indeed thwart what could have been a brighter future for him. In today's society, no parent, given the opportunity for their child to attend a 985 or 211 university, would willingly choose a path in professional football. After much contemplation, Yuan Omping remained uncertain about whether to disclose this matter to Yang Jian and his parents. Initially, he had assured Yang Jian's parents that he would allow him to return to his studies after this summer's national competition. But now to suggest a career in professional football seemed somewhat disingenuous. A series of knocks echoed through the door. Who is it? Yuan Omping wondered, surprised that someone sought him out after working hours. Thomas, where have you been this afternoon? Why did you arrive so late? Thomas Mason cheerfully entered. Yuan, you're still at work? Ah, I was quite exhausted from organizing the matches today and was hoping to rest a bit. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Had you come 10 minutes later, I might have already left. As Yuan spoke, he invited Thomas to sit down and poured him a glass of water. Taking the cup, Thomas, with a mock-serious demeanor, asked, Yuan, can you guess why I'm here? Spare me the theatrics. Just tell me which player from Tongfei has caught your eye. I'd like to evaluate your prowess as a European scout. But I must clarify, I cannot facilitate any introductions. Instead of directly answering Yuan's question, Thomas pretended to sip his water and grin cryptically. Yuan, I thought this afternoon's match was quite thrilling. But why did such an exciting game end so abruptly? Why else? They had to change their flight. Otherwise, they would miss it. Oh, do you genuinely believe that? In just a few words, Thomas managed to amuse Yuan. He had always been clever, even during his football days in England, where he was known for his cunning ideas. Yuan Omping could easily discern the underlying reasons for the match's premature conclusion. With a team of over 20 players, along with the team leader, coaching staff, translators, and logistical support, including Principal Du and his 2 assistants, the scale of this extensive training event surely warranted meticulous planning prior to departure. Could a flight truly be delayed without prior arrangement? Moreover, with so many journalists and self-media outlets being hired at a considerable expense, could one casually incur such significant costs without prior planning? Clearly, the situation in the latter half of the match spiraled out of control, and Principal Du, fearing the loss of face should the game continue, abruptly halted it. Although he understood the underlying reasons, Yuan Omping was reluctant to acknowledge them openly for various reasons. Thomas, this matter lacks evidence. You must not indulge in baseless speculation, he said dismissively. Come on, Yuan, it's just the 2 of us. Are you still hiding things from me? Who is Du Taiyuan? A heavyweight elder in Chinese football, the founder of the Tongfei Football School. A former professional player who has represented the national team in the World Cup. He is known for his authoritarian nature, obstinate and proud. As one of his former students, you must be more aware of this than I am. Yuan Omping gazed at Thomas in astonishment. How do you know so much? Thomas, with a proud expression, replied, having spent years in Asia, I must familiarize myself with the prominent figures in the football circles of neighboring countries. As our ancestors said, knowing both oneself and the adversary leads to victory in every battle. Go on, that's my ancestor, not yours. Don't flatter yourself. Yuan Omping retorted with a hint of sarcasm before asking, so, you haven't found any players from Tongfei to your liking? None. Thomas shook his head. This batch of players possesses decent abilities, yet they lack creativity. They resemble products churned out on an assembly line, standardized and uniform. My team and I unanimously believe that if these players were to arrive in Europe, it would be challenging for them to establish themselves. Noticing Yuan Omping's silence, Thomas continued, Yuan, as old teammates, allow me to be frank. Your approach and model for player development are flawed. During my years in Asia, I have observed numerous examples. Other countries are learning from European experiences, while you remain stuck in outdated methods. Ah, Thomas, how could I not be aware of your observations? Yet, what can I change alone? As you witnessed today, I must bow and scrape before Du Taiyuan, not to mention other heavyweights. Their conversation lapsed into silence. Suddenly, a thought struck Yuan Onping. You wouldn't have sought me out so late just to offer advice on Chinese football, would you? Heh, of course not. Thomas replied with a mischievous grin. Wait a moment, Thomas, you haven't taken a liking to one of our players, have you? Ha ha ha, Yuan. You truly are my good brother. Indeed, I have my eye on that number 14 who came on in the second half. Chapter 26, do you think he has potential? Upon hearing Thomas's words, Yuan Onping felt a wave of dizziness. How did Yang Jian suddenly become so sought after? Thomas inquired, Yuan, what do you think? Is my judgment not rather discerning? Yuan Onping chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that Thomas still had much to learn. Who uses the term discerning to describe oneself? Indeed, quite discerning. Quite discerning. Now tell me, is there a possibility for this child to play football in Europe? Thomas, let me be frank with you. This child, named Yang Jian, has caught the attention of Du Taiyuan as well. He is urging me to persuade Yang Jian to join his academy. Ha ha. Thomas laughed heartily, gazing upwards in excitement. It seems my judgment is indeed astute. At least this proves I have not misjudged his potential. Thomas, suppressing his laughter, inquired, Yuan, you discovered this child, didn't you? What do you think of his abilities? Yuan Onping quickly shook his head. No. He started too late, and without professional training, his prospects are dim. Thomas incredulously questioned, why are you being so modest about him? In my opinion, Yang Jian's ability to integrate with the ball is beyond what most young people can achieve, particularly his vigor on the field and his sense of the ball at his feet. I have not witnessed such talent in Japan or South Korea in recent years. How old is this child? 17? 18? No more than 19, I presume? 17. Remarkable, absolutely remarkable. With proper guidance, he has a promising future ahead. If you ask me, his talent is on par with Sergio Rodriguez. Sergio Rodriguez, the rising star of Spanish football, only 19 years old, hailing from the renowned La Masia Academy. At the age of 17, he was already excelling in the Spanish national team, and he has since signed a professional contract with FC Barcelona. Due to his youthful brilliance, he has been humorously dubbed Sai Luo by Chinese fans and is considered by European football as a formidable weapon for Barcelona's frontline in the next decade. Please, spare me the flattery. Yuan Onping waved his hand dismissively. Who is Rodriguez? He comes from a family steeped in football, with a pedigree as pure as La Masia. He likely began playing before he could even speak. How can Yang Jian be compared to someone like him? Thomas sighed. Yuan, I understand your perspective. You fear that elevating this child too high may lead to his downfall. Reflecting on your own past, had it not been for those individuals, you surely would have. Well, let us not dwell on that. Thomas, concerned that the atmosphere might shift, quickly changed the subject. So, where do you envision this child playing football now? Staying domestically, or shall I take him to Europe? Me? I am not this child's guardian. My words hold little weight. What if his parents wish for him to focus on his studies and attend university? Alas, Thomas scratched his head. Yet, it would be such a pity for such potential to go to waste by not pursuing football. Yuan, speak honestly. How does this child's talent compare to your own at his age? Yuan Onping pondered for a moment before finally responding. As it stands, he is not as talented as I was, but if he can quickly engage in a scientifically structured training program, I suspect within 2 or 3 years, he could surpass me. Precisely. Now you've said something truthful. To be straightforward, given the current circumstances, if Yang Jian wishes to pursue a professional path, he must either stay domestically or join Du Taiyuan's academy. However, if one seeks the swiftest passage to Europe, it is indeed only I who can facilitate that. Yuan Onping was well aware that Thomas was not exaggerating. Given Yang Jian's background and circumstances, had he taken the conventional route, foreign clubs would likely not even spare him a glance. Yet, Thomas was different. After becoming a scout, he had diligently cultivated the Asian market for many years, supplying numerous talents from China, Japan, and South Korea to European clubs. Though Thomas occasionally misjudged talent, many small European clubs had reaped significant rewards from his insights over the years. Thus, his connections in Europe were undeniably potent. Very well, you attend to your matters. Such an important issue certainly warrants a thorough discussion with the child's parents at an appropriate time. Of course, you engage in that discussion, and I shall be at your beck and call should you require assistance. To be candid, this afternoon, I have already arranged accommodations for my team, and we shall remain until we achieve a resolution. Yuan Onping shook his head in resignation as he looked at Thomas. 3 days later, in the living room of Yang Jian's home, Yuan Onping had fully disclosed the events that had transpired to Yang Jian's family. The situation is as follows. Both parties have expressed a strong desire for Yang Jian. Naturally, I do not favor either side. The choice of which path to pursue, or whether to select neither, ultimately rests with you. To be frank, upon hearing these words from Yuan Onping, Yang Yi and Zhao Yunqi were left questioning whether they were in the midst of a science fiction narrative. Yang Jian, having played football for less than a year, how could he suddenly be sought after by two parties for a professional career? One is the principal of the finest football academy in the country, a venerable figure in Chinese football. The other is a seasoned European scout with years of experience in the global football arena. Coach Yuan, is what you say truly accurate? This news is overwhelming for us. Yuan Onping smiled reassuringly. Yang Jian's mother, rest assured, every word I have spoken is unequivocally true. We have known each other for nearly a year. I have no reason to deceive you. Zhao Yunqi interjected. Oh no, that is not what I meant. I merely find all of this exceedingly surreal. It appears our Yang Jian possesses some talent after all, Yang Yi said, stroking his neck with a sense of pride. In truth, it was Yang Jian who felt the most bewildered at that moment. He had indeed fantasized about becoming a professional player. Yet this turn of events was far too abrupt. Xiao Jian, Zhao Yunqi called, shaking the dazed Yang Jian from his reverie. What are your thoughts on this? In reality, neither Zhao Yunqi nor Yang Yi was particularly inclined for Yang Jian to pursue a career as a professional footballer. Firstly, given the current state of Chinese football, it was not well regarded by the public. When Yang Jian had previously expressed a desire to play professionally, Zhao Yunqi had remarked, play professionally? What is the point? Aside from the risk of injury, if you perform poorly, your entire family will bear the brunt of the criticism. Secondly, the path of professional football was undeniably arduous. As the saying goes, a general's success is built upon the bones of countless others. We often witness those illustrious professional athletes who have ascended through the ranks, stepping upon the backs of many fellow competitors. For a penniless young lad aspiring to carve a niche in the realm of professional football, the phrase as difficult as climbing to the heavens is hardly an exaggeration. Yang Jian lowered his head, pressed his lips together, and pondered for a moment. Mom, Dad, I wish to try my hand at becoming a professional footballer. Chapter 27. I am certain. No regrets. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yunqi was taken aback. She had anticipated that her son might make such a choice. In her and her husband Yang Yi's initial plan, Yang Jian was supposed to gain admission to a prestigious high school, and with their vigilant guidance, it would be manageable for him to enter a decent university. They envisioned him meticulously selecting a popular major thereafter. Upon graduation, should he possess the capability, he could continue on to pursue a master's or even a doctoral degree. If fate did not favor him in that regard, he could settle for a stable job. If that proved unfeasible, they could have Yang Yi assist him in finding a position in a factory, perhaps as a worker. After all, Shizhou Petrochemical is a state-owned enterprise, and one could consider it a secure job in the grand scheme of things. The couple had meticulously pondered every possible path for their child. Yet they had never anticipated the prospect of professional football. Deep down, Zhao Yunqi was truly reluctant. Pursuing a career in professional football is not a path strewn with roses. It is fraught with peril. What if he were to sustain an injury? She had heard tales of many professional athletes suffering lifelong injuries, some even leading to disabilities. What if he failed to succeed, spiraling into despair? The number of individuals playing football globally is staggering. Yet the chances of achieving fame and fortune are slim, perhaps not even one in tens of thousands. What if he succumbed to negative influences? The football world is notorious for its disarray, leading astray countless impressionable youths. Yet, her child was growing up. Zhao Yunqi understood that times had changed. A few years ago, she could have wielded her maternal authority to deny Yang Jian the right to pursue football. But now, in just a year, he would be 18. Not to mention the adage that a child grows beyond their mother's control. She could not perpetually make decisions for Yang Jian. Nor could she consistently dismiss the choices he made after thoughtful deliberation. Ultimately, he must evolve into a self-reliant man, capable of standing tall in his own life. As parents, if they were to hinder him at every turn and interfere in every decision, they risked rendering him incapable in the future. Thus, even if it meant venturing into the jaws of danger, they could only allow him the freedom to forge his own path, learning the harsh truths of the world through his own experiences. With this realization, Zhao Yunqi managed to adjust her previously tumultuous emotions. Little Jian, have you truly thought this through? The road ahead is fraught with challenges. Dad, Mom, Yang Jian looked at his parents, his determination unwavering. I am certain. No regrets. After bidding farewell to Yuan Anping, the couple spent a sleepless night, troubled by their son's decision to pursue a career in professional football. Yet they had resolved not to obstruct him. However, the duration and manner of pursuing a career in professional football cannot be left to the whims of the child. After a night of closed-door discussions, Zhao Yunqi and Yang Yi presented a proposal to Yang Jian the following day. First, to play professional football. He must go to Europe and not remain in the domestic league. Second, the time frame is set for 1 year. If he cannot establish himself in a mainstream European league within that period, he must relinquish all aspirations and return home to resume his studies, preparing for the college entrance examination. Third, he may only play in the Netherlands, with no consideration for other countries. Upon gazing at the handwritten agreement laid out on the table by his mother, Yang Jian felt utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the depth of thought that had gone into their plan. What do you think, Xiao Jian? Yang Yi inquired. Zhao Yunqi added. If you agree to these 3 stipulations, we will permit you to pursue this path. Otherwise, the prospect of playing professionally will not be entertained until after your university graduation. This scheme was the result of a painstaking night of deliberation by the couple. The stipulation against playing domestically was Zhao Yunqi's brainchild. She had spent several hours researching online for this very purpose. Although playing in the domestic league might present a more familiar environment and a lower competitive level, which could facilitate his rise, Zhao Yunqi contemplated that if the child were to languish in mediocrity while becoming entrenched in the local football scene, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to transition into another profession. In such a scenario, should he fail to achieve prominence in football, he would likely find himself tethered to the fringes of the industry rather than pursuing a stable and promising academic path. The conditions abroad, however, would be markedly different. As a minor, there was no certainty that Yang Jian could endure the highly competitive landscape of European football for long. He might struggle with the unfamiliar environment and, within a month or 2, yearn to return home. This led to the second condition, establishing oneself in a mainstream European league within a year. This notion stemmed from Yang Yi, who possessed a modicum of football knowledge. What does it mean to establish oneself? At the very least, one must secure a formal contract, and ideally be able to participate in matches. Furthermore, there was an additional stipulation. It had to be a mainstream league, namely, the Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, Bundesliga, or League One. It is no small feat to gain a foothold in such a fierce arena of football. In the last 3 to 5 years of Chinese football, only one player, Zhang Shujian, has emerged, and he is merely a substitute in a La Liga team. After proposing this condition, Yang Yi chuckled. I believe it might be easier to become the top scorer in the Gaokao of Guangning province than to achieve this. The final stipulation was a joint addition from the couple. Regardless of the circumstances, sending their only child, a minor, across the ocean was an unsettling prospect for them. Coincidentally, they recalled Yang Yi's cousin, Yang Su, who had grown up alongside him. Yang has excelled academically since childhood. After graduating from university, he pursued further studies in the Netherlands and subsequently settled in Amsterdam. If he were able to play football in the Netherlands, with trustworthy relatives to look after him, his parents would feel a sense of relief. However, if going to the Netherlands proves impossible, the matter will have to be abandoned. For the sake of their child, the couple has racked their brains and exhausted their thoughts. In their vision, this plan could culminate in 3 potential outcomes. The most desirable scenario would be if none of the 3 conditions were met, at which point the idea of pursuing a professional career would no longer be entertained. By the time Yang Jian graduates from university, he may no longer possess the conditions or inclination for such a path. If all 3 conditions are satisfied, then alternatively, should Yang Jian struggle to adapt to the foreign environment and decide to return home to continue his studies after a month or 2, that would be a feasible outcome. The worst-case scenario would be if he perseveres for a year but fails to make any significant progress, ultimately leading to his retirement from the sport. In such a case, he would only lose a year of time. After all, Yang Jian is still young, and he could consider it a year off from studies, an opportunity for travel and broadening his horizons. This year would allow him to witness the harsh realities of professional football, effectively dispelling his unrealistic fantasies, after which he could return to his studies and prepare for the college entrance examination, achieving a long-term resolution. Upon completing the stringent requirements set by his parents, Yang Jian boldly signed his name, aware that this was his singular opportunity to become a professional player. Although uncertain of his true abilities, he recognized that if he did not seize this chance to strive, the scenes of his dreams would forever remain just that, dreams. I agree. Let us proceed. Chapter 28. Here I come. The Netherlands. What? Going to the Netherlands? In a restaurant at the hotel where Thomas was staying, Yuan Onping was negotiating with him regarding the conditions proposed by Yang Jian's parents. Yang Jian's uncle has settled in Amsterdam, which gives his parents some peace of mind about him playing football in the country. What do you think? Is there any way to make this happen? Haha, the Netherlands. Yuan, have you forgotten what I do? Thomas replied. I buy low and sell high, and then I gamble on player lottery. Then think again. What are the top black shops in European football? AFC Ajax. Yuan Onping's eyes lit up. Of course. How did I not think of that? Ajax is undoubtedly a prestigious name. Yuan Onping knew that in recent years, Ajax had produced a significant number of players from their youth academy who had made their way into the top 5 leagues, each valued at millions. Some even in the hundreds of millions. Regardless of whether these players lived up to their hefty transfer fees, Ajax had undoubtedly profited immensely from these transactions. Thomas, can you send Yang Jian to Ajax? Yuan Onping appeared somewhat excited. While Ajax may not be in the top 5 leagues, it is certainly one of the most renowned and successful clubs in Europe. If Yang Jian could establish himself at Ajax, the prospect of playing in one of the top 5 leagues would become highly feasible. Such an opportunity was once unimaginable, even for my past self. Ajax, alas, is not an option, Thomas declared decisively, citing the overwhelming abundance of youth talent hoarded by Ajax, resulting in fierce competition. Furthermore, given my current abilities, it is likely that Ajax would not heed my call. Then why boast? Yuan Onping, initially sitting upright with excitement, slumped back into the sofa upon hearing Thomas's words. Why the hurry? I have yet to finish my statement. If Ajax is out of reach, there are still other clubs in the Eredivisie that I could manage. Thomas leaned in and inquired, Yuan, have you heard of Sparta Rotterdam? Sparta Rotterdam rang a bell for Yuan Onping. This team, located in the Netherlands' second-largest city, Rotterdam, was established even before Ajax and has nurtured numerous talented players over its century-long history. However, for various reasons, the club has not enjoyed the same renown in the footballing world as the illustrious trio of Ajax, PSV Eindhoven, and Feyenoord. Moreover, this team had recently faced a downturn, even relegating to the second division, only to return to the Eredivisie last year. Does this team hold any promise? Yuan Onping inquired skeptically. Do you still doubt me? Although Sparta Rotterdam has not flourished in recent years, there is one advantage. Opportunities abound, Thomas continued. Yuan Onping found himself agreeing with Thomas's perspective. Rather than allowing Yang Jian to be overshadowed by the constellation of talent at Ajax's youth academy, it would be more advantageous for him to be a big fish in a smaller pond like Sparta Rotterdam, where the chances of success appeared greater. Thomas elaborated. Sparta Rotterdam has just returned to the Eredivisie last season, and with the new season yet to commence, several players have already been poached. Now is the time for rebuilding. A perfect moment for Yang Jian to seize an opportunity and rise swiftly. When can we sign the contract? Anytime. We can sign right away. I am well acquainted with Sparta Rotterdam and can arrange for a preliminary contract. Thus, the following day, accompanied by Yuan Onping, Yang Jian and his family signed a youth training contract with Sparta Rotterdam. Yang Yi and Zhao Yunqi were astonished that Thomas could indeed facilitate an opportunity to play in the Netherlands. However, given their well-thought-out plan, they could only acquiesce to Yang Jian's signing. The contract spanned 3 years, allowing for unilateral termination midway, but stipulated that upon termination, joining any other European club would incur a penalty of 2 million euros. Additionally, Thomas and Yang Jian entered into another agreement. If Yang Jian were to join any of the top 5 European leagues after one season, Thomas would receive a 10% commission on every professional contract and endorsement deal Yang Jian secured until his retirement. Isn't this a bit unscrupulous? Yuan Onping remarked disdainfully after reviewing the contract. How can you say that? If it weren't for my admiration of Yang Jian's talent, I wouldn't have added so many clauses. Thomas argued with a mischievous grin. Yuan, how can you expect a businessman to refrain from making a profit? In our line of work, it is akin to a lottery. Moreover, I have staked my reputation on this. If Yang Jian fails to make a mark, the management of Sparta Rotterdam will lose their trust in me. Yuan Onping retorted. But what if he inadvertently becomes a star player? Wouldn't that ensure your success, allowing you to simply reap the rewards effortlessly? Yuan, it is not that simple. I have a team to support. Additionally, a player's career spans but a few years. We are acutely aware of the harsh realities of this profession. Upon seeing the leap proposed by Thomas, Yang Yi and Zhao Yunqi, his wife, were taken aback. Zhao whispered to her husband, "These Europeans are truly audacious, insisting on extracting every last drop of value from you." Nevertheless, the couple had long since concluded that Yang Jian was unlikely to become a professional player. So they signed with a degree of nonchalance. "Yang Jian, once you arrive in Europe, you'll need to rely on yourself. Both life and football will be challenging. So do prepare yourself." Yuan Onping expressed his lingering concern before their parting. "Rest assured, Coach Yuan, I am nearly 18 and can take care of myself." "Yes, but you are in a foreign land. Don't push yourself too hard. Just do your best. And when dealing with those foreigners, don't be overly deferential. I've learned that the more capable you are, the more they will respect you. The more humble you are, the more they may take advantage." "Coach, do you think I can achieve this in just a year?" Yang Jian looked at Yuan Onping, suddenly reminded of his own past when he was a promising young player with the hopes of the nation resting upon him, yet ultimately failed to fulfill his ambitions abroad. "How can you know unless you try? Frankly, I believe your talent has already surpassed mine from back then. Play boldly. I've been to the Netherlands, and their football is remarkably pure." After confirming there were no issues with the contract, that evening Yang Yi called his brother, Yang Su. "What, brother? Did I hear you correctly? Yang Jian? My nephew is going to play in the Eredivisie?" "Yes, you heard right. The contract is signed, and he'll be departing in a few days. But I remember he never showed much athletic talent as a child. This is all so sudden." "You aren't being deceived, are you? Have you already paid?" "Aside from the ticket, we haven't spent a dime. This opportunity was arranged through the Provincial Football Association. Consider it akin to a football summer camp. It's only for a year. Just help us look after little Jian." "All right, brother, sister-in-law, you can trust me. I will take care of this. Once you have the flight details, send them to me, and I will pick up Yang Jian at the airport." That night, after signing the contract, Yang Jian was so exhilarated that he couldn't sleep. Ever since he had grasped the essence of playing football, he had never felt such excitement. After all, this time he was genuinely about to experience professional football. Although it was merely a small club, as he lay in bed, he delightedly envisioned the promising future that awaited him. As he gazed at the posters of illustrious football stars adorning the walls of his room, he indulged in fantasies. Before long, he might just meet them in person. If the opportunity arises, would I be able to hold my own against them? Leo, this indeed presents a grand challenge for us. Chapter 29. Welcome to Sparta Rotterdam. 10 days later, Yang Jian's flight successfully touched down at Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, the capital of the Netherlands. His uncle Yang Su had been waiting at the airport. Although they were technically second cousins, Yang Yi and Yang Su had grown up together, akin to brothers, which forged a close bond between Yang Jian and Yang Su. After returning home, Yang Su urged Yang Jian to freshen up and enjoy a bite to eat before diving into a barrage of questions. "So, your football prowess suddenly blossomed, did it? Could this be the legendary awakening of your bloodline?" "Perhaps it is," Yang Jian replied. "Ever since that incident where I got hit on the head, I've been able to play without any formal training. However, I must admit, I never expected your parents to allow you to come to Europe to play football." "Uncle, I'm not a child anymore. I'll be an adult next year. Besides, you're here to look after me. My parents are quite strict. If I don't make it to one of the top 5 leagues within a year, I'll have to return home to continue my studies. They only agreed to let me come under that condition." "All right, focus on your game, and once you achieve success, take your uncle to watch matches at the Bernabeu, Camp Nou, and San Siro, and treat me to a private box." "Haha, don't get your hopes up too high. Perhaps by this time next year, you'll be sending me back to my homeland from Schiphol Airport. Now, rest for a bit. Tonight, I'll take you for a stroll around the area, and tomorrow morning, I'll escort you to the club for your formal registration." The Netherlands is a small country covering just over 40,000 square kilometers. Rotterdam, as the second largest city, is not far from the capital Amsterdam. Early the next morning, Yang Su drove Yang Jian to the headquarters of Sparta Rotterdam to report for duty. After verifying all the necessary documentation, Yang Jian, accompanied by club staff, affixed his signature to the official contract. "Welcome to Sparta Rotterdam. We are the first professional football club in the Netherlands and believe you will find success here," a staff member expressed. Yang Su translated this Dutch welcome into Chinese for Yang Jian. "Little Jian, would you like to learn some Dutch?" "Uncle, I want to be studying it. I've heard that Dutch is one of the most challenging languages. I don't have that kind of time. Besides, my English will suffice. And it's only for a year. By the time I learn a few phrases, I might be packing my bags to return home." As Yang Jian had no accommodation in Rotterdam, the club assigned him to the players' dormitory that same day. The staff revealed that, considering various factors, they had assigned him a roommate who was also Asian, a player from Japan of a similar age. After bidding farewell to Yang Su, Yang Jian followed the staff to his dormitory. "Hey, Dad, Mom, I've arrived, so don't worry." Upon entering the dormitory, Yang Jian promptly called his parents to assure them of his safety. "Rest assured, the contract has been signed, and my uncle has reviewed it for me. He has returned now, and the club has assigned me a dormitory." As he spoke, Yang Jian walked further inside, only to spot a figure reclining on one of the beds, engrossed in a comic book. Their eyes met briefly, and they exchanged friendly nods. The individual possessed a distinctly Japanese visage. "Oh, Dad, everything is fine here. The dormitory conditions are quite satisfactory. I even have a roommate, a young lad from Japan, who is of a similar age to mine." After a few more brief exchanges, Yang Jian hastily ended the call. He needed to organize his personal belongings today, for he was to attend his first training session early the next morning. "Hello, do you need assistance?" Yang Jian was busy when a voice suddenly greeted him from behind. Turning around, he saw his Japanese roommate standing there. "I am Ito Kens, hailing from Japan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Why, you can speak Chinese?" Yang Jian asked in astonishment. "Ah, I spent 2 years in China as an exchange student, so I learned a bit, though I'm not fluent," Ito replied. Yang Jian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. If this fellow understood Chinese, then he might have overheard him refer to him as a young lad from Japan during the call to his parents. However, after a moment's reflection, Yang Jian thought, what does it matter? It was his fault for not revealing his proficiency in Chinese earlier. As descendants of the Huaxia, we must stand tall when abroad. "Baka, Kuso, this little devil is indeed cunning," he muttered inwardly. Despite his inner turmoil, Yang Jian maintained a facade of professionalism. He quickly masked his embarrassment with a courteous smile and said, "No need to trouble yourself. I'll manage shortly." "Thank you." The two spent the night in silence. The following morning, all players gathered early at the club's training ground, awaiting the coach's address. Ito Kens had joined the club well before Yang Jian. He explained that, due to many players being poached from Sparta Rotterdam, the reserve team lacked talent, and young players like them often trained alongside the first team. Consequently, the speaker today would be their first team head coach. No wonder, Yang Jian mused, as he surveyed the diverse array of players present, each differing in skin tone and age. Before long, the Dutch head coach, Van Halen, along with the coaching staff, arrived at the training field. "Good morning, team." Van Halen greeted the players in English. "I trust you are all aware of our situation at Sparta Rotterdam. Last season, we performed admirably, allowing us to return to the Eredivisie. However," he raised his voice intentionally, "due to certain circumstances, some of our teammates have departed from this team. Therefore, the club has infused fresh talent into our ranks." With a sudden shift in tone, Coach Van Halen became stern. "I am aware that you, the newly joined players, may have been hailed as prodigies in your hometowns. However, do not forget that you are now in Europe and the Netherlands at Sparta Rotterdam, a club with a rich history spanning over 2 centuries. I urge you to set aside your proud arrogance. Here, regardless of your illustrious past, it is your performance on the field that will speak for you from this day forward." Upon hearing these words, many players exchanged glances, fully cognizant that Coach Van Halen's remarks were directed towards those who had joined the club through scouts like Thomas. In truth, Van Halen harbored certain biases against these players. Were it not for the club's financial and operational challenges, he would undoubtedly prioritize homegrown talent over these mercenaries from across the globe. Yet, given the current circumstances of the club, adopting such a global lottery approach seemed the only viable option to avoid a swift descent back to the second tier of Dutch football within a single season. With a resigned sigh, Van Halen prepared to commence the day's training session. Chapter 30, The Training Ground, a battlefield during the initial month. Van Halen led the team through relatively straightforward foundational drills to aid in restoring the players' stamina and enhancing their synergy. Despite the simplicity of these training exercises, they proved to be quite grueling for Yang Jian. Among the 20 players, he performed the worst. It was at this juncture that Yang Jian realized how gentle and lenient Coach Yuan's training regimen had been during his time with the Guangning team compared to the demands of professional athletes. As a professional player, possessing ample physical fitness is crucial for delivering commendable performances on the field. A match lasts 90 minutes, with effective playing time typically exceeding 50 minutes, and players are expected to cover approximately 10 kilometers. Moreover, It is an unspoken rule that younger players must strive to run as much as possible during matches. Should one's fitness falter, not only does their running capacity diminish in the latter stages of the game, but their technical execution also deteriorates, leading to a comprehensive decline in performance on both the offensive and defensive fronts. Such players cannot secure a starting position or solidify their status as key members of the team. For Yang Jian, failing to guarantee a starting role in a relatively weaker promoted team like Sparta Rotterdam would undoubtedly signify a fleeting professional career lasting merely a year. Thus, during this period, as long as his physical condition permitted, he diligently sought to augment his training by visiting the gym in the evenings, driven by an earnest desire to remain with the team. Just a week into the training camp, he returned to his dormitory utterly exhausted each day, collapsing into bed without a word. However, efforts always yield rewards. After a month of rigorous practice, Yang Jian's physical fitness significantly improved. At the very least, the coach no longer berated him as a sluggish weakling. As the end of July approaches, the commencement of the new season is not far off. However, the Rotterdam Sparta team has yet to finalize a definitive starting lineup. In a surprising turn of events, Coach Van Halen organized an internal scrimmage for the first time during this training session, indicating that the coaching staff intends to evaluate players based on their performances in this match to determine who will secure a place in the starting roster. Over the course of a month's training, Yang Jian has grown closer to several teammates. Besides his Japanese roommate, the defender Ito Kenzo, he has also formed bonds with three others: the Brazilian center-forward Richard Silva, the Argentine winger Juan Romero, and the Dutch defensive midfielder Van der Stern. These young players, all of similar age and discovered by scouts from across the globe, quickly became a tight-knit group. During today's scrimmage, the coaching staff divided all players into two teams, one predominantly composed of seasoned players, while five were grouped together in a team primarily featuring youth. This marked Yang Jian's first participation in a formal training match at the club, and he appeared quite exhilarated, repeatedly communicating with his teammates to confirm tactical strategies. "Yang, don't be nervous, just relax, and you will perform splendidly," Van der Stern observed Yang Jian's underlying anxiety. Being the eldest among the group and having joined the club the earliest, he possessed a keen sensitivity to others' feelings. "Hey, it's my first time, so I'm a bit out of my element. If I make a mistake later, please don't be too harsh with me," Yang Jian admitted. Richard Silva, hearing this, reached out to pat Yang Jian reassuringly on the shoulder. "It's all right, Yang. You've been exceptional in your forward position. Besides, if you're worried about making errors, just pass the ball to me. I won't miss any opportunities, haha." Richard, standing at 185 meters with a robust physique, also embodied the agility and finesse characteristic of Brazilian players, excelling not only as a solid pivot in the penalty area, but also in maintaining superior dribbling skills. With the sound of the whistle, the first internal training match officially commenced. If a match is not particularly significant or critical, players typically start with a few relaxed passes in the initial moments to regain their touch and acclimate to the ball's movement on the grass, enabling a smoother transition into the competitive atmosphere. Before long, Yang Jian found himself in possession of the ball near the center circle. A midfield player from the opposing team charged toward him without waiting for Yang Jian to stabilize the ball. The speed and intensity of the approach were striking, far exceeding the typical pressure exerted during a standard challenge. Before Juan Romero could even shout a warning, Yang Jian was sent flying by an exaggerated collision. The abruptness of the impact, coupled with its tremendous speed and force, caught Yang Jian unprepared. Clearly, he had not anticipated this danger while receiving the ball with his back turned, leaving his body defenseless against the onslaught. At the moment of impact, Yang Jian felt as if a small car traveling at 40 to 50 miles per hour had collided with him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was propelled into the air and landed heavily on the ground. Although the grass cushioned some of the force, the brutal foul left him disoriented, accompanied by a ringing in his ears. A cacophony of indistinct voices flooded his mind, some lamenting the foul, others calling his name, and a few laughing heartily. Struggling to regain his composure while half sitting on the ground, Yang Jian endeavored to open his eyes wider to discern what had transpired. Yet, his vision yielded only double images, and the violent swaying every few seconds intensified his nausea. Uncertain if the impact had been particularly severe, he felt cold sweat trickling down his cheeks into his neck. Just as he reached to wipe it away, Ito Kenzo grasped his hand and said, "Yang, don't move, you're bleeding." The towering figure of his opponent had struck his nose with a solid shoulder during the collision, causing blood to flow profusely. The player who collided with Yang Jian was named Drut, a 30-year-old native Dutch player. Such players often harbored a certain bias against Yang Jian. Take Drit, for instance. He had been entrenched in the local youth training system since childhood, and now, at 30, after over 2 decades of playing, he had only just managed to secure a position in a middling team like Sparta Rotterdam. The journey had been nothing short of arduous. Conversely, a newcomer like Yang Jian, lacking in fame and contribution, had the audacity to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, especially considering that Yang hailed from a region traditionally disadvantaged in football. This sentiment was not lost on the coach, Van Halen, who harbored a genuine disdain for the club's profit-driven scouts and their short-sighted tactics. Thus, he regarded this crude collision as merely a routine foul, intending to let the talents unearthed by the scouts endure some hardship, reminding them that football here is a battlefield. Chapter 31. I had long prepared for this after a full 3 minutes, during which Yang Jian felt as though his entire body had come apart. He finally managed to regain his sight and hearing. Several teammates helped him to the sidelines, while the team doctor hurried over to examine and treat him. The match was temporarily halted, with Richard Silva engaged in a discussion with Drit regarding the incident. Juan Romero crouched down to assess Yang Jian's injuries, offering reassurance. Are you all right? If you're feeling unwell, you should visit the medical room for a thorough checkup. For Juan Romero, this level of collision was nothing new. Having come from the fiercely competitive football culture of South America, he was accustomed to being toppled like this multiple times in a single match. As the team doctor staunched Yang Jian's bleeding, he echoed, "Indeed, that was quite a harsh fall. You need to be examined to rule out the possibility of a concussion." "No need," Yang Jian replied. Yang Jian declared resolutely, "How can this be acceptable? Even a minor concussion could jeopardize your career." The team doctor was evidently apprehensive about Yang Jian's decision. "It will not happen. I am well aware of my own body. A few years ago, I endured an even harsher impact and did not suffer a concussion then. It is impossible this time as well." Yang Jian was adamant about refusing to undergo an examination. "1. Grant me 3 minutes to regain my composure. I assure you I will return to the field in 3 minutes." "Yang, are you certain there are no issues?" One inquired. "Absolutely. I am quite confident. My mind is clearer now than it has ever been." Yang Jian seized a bottle of mineral water from the ground and gulped down several mouthfuls, observing that Yang Jian's speech and logical reasoning were still coherent. The team doctor reluctantly complied, tending to the bleeding from Yang Jian's nose before conducting a cursory examination of other bodily areas. He then advised Yang Jian to gauge his limits and promised a thorough examination after practice concluded. This collision had ignited Yang Jian's stubbornness. Throughout a month of training, he and his 4 teammates had repeatedly sensed the dissatisfaction of the veteran players within the club. However, adhering to the principle of minimizing conflict as newcomers, they had refrained from voicing their concerns. Yet this time, Yang Jian could no longer tolerate it. The veteran players of Sparta Rotterdam, the younger ones could be regarded as his older brothers, while the older ones could even be addressed as uncles. Did they not possess even a modicum of tolerance for their juniors? To speak candidly, individuals like Drit were considered thugs by the fans. Sparta Rotterdam, having returned to the Eredivisie after many years, had clinched the title in the previous season of the Eerste Divisie with an overwhelming points advantage. Consequently, during the summer transfer window, numerous Eredivisie and foreign league clubs set their sights on several key players within the team. As soon as the transfer window opened, general managers from multiple clubs approached the owner of Sparta Rotterdam, brandishing substantial sums of money while presenting enticing contracts to the players. The figures offered were simply unattainable for Sparta Rotterdam, who would turn down an opportunity to play in a higher league while earning more money. Thus, it did not take long for most of the team's mainstays to be lured away. Those who remained were either limited in ability, possessed erratic temperaments, or, emboldened by their status as team heroes, demanded exorbitant salaries that intimidated potential suitors. Frankly, Yang Jian had harbored a strong disdain for such players since his childhood days of watching football. This time, he had reached his limit. After a brief recovery period on the sidelines, Yang Jian requested to re-enter the game. "Yang, are you all right?" Upon seeing Yang Jian return, Ito Kenzo asked. "I am fine. I will play as I normally would. Just be cautious this time. Those old guys may still target you." Yang Jian fixed his gaze upon the opposing half, his eyes ablaze with determination. "No matter, I have long since prepared myself. Let them come." Shortly after re-entering the fray, a teammate launched a high ball from the backfield, finding Yang Jian on the flank. Naturally, the tenacious Drit was still tasked with marking him. Before the ball had even touched the ground, Drit closed in from behind, intent on obstructing Yang Jian's movement. Yet, Yang Jian had no intention of engaging in a tussle. As the ball descended, he deftly flicked it backward with his toe, executing a swift, unmarked turn that left Drut in his wake. By the time Drut realized he had lost both the man and the ball, all that remained was Yang Jian's retreating silhouette. The fluidity of Yang Jian's flick and turn was so exquisite that even Richard Silva, with his samba dancer's grace, couldn't help but admire him from the depths of his being. Having evaded Drut, Yang Jian surged down the left flank, quickly approaching the opponent's baseline. In this exceedingly narrow space, he showed no signs of slowing down. Confronted by a defender at the baseline, he executed a lightning-quick shoulder drop and change of direction, leaving the defender stumbling in his misguided attempt to anticipate Yang Jian's movement. At this juncture, Yang Jian was singularly focused. He slightly lifted his head to assess the goalkeeper's positioning and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a rapid strike. The ball unexpectedly slipped through the goalkeeper's legs and found the back of the net. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. When Yang Jian netted the first goal of this training match, Drut, who had volunteered to challenge him, was still a considerable distance from the edge of the penalty area. His teammates rushed to celebrate, reveling in Yang Jian's achievement. This was not only his inaugural goal at the Sparta Rotterdam training ground, but also a moment of vindication for him. Such a swift and unbroken breakthrough down the flank was entirely devoid of luck. Many of Yang Jian's seasoned teammates found it hard to believe the finesse and audacity displayed by the young Eastern player, who had been toiling and training for the past month, often exhausted to the point of tears. Take, for instance, that recent flick over the ball. While Drut may not be an exceptional player, his experience and defensive awareness were undeniably substantial. Flicking the ball is one thing, but if the action lacks coherence and speed, the attacking player often fails to execute a seamless turn, leaving openings for defenders to exploit and thereby stifle the offensive maneuver. On the sidelines, Van Halen mused, "It seems the coming moments will become significantly more intriguing." Chapter 32. A glimpse of brilliance. Yang Jian's goal served as a profound source of inspiration for the team's young players. This remarkable goal, achieved almost single-handedly by Yang Jian, fundamentally ignited the confidence and competitive spirit of these young players. At that moment, the desire to prove themselves to the club and the seasoned players was fervently kindled. In the 15th minute, Ito Kinzo successfully intercepted the ball in the backfield, allowing Van der Stern to swiftly retreat and gain possession. His influence in the midfield was substantial, effortlessly orchestrating play even under high-pressure situations from the opposing team. Van der Stern first executed a simple 1-2 pass with his nearby teammates, seamlessly advancing the ball past the halfway line. Observing the available space, Juan Romero immediately surged down the flank, and Van der Stern, displaying remarkable synergy, delivered a precise through ball to Romero's feet. Romero, scouted from Boca Juniors in Argentina, boasts a robust physique honed through intense competition in the Argentine league. Had it been Romero absorbing the collision from Drut against Yang Jian, he likely would have remained upright. Not only is Romero physically formidable, but he also possesses a pragmatic and composed playing style. His forays down the wing may lack flamboyant flair, yet he consistently identifies the defensive weaknesses of his opponents and exploits them with the most efficient and unadorned movements, tearing through their defenses. Upon receiving the ball, Romero advanced towards the byline, executing a rapid burst of speed that granted him a slight positional advantage over the defending player. Utilizing this advantage, Romero deftly leveraged his physicality, gently nudging the defender with his shoulder, causing them to lose balance and stumble, leaving them unable to respond as Romero pressed on. Almost hugging the byline, Romero lifted his gaze to assess the situation within the penalty area. Although their tall striker, Richard Silva, had yet to reach an optimal position, he was already signaling for the ball. Being of South American origin, Romero was well acquainted with Silva's playing style. Standing at 6 feet 1 inch, Silva is a formidable presence in the opponent's penalty area, a lethal weapon that instills trepidation in defenders. With his height, long legs, and impressive jumping ability, he can pose a significant threat whether with his head or feet. Recognizing Silva's signal, Romero decisively delivered a chipped pass into the box. As Silva saw the trajectory of the pass, he stretched his long legs, covering the ground to arrive at the ball's landing spot in just a few strides. At that moment, 2 defenders were closing in from either side. In this challenging position, if Silva opted to control the ball first, he would inevitably lose both the angle and space for a shot. Thus, seizing the opportunity before the ball touched the ground, and with the defenders failing to block the space in front of him, he unleashed a swift and precise volley. As the ball rapidly altered its trajectory, the goalkeeper had no time to react. 2-0. The youthful vigor of the team momentarily left the seasoned veterans feeling somewhat embarrassed. If Yang Jian's earlier goal epitomized individual prowess, the subsequent strike was a harmonious blend of teamwork and personal skill. In the following counterattacks, Van der Steen showcased his exceptional ability to excel in both offensive and defensive roles in midfield, his relentless running showing no signs of depleting his stamina. Moreover, with his astute tactical vision, he coordinated with defenders such as Ito Kenzo to execute a sweeping defensive strategy in their own half. The team struggled to deliver penetrating passes, often intercepted midway or rendered ineffective as the ball veered beyond the forward's reach to evade defenders. As the first half drew to a close, the backline resembled an impregnable fortress. The team's repeated attempts bore no fruit, with several near misses resulting in counterattacks against them. During halftime, Van der Steen delivered a brief address from the sidelines. "Brothers, we have performed admirably in the first half. However, I desire to witness more aggression and offensive zeal. Isn't that a bit overzealous, Van der Steen? After all, many of them are your fellow countrymen," Richard Silva quipped. Van der Steen dismissed Silva's jest. On the football field, there are no compatriots, only teammates and opponents. "Yang, what are your thoughts? Need you even ask? If opportunities for goals arise in the second half, I shall not yield to anyone," Yang Jian replied, replacing the blood-soaked cotton in his nose with fresh ones. "Excellent. I do not wish for anyone to hold back due to sentiment. We all witnessed the actions of those old-timers against Yang. If we do not respond vigorously, they will only escalate their aggression. Each of us has fought hard to earn our place here, and we must showcase our finest selves." A chorus of agreement and support resonated among the teammates. In the second half, Yang and Wan, you two must intensify your frequency of breakthroughs, demolishing the morale of their wing defenders. After all, this is merely a practice match. Substitutions are not a concern. If their mindset falters, it will significantly favor our offense. Van der Steen promptly commenced a tactical discussion for the second half. "Richard, I believe you must exhibit greater aggression in the second half. As long as you position yourself in their penalty area, they will be compelled to assign 2 or 3 players to mark you. Although this may seem futile for you, I know the beast within you has yet to awaken. Am I right?" "Absolutely. Unless they wish to concede a penalty, they cannot hope to impede me," Richard Silva replied with unwavering confidence. "Splendid. Your presence in the penalty area will undoubtedly create vast spaces for our wings. As for me, I will engage with Droot and his compatriots, being fellow Dutchmen. They are unlikely to commit excessively reckless fouls against me. Ito, just as in the first half, we only need to focus on interception and obstruction, allowing them to unleash their offensive prowess in the front." Ito Kenzo nodded in agreement. Van der Steen, the earliest arrival at the club, is slightly older and possesses a rational mind. Among the younger players, he commands the highest respect, earning him the nickname the Commander. On the other side of the field, however, the atmosphere of the team was far from harmonious. The players were more engaged in mutual blame and disputes. After all, the seasoned veterans were not inclined to yield to one another, and shirking responsibility had long been a skill they had mastered throughout their years in professional football. Head coach Van Halen remained silent on the sidelines, yet he observed everything quietly, already forming a preliminary answer in his mind regarding the lineup for the new season. Chapter 33. The new lineup. In the second half of the training match, Yang Jian's desire to attack intensified. He tirelessly launched repeated assaults down one flank, skillfully tearing through the opponent's defense with his agile physique and proficient dribbling techniques, delivering precise crosses. Meanwhile, the veterans of the team were compelled to alter their tactical approach. Under Van der Steen's strategy, the team intensified their offensive efforts, pushing their entire line forward significantly, with even their goalkeeper frequently venturing beyond the penalty area to receive back passes. Unable to maintain possession, the opposing team was forced into a passive defensive strategy. Their objective was to compact their formation as much as possible, waiting for the young players to overreach in their eagerness, seizing opportunities for counterattacks. However, the youthful exuberance of the players was driven by an indomitable spirit, leaving little room for such chances. In the 59th minute of the match, Van der Steen delivered a precise through ball from midfield. Richard Silva, upon receiving the ball, immediately surged toward the penalty area, while Yang Jian and Juan Romero flanked him, both initiating rapid advances. In an instant, it seemed as though the opponent's penalty area was being held at bay by 3 sharp blades. Even their defenders momentarily hesitated, unsure of whom to mark. If they sent 2 players to disrupt Yang Jian and Juan's attacking paths, the remaining defender would inevitably struggle in his physical contest with Richard. Conversely, If they opted not to engage, the flanks of the goal would be completely open to Richard, who would capitalize on any opportunity to deliver a powerful pass to his teammates. Time was of the essence. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Richard discerned the passing opportunity towards Yang Jian. Upon receiving the ball, it was already within Yang Jian's striking range. He immediately lifted his foot, feigning a shot, prompting the opposing defender to leap in an attempt to block his path. Unexpectedly, Yang Jian merely executed a delicate touch, evading the sliding defender and leaving him out of bounds. This maneuver expanded his shooting options significantly, and he decisively opted for a strike towards the far corner of the goal, the ball finding its mark with a resounding thud. No one anticipated that this seemingly inconsequential friendly match, comprised of young players, would lead to a commanding 3-0 advantage. The most elated among them was undoubtedly the coach, Van Halen, watching from the sidelines. Last season, under his guidance, the team had triumphantly returned to the Eredivisie as champions of the Eerste Divisie, bringing joy to the entire squad. Van Halen and his coaching staff were eagerly preparing to showcase their prowess in the new Eredivisie season, ready to challenge established giants like Ajax, Feyenoord, and PSV Eindhoven. After all, Sparta Rotterdam has a rich history in football, and they had never shied away from competition in the Netherlands. However, a series of ill-conceived decisions from the management left Van Halen incensed. They had sold several key players pivotal to the team's promotion at exorbitant prices, resulting in a dearth of viable options for Van Halen's tactical arrangements. He was left with a handful of aging players with injury histories and a few unruly troublemakers like Dret. Furthermore, instead of consulting Van Halen regarding potential signings after profiting handsomely from player sales, the management proceeded to acquire several unproven talents, players whose market values barely registered. This infuriated Van Halen, who stormed into the general manager's office that very afternoon, slamming his hand on the table and engaging in a heated argument, ultimately demanding his resignation. Yet, the general manager of Sparta Rotterdam was no fool. He recognized that the team had finally returned to the Eredivisie after several years, and fan support for the club was steadily improving. If they sold star players while feigning long-term developmental plans, a resignation from the head coach at this critical moment could genuinely incite the loyal fanbase's wrath. After all, Van Halen was a well-respected figure in Dutch football as a coach. The general manager feared he would struggle to explain the situation to both the fans and the board if the head coach departed. Thus, the general manager hastily sought to appease Van Halen, generously increasing his and his coaching staff's salaries while assuring him that the current player sales were merely a temporary measure. He promised that once the debts were settled, the team would focus on reinforcements. Coach, I assure you, if you can help the team secure its status in the Eredivisie this season, I will persuade the board to fulfill your reinforcement requests before the summer window of the following season, General Manager Mate Claesson pledged earnestly. With such sentiments and a certain attachment to Sparta Rotterdam, Van Halen reluctantly agreed to stay. Yet, no matter how grandiose the general manager's promises were, a skilled cook cannot create a feast without ingredients. Before the commencement of the new season's training camp, Van Halen found himself scratching his head over the team's roster. A group of obstinate veterans, coupled with a cadre of inexperienced youngsters, left him in a quandary regarding the survival strategy for the season ahead. However, a glimmer of hope began to emerge. With excitement, he picked up the tactical board and called upon his assistant coach. Do you think this arrangement is viable? Van Halen sketched a few lines on the board. The assistant coach seemed to grasp Van Halen's intentions. Are you suggesting that we use these players as the foundation for our formation this season? Precisely. Just as a skyscraper relies on a solid foundation, ensuring its stability and height, he affirmed. Yet, there lingered a concern. But are these youngsters not too inexperienced? According to this plan, they will occupy pivotal roles. Van Halen nodded in agreement with his assistant's observation. You are correct. However, the youth must inevitably undergo trials and grow. If we do not provide them with opportunities, they will be of no use even at 30. Moreover, I see a spark of brilliance in their play. With dedicated coaching, they will undoubtedly experience remarkable growth within half a season, and survival will be assured. As they were conversing, Juan Romero exploited Richard Silva's influence in the penalty area to score a brilliantly angled long shot from outside the box. The ball sailed into the top left corner of the net, and despite the goalkeeper's valiant leap, he could not thwart its entry. Van Halen patted his assistant coach and instructed, "All right, let us call it a day. Continuing further would serve no purpose. I have found the answers I sought." Chapter 34. Are you prepared? The training match was abruptly halted by Van Halen, perhaps because he believed he had discovered what he needed. or perhaps to afford the seasoned players a semblance of dignity. However, the atmosphere for the young players was entirely different, though merely a practice match. The veterans' arrogant demeanor and their harsh fouls against Yang Jian infused the game with tension. After easily defeating their opponents, the mood at dinner was particularly jubilant. "Hey, Yang, your performance was truly commendable. Honestly, I thought you wouldn't be able to get back up," Juan Romero jested. Yang Jian smiled and replied, "How could that be? Do I appear to be that fragile? Juan, I understand the South American style of play is tough, but I am certainly not someone who can be easily subdued by those ruffians. The truth is, they never came here just to play football. We should remain cautious. After all, we will be training together every day. Today's humiliation may lead to endless reprisals in the future," Van der Steen voiced his concerns. Richard Silva, with a defiant expression, countered, "What is there to fear? Anyone who comes to play in Europe has their own skills. A true man lets his performance on the field speak for him." After dinner, while others prepared to head to the gym for an extra workout, Yang Jian had intended to join them. However, the lingering effects of a brutal foul had begun to take their toll, leaving him feeling somewhat dizzy. Even with deep breaths, he could taste the metallic tang of blood in his nostrils, prompting him to decide to return home to rest. Yet, as he made his way halfway down the path, he was called over by Jess, the assistant coach of Van Halen. "Yang, don't leave. Our head coach wishes to speak with you." "Speak?" Yang Jian pondered, slightly perplexed. Typically, the coaching staff would have concluded their duties by this hour. Any necessary discussions should have transpired right after the afternoon training session. Why wait until now? Nevertheless, since the coach had requested a conversation, Yang Jian felt compelled to comply, following Jess to Van Halen's office. Upon entering, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped him, reminiscent of 100 individuals smoking simultaneously. The pungent air prompted a fit of coughing from Yang Jian, forcing him to bend slightly to discern Van Halen's figure amidst the haze. "Coach, you called for me?" Yang Jian inquired. "Oh, you're here. Please wait a moment. It's a bit chaotic in here," Van Halen replied, hastily opening a window and fanning the air with a tactical board, swiftly dispersing much of the smoke. As the air cleared, Yang Jian could finally survey the office. Stacked on Van Halen's desk were numerous thick folders, seemingly containing player profiles and analyses of their personal characteristics. Adjacent to the desk was a sizable tactical whiteboard adorned with various formations, some for 3 players, others for 5, accompanied by dense annotations in Dutch. Of course, aside from a few football illustrations, most of the text was indecipherable to Yang Jian, who had not invested time in learning Dutch. He communicated with teammates and club staff in English. "Come, Yang, have a seat." Van Halen gestured toward a chair before his desk, extinguishing his cigar in an ashtray. Yang Jian glanced at the ashtray, which was overflowing with remnants of cigars, wondering just how many Van Halen had smoked that day. Seemingly aware of Yang Jian's subtle observation, Van Halen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Smoking is an old habit of mine. The scent of cigars helps me think better. I hope you don't mind." "Oh, not at all," Yang Jian replied, eager to avoid any confrontation with his coach, suppressing a cough and striving to maintain a smile. "By the way, Yang, I've heard that you didn't sign a long-term contract with the club?" "Yes, coach. Because I want to challenge myself and see what I can achieve in a short period." Yang Jian refrained from disclosing the arrangement he had made with his parents. Revealing his cards completely would leave him vulnerable. Van Halen mused. It must not have been easy to come from China to play in Europe. In the current era, one cannot deny that we have fallen behind Japan and South Korea significantly. Indeed, Yang Jian sighed in resignation, acknowledging the challenging circumstances that Chinese football has faced in recent years. Van Halen's words were not meant to mock him. During that time, the Chinese football scene was in utter disarray, with national teams repeatedly suffering defeats on the international stage, the FIFA rankings plummeting, and domestic discourse rife with incessant calls for managerial changes, restructuring, and reform. In stark contrast to the flourishing football of our neighboring countries, the national team seemed to be sinking into an unfathomable quagmire. Given these circumstances, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome for you to remain in Europe to play. "Certainly. Coach, to be candid, my primary goal at present is to secure a stable position within our team." Van Halen laughed heartily. "A spirited young man. I like that. However, you must understand that the Eredivisie is not as easy to navigate as some of the smaller leagues in Europe. Here, if one can make a name for oneself, it could lead directly to playing in the Champions League. I trust you comprehend the significance of that." "Of course, coach. What professional player wouldn't aspire to compete in the Champions League? It is a dream of mine. Yang, today you showcased numerous qualities during the training match: professionalism, tenacity, and superior technique. Our coaching staff is quite pleased with your performance. But, hearing the coach's commendation, Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, considering you lack any professional football experience, not even from lower leagues or youth teams, we are uncertain if you are prepared to contribute to the team in critical moments. I am undoubtedly prepared, coach. From the very first second I stepped into the Rotterdam Sparta Club, I was ready. Are you certain? From the first minute of the match to the 90th, whether on the pitch, the bench, or the training ground. Noticing the favorable atmosphere, Yang Jian seized the opportunity to assert himself. He crossed his fingers on the table, straightened his posture, and earnestly declared, "Coach, you may not fully grasp what it entails for me to play football in the Netherlands after coming from China. Behind me stands a school, a city, an immense world of football, and billions of fervent gazes. Therefore, even if you were to wake me at 3 in the morning or drag me from the lavatory, my answer would remain the same. I am absolutely, 100% prepared." Van Halen was momentarily taken aback by Yang Jian's grandiose proclamations. He nodded in satisfaction. "Well then, Yang, I hope to witness your remarkable performances in the upcoming season." Chapter 35. The new Eredivisie season. The summer break flew by swiftly. For Yang Jian, he had anticipated ample time to prepare for the impending new season. However, he was unprepared for the fact that this so-called break was even shorter than the summer vacations he had experienced during his schooling. As early August approached, the first round of the new Eredivisie season was fast approaching. At this juncture, Yang Jian's training had entered an almost frenzied phase. After the last conversation with head coach Van Halen, Yang Jian, who was initially feeling quite pleased, unexpectedly learned from his friends that many young players had been privately summoned for discussions, and the topics were strikingly similar. In truth, everyone understands that to reach this level, each player must have been an exceptional talent in their hometown. Each individual here has sacrificed significantly, yet they are reluctant to bring their personal stories to light. Moreover, they cannot even claim to be the finest among the youth in the Eredivisie. The most talented and promising young players are undoubtedly prioritized for contracts with clubs like Ajax and Feyenoord. Clubs such as Sparta Rotterdam, once illustrious and now weathered, are not regarded as optimal platforms. Thus, when a coach presents an opportunity, failing to seize it could prove detrimental to one's aspirations of competing on the European mainstream stage. Currently, the weakest aspect of Yang Jian's abilities lies in his physical fitness and resilience. The physical attributes of individuals of East Asian descent are typically not exceptional, and compounded by Yang Jian's lack of a structured and balanced diet and training regimen over the years, he must exert significantly more effort in this regard than his peers. Van Halen specifically enlisted the team's fitness coach and nutritionist to devise a tailored plan for Yang Jian. Consequently, he found himself running to the brink of nausea on the training ground each day, only to face the cold steel of gym equipment in the afternoons and evenings. Furthermore, the nutritionist insisted that he consume at least 5 substantial meals daily, including many items that were difficult for him to stomach. Fortunately, dedication yields results. Yang Jian's physique visibly strengthened under this rigorous training regimen. Soon, the schedule for the new season was released. On August 12th, Sparta Rotterdam would visit the Oosterstreek Stadium to challenge Zwolle. The day before the match, the club announced the squad list for the game via their official social media channels. In this list, Van Halen selected only a few stable veteran players, filling the remaining positions exclusively with new signings from the summer transfer window. Upon the announcement, the local fan forum erupted with outrage. What has happened to the club? Have they lost their minds? They are fielding so many newcomers who have never played a professional match. This lineup wouldn't even be suitable for the Eredivisie. How can the club's management justify this to us fans? After finally returning to the Eredivisie, they sold off all the capable players in a single summer transfer window. Blinded by their greed, I still believe in Van Halen's coaching abilities. At the start of last season, no one thought we could make it back to the Eredivisie. Yet he achieved it, didn't he? I concur with what this fellow said. At least for now, Van Halen seems to be a competent coach. But what on earth are these players? Regarding Yang Jian, I could not even find his information on Transfermarkt. Can Chinese people really play football? Indeed, they can. I'm not sure if you follow La Liga, but there is a Chinese player named Zhang Shujin, who is reputed to be one of the top players in his country. However, even in a team like Alaves, he finds it challenging to secure a starting position. I truly wonder how this young lad managed to join the ranks. That afternoon, some inebriated, fervent fans went to the headquarters of Sparta Rotterdam brandishing signs and protesting, chanting slogans demanding team reinforcements and the resignation of the general manager. Yet, those within the club were acutely aware that regardless of the fans' uproar, no funds would be allocated for strengthening the squad before the winter transfer window opened. The sentiments of the fans had also reached the players through various channels. Before the final training session ahead of the away match, Van Halen specifically gathered the young players who had made the roster for a talk. "Kids, I'm not sure if that term suits you, but I am certainly older than many of your fathers," he began, eliciting a few chuckles from the crowd. "Tomorrow, we will face the first match of the new season. I know that there are many, both within the team and among the fans, who doubt you. I understand the pressure you are under. However, you are now professional players. If you cannot withstand this level of pressure, you might as well return home and find a job, whether as a laborer, a white-collar worker, or whatever suits you. But those who question your abilities, have they ever watched you play? Do they comprehend the rigor of your training? I doubt it." The young men responded in unison. "Exactly. They know nothing about you, yet are quick to judge your capabilities. What sense does that make? Remember this. In the world of football, ability is demonstrated through performance, not mere words. Do you understand?" "We understand." The young players, including Yang Jian, were stirred by Van Halen's impassioned speech, eager to take to the field immediately. The following day, the entire team traveled to Zwolle for their away match. Zwolle is not considered a strong team in the Eredivisie. A few years ago, they were relegated to the Eerste Divisie for a season, although they successfully returned to the top tier the following year. Their performance in subsequent seasons has consistently placed them near the bottom of the league. Nevertheless, Sparta Rotterdam had no grounds to underestimate their opponents. Although they once basked in glory, they now find themselves viewed as newcomers. Moreover, following significant personnel changes during the summer transfer window, the capabilities and cohesiveness of the current squad were yet to be tested. At this juncture, a misstep could render them vulnerable to exploitation by others. Furthermore, this match marked Zwolle's home opener for the new season, and Hu Wouldn't desired to commence such a game on a victorious note. 1 hour prior to the match, the starting lineup was unveiled. Unsurprisingly, Yang Jian, with his complete lack of match experience, was not among the 11 chosen players. However, he felt no disappointment, for he possessed a clear understanding of his role. He had assured Van Halen that, even if the game extended to the 90th minute, he would be poised to enter the field at any moment. With the sound of the whistle, Yang Jian's inaugural professional match commenced. Chapter 36. The first battle within a bar named Warriors Kingdom in the heart of Rotterdam. A projection over 100 inches in size broadcasted the match between Sparta Rotterdam and Zwolle. The proprietor of Warriors Kingdom was not only an avid football enthusiast, but also a devoted supporter of Sparta Rotterdam. Consequently, this establishment frequently aired significant football events from across Europe, ensuring that every match involving Sparta Rotterdam was shown without fail. Over time, the bar earned a reputation as a well-known football haven in the local community. For those unable to attend the matches in person, many fans would gather at Warriors Kingdom on match nights, ordering pitchers of beer to enjoy while watching the game. How could they miss from such a close range? Can they even strike the target? What sort of training do they undergo? An irate gentleman, appearing to be in his 50s, pounded the table with his fist, earphone trembling upon his thick beard. On the television, the 32-year-old number 10 player for Sparta Rotterdam, Joey John, had just squandered a golden opportunity within the penalty area. "Calm down, tough guy." An older man, slightly senior in age, approached and gently patted his shoulder in consolation. "There is still time left. Besides, even a draw at 0-0 is an acceptable outcome for us." No, Hars, you're mistaken," the bearded man sternly countered. "This match marks our first return to the Eredivisie in years. Zwolle isn't a formidable opponent. Failing to secure a victory here would severely damage our team's morale. Moreover, if we cannot best Zwolle, how shall we ever teach Feyenoord a lesson?" Immediately after voicing this, the bearded man slammed the base of his beer pitcher onto the table. "It's already the 85th minute. What on earth are these players doing? For heaven's sake, show some spirit. Shouldn't the owner intervene? I genuinely fear he might break something in our establishment," a waitress quietly inquired of Peter, the owner of Warriors Kingdom. "Relax, my dear," Peter reassured her. "Do you know why I invested in this projector? Even if he goes on a rampage, the worst that will happen is a few broken cups." Peter chuckled with pride, reminiscing about a night several years prior when Sparta Rotterdam faced relegation, and the expensive 90-inch television he had purchased for thousands of euros had been shattered by a barrage of flying beer cups amidst the crowd's uproar. As the team struggled to gain momentum, another young man in the bar could no longer contain his frustration. He stood up from his seat, pointing at the projector and vociferously rebuking the management. I knew this would happen, my friends. Last season, we dominated in the Eredivisie. Our cohesion was impeccable. But the moment the summer transfer window opened, those incompetent executives sold off our best players and brought in a bunch of unheard of youngsters. They treat the team as a mere tool for profit, just like those people at Ajax. As his words echoed, the live broadcast shifted focus to the sidelines, where Yang Jian and Juan Romero were warming up, apparently preparing to take the field. Meanwhile, the commentator's voice filled the room. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of the match, and it seems Van Halen is preparing to make his final substitutions. The two players currently warming up on the sidelines are fresh recruits who joined Sparta Rotterdam this summer, both around 18 years of age. One of them, Juan Romero, hails from Argentina. He can operate as a winger and previously played for Defensa y Justicia in the Argentine League. Although his appearances were limited, he possesses commendable skills in wing play and passing, making him a highly talented player. The commentator's eloquent introduction abruptly paused for a few seconds. The other player. He hesitated, and the microphone in the broadcast booth even picked up the sound of him rustling through his notes. Well, the other player is Yang Jian from China. But our current knowledge about him is limited to his name. All other information and statistics remain blank. Upon hearing the commentator's report, the young man's frustration boiled over. What a bunch of nobodies. It would be a miracle if we won this match. Forget it. I'll sell my season ticket at a discount. In the 75th minute, Yang Jian received the command from head coach Van Halen to prepare for entry. He wasted no time, promptly following the fitness coach to begin his warm-up with utmost diligence. This match was indeed challenging for Sparta Rotterdam, although Zwolle is not considered a strong team in the Eredivisie. Their eagerness to secure a victory in the new season fueled their offensive drive. Repeated assaults on Sparta's defense left the starting defenders, including Kenzo Ito and two other center-backs, utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the tireless efforts of midfielder Van der Stegen, who helped alleviate several crises, they might have already been trailing. The relentless pressure was making Richard Silva, who was positioned at the forefront, increasingly agitated. The starting lineup predominantly featured veteran players, and it was evident that these experienced athletes lacked confidence in Silva, resulting in a disjointed connection between the midfield and forward lines and limiting his opportunities to score. At this juncture, Van Halen opted to introduce Yang Jian and Romero, with the assistant coach reiterating their tactical instructions on the board. Juan Romero prioritized ball control as he skillfully maneuvered down the flank, delivering a low cross to Yang Jian after reaching the byline. Positioned at the edge of the penalty area, Yang Jian adeptly surveyed the field, seeking an opportunity to set up Richard Silva. The assistant coach emphatically illustrated a triangle on the tactical board, emphasizing the necessity for synergy among the trio, urging them to form a cohesive line. Of course, if you spot an opportunity, do not hesitate to take a shot, he insisted. Yang Jian and Romero nodded in understanding. In the 88th minute, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Sparta Rotterdam was making changes. Number 19 Yang Jian and number 21 Juan Romero replaced Drut and Joey John. Standing on the sidelines, Yang Jian felt somewhat dazed. The turf beneath his feet and the cacophony of cheers surrounding him rendered the moment surreal. Just months ago, he was an ordinary high school student. 2 or 3 years prior, he was a clumsy novice struggling to juggle a ball. And now, he was about to step onto the professional league stage for the very first time. At that moment, Romero gently nudged the dazed Yang Jian. He jolted back to reality, turning to confirm with Romero that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. Get your head in the game. Prepare to enter, Romero said with a smile. Chapter 37. Surprise. As the match progressed into a dead ball phase, Sparta Rotterdam began to make substitutions. Drut, who was being replaced, displayed evident displeasure. As he reached the sidelines, he neglected to perform the customary high five with Yang Jian, barely even glancing in his direction, muttering grievances as he returned to the bench. His behavior was captured by the cameras, suggesting that the veteran Drut harbored some dissatisfaction with the coach's decision. His grim expression upon seeing the fourth official's substitution board hinted at potential discord within the team. The commentator, astutely aware of these dynamics, observed the match while keenly probing for any underlying gossip that might exist among the players, as such narratives tend to captivate audiences beyond the field, generating considerable media traction. However, Yang Jian was oblivious to these distractions. His focus was solely on the game, and he held little regard for Drut's self-important demeanor. Once both players entered the fray, the match resumed. By the 88th minute, possession remained with Zwolle, who continued to orchestrate a central attack, aiming to compress Sparta Rotterdam's formation while seeking to secure a lead in the final moments of the match. Upon his entry, Yang Jian swiftly located Zwolle's number 16 player, aligning himself with the coach's directives. In fact, without the need for guidance from the coaching staff, Yang Jian, through prolonged observation from the substitutes bench, has gathered considerable insights into the habits and weaknesses of the Zwolle players on the pitch. The number 16 player from Zwolle consistently favors stopping the ball and assessing his surroundings when receiving it with his back turned. As the match progresses and his stamina wanes, his reaction time and observation slows down. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, who has just entered the game with abundant energy, adeptly seizes upon this vulnerability. As the 16th player turns with the ball, oh dear, he has let his guard down during the stop. Yang Jian, the newly substituted number 19 player from Sparta Rotterdam, swiftly approaches from behind to intercept the ball. Let us observe how he intends to proceed next. Upon successfully reclaiming the ball, Yang Jian does not linger. Adhering to the tactical plan, he must immediately coordinate with his teammates. The moment he makes the interception, a chorus of boos erupts from the audience at the Oostring Stadium. While the Oostring Stadium may not be renowned in the pantheon of European football, accommodating merely over 13,000 spectators, it pales in comparison to the grand arenas that hold 50, 60, or even 100,000. Yet, the average person may not grasp this. Surrounded by over 10,000 spectators, the cacophony they produce possesses immense impact and intensity. The audience at Oostring is intent on using their piercing jeers to disrupt Yang Jian's judgment and thought process. However, Yang Jian remains impervious to the noise, seemingly wholly absorbed in the game, with nothing capable of disturbing his clear perception of the match. Without waiting for the opposing defenders to close in, Yang Jian elegantly lifts his leg and sends a long through ball. The ball is directed towards the midfield, but it seems he may have overestimated the lead. No, the timing is impeccable. Oh my. Number 21, Romero, has surged up the flank with astonishing speed. The Zwolle defenders are utterly unable to keep pace with him. This through ball lands perfectly on Romero's path. He need not take even a fraction of a second to control it. Romero races down the wing, with Yang Jian advancing centrally to support, alongside the far side number 18, Richard Silva. Sparta Rotterdam has now created a 3-on-3 counterattack situation. Let us observe near the baseline. Romero has cut inside. He effortlessly shakes off the defender trailing him. Is he going for goal? No. It's a cutback pass. There are players available in the center. Yang Jian and Romero strictly adhere to Van Halen's tactics, which have become one of their favorite scoring methods during training. Currently, the vicinity around the Zwolle penalty area has been significantly opened up by Sparta Rotterdam's counter-attacking strategy, leaving them only a well-timed shooting opportunity away from capitalizing. Yang Jian receives the ball in the center, while Richard Silva darts forward. However, Romero in the box finds himself in an offside position and cannot receive the pass. How will Yang Jian choose to respond? Will he lift the ball to seek Silva? If no choices are made soon, the opposing players will return to their defensive positions. The shot is taken directly. My goodness! Silva, arriving late, drew away a defender from Yang Jian, creating a subtle opening for him to shoot. Sensing this fleeting opportunity, Yang Jian decisively struck the ball. It arced magnificently past the defender, and by the time the goalkeeper reacted, it was too late. 90 minutes. Sparta Rotterdam is in the lead. They have been under pressure the entire match. Standing still after scoring the pivotal goal, Yang Jian wished to celebrate. But his legs seemed unresponsive, perhaps overwhelmed by the surprise of scoring in his debut. His teammates rushed in to celebrate, toppling him to the ground in a jubilant heap, while Coach Van Halen exuberantly leaped in delight on the sidelines. Compared to the young players making their debut for Sparta Rotterdam tonight, Van Halen, as head coach, bore a heavier burden. In the realm of professional football, the coach is often deemed the primary accountable figure for the team's performance. For Van Halen, after the turmoil of the summer transfer window, the team remained far from his initial vision. Yet, he chose to stay. From that day forward, he prepared himself for the possibility of being held accountable for the team's potential poor results, which could lead to his dismissal, a common scenario in football. However, today, the young player's performance validated Van Halen's judgment. The tactics he devised were indeed well suited to this promising cohort of young talents, and the match yielded favorable results through his unwavering insistence. Even the commentators in the broadcasting studio could not help but marvel at the transformation that unfolded within those 2 or 3 minutes on the pitch. It appeared that Coach Van Halen's tactical arrangements had indeed proven immensely effective. He had risked considerable pressure by introducing two young players with no prior Eredivisie experience in the final moments of the match. Yet both Yang Jian and Romero made crucial contributions, swiftly and fluidly linking the counterattack and scoring the leading goal. Oh, let us observe. The final stoppage time has been confirmed. If they can withstand this last stretch, Sparta Rotterdam will secure their first victory in the Eredivisie in years. On the sidelines, the fourth official raised the board, indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time. Chapter 38. Who is he? Just moments after the matchday squad for the game between Sparta Rotterdam and Zwolle was announced, Yang Yi, far away in China, received a call from his brother Yang Su, who was in the Netherlands. Brother, have you seen the news? Xiao Jian made the lineup. Oh dear, with our busy work. Who has the heart to pay attention to these things? Yang Yi replied dismissively while opening a long-saved webpage on his phone. In the roster released by the team, the name of their son, Yang Jian, was indeed nestled in an inconspicuous corner. Darling, come quickly. Our son has made it to the team's roster. After hanging up the phone, Yang Yi excitedly beckoned Zhao Yunqi to look at his phone. What is a roster? What does it signify? Clearly, Zhao Yunqi was entirely oblivious to the realm of professional football. It is the match lineup. Tomorrow, our son's team will have a game. And the 11 players who will start will be selected from this roster of 20. Oh, so it doesn't guarantee he will play? Lacking knowledge of football, Zhao Yunqi was evidently unaware of the significance of being included in the team roster for a player like Yang Jian, who had no prior professional experience. Later that night, after setting an alarm, Yang Yi stealthily left the bedroom and made his way to the study, where he spent a considerable time searching for a smooth streaming signal on the computer. Unfortunately, for a middle-aged man, staying up late was a daunting task. Yang Yi did not anticipate that after enduring for several minutes, the broadcast would hardly provide any glimpses of his son on the substitute bench. As the first half came to a close, he found himself yawning repeatedly and nodding off at the computer, ultimately succumbing to sleep. In contrast to Yang Yi, Yuan Omping appeared far more seasoned. Upon learning of Yang Jian's inclusion in the roster, he set his alarm for the 70th minute of the evening's match. When Yang Jian unexpectedly scored the only goal of the game, Yuan Omping was left astounded, hands clasped on his head, speechless for a long while. He never imagined that Yang Jian would adapt to the game so swiftly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yuan Omping's phone, resting on his desk, vibrated a few times. He picked it up to find a message from his former teammate, Thomas Mason. So what do you think? I told you he had it in him. You should trust my judgment as a professional scout. It seemed that Thomas was also keeping a close eye on the match. As the final whistle blew, Rotterdam Sparta celebrated a triumphant start to the new season. Yuan Omping leaned back in his chair, unable to quell his excitement. After this match, it was likely that Yang Jian would no longer be just an obscure youth. He meticulously reflected on Yang Jian's journey, exceptional talent, open-minded and democratic parents, and crucially, the serendipitous encounter with Thomas Mason, who specialized in talent scouting. Furthermore, Yang Jian had fortuitously joined Rotterdam Sparta amidst a tumultuous period of talent depletion, and even more importantly, he had crossed paths with a coach, Van Halen, who dared to field newcomers. Was there some divine force watching over this young man? Alas, if only he had possessed such luck in his own youth, Yuan Omping pondered in bewilderment. Hurry, hurry, come and see. The following evening, as soon as he finished work, Yang Yi rushed home, eager and excited, slapping his phone down onto the table. The screen displayed the video sent by Yuan Omping earlier that afternoon, capturing Yang Jian's decisive goal from the previous night. Oh my, is that really little Jian? Zhao Yunqi's eyes widened in astonishment. Did you see that? Our son has made a name for himself. However, I can't help but worry. Look at those foreign players on the field, towering and robust. Can Xiao Jian handle it? It seems too perilous. Zhao Yunqi's concern began to resurface. It's all right. Xiao Jian will take care of himself. Has he ever suffered a setback since childhood? By the way, should I share this video with our relatives? No, let's keep a low profile. Otherwise, they might think our child has dropped out of school. Oh, and please send me a copy of that video to my phone. The following evening, the Warriors' Kingdom Bar was bustling with fervent supporters of Rotterdam Sparta, engaged in animated discussions about the previous night's match. Hey, what about that young man who mentioned selling his season ticket last night? Is your ticket still for sale? I'll take it. The young man, blushing, replied, I'm not selling it anymore. I was just venting. I waited in line for ages to buy this ticket. I wouldn't part with it for any amount. Laughter erupted throughout the bar. Peter, the owner, sat at the bar, smiling as he perused the renowned local newspaper. The New Rotterdam Business Daily. The sports section featured a striking close-up of Yang Jian, frozen in disbelief after scoring a goal, accompanied by a bold, oversized headline. Who is he? This article was penned by a well-known sports journalist from the local television station. It began by analyzing key statistics from the previous night's game, and then delved into a comprehensive examination of Coach Van Halen's tactical substitutions that led to the decisive victory. Yet, the focus remained on Yang Jian, the protagonist of the match. The prominent journalist seemed equally baffled by him. Recently, during the summer transfer window, the team had made many puzzling decisions, selling several seasoned players at high prices while acquiring numerous young talents. Although such unpredictable maneuvers are commonplace in football, for a small club like ours, witnessing such extensive buying and selling raises questions about the team's competitiveness in the new season. However, based on yesterday's match, Coach Van Halen displayed his characteristic calmness and wisdom, making timely substitutions that secured our first victory in the Eredivisie after a long hiatus. The two players who were substituted during the 88th minute played pivotal roles. But what intrigued us most was Yang Jian, the sole scorer of the match. I perused the team's roster. Most of the young players we acquired this year had some professional experience in their home countries before joining the Eredivisie. Yet, I could find no prior information on Yang Jian. To be honest, I even leveraged some internal connections within the club, but all I could uncover were trivial details. He hails from China, is 17 years old, and is left-footed. Who is he? How did he become a professional player? What prompted the club to sign him? All of this remains a mystery. At the conclusion of the article, the journalist remarked, however, as long as Yang Jian continues to score for the team, who truly cares about these issues? As long as he can consistently showcase his talents, I shall be his foremost ardent supporter. Chapter 39. Perseverance. Following their inaugural victory in the match, the spirits of most team members were remarkably high. Whether in the visiting team's locker room or on the bus ride back to Rotterdam, the young lads were joyfully singing and dancing. For many of them, this match marked their first victory in the Eredivisie. Indeed, a momentous occasion worth commemorating. For the team, this was an especially milestone victory. The status of Sparta Rotterdam within the annals of Dutch football is well established. However, in recent years, they have struggled in the Eredivisie. Once a prominent force in Dutch football, they have finally had the opportunity to bask in glory within the Eredivisie once more. Teammates congratulated Yang Jian on scoring his first professional goal, and Van Halen even humorously requested the match officials for the very ball that Yang had sent into the net. Here you go, Yang. Today is a significant day for you. This ball should be cherished forever. On the team bus, Van Halen presented Yang Jian with this delightful surprise. Yet, not all players shared in the joyous sentiments. A few seasoned players, led by Drew Idster, were less than pleased. They had anticipated being the backbone of the team this season, but little did they expect that, after just one match, a group of youngsters would surpass them. A couple of the veteran players were grumbling in a corner at the back of the bus. What a stroke of luck. They actually think it's all due to their prowess. Drew Idster's expression was particularly sour. Van Halen had substituted him in the 88th minute, and merely 2 minutes after his departure, Yang Jian scored. Was this not an implication that the team's previous struggles to score were somehow attributed to him? Such a slight to a seasoned player was rather disheartening. How does it feel to achieve your first victory? It must be quite exhilarating. In his dreams, Leo awaited Yang Jian on that very pitch. Of course, Leo, I am absolutely thrilled. This is my very first professional match. Leo nodded, acknowledging Yang Jian's excitement. Moreover, to score on your debut, and it's the winning goal just before the final whistle, such an extraordinary experience is rare indeed. What about you, Leo? Did you score in your first match? Regrettably not. I recall missing a splendid opportunity. I was exceedingly anxious during that match. Speaking of anxiety, I was too. But who wouldn't be nervous? To be honest, I never anticipated the coach would call me to play. As I stood on the sidelines waiting to be substituted, I could scarcely manage to walk. Leo smiled and remarked, I fear you must quickly acclimate to this sensation. Otherwise, when you play in those grand stadiums, you may find your legs trembling from nerves. However, there is no need for undue haste. As long as you can wisely harness my football talent, I am confident that any challenges on the pitch will be effortlessly surmounted. Leo, what should I do next? Next, approach it as you did in your first match, calmly, decisively, with unwavering desire. In Europe, to carve out your own space, you must consistently deliver remarkable performances in the forthcoming matches. On the afternoon following their return to the training base, Yang Jian made a phone call home. Dad, Mom, I scored in last night's match. Did you see it? Yes. Yes. Coach Yuan sent us the video of your goal. Son, you were simply magnificent. Hee, I told you I could do it. Dad, let me tell you. This is just the beginning. My next goal is to secure a starting position on the team by the end of this season. I am determined to establish myself in European football. Once I sign a significant contract, you and Mom can look forward to a life of luxury. Zhao Yunqi took the phone, expressing her concerns. Xiao Jian, your teammates are so robust. I worry for your safety. Please be cautious while playing and absolutely avoid injuries. Also, don't forget to read when you're not training. Zhao Yunqi was still preoccupied with the thought of Yang Jian returning to study and participate in the college entrance examination a year later. The three of them conversed about Yang Jian's experiences in the Netherlands, his training, and everyday life before ending the call. Just as Yang Jian intended to rest on his bed, Kenzo Ito pushed open the door, peering in to call him. Yang Jun, it's time. The coach wants to speak with you. Van Halen had summoned most of the young players for a meeting. Though termed a meeting, it was essentially a one-sided lecture. Children, in the last match, we barely managed to chew through the bone of Zwolle. Many of you withstood the pressure and performed commendably. Give yourselves a round of applause. The players present clapped their hands symbolically in response. Very well, but now I must convey something important. Our football operates on a league system. We are set for a grueling 34 rounds of competition. Do not be under the illusion that winning one match guarantees anything. Moving forward, we will win, draw, lose, and may even face consecutive defeats with significant scorelines. Thus, you must adjust your mindset and prepare for whatever may come next. Understand? Understood. The players replied in unison. Good. Then I must announce a stipulation. Van Halen paused before solemnly stating, from now on, everyone must concentrate solely on training in the upcoming match. Unless there is a matter of utmost importance, no one is to leave the base, at any time and in any place. No one is permitted to accept interviews from any media in any form. If anyone fails to comply, they will be immediately removed from the squad for the next match. The meeting room fell silent, enveloped in an air of seriousness. All the players were intimidated into silence by Van Halen's serious demeanor. Can you do it? Van Halen inquired, raising his voice. We can. No one was foolish. No one wished to be sidelined by the coach due to inconsequential external factors at such a critical moment. Nor did anyone want to fall behind in their lengthy football careers. Was it too stringent a rule to prohibit interviews with the coach? After hearing about the contents of Van Halen's meeting, Sparta Rotterdam's general manager, Matt Clausen, made a special trip to the coach's office to confront him. Was this really considered strict? Maintaining focus during matches is surely a fundamental requirement, isn't it? However, having just secured a splendid victory, allowing the players to engage with the media would undoubtedly present a golden opportunity to enhance the team's visibility, which would be economically beneficial. Van Halen, counting off on his fingers, addressed the manager. Matt, let me correct you on a few points. First, our last match was far from splendid. It was quite arduous. Second, exposing these young players to the media is perilous. They cannot navigate those waters. Third, I am the coach, and my responsibility lies solely with the game. The club's financial matters are beyond my purview. That stubborn old man. Matt Clausen found himself at a loss for words, retreating from the office in a rather disheartened manner. What could he do? After all, he had gone to great lengths to ensure Van Halen remained with the team. Chapter 40. The first home match in the following week. Buoyed by their victory, Van Halen granted the team a day off on Monday. Yet, for Yang Jian, this holiday held little significance, as Van Halen had decreed that they, the young players, were not permitted to leave the training facility. Thus, with nothing to occupy his time, Yang Jian indulged in a late sleep and, after lunch, prepared to head to the gym for extra training. Upon entering the gym, he was taken aback. Ito Kenzo, Juan Romero, and Van der Steen were already sweating profusely in their workouts. Yang Jian exclaimed, "Is everything all right with you? Working so hard even on your day off?" Juan Romero, somewhat embarrassed, pointed to the gym bag on Yang Jian's shoulder. Aren't you doing the same? You can't criticize us. Yang Jian then asked Van der Steen, what about you? Aren't you going home? You're not restricted from leaving the facility. Van der Steen, having risen through Sparta Rotterdam's youth ranks a year earlier than the others, enjoyed a degree of leniency from Van Halen regarding discipline, especially as a local. Thus, he was permitted to return home during the break. As he sprinted on the treadmill, Van der Steen explained, "Oh, yes, but I dislike aimlessly wandering outside. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well train." Hearing Van der Steen's words left Yang Jian speechless. How could someone consider going home to rest as aimlessly wandering? Did this fellow regard the team as his home? Yang Jian wished he could return home. Yet his actual home lay over 7,000 kilometers away. Yang Jian inquired of Juan Romero, "Where is that fellow Richard?" Given their shared South American heritage, Juan Romero and Richard Silva were often inseparable. Van der Stern interjected, "Does he still need extra practice? His natural athleticism is remarkable. Even two defenders cannot hinder him. What is he occupied with now? He is likely in the multimedia room analyzing match footage." Yang Jian felt a wave of despair wash over him. You guys are all so driven. In this industry, particularly in this setting, one often encounters individuals who are not only more talented than oneself, but also more industrious. If one aspires to stand out and establish a foothold, one must be willing to take risks. Sometimes, despite relentless effort, achieving one's ideal outcome remains elusive. If one maintains a complacent attitude, it is likely that obsolescence will soon follow. Previously, Yang Jian had exaggeratedly claimed to Fan Hailuan that he bore the weight of an entire nation on his shoulders. Yet, for others, their burdens were hardly lighter. Consider Richard Silva and Juan Romero, hailing from Brazil and Argentina respectively. Both came from modest backgrounds. To support their football aspirations, their families likely had to tighten their belts, with parents possibly working late into the night at part-time jobs just to make ends meet. If they were to succeed in Europe, the fortunes of their entire families could be transformed. Then there was Kenzo Ito, who, while not burdened by financial concerns, harbored the dream of representing Japan in the World Cup. Japanese football was currently thriving, with numerous players plying their trade in Europe, including stars like Jiro Toyama and Hikaru Takagi, who secured starting positions in the top leagues. Thus, if Kenzo Ito wished to join the national team, he would need to carve out a place for himself among such formidable competition. Consequently, his pressure was considerable. In contrast to his teammates, Yang Jian's motivation for playing stemmed purely from his passion, which was somewhat enviable. In the ensuing 2 days, the team reconvened for training. With the summer break just concluded and only one official match played, the coaching staff organized simple recovery exercises to help the players quickly acclimate. After each session, massage therapists were appointed to assist with muscle relaxation. However, the final 2 days of practice were noticeably more demanding. In the second round of matches, the team would face Alkmaar at home. Alkmaar, while not a prestigious or renowned football club in the Netherlands, had emerged in recent years, achieving commendable results in the Eredivisie for several consecutive seasons, though they had yet to significantly challenge the dominance of the league's giants, Ajax, PSV Eindhoven, and Feyenoord. In recent years, their rankings have consistently placed them among the top 5 in the Eredivisie, and they have engaged in fiercely contested matches against the league's elite clubs, exchanging victories. AZ Alkmaar exhibits a sharp playing style, excelling in offense. Last season, the team's scoring efficiency and shot attempts ranked among the best in the Eredivisie. In preparation for such an adversary, the defenders, particularly led by Kenzo Ito, have endured the most arduous training sessions. They are not only required to undertake extensive defensive drills, but also to dedicate considerable time post-training to meticulously review recent match footage of Alkmaar, analyzing their attacking formations and the movements of their key forwards. Kenzo, given your abilities and technical attributes, you would likely excel as a wingback. However, as you are aware of the current team configuration, I hope you can temporarily assume the role of a central defender. Under the influence of Van Halen, Kenzo Ito has been entirely transformed into a formidable defensive bulwark. Nevertheless, as Van Halen has noted, Kenzo possesses excellent speed and dribbling skills. If not for the team's pressing needs, Van Halen would indeed prefer to unleash Kenzo's attacking prowess in the wingback position. Soon, Saturday arrived. Alkmaar was set to visit the Sparta Stadium that evening, following their thrilling last-minute victory over Zwolle. A substantial number of home fans flocked to the stadium to witness the match. Even those unable to secure tickets congregated in bars, restaurants, and open-air cinemas to rally behind their local team. Although Yang Jian was still not included in the starting lineup for this match, he distinctly felt a change after his previous performance. Upon entering the pitch, he was greeted warmly by numerous staff members in the tunnel and locker room, with a few even attempting to communicate in broken Chinese, uttering phrases like hello and good evening. In response to these greetings, Yang Jian smiled and nodded respectfully. It was the first time he experienced the vanity and satisfaction that accompanies being a renowned player. The Sparta Stadium is slightly smaller than Zwolle's Oosterpark Stadium, typically accommodating just over 10,000 spectators. Nonetheless, the atmosphere was electrifying as the fans, under the guidance of the stadium's leaders, sang and cheered passionately. After a brief and cordial pre-match ceremony, Yang Jian's first home game in the Eredivisie commenced. Chapter 41, substituting Yang Jian in contrast to the elderly Van Halen. AZ Alkmaar's head coach, Jansen, who is still under 50, can certainly be regarded as a vibrant young tactician. According to media reports, Jansen exudes passion and energy at all times, a trait that is evidently reflected in his coaching style. During the match, Alkmaar launched swift attacks, with each player tirelessly maneuvering to create scoring opportunities for the team. In the match, they often adopt an offensive strategy as a form of defense, leaving certain teams in disarray. Even when facing lower-tier teams in the league, they frequently achieve a substantial lead by halftime, rendering the outcome of the match a foregone conclusion. In the face of such a formidable offense, even Van Halen, despite reviewing countless match tapes of Alkmaar and conducting numerous tactical drills, found himself unable to effectively thwart their scoring attempts. Although Van Halen deployed a 5-4-1 defensive formation, the results were minimal at best. By halftime, Alkmaar's forwards had breached Rotterdam Sparta's defense twice with their astute and precise offside tactics, effortlessly securing a 2-0 advantage. As the players made their way back to the locker room, many fans in the stands were already expressing their dissatisfaction. Pick up your spirits. How many more do you intend to lose in the second half? It was evident that facing a strong opponent had exposed their vulnerabilities. The defenders were completely outmaneuvered by Alkmaar's offside strategy. The players needed to shake off their despondency. This was our first home match since returning to the Eredivisie. After decades of watching games at Sparta Stadium, such a mindset would not yield favorable results. It was disheartening. In the previous match against Zwolle, we had managed to maintain our defense throughout, yet this match's defensive effort was utterly lacking. When would we witness our team exhibit an attack as aesthetically pleasing as Alkmaar's? Alas, I could hardly bear to watch. If there was no improvement by the 70th minute of the second half, I would take my leave to avoid the long queues at the end of the match. Saving time seemed the more practical choice. Given the state of the game, it was the defenders, particularly Kenzo Ito, who felt the most frustrated. According to Van Halen's tactical plan, he was the linchpin of the defense, bearing the heaviest burden and greatest responsibility. However, the older defenders seemed less than respectful towards this young man from Japan. It appeared they were deliberately targeting Kenzo Ito on numerous occasions. Their willingness to cover for him was lackluster, indirectly contributing to the 2 goals conceded in the first half. During the halftime break, Van Halen gathered several defenders around the tactical board, meticulously explaining the errors they had made in the first half and analyzing the movements of Alkmaar's forwards. Observing the defensive players, who appeared somewhat dazed, Van Halen had to reorganize and reiterate key information. He outlined what actions were imperative, which were inadvisable, what constituted fatal errors, and what could be salvaged through mutual support. A few players were evidently still mired in the defeatist sentiments of the first half. As Van Halen spoke, they mechanically nodded, seemingly uncertain of their comprehension. One of the assistant coaches approached Van Halen, lowering his voice to suggest, "Coach, should we bring Yang on in the second half to inject some energy?" I share the same sentiment. However, the moment is not yet ripe. Entering the fray too early, should one fail to deliver results, may lead to conceding further goals. Let us exercise patience. In the dying moments of halftime, Van Halen convened several defenders, urging them to maintain a proper mindset and concentrate fiercely. He issued a stern ultimatum. During the first 20 minutes of the second half, no goals must be conceded, otherwise, they would face a month without any holidays. As the second half commenced, the players of Sparta Rotterdam appeared decidedly more serious, their defensive line tensing in response to the gravity of the situation. After all, a month devoid of holidays is no trifling matter. The score of 0-2 compelled them to grit their teeth and hold firm until the 70th minute. Alas, with merely a few minutes remaining, hope seemed to dwindle. Friends, I must take my leave. If anyone wishes to join, it will spare you the troubles of traffic and queues. In the stands, the previously mentioned fan prepared to exit and return home. Hey, don't leave just yet. We are about to make a substitution. On the sidelines, Sparta Rotterdam's team requested a change, withdrawing a defender in favor of number 19, Yang Jian. Upon seeing Yang Jian poised to enter the fray, a wave of murmurs erupted among the spectators. What on earth is Van Halen thinking? In such a passive state, why substitute a defender? Is he not satisfied with a 2-goal deficit? Indeed, hasn't the defense performed adequately thus far? Can introducing an attacker guarantee a goal? Yet, as a coach, surely Van Halen possesses an understanding of the game beyond theirs. The introduction of Yang Jian is a calculated risk agreed upon by the coaching staff. a bold move in pursuit of victory. In football, there exists a well-known phenomenon referred to as the two-goal trap. Many knowledgeable fans recognize that in professional arenas, a two-goal lead is one of the most precarious scores. Teams ahead by 2 goals often fall victim to the deceptive comfort of their advantage, mistakenly believing victory is secured. This leads to a relaxation of vigilance, a descent into complacency, and a loss of focus and fighting spirit. Consequently, this presents a hidden opportunity for the trailing team. Should they seize this chance and score, narrowing the gap to 1 goal, it psychologically reassures them that the disparity is not as vast as it seems. If they exert their utmost effort, they may indeed contend for more. Meanwhile, the leading side, albeit still in possession of a 1-goal advantage, finds it increasingly difficult to revert to their previous state of composure when faced with an opponent brimming with fervor and confidence. The current dynamics on the pitch perfectly exemplify the classic two-goal trap. On one hand, with less than 20 minutes remaining, injury time notwithstanding, organizing an effective attack within such a brief window is a formidable challenge for Sparta Rotterdam. Even if they succeed, the general consensus would suggest that this time would suffice only for them to narrow the gap by a single goal. On the other hand, substituting in younger players at this moment, in the eyes of the opposing coach, was a deliberate decision by Van Halen to nurture new talent during garbage time. Although Yang Jian had secured the winning goal in the dying moments of the previous match, many in the Eredivisie still did not regard him with much seriousness. "Leo, just wait and see my performance," Yang Jian silently encouraged himself, gently stroking the grass of the home pitch before darting onto the field. Chapter 42. This is the coordination we should have. Upon Yang Jian's entry onto the pitch, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, leading the fans and chanting his name multiple times. It appeared that his performance in the last match had endeared him to a considerable number of the home supporters, despite his previously unremarkable status. However, Yang Jian hardly noticed this adulation. His mind was solely focused on one objective: scoring a goal. Prior to this substitution, Van Halen had repeatedly emphasized that the purpose of his inclusion was to take bold risks, urging him to play rapidly and unexpectedly. Indeed, in the face of a formidable opponent like Alkmaar, losing by 2 or 3 goals bore little distinction. Hence, it was better to give it a shot. Even if the outcome of the match could not be altered, he must not present a dismal display before the home fans. In the 73rd minute, after a successful defensive play, a teammate passed the ball to Yang Jian on the left flank. Without hesitation, he surged forward with the ball along the wing. By this time, Alkmaar had largely established their defensive formation and were not in a rush to press. Waiting for Yang Jian to approach the edge of the penalty area before their defender, De Lastre, stepped up to challenge him. De Lastre, a key player in Alkmaar's defense, was youthful and robust, known for his rapid sprints and agility. He often anticipated an opponent's intentions, making preemptive defensive moves before they could execute a dribble. Confronted with Yang Jian, a relatively unfamiliar face, De Lastre remained confident. In the Eredivisie, unless faced with a select few elite dribblers, most attackers would quickly opt to release the ball when one-on-one with him. Attempts to bypass De Lastre typically ended in failure. And even if possession were retained after a failed dribble, teammates would soon converge to reclaim the ball, resulting in a high likelihood of losing possession. Yet, unbeknownst to De Lastre, this match would mark the beginning of Yang Jian's ascent to becoming one of the few players capable of showcasing superior dribbling skills against him. Yang Jian slightly slowed his pace, feigning observation of his teammates, tricking De Lastre into halting his advance. The moment De Lastre paused, Yang Jian executed a swift series of touches, sending the ball into the space behind De Lastre in mere fractions of a second. In the ensuing moments, Yang Jian accelerated swiftly to chase after the rolling ball, leaving De Lastre far behind. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. The sudden shift in Yang Jian's rhythm and his decisive maneuvering took De Lastre by surprise. However, he had little time to ponder, as he needed to close the gap with Yang Jian rapidly to regain his lost defensive position. Speed was also his forte. Among the defenders in the Eredivisie, he was confident he would not be outpaced by anyone. In the blink of an eye, De Lastre had narrowed the distance to half a body length behind Yang Jian. Perhaps it was the shame of being outmaneuvered by an unknown player that ignited his frustration. Or perhaps it was instinctive for defenders to employ minor arm movements to disrupt the balance of the ball carrier. As he approached Yang Jian, De Lastre instinctively shoved him. Of course, such a gesture did not constitute a foul. It was merely a normal physical contact. De Lastre intended to use this action to affect Yang Jian's balance and slow his advance, allowing him to reposition more swiftly. To his surprise, however, Yang Jian's lower body proved remarkably stable. Instead of stumbling or slowing down, he propelled himself forward, utilizing the force of Delaster's push to gain further ground. Consequently, Delaster inadvertently assisted Yang Jian in advancing several meters. At the edge of the penalty area, the support player was quick to react, positioning himself directly in front of Yang Jian. At this moment, Yang Jian halted, needing a few seconds to catch his breath and assess the situation on the field. Two defenders now surrounded him. One had just emerged from the penalty area to confront him, while the other, Delaster, was closing in from the flank behind. The space along the sideline was exceedingly narrow, and the numerical superiority of the tight-marking defense was advantageous. The two defenders exchanged knowing glances and began to close in on Yang Jian, preparing to execute a tackle. Yet, Yang Jian remained unhurried. He first maneuvered the ball towards the corner of the penalty area, feigning an intention to shift in the opposite direction to seek greater space. The defenders, however, were not about to grant him the opportunity to redistribute the ball. They decisively advanced to encircle him, just as it seemed the ball would be intercepted. Yang Jian suddenly executed a deft pullback and shifted direction to face the defender positioned in front of the penalty area. With a gentle flick of his left foot, the ball glided through the defender's legs. What a seamless display of skillful dribbling. The audience gasped in awe once more. Where had this young man come from? At that moment, the space between Yang Jian and the small penalty area was completely vacant. Continuing his advance would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to Alkmaar's defense. Naturally, the remaining defenders could not remain passive, as one defender rushed forward to provide support. He had yet to reach an effective defensive position when Yang Jian decisively abandoned his breakthrough, lifting the ball with his left foot to deliver a cross. In the penalty area, the towering Richard Silva, already eager and restless, leapt high, overpowering another defender and perfectly connected with the football sent by Yang Jian. Perhaps it was the precision of his header or the sheer strength of Richard Silva that propelled the ball at a velocity rivaling that of a foot-struck shot, piercing through the Alkmaar goal like a cannonball. The score was now 1-2. Rotterdam Sparta had reclaimed a goal. Overwhelmed with excitement after scoring his first goal of the Eredivisie season, Richard Silva dashed outside the penalty area, embracing Yang Jian and exclaiming, "Yang, that was an exquisite pass. This is the synergy we ought to have." His robust physique collided with Yang Jian, momentarily leaving him breathless. Surrounding teammates rushed over to celebrate, instantly invigorating the atmosphere of the team. The trap of 2-0 had been triggered, and in the next 10 minutes, a spectacle was set to unfold. Van Halen pondered his tactics, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, in the stands, those fans who had previously clamored to leave early found themselves returning to their seats upon witnessing the goal. "I suppose I'll stay a bit longer. It seems this match isn't quite over yet." Chapter 43. I knew this lad could do it. The spirits of the Rotterdam Sparta team surged after their recent goal. The contrast to the lethargy at the end of the first half was striking. Following Richard Silva's header, assisted by Yang Jian, all players exhibited a renewed vigor in their movements and communication. At the onset of the second half, the atmosphere on the field had plunged to an icy silence, with players reluctant to engage with one another. During the brief pause for celebration, Drash became the most tormented individual on the pitch. Twice, within the span of a minute, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by an unfamiliar newcomer. Over the years, Drash had faced numerous adept strikers in the Eredivisie, yet few had managed to bypass him so effortlessly in one-on-one situations. If he failed to reclaim his dignity, he would face significant humiliation today. As Alkmaar resumed play from the center circle, the match had reached the 80th minute. If they could endure for another 10, at most 12 or 13 minutes, they could secure a victory and claim all 3 points. However, reality proved far more complex, leading 2-1 as the game approached its final stages. Alkmaar's players could not coordinate their tactical approach effectively. Some believed that the recent goal conceded was merely a lapse in concentration, a momentary lapse that allowed a Rotterdam Sparta player to capitalize. They thought that if they quickly rectified their mindset, reorganized their offense, and resumed their previous pressing strategy, the remaining 10 minutes would suffice to score again and restore their 2-goal advantage. A faction of the players opined that with scant time remaining in the match, it would be more prudent to relinquish their offensive efforts and instead focus on a staunch defense, especially given their slender lead. With mere moments left, as long as they maintained their positions and coordinated their defensive efforts, securing a victory should not prove overly challenging. However, The disunity in tactical thought on the field led to a disconnect between Alkmaar's defense and offense, resulting in an unsettlingly chaotic performance in the ensuing minutes. The head coach of Alkmaar, Jansen, watched from the sidelines in mounting frustration, ultimately leaving the bench to vociferously implore each player who passed by. Concentrate. We must prioritize our defense now. Yet, by this juncture, his reminders seemed somewhat belated. In the 85th minute, Rotterdam Sparta earned a goal kick and began to reorganize their attack. At this moment, Yang Jian positioned himself on the right flank. After receiving a pass from Van der Stein, he decisively advanced with the ball, his focus singularly on the opponent's goal. Make way. I will defend. As Yang Jian approached the penalty area with the ball, Delestrat hurriedly rushed to intercept him, stubbornly insisting to his teammates not to provide assistance. Determined to single-handedly thwart Yang Jian and redeem the pride lost from a previous goal conceded, Delestrat was particularly focused, his body poised in a low stance. Having been previously outmaneuvered by Yang Jian, he was no longer complacent. Noticing the absence of supportive teammates, Yang Jian felt a surge of exhilaration. He relished the prospect of a one-on-one confrontation, thus began a brief standoff on the pitch. Delestrat's strategy was clear. If you do not move, I shall remain steadfast. Should you pass the ball, it signifies your doubt in overcoming my defense. If you attempt to break through, even at the cost of a foul and a yellow card, I shall resolutely impede your advance. Yang Jian, however, was not encumbered by such considerations. At the moment their gazes locked, his mind was singularly fixated on one objective, to surpass him and score. Yang Jian made the first move. He swiftly lowered his shoulder in a feigned maneuver, his entire body exaggeratedly leaning to the right. Overly tense, Delestrat instinctively believed Yang Jian intended to continue his advance down the right flank, thus shifting his defensive weight correspondingly. Yet, this was merely a ruse. Despite Delestrat's quick reflexes, he realized too late that he had been deceived. Yang Jian deftly nudged the ball with his left foot, skillfully cutting inside. The commentator in the broadcasting booth erupted with excitement. He has cut inside. Yang Jian has cut inside. My goodness, that feint was astonishingly realistic. Delestrat has been completely, utterly, and thoroughly outmaneuvered. Wait. At this distance, Yang Jian, he is going for goal. Within 2 strides, he found himself at the edge of the penalty area. He did not even bother to observe the positioning of the opposing defenders. Instead, he relied solely on a fleeting memory from moments prior to select a shooting angle, launching a powerful strike with remarkable speed. Although the goalkeeper attempted to react in time, he was a fraction too late, and the ball surged through his outstretched hands into the net. The commentator leapt up from his desk, exclaiming fervently. And if the broadcast had not been without visuals at that moment, the viewers at home would have easily spotted the flamboyant beach shorts he wore beneath. A long-range shot. Once again, a long-range shot. Dear friends, behold this extraordinary Chinese lad. In the 86th minute, Sparta Rotterdam equalized, scoring 2 goals within a mere 10 minutes. Each goal bore the hallmark of Yang Jian's involvement. Van Halen's substitutions were truly inspired. This time, after scoring, Yang Jian did not remain rooted like a fool. He sprinted towards the sidelines, halting beneath the southern stands of Sparta Stadium, his left hand open and right fist clenched, performing a traditional Chinese salute towards the home fans. Since his last goal, he had sequestered himself in his dormitory, replaying the footage of his goal on his phone 800 times. He felt his expression post-goal was rather foolish, akin to a Navi country boy witnessing the grandiosity of a city for the first time, overwhelmed by the towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. Despite his lack of fame, he could not allow the illustrious Eastern Dragon to be embarrassed. After a week of deep contemplation, Yang Jian finally settled on a celebration that was simple, memorable, and imbued with traditional Chinese cultural significance. The crowd joined in unison, chanting his name repeatedly, their excitement palpable as they stood to celebrate this unexpected goal. Once the referee pointed to the center circle, Van Halen completely released his exuberance. He discarded his tactical board, leaping from the bench, seizing his assistant coach, and shaking him vigorously while bellowing, "How about that? How about that? I knew he could do it. I knew this kid had it in him." Chapter 44. Am I becoming a star? Late at night, De Last remained in his room, repeatedly watching the footage of AZ Alkmaar being held to a draw by Sparta Rotterdam. Nearly 6 hours had passed since the match concluded. Yet he felt no inclination to sleep. In the locker room post-match, Alkmaar's head coach, Jansen, delivered a stern reprimand to De Last for signaling his teammates not to provide assistance, insisting that he confront Yang Jian in a one-on-one duel. This was the first time since joining Alkmaar that the head coach had treated him in such a manner. He had lost count of how many times he had viewed the clips of the team's conceded goals. Jansen was right. He bore primary responsibility for the second goal conceded. Had he not acted impulsively in wanting to defend Yang Jian alone, the latter would not have had such ample space to shoot after cutting inside. However, the more footage he watched, the more anxious De Laster felt. In his eyes, the newcomer Yang Jian from Sparta Rotterdam appeared to possess virtually no weaknesses to exploit. From the moment he received the ball, whether in his passing, dribbling, or the rhythm and thought behind his maneuvers, everything seemed to manifest as a flawless work of art, devoid of any alterations or blemishes. While it was not apparent during the match, viewing it now from an observer's perspective, every move of this young man was executed with such grace and fluidity, as if he had intuitively grasped the defender's intentions, knowing precisely where they came from, where they were headed, and whether they aimed to intercept or tackle. De Laster could not help but mutter to himself, "What an extraordinary talent this fellow possesses." The following morning, the front page of the sports section in the New Rotterdam Gazette was naturally dominated by Yang Jian once again. The headline read, "It's him again. Yang. This time." The cover photo was no longer one of his previous dazed and lifeless expressions. The newspaper's reporter had skillfully captured a high-definition close-up of Yang Jian celebrating with a fist salute. In the photo, Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with vigor, exuding an air reminiscent of a football star. Yang Yi sent the newspaper image to his brother and sister-in-law, who joyfully enlarged and printed it to adorn the walls of Yang Jian's bedroom. In Sparta Rotterdam, if you followed football, it was impossible to overlook the remarkable young Chinese player, Yang Jian, this weekend. On the local fan forum, the youth fervently discussed this prodigious talent. "Did you watch the match yesterday? That Yang Jian is phenomenal. Alkmaar is not like Zwolle. Securing a point at home is quite an achievement for us. I haven't been watching long, but this is the first time I've seen such a young player blend with the ball so seamlessly. Where did the club find such talent? From China, of course. The records indicate he is Chinese. But to be fair, in recent years, Europe has seen many talented players from Japan and Korea, while Chinese football seems to be lagging behind. It's astonishing to have a player like this. What do you know? Do you realize how many people there are in China? Over 1 billion. Isn't it possible for one exceptional player to emerge from 100 million? This nation will undeniably be a force to reckon with in the global football arena. My cousin works at the club. I can't disclose the specifics. However, you mentioned that Yang Jian is not a native-born Chinese. He has relatives in the Netherlands and immigrated here early on, honing his skills in our country. Yet, De Laster from Alkmaar had his own woes. Previous media reports suggested that Milan, having observed him for some time, was preparing a winter transfer bid. Following this match, it seemed they would either have to wait a bit longer or face a significant price drop of several million euros. Yang Jian lay on his dormitory bed, perusing these news articles and posts, when suddenly he sat up with a start. "Ito, have I become a star?" "Of course, Yang Jun. The fans of our home team are quite captivated by you." "Oh dear, hearing that makes me a bit nervous. I am completely unprepared for fame." "Well, you must ready yourself mentally. If your performance continues to improve, there will be no shortage of autograph signings, photographs, and public events in the future." Ito Kenzo spoke the truth. The club nurtures its players, and in turn, players represent the club. Beyond the pitch, the club must also explore the commercial potential of its athletes. Essentially, everything boils down to business, and all is in pursuit of financial gain. In the office of Van Heiluwen, club manager Matt Clausen was once again negotiating with the head coach. "Coach, just this once, can we make an exception for today?" Clausen implored. Van Heiluwen, as always, hid behind a veil of smoke, responding firmly, "I'm afraid not, manager. This is a principle of mine regarding player development. This group of young players is crucial for us. Until they acclimatize to the pace and intensity of the Eredivisie, no one, including Yang, may accept interviews or participate in events without my consent. But players are essentially employees of the club. They serve the club. Do not forget, a player who cannot shine on the field holds little value for the club. Involving these young talents in matters beyond the pitch too soon could ruin them. The media involved in this interview have maintained a deep collaboration with the club for years. I already declined once, and now you are making this quite difficult for me." "No worries, Matt. You can place the blame squarely on my shoulders. As an old man involved in football, I am unperturbed by the media's scrutiny. I have encountered their tactics decades ago when I was a player. What about a mid-match interview? I could arrange for a television interview during halftime of the next match. Surely that would be acceptable?" "That is indeed feasible, but the condition is that only topics related to the match can be discussed. If it strays beyond that, my players will not respond. Fine, fine. I am truly exasperated with you. There are hardly any coaches in the Eredivisie as uncooperative as you. In the afternoon, still basking in the praise he received online, Yang Jian received a phone call. Hey, young man, you've performed quite well in these last 2 matches. Uncle Thomas. I didn't expect it to be you. Are you still in Asia? Yes, but I have been following your matches. Quite impressive, indeed. By the way, someone at the club has contacted me regarding your current development. What is it, Uncle Thomas? I believe you will soon be in need of an agent. Chapter 45. Finding an agent what? Me? An agent? Yang Jian asked incredulously. Of course, most professional players have agents. With your understanding of football, you surely know this. I understand, but I am contemplating whether seeking a manager might be premature or even unnecessary, considering I may only play for a year before returning to China. No. Young man, have confidence. With your current performance, as long as you address a few minor issues and maintain your health to avoid injuries, you will undoubtedly become a remarkable professional player in no time, at least in the Eredivisie. This is precisely why I urge you to find a manager promptly. If this manager possesses sufficient capability, they might expedite your journey into one of the top 5 leagues. However, Uncle Thomas, I am uncertain about how to find a manager. Why don't you represent me yourself? Would that be possible? Ha ha ha, silly child. That is certainly not feasible. My profession is that of a scout, and I lack the qualifications to be a player's agent. Besides, I have my own responsibilities, as I am leading a team. What should I do then? Do you have a suitable agent to recommend? Well, I do know a few familiar agents, but I don't believe they would be appropriate for you. You are too young and an overseas newcomer. Those individuals would merely exploit you as a means to profit, draining you completely. Yang Jian suddenly realized, oh, in the eyes of these foreigners, I am the true outsider. Here is what I suggest, child. First, avoid agents introduced by the club. Second, do not engage with those who reach out to you. Third, steer clear of those old enough to be your father. Fourth, avoid agents who represent too many players. And fifth, if you find someone who seems promising, do not sign a lengthy contract. 2 to 3 years will suffice. Oh, understood. I will take note of all this. Yang Jian hurriedly jotted down Thomas's advice on a sticky note. By the way, there is one more thing. What? Uncle Thomas, what else is there? The fees charged by agents typically should not exceed 10%. Remember this crucial boundary. However, isn't there also a 10% clause in our previous contract? Therefore, if the agent you find also charges a 10% fee, you may find yourself at a financial disadvantage. It's best if their commission is as low as possible relative to this percentage. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you for your guidance. I will remember it all. Yang Jian expressed his gratitude while internally lamenting. It seems that all agents are equally unscrupulous. During the week, a rare day of rest arrived. Marked as such because Van Halen had granted the young players permission to venture out into the streets, with numerous young talents under his wing. He recognized that at this age, they are lively and energetic. As a coach, he could confine them for a week or 2, but not for a month or longer. Occasionally stepping out to clear their minds also benefits the player's performance and mental well-being. However, relaxation comes with strict rules established by Van Halen. First, no contact with any media. Second, no entering establishments of ill repute or casinos. Third, no consumption of alcohol. Fourthly, players must return to the club before dinner time at the players' cafeteria. Otherwise, the old rule applies. Anyone who dares to violate this will be directly excluded from the matchday squad. After lunch that day, Yang Jian found himself in an inconspicuous alley in the heart of Rotterdam, where an aging office building stood. He took out his phone to confirm the information. Kunlun Sports Management Company, 5th floor, room 505, specializing in organizing sporting events, engaging in sports management, operating sports venues, selling sports equipment, and managing sports projects, welcoming inquiries. What a peculiar name, Yang Jian muttered to himself. He glanced up at the office building, recalling that he had previously searched for this agency online, expecting a reputable establishment in the city center, only to find it located in such a nondescript old structure. Just a street away lay Rotterdam's most bustling district. It seemed the choice of location must be due to lower rent. Well, since I'm here, Yang Jian thought. Unwilling to leave empty-handed, and steeled himself to go upstairs. He knocked on the door of room 505, and a youthful, resonant voice called out in English, "Come in." Yang Jian entered to find the room in disarray, papers and magazines strewn everywhere. Behind a somewhat antiquated desk sat a young man, intently focused on his computer. "Hello. Is this Kunlun Sports Management Company?" Yang Jian inquired. "Yes, how may I assist you?" the man asked without looking up. "Well, I'm an athlete, and I'd like to inquire about sports agents," Yang Jian replied. At this, the man behind the desk suddenly became intrigued, finally lifting his gaze to Yang Jian. Oh my, you are," he exclaimed as if he had spotted a celebrity. "You are Yang Jian, the newcomer introduced to Sparta Rotterdam this summer." The unexpected enthusiasm left Yang Jian momentarily speechless, and he was further astonished when the man spoke with a somewhat broken Mandarin. This is I." Yang Jian struggled to find his words. The man quickly rose from his seat, rubbed his hands together, and, extending his hand earnestly, introduced himself. "Hello. My name is Jose Rico, from Spain, and I am a sports agent." Yang Jian mechanically shook his hand and asked, "Spain? But you're Chinese." "Haha, quite a surprise, isn't it? You see, my whole family has a profound admiration for traditional Chinese culture, which began with my grandfather, who worked in China for several years during his youth. You can tell from my company's name, Kunlun, the legendary sacred mountain of Huaxia civilization. My grandfather named it," Jose Rico proudly explained. "I see." Yang Jian felt an inexplicable fondness for this man, who was only slightly older than himself. If his Mandarin was decent, at least the language barrier would be much easier to overcome. Although Yang Jian's English is commendable, it is primarily limited to everyday communication and exchange, with perhaps a sprinkling of specialized football terminology. When it comes to more complex matters, such as economic contracts, Yang Jian finds himself at a disadvantage linguistically. "Yang, what brings you here? Are you in search of an agent?" Jose Rico inquired. Indeed, that is the case." Chapter 46. Jose Rico responded with surprise. "What? Are you genuinely looking for an agent? Wait a moment, you mean to say you currently do not have one? The club hasn't arranged one for you?" "Well, I presently do not have an agent or agency." In truth, Yang Jian was not well informed about this matter. It was not that the club had neglected to find him an agent. After his first match in the Eredivisie, where he scored a last-minute goal against Zwolle, the team manager, Matt Clausen, had indeed sought an agent for him. However, this agent was someone with ties to Matt Clausen, who had introduced several players to him. The arrangement was, however, thwarted by that old man, Van Halen, before Yang Jian was even aware of it. Van Halen understood that the agent recommended by Clausen was not dedicated to his players. That individual was solely interested in extracting financial value from them. He was unwilling to see the talented player he had painstakingly nurtured fall prey to those avaricious agents within a couple of years. Jose Rico, brimming with enthusiasm, proposed, "In that case, let us sit down and discuss this matter thoroughly." He gestured for Yang Jian to take a seat at the chair before his desk and retrieved a bottle of sparkling water from the office refrigerator. "Here, drink this. I understand the preferences of athletes, even though I have plenty of soda available, haha." Yang Jian accepted the sparkling water with a resigned smile. "Honestly, I would much prefer to drink soda. Everything about playing football is delightful, except for the prohibition on indulging in one's favorite foods. It is quite torturous. Not to mention that Van Halen was a stringent coach. Even during his time with Guangning, Yuan Onping forbade the players from consuming carbonated drinks. Many of the boys could only sneak a sip once training sessions concluded and they returned home." "Yang Jian, do you have any specific requirements regarding an agent? I understand you may be new to this field, so feel free to ask me anything you find unclear." Yang Jian did not rush to pose questions. Instead, he surveyed the office, noting the walls adorned with promotional photographs of athletes, including several renowned stars from the Eredivisie. "Are these players all signed with your agency?" "Oh no. Not at all. I do not possess such capabilities yet. These athletes have engaged in some business dealings with my company. To be honest, given the scale of my operation, just myself here, it is impossible to manage the financial affairs of so many athletes." "Then how many professional athletes are currently under your representation?" Jose Rico displayed a hint of discomfort, sighing. "We both speak Chinese, and there's a saying in China, to place one's heart in another's hands. I shall not deceive you. At present, my company has no professional athletes under its banner." "Oh, not a single one." Yang Jian expressed surprise. "How does your company continue to operate?" "Well, it's not that I've never had any," Joss replied. "It's merely a temporary absence of players. In the past, I managed several athletes. However, some have switched careers. Others have retired, and once contracts expired, we ceased our collaborations. Frankly speaking, for a small agency like mine, it is exceedingly challenging to sign renowned and capable players. The finest resources are often monopolized by coaches, managers, and team leaders within clubs. Jos Rico's candidness fostered a sense of goodwill in Yang Jian. At the very least, he had fulfilled 4 out of the 5 key advice Mason Thomas had given him regarding finding an agent. Yang Jian sought to learn more about Jos Rico, and thus inquired, "By the way, Jos, are you not Spanish? What brings you to the Netherlands to establish an agency? It must be quite arduous." "Not at all," Jos replied. "To be frank, many of my relatives and elders are in the legal profession. My grandfather, my father, my uncle, my aunt, my brother. There are so many. Even those who are not lawyers are in related fields. Such an environment can be quite stifling. I have disliked it since my school days. Perhaps I am somewhat of an anomaly among them." Jos chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued, "From a young age, I have adored football, watching and playing it. When I reached middle school, my family began to subtly instill legal knowledge in me. It was only later that I realized being a sports agent could harmoniously blend my acquired knowledge with my passion. Thus, I ventured out to establish my own agency. As for why I chose the Netherlands, firstly, it allows me to escape the clutches of my obstinate family, who always criticize my career choice. Secondly, in places like La Liga and Segunda, there is virtually no space for small agents like myself to thrive." Upon concluding his lengthy exposition, Jos felt an inexplicable sense of relief. On the surface, he appeared to be merely introducing himself, but it also seemed to carry an undertone of catharsis. Yang Jian understood his openness profoundly. During his own footballing days, he too had faced derision from teachers, classmates, relatives, and friends. Had it not been for the unwavering support of his parents, he might not have lasted even 2 years in Yedong. Yang Jian sensed a remarkable affinity with this peer, who was only slightly older than himself. "Jos, how long can your company last? If I were to sign with you, you wouldn't abandon me after just a few days, would you?" "Absolutely not. That is inconceivable. As long as I can survive a single day in this industry, I will persevere. Otherwise, I would have to return to that dull and uninspiring home in Seville, Spain, to practice law. God forbid. That, indeed, is my greatest fear." Yang Jian continued to inquire, "I am somewhat curious. Given that the players you represent are few and far between, and your business is rather limited, how do you ensure the quality of your services? Since you have chosen to be an agent, one would assume you aspire to be an exceptional one." "Of course, Yang. My proficiency in this field largely stems from my accumulated legal knowledge, effectively allowing me to undertake the roles of both agent and legal advisor. I can discern the intricate details within contracts with clarity. Furthermore, I am fluent in 5 languages: Spanish, English, Chinese, Dutch, and French, so communication is certainly not a concern. As for the professional capabilities of an agent, we have a forum where many seasoned agents share their experiences, from which I have gleaned substantial insights. Ultimately, my most effective asset is this secret weapon," Jos Rico said as he turned his computer screen towards Yang Jian. What is it?" Yang Jian gazed in astonishment at Jos Rico's screen. "Is this your so-called secret weapon?" It turned out that Jos's computer was running the latest version of a football management simulation game. Do not underestimate this game. Its data simulation is remarkably realistic. Compiling extensive information on numerous players and clubs, I have learned quite a bit while playing it. Yang Jian felt a twinge of exasperation. Using a football manager game as practice for an agent is akin to a mayor honing their skills through a simulation of a city. It seems rather trivial. However, upon further reflection, he considered that Jos, instead of succumbing to despair during a lack of business and practical opportunities, chose to simulate practice through gaming rather than indulge in the vices readily available on the streets. It is worth noting that this is the Netherlands, where such indulgences are lawful. Amsterdam is one of the world's renowned cities for such activities. The temptation to lead a hedonistic lifestyle is ever present. If what this individual claims is true, it speaks volumes about his professional passion that he remains in this small, dilapidated office studying football management rather than retreating to a more conventional legal career during these challenging times. Let us proceed this way. Jos, let's discuss the general terms of the contract first. We will not finalize anything today, as I am still a minor and must consult with my guardian. If all is well, I shall return tomorrow. Very well. If you decide to engage me as your agent, what services would you expect me to provide? To be honest, I am not entirely certain. My knowledge of agents is rather basic, and I lack detailed understanding. Oh, I see. Allow me to give you a brief overview. Generally speaking, the primary responsibilities of an agent involve negotiating professional contracts for players, including agreements with teams and various commercial endorsements. Our goal is to safeguard the athlete's legal rights to the utmost extent. Next, there lies a more significant point, which is to assist the player in fulfilling the terms regarding their image rights. As Joss Rico spoke, he hastily jotted down these elements on a piece of paper, his handwriting surprisingly crooked in Chinese characters. "You truly are a linguistic prodigy," Yang Jian exclaimed. "It's not that impressive," Joss replied modestly. "Initially, I was merely intrigued by the Chinese language and learned some basic vocabulary and phrases from my grandfather. Eventually, I found it increasingly fascinating and self-taught a considerable portion through YouTube." He continued, "If you aspire to become a star athlete, the aspect of image rights constitutes a crucial component of your earnings. Numerous clubs often engage in disputes with players over the allocation of image rights, which inevitably includes complex tax issues. This falls within the purview of our responsibilities as agents." Yang Jian responded, "I am aware of this. In Spain, many prominent players are relentlessly pursued by tax authorities due to taxation issues, which is exceedingly bothersome." Joss nodded and elaborated. "In addition to that, there are various other tasks. For instance, marketing and promotion. Many agents directly manage the social media accounts of players, posting content that helps cultivate a positive public image, although this largely depends on the player's own willingness. Furthermore, agents utilize their professional knowledge, networks within the industry, and work experience to provide career planning advice to players at pivotal moments in their careers, such as which club to choose, how long to sign a contract, and considerations even towards the end of their athletic careers or retirement." "Career planning? That is precisely what I need," Yang Jian exclaimed, tapping the table. "Do you know, Joss, I'm not quite a full-fledged professional player. Before coming to the Netherlands to play, I made a pact with my parents. I have 1 year to establish myself in European football, preferably with a team in one of the top 5 leagues. Otherwise, I must abandon my pursuit of football and return to China to continue my studies." "What? Absolutely not." Joss was visibly shocked upon hearing this news. "I have watched your match highlights multiple times. To not pursue a career as a professional player would be a travesty against your footballing talent. In the realm of football, that is akin to a crime. Yang, you must persevere." Both men became increasingly impassioned as they discussed. Ultimately, Yang Jian returned to his uncle Yang Su's home and communicated with him and his parents about signing with an agent. Yang Su exerted considerable effort, leveraging all his connections in Europe to thoroughly investigate Joss Rico. He discovered not only that Joss was a rather unsuccessful, obscure sports agent, but also gleaned details about his family in Sevilla, Spain. In essence, Joss had not told Yang Jian any lies regarding these matters. The following afternoon, accompanied by his uncle, Yang Jian returned to Joss's Kunlun Sports Agency, where the two formally signed a contract. Yang Jian did not forget the counsel of Mason Thomas. In terms of duration, he opted for a short contract lasting only 2 years. As for the agent's commission, in the contract, Jose Rico generously conceded to a mere 5%. This is significantly lower than the prevailing industry standard, where agents typically secure at least 10%. This leniency can be attributed to Jose's affluent background, as he does not rely on this income for his livelihood. And it also serves as a friendly gesture towards his long-admired Chinese friend. "Ah, Yang Jian, how wondrous is fate. As the saying goes, 1,000 miles of fate is connected by a single thread, so let us wish for a delightful collaboration." After finalizing the contract, Yang Jian and Jose exchanged joyful handshakes and embraces. "No problem. I hope we can conquer the European football scene together. However, Jose, that saying may not quite fit our context. Perhaps a few other idioms would be more appropriate." "Right. What were those Chinese idioms?" "Colluding in mischief. Swimming with the tide. Am I correct?" Yang Jian and Uncle Yang shared a bemused laugh. It seems Jose Rico's grasp of idioms is far from proficient, and he has strayed significantly from their true meanings. "Jose, tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, the team has training. I've arranged with the coach to invite you to observe, and you can also meet the club's manager." Yang Jian nearly forgot the main point. "No problem. I will definitely be there on time. By the way, Yang Jian, have you seen a Chinese film that closely resembles our current situation?" "What film?" "The China Partners." Haha. Jose Rico remained immersed in the joy of the signing for quite some time. Chapter 48. Adjusting the roster the following afternoon. Jose Rico arrived punctually at the training ground of Sparta Rotterdam to observe Yang Jian's practice. Meanwhile, in the office, the team manager, Matt Clausen, had already received reports from his informants regarding Yang Jian's swift decision to engage an agent. Matt Clausen incredulously inquired, "What? This kid is moving that quickly?" "Yes, manager. Today his agent is already here to observe the training. It seems it was approved by our head coach. That old coot, This could jeopardize my plans. Which agency did Yang Jian sign with? I haven't heard of it. The agent appears quite young, only a few years older than Yang Jian. It doesn't seem to be a major agency. Faced with Yang Jian's situation, Matt Clausen could only stew in frustration within his office. The contract had already been signed, leaving no room for persuading Yang Jian to switch agents. The lucrative opportunity slipped away, leaving him quite vexed. He held high hopes for Yang Jian's potential, both in football and business, initially planning to profit handsomely from him. Now, it appears he will have to devise a strategy for his future transfer fees. On the other side of the field, Yang Jian's training had reached a temporary pause. During a brief respite, Jose Rico approached Yang Jian to share some observations. Yang, I noticed a habit of yours during training that you ought to rectify. What habit? Yang Jian inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he seemed unaware of it himself. I observed that when you were playing earlier, if your movements were not executed properly or a particular pass did not meet your expectations, you often uttered a single word, cow. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Yang Jian began to realize the truth in Jose's words. Ah, you are quite observant. I hadn't truly noticed it before, but you're right. You must refrain from using that word in the future. You need to break this habit. Jose stated earnestly. Why? What does it have to do with playing soccer? Let me ask you. The word cow in Chinese typically conveys anger or dissatisfaction, correct? Yes, that is accurate. But in Chinese, cow isn't necessarily considered foul language. That's not the point. The pronunciation of cow is almost identical to the English word for a female bovine. Moreover, your occasional use of cow bears a striking resemblance to the Spanish word for a female bovine as well. The Europeans on the field won't comprehend what you were saying. Just imagine if they hear you say that repeatedly. After the match, it could circulate among rival fans. And you might end up with a nickname like Bull Warrior or Chinese Cow. Can you handle that? At this, Yang Jian felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Indeed. As a man of honor, being assigned such an unflattering moniker on the field would be quite humiliating. If fans were to bestow upon him the nickname of Bull, it would indeed be a mark of glory and respect. However, if the moniker were to be Cow, it would be far less dignified, especially considering his identity as a Chinese individual. Being called Chinese Cow would be a significant embarrassment for his country. Jose, you are absolutely right. I must change this habit. Just be mindful of it in your daily life. By the way, you're about to engage in tactical drills, right? That segment should remain strictly confidential, so I'll take my leave for now. We'll connect again later this evening via our phones. Jose's professionalism took Yang Jian by surprise. Not only could he quickly identify Yang's undesirable habit and provide timely warnings about potential repercussions, but he also possessed a solid understanding of team discipline and protocols. This instilled in Yang Jian a newfound respect for his partner. Furthermore, having a peer with whom he could converse in Chinese was immensely significant. Otherwise, he would feel stifled. In the subsequent tactical session, Van Halen assigned Yang Jian a new role. Yang, for the upcoming matches, I plan to reposition you to the center of the formation. As he indicated on the tactical board, he continued, the central area provides a broader range of movement, allowing you to fully showcase your technical abilities. Although you have previously excelled on the flanks, I have always believed that your talents would shine even brighter in the center. Yang Jian mused. Isn't this akin to the role of a second striker I played under Coach Yuan? This is precisely my forte. It appears that Coach Yuan truly possesses remarkable expertise. Coach, you wish for me to provide additional support to the center forward operating within the penalty area, correct? Indeed, your understanding is quite astute. Van Halen expressed satisfaction with Yang Jian's clear tactical insight and continued, however, it does not end there. From this position, I also expect you to assist your teammates on both wings. When opportunities arise, you must be able to deliver incisive passes to them. Can you manage that? This style of play closely resembles my role on the high school team. I believe I can give it a try. However, the tactical responsibilities I assign you are not merely to facilitate assists and connections. Your attacking attributes must not be neglected. To put it plainly, in this position, you will experience considerable fatigue. During each offensive foray, you must judiciously assess whether to take a shot or to pass to a teammate, determining which option presents a greater chance of scoring. Do you comprehend my intent? I understand, Coach. Let us give it a try and observe the results. Very well. In the next match, we will face a team currently at the bottom of the league, although our own strength is not far from theirs. I will include you in the starting lineup, and we will closely observe your performance on the field. Simultaneously, as this position indeed demands immense energy, I will permit you to take a more relaxed approach defensively. That evening, after completing his nightly routine, Yang Jian lay in bed and messaged Jose, briefly recounting the day's training. Jose, really? The coach has you playing as a second striker? Yang Jian, indeed, but for now, it's just an observation. We will see how it unfolds in the match. Jose, I believe you certainly have the capability. However, if you start, you need to consider your stamina. Yang Jian, I am aware of that, but I have been intensifying my training lately. I should manage for about 70 minutes without issue. Jose, by the way, Yang Jian, how do you plan to handle the weekend match? If you perform well, do you want me to promote you? Yang Jian, let us hold off on that for now. The coach dislikes such distractions and wants us to focus on the game. Jose, that makes sense. I will keep an eye on public sentiment and we can discuss it later. Chapter 49, starting debut in the third round of the Eredivisie. Sparta Rotterdam will face ADO Den Haag away. ADO Den Haag is a relatively small city in the Netherlands, with a population of approximately 200,000. Thus, its football development cannot compare to that of the larger Dutch metropolises. In recent years, ADO Den Haag has oscillated between the Eredivisie and the Eerste Divisie. Generally speaking, at the conclusion of a season in the Eredivisie, ADO Den Haag finds itself among the lowest ranks in the league, facing a significant probability of relegation. However, following their relegation, Emmen can essentially ensure a swift return to the Eredivisie within a season or two. Yet, once they ascend back to the top league, it is inevitable that they will face relegation once more within a similar timeframe. Confronted with such an unequivocal underdog in the league, Van Halen has finally mustered the courage to incorporate a majority of the young players in whom he has placed considerable hope into the starting lineup. In the case of Sparta Rotterdam, Van Halen deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation. In the pre-match announcement of the starting 11, the Brazilian center forward, Richard Silva, took position at the forefront. While behind him stood Yang Jian, one of the most talked-about players in the current Eredivisie, hailing from China. Flanking Yang Jian on both sides were two attacking midfielders, the Argentine winger Juan Romero, known for his speed, and the recently recovered Danish young forward Monty Toad. The defensive line relied upon Dutch local player Van der Stern, who played as a defensive midfielder, alongside the Japanese defender Ito Kenzo. Upon arriving at Emmen's home ground, the players were pleasantly surprised to find a small group of die-hard Sparta Rotterdam fans had already arrived ahead of them. The vitality and fresh spirit that these young players infused into the team this season have greatly pleased the local fan organization in Rotterdam. It is worth noting that prior to the commencement of the new season, there were numerous calls urging the public to boycott matches at Sparta Stadium in protest against the management's outrageous dealings during the summer transfer window. However, it was inevitable. Van Halen's discovery of these young talents brought undeniable charm. Each player radiated youthful exuberance, displaying audacity and creativity on the field, making it difficult for anyone, even those who were not fans of Sparta Rotterdam, to resist their allure. Of course, Yang Jian's agent, Jose Rico, also disguised himself to mingle among the crowd. In truth, there was no need for disguise, as no one would recognize this relatively obscure agent. Yet, adhering to his instinctive professionalism, Jose donned oversized sunglasses and pulled his cap down low, rendering him unrecognizable even to Yang Jian from a distance. Approximately an hour later, the referee signaled the commencement of the match punctually. This marked Yang Jian's first appearance as a starting player this season, although he is still considered a newcomer in the Eredivisie, having come off the bench in the dying moments of the previous two matches to score crucial goals. Yang Jian has already garnered significant attention from many coaches within the league. In this particular match, Emmen's head coach specifically assigned two defenders, one black and one white, to closely mark Yang Jian. He understood well that since Van Halen positioned Yang Jian in this role, he would undoubtedly play a pivotal part in the team's offensive maneuvers. Thus, by restricting Yang Jian's ability to receive and distribute the ball, the attacking efforts of Sparta Rotterdam would inevitably falter. These two defenders appeared to be tailor-made for Yang Jian, each possessing unique attributes. The white defender, of a similar height to Yang Jian, possesses sturdy thighs and a stable lower body, exhibiting surprising speed that makes it difficult to shake him off. The black defender, standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, is undeniably robust. He adeptly positions himself behind players receiving the ball, preventing them from easily turning, while his remarkably long legs are poised to dispossess the ball at any moment of inattention. The relentless pursuit of these two defenders rendered Yang Jian's performance quite challenging. No matter where he received the ball, they were always quick to close in, demonstrating a wealth of experience in maintaining defensive spacing without recklessly lunging in. Frustrated, Yang Jian could not help but mentally curse them as the harbingers of doom. As the first half approached the 30-minute mark, the score remained a stalemate at 0. With neither team able to break the deadlock, Yang Jian's numerous attempts to advance the ball were thwarted by the lack of viable passing lanes, forcing him to resort to backward passes. Growing increasingly anxious, Yang Jian's play became more frantic, primarily due to the disruptive defense of the two relentless Guardians, which hindered his ability to calmly assess the unfolding situation on the field. On the sidelines, Van Halen remained silent, acutely aware of Yang Jian's predicament. Yet he refrained from directing from the bench. He believed that if Yang Jian could not adapt to this situation, he would undoubtedly struggle when opponents devised more targeted strategies in future matches. A player unable to self-adjust and respond to changing circumstances could hardly be considered elite, a principle Van Halen steadfastly upheld. Stay calm, resonated a voice in Yang Jian's mind, reminiscent of Leo imparting wisdom through thought. Instantly, he regained his composure. Indeed, it was time to remain tranquil. He needed to break free from this impasse. Yang Jian began to ponder how to distribute the ball effectively to teammates in position to shoot. In the 40th minute, Van der Stern secured possession in midfield, and Yang Jian swiftly retreated, signaling for the ball. Following his movement, the slightly shorter white defender, leveraging his speed, quickly closed the gap, while the black defender maintained a close watch from a short distance behind. Van der Stern passed the ball to Yang Jian, who, upon receiving it, capitalized on the slight positional advantage over the white defender. With a deft flick of his left foot, he directed the ball behind him and immediately pivoted to sprint away, leaving the defender trailing. Consequently, the black defender, initially positioned to thwart Yang Jian's back-to-goal play, was now forced to confront him head-on. Aware of the urgency, Yang Jian seized the opportunity, skillfully maneuvering the ball through the defender's long legs with a swift touch. At this moment, it was too late to bring his legs together. Yang Jian had already breached his defender's guard. Facing the penalty area, Yang Jian swiftly lifted his head to survey the situation, realizing that he had no time to shoot. He understood that the two defenders behind him would surely intercept him before he could execute his strike. Thus, he delicately delivered a flick pass, the ball curving past the defender and heading straight for the far post. Richard Silva, rushing in from the back post, leapt effortlessly to head the ball into the net. 1-0, an assist for Yang Jian. Chapter 50, the hat trick of assists during halftime. The two defenders, who had diligently defended for most of the first half but faltered in the final minutes, listened dejectedly to their coach's reprimands. "You too, lift your spirits," the coach urged. "For the majority of the first half, your defense was commendable. Mistakes are inevitable. Do not let this one goal break your morale. In the second half, I need you both to maintain the defensive intensity you displayed earlier." Indeed, the coach of Emmen was correct. These two players had done well in restricting Yang Jian's movements during the first half. Had it not been for their relentless marking and support, the attacking prowess of Sparta Rotterdam could have resulted in at least 3 goals against Emmen in the first half. However, Yang Jian was astute, possessing a wealth of clever strategies in his mind. He recognized that the intention behind deploying 2 defenders against him was to minimize his impact as much as possible. In any sport involving direct physical confrontation, being double-teamed presents a formidable challenge for a player. Nevertheless, Yang Jian adeptly leveraged the vastness of the football field, the multitude of players, and the ever-changing dynamics of the game to dismantle the focused defense on him, transforming a 2-on-1 scenario into 2 one-on-one encounters. This made it considerably easier for him. As the second half commenced, the two defenders, spurred on by their coach's encouragement, continued to apply an all-out pressing defense against Yang Jian. The goal conceded in the first half seemed to have left a psychological mark on them. Had it not been for the scene in the latter stages of the first half where Yang Jian evaded both defenders and provided an assist, the mental state on the field might have shifted, with Yang Jian himself possibly becoming the anxious and irritable one. However, reality is often stark. Around the 60th minute, during an aggressive pursuit down the flank, Emmen kicked the ball out of play. The referee signaled for Sparta Rotterdam to take a throw-in, and Yang Jian, closest to the sideline, moved to execute the throw. Yet, as he approached the line, he found his path obstructed. The defenders, resembling basketball players positioning themselves in the paint, attempted to prevent him from taking the throw-in. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yang Jian exclaimed, shoving the white defender aside, yet found he could not budge the imposing black defender. "This is a dead ball situation. Can you really stop me from taking the throw?" he angrily questioned in English. The white guard, who had been pushed off balance, refused to back down. Once he steadied himself, he charged at Yang Jian, using his chest to nudge him while muttering something in Dutch that was indecipherable. Meanwhile, another black guard intervened to separate the two, preventing the confrontation from escalating further. Their dispute swiftly drew the attention of the referee, who blew his whistle and hurried over to the trio. "Referee," Yang Jian protested, "this is a dead ball situation. They are employing defensive maneuvers that are entirely unwarranted, preventing me from taking the throw-in. Is there such a defensive rule?" Seizing the opportunity as soon as the main referee arrived, Yang Jian asserted himself. The white guard, chattering incessantly, complained to the referee, implying that Yang Jian had instigated the altercation by pushing first. Observing that the situation was not overly heated, the referee issued a stern verbal warning to both parties. "Listen here, gentlemen, calm yourselves. I shall overlook this instance, but should it happen again, I will have no choice but to issue yellow cards." Yang Jian wholeheartedly agreed, as long as the two refrained from employing any further rule-violating tactics against him. The referee's mediation left Yang Jian quite satisfied. His intent was certainly not to receive a yellow card. This strategy was shared with him during halftime by Van Halen. In moments of anger, individuals often lose their rationality, leading to indiscreet actions. As a player, one must manage their emotions on the court while also seeking to exploit the emotional vulnerabilities of opponents. Clearly, Yang Jian succeeded this time. The white guard adopted a more aggressive defensive stance in subsequent plays, both in physicality and aggression, specifically targeting Yang Jian. As for Yang Jian, he adeptly positioned himself to make clear passes to the referee whenever fouled, persistently expressing his grievances. Over time, the referee grew increasingly impatient, ultimately issuing a yellow card to the white guard following a particularly harsh tackle on Yang Jian. From that moment on, Yang Jian frequently retreated to his own backcourt to receive the ball. Each time he withdrew, the two guards closely followed, leaving a gap in Iman's defensive line. Finally, during one such retreat, Yang Jian keenly spotted a defensive weakness on the opponent's flank. With a sudden burst of speed, he evaded the two defenders and executed a long, precise pass with his left foot. Juan Romero, positioned on the wing, swiftly surged into the vacated area of Iman's defense. Upon receiving the pass, Romero took just a few steps before unleashing a shot from a tight angle, skillfully placing the ball into the net. 2-0. Yang Jian assisted, contributing to the score. Two players were assigned specifically to mark Yang Jian, which inevitably led to a shortage of manpower in their defensive line. The defenders left on the back line had to engage in extensive running to compensate for the vacant position, resulting in a decline in stamina as the second half progressed. The prospect of catching up to the advancing Romero was merely a fanciful notion. Yet, Yang Jian's performance was far from over. At this juncture, the match had reached the 70th minute. For the players of Iman, the defense against Yang Jian in their own half had entirely collapsed, while their teammates in the front line were failing to make any significant impact on the offensive end. They could only fervently wish for the match to conclude swiftly, as the home crowd had begun to erupt in a chorus of boos. In the 71st minute, Yang Jian received the ball on the right side of the midfield. He used his shoulder to shield the ball from two defenders while carrying it towards the penalty area. Given the proximity to the box, any foul would grant Rotterdam Sparta an excellent free kick opportunity. Moreover, the white defender was already on a yellow card. Another foul could easily escalate into a red card, leading to his expulsion from the match. According to regulations, a red card would result in a one-match suspension, a risk he could ill afford. Seizing this moment of indecision from the defender, Yang Jian deftly used the outside of his left foot to nudge the ball towards the edge of the penalty arc, where the rapidly advancing Van der Stein found ample space to shoot. Van der Stein struck with precision, sending the ball past the defenders in the box, and the goalkeeper was unable to react in time. With a score of 3-0, the match had lost all suspense. Yang Jian achieved a hat-trick of assists. In the match where Rotterdam Sparta faced Iman, Yang Jian once again emerged as the focal point on the field, delivering 3 assists in a single game. Coach Van Halen reaffirmed his astute tactical decision regarding Yang Jian, whose talents left even this seasoned coach in awe. Initially, Van Halen had assigned Yang Jian to this position merely to assess and validate his capabilities. Little did he expect that in his first match, Yang Jian would flawlessly execute his role under the relentless scrutiny of two opposing players. With a commanding 3-0 advantage, Van Halen contentedly substituted Yang Jian to allow him some rest. After the match concluded, the locker room was filled with laughter and joy. The 3 players who scored were naturally elated, especially Richard Silva. For a player of his stature as a center forward, scoring is essential. If he cannot inflict damage within the penalty area, he risks losing his place in the team. Recently, both of his goals had come from Yang Jian's assists. At that moment, Richard Silva looked at Yang Jian with the same warmth one might feel towards a beloved kindergarten teacher who once fed them. Hey, Yang, your passes are incredibly delightful. This setup is exquisite. If you could keep feeding me one or two every match. Becoming a top striker in Europe would be just around the corner. Yang Jian laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Richard, your imagination is quite extravagant. Even if I were to bake a fresh pie for you during every match, it would hardly suffice. Instead, how about we raise the stakes this season and ensure that every teammate receives at least one pie? Is that feasible? How could that be possible? At least in the case of the goalkeeper, I certainly cannot manage that. Haha." Upon returning to Rotterdam, the entire team was warmly welcomed by the fans. Many supporters held up pictures of Yang Jian at the entrance of the team's base, eagerly requesting photographs and autographs. Among the most popular images were one of Yang Jian performing a fist salute in celebration and another candid shot capturing his bewildered expression after scoring his first goal. Naturally, Van Halen steadfastly denied all requests from these fans. Consequently, numerous passionate supporters organized protests to express their discontent to the club's management. However, the team's manager, Matt Clausen, was disinclined to address the situation. Even if he were to engage in dialogue with Van Halen, the outcome would likely leave him frustrated. When it comes to football, that old man shows no willingness to compromise with anyone in the club's management. Should he be confronted, he could easily resign on the spot. After 3 matches this season, Van Halen's stature among local fans has soared to unprecedented heights. The prospect of his resignation, especially if he were deemed primarily responsible, was a thought that Matt Clausen dared not entertain, considering the potential wrath of the extreme Sparta Rotterdam fans. Furthermore, upon witnessing the throngs of fans waiting at the team's base for player autographs and the overflowing invitations for media interviews and commercial events on his desk, he suddenly recognized that everything Van Halen was doing could very well be a form of strategic marketing. By maintaining an air of mystery around the players while cultivating a highly professional image for them and the club, and with the old man shouldering the blame, the eventual benefits in reputation and financial gain for the club would likely multiply once this phase passes. Across various social media platforms, many local and even Dutch sports influencers sought to ride the wave of Yang Jian's popularity. A YouTuber dedicated to reporting on Dutch football spent a considerable amount of time in their latest video discussing Yang Jian. What is China? It is a sporting powerhouse. In every Olympic Games, they consistently rank among the top in the medal tally. Their prowess in diving, table tennis, badminton, and shooting is formidable. However, what about football? As far as I know, it is dismal. How many players from China compete in Europe's top leagues? Currently, the only one identified in the mainstream leagues is Zhang Shujian, who plays for Deportivo Alavés in La Liga, but he is merely part of the rotation. And as for Yang Jian, the 17-year-old left-footed boy, whose details are elusive, has remarkably contributed 2 goals and 4 assists in the 3 matches that have commenced this season, averaging 2 goals per game. Notably, his decisive performances have salvaged the team during critical moments. I am truly curious about the sources from which our scouts have unearthed such exceptional young talents. They undoubtedly deserve a bonus. Furthermore, according to my sources within the top 5 leagues, several scouts from prestigious clubs have already placed this group of young players on their watch lists. After watching an extensive video on his office computer, just quietly closed the browser. Clearly, the rapid rise of Yang Jian has left him somewhat apprehensive about whether he can adequately plan the young talent's professional career moving forward. Soon, another piece of news on the computer screen caught Joss's attention. The German transfer market website had updated Yang Jian's market value. The German transfer market is a vast and specialized football data site where one can find comprehensive information regarding professional football. Consequently, it is regarded within the industry as the most authoritative and accurate data center. Being indexed and having his value updated by this site signifies that Yang Jian has now entered the purview of mainstream football. Just quickly called to relay the news to Yang Jian. Really? My information can now be found on the German transfer market website? The excitement in Yang Jian's voice was palpable. Indeed, it appears this major update has rectified the lists and data for Eredivisie teams. And many players from your squad have also been updated. What is my market value? Currently, it's not substantial, only 800,000 euros. 800,000 euros? Let me calculate, my goodness. That's over 6 million renminbi. I'm rich. Haha. Yang Jian, don't get too excited. This is merely a data point. Only actual player transactions hold significance. And moreover, this money is paid from club to club, not directly to you. Joss, I still think this valuation is somewhat low. Which star from those elite European clubs isn't valued at 80 or even 100 million? Don't rush, as long as you maintain your performance. The German transfer market will undoubtedly adjust your valuation periodically. Of course, there are many factors involved, but considering your talent, the next update should reflect a remarkable increase in your worth. Chapter 52. Contract renewal. The news of the German transfer market updating Yang Jian's value swiftly reached the ears of the club's leadership. Matt Clausen would certainly not overlook this promising young talent. The following morning, as soon as he arrived at the office, he summoned Yang Jian to his office. What? A contract renewal? Yang Jian questioned, unsure if he had misheard. After all, he had only joined the club a little over a month ago, participating in just 3 official matches, and had yet to play a full 90 minutes. Under such circumstances, the team was considering a contract renewal? Indeed, you have heard correctly. In light of your outstanding performance at the beginning of this season, both in training and in matches, your professionalism and expertise have brought great surprise to the club. Therefore, we have decided to offer you a contract extension at this moment. The management of the club is certainly not naive. At just 17 years of age, Yang Jian has already made a remarkable impact in the Eredivisie, achieving 2 goals and 4 assists in 3 matches. The vast potential ahead of him is evident to even the most short-sighted observer, especially considering the immense audience he has in China, representing a market of immeasurable value. Recall when the La Liga team Alaves signed the Chinese player Zhang Shujian. That season, they garnered countless advertisements and investments from China, alongside profits from broadcasting rights and jersey sales, reaping financial rewards that would typically take 2 or 3 years to accumulate in a matter of months. With such a glaring precedent, Matty Clausen is undoubtedly eager to secure a contract with Yang Jian immediately. It is worth noting that Yang Jian's current agreement with Sparta Rotterdam is merely a 1-year short-term contract, offering a salary that is virtually negligible for a professional player. This paltry offer was reluctantly extended by Matty Clausen, likely owing to his long-standing collaboration with Mason Thomas, resembling a buy-one-get-one-free deal. This indicates that if the team does not act swiftly to renew Yang Jian's contract, according to FIFA regulations, once a player has less than 6 months remaining on their contract, they are free to negotiate with any club. Should that time come and Yang Jian continue to excel in the Eredivisie, Sparta Rotterdam would find themselves unable to partake in negotiations for his renewal, resulting in substantial losses. As a seasoned football fan, Yang Jian is acutely aware of the complexities that lie beyond the pitch. Over the years, he has witnessed numerous promising talents pursued by countless prestigious clubs during their prime, as well as stars who were once celebrated being sold off cheaply following injuries or aging. Reflecting on this, Yang Jian, who had been somewhat excited moments ago, suddenly regained his composure. Oh, manager, in that case, I have training shortly. Please discuss the renewal with my agent. I will ensure he contacts you afternoon today. His rather indifferent response caught Matty Clausen off guard. He had anticipated Yang Jian would be overwhelmed with gratitude, eager to sign the contract and express heartfelt sentiments about the club's support and his commitment to repay that trust. Instead, Yang Jian's unenthusiastic remark conveyed a sense of the club's general manager presenting a warm face to a cold shoulder. Oh, very well. Matty Clausen found himself momentarily speechless. He had never encountered such a composed young player before. Later that afternoon, Yang Jian met with Jos Rico at a CAF near the club's base, where the contract discussions were nearly finalized. Initially, a 2-year extension with a weekly salary of approximately 7,000, though post-tax, it may not be the full amount. Thus, calculating my annual salary, it amounts to roughly 360,000, which converts to over 2.7 million renminbi. This is indeed a significant prospect. Yang Jian appeared to be enraptured by the symbols of both the euro and the yuan. However, this salary barely places one in the second tier at Sparta Rotterdam. For a professional athlete, it is rather meager. Yet, for me, it is quite commendable. Jos, are you not aware that I have only been a professional for less than 3 months? I have indeed contemplated not renewing my contract with Sparta Rotterdam. Should that be the case, we could negotiate with other clubs directly come January, and by then, I might attract interest from larger clubs. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Jos's expression turned solemn. Yang Jian, that is not a prudent notion. Indeed, to my knowledge, there are some clubs from the top 5 leagues monitoring your progress. But it is merely that monitoring. Do you have any idea how many players these clubs keep an eye on each year? It must be over 100. They certainly will not present a lucrative offer for a 17-year-old who has only played 3 matches. Noticing Jose's sudden seriousness, Yang Jian felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, I was just speaking casually. I didn't genuinely mean it. That is reassuring. However, we must approach these matters with caution. Your career is singular, and for athletes, the prime years are fleeting. This is truly a youth-driven profession. Every step must be taken with care. There can be no missteps. The personnel at these clubs are not easily swayed. If you dare to reject their renewal offer today, they can easily bench you, sidelining you until your contract concludes. Jose's caution was indeed valid, and Yang Jian was acutely aware that unless one is among the elite stars, continuing with the club yields no favorable outcomes. Considering you have just embarked on your professional journey, what you require is stable training and competition. Only then can you maintain a lasting presence, allowing your talent to be recognized by a broader audience. Moreover, if an opportunity arises in a year for the top 5 leagues, I can assist you in negotiations then. But there is one aspect that is less than ideal. What aspect? During the negotiations this afternoon, I wish to include a buyout clause in the contract. Yet Matt Clausen adamantly refused. This implies that if you desire a transfer, the new club must engage in discussions with Sparta Rotterdam. And if the terms cannot be agreed upon, you will not be released. Had we included a buyout clause, perhaps a wealthy club could have come forth to pay the penalty, alleviating many unnecessary complications. Joss sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. For some reason, upon hearing Joss's remark about the singularity of one's career, a warm sensation surged within Yang Jian. In a foreign land, to have someone akin to an elder brother who speaks Chinese and is willing to embark on this journey alongside him made Yang Jian feel incredibly fortunate. Chapter 53. The Devil's schedule approaches in just a few days. Yang Jian, accompanied by Jose, affixed his signature to the contract for renewal at the club. The renewal contract officially came into effect, stipulating that Yang Jian would continue to serve the Rotterdam Sparta Football Club for 2 additional years. This news reached his parents in their homeland at the earliest opportunity. Yang Yi and Zhao Yunqi, his parents, experienced a blend of joy and concern. They were delighted that their child had garnered recognition from a European club in such a short period. Yet they were troubled by the realization that Yang Jian's path to higher education in China would be irrevocably altered. Fortunately, Rotterdam Sparta had facilitated academic arrangements for young players like Yang Jian, allowing them to pursue their studies concurrently while playing football in the Netherlands. However, Zhao Yunqi harbored another worry. From this point forward, her son's work and life would be centered in Europe, and they might only catch a fleeting glimpse of him during summer vacations. You need not fret about that, Yang Yi reassured his wife. Once Xiao Jian earns a substantial income, we can retire early and join him in Europe. Besides, even if we don't go, athletes typically retire by their 30s. By that time, he may be back home, and you might find yourself wishing for some space. Upon hearing his wife's concerns, Yang Yi promptly sought to console her. That same evening, after finalizing the contract, Yang Jian dreamed of Leo once more. How does it feel to sign your first formal renewal contract? Leo inquired. Honestly, Leo, I am exhilarated. You were right. I can truly achieve this. Indeed, your passion, coupled with my talent, paves the way for a promising future in this realm of football. Do you have any sage advice for me? You are a seasoned professional, after all. Stay composed. This state of mind is vital. As a professional player, whether on the pitch or in life, we must remain calm. Never forget your roots and what you aspire to attain. I have witnessed too many gifted players squander their potential due to arrogance. While I have bestowed upon you my talent, the choices in life ultimately depend on your own prudence. Do not follow in the footsteps of those who have faltered. Leo's earnest counsel resonated deeply within Yang Jian. He was well aware that the world of football is replete with prodigies. Yet only a select few manage to step into the limelight and leave an indelible mark on the annals of football history. Beyond raw talent, qualities such as discipline, humility, wisdom, and resilience are indispensable. Having encountered such a life-altering opportunity, he was determined not to squander it. With the renewal contract matters settled, Yang Jian needed to redirect his focus to the Eredivisie arena. In the forthcoming 3 weekends, Sparta Rotterdam is set to navigate a relatively tranquil period, facing opponents that do not pose significant challenges. The team has effortlessly secured 2 victories and 1 draw in these matches. During this span, Coach Van Halen has taken measures to safeguard the young talents within his squad by limiting their playing time. Given that the physical development of these young players is not yet complete, Engaging in consecutive high-intensity matches during this period could easily result in catastrophic injuries. Some players at this age may suffer from recurring injuries that remain unresolved throughout their careers, severely impacting their athletic performance over the years. If these young athletes encounter such unfortunate circumstances, their futures would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Consequently, during this time, promising players like Yang Jian, Romero, and Silva have only been introduced in the final, inconsequential minutes of the matches, merely to regain a sense of gameplay. Some of the more fragile players, prone to injury, have refrained from participating in all three matches, opting instead for a period of recuperation. Of course, Van Halen's rationale for this approach extends beyond mere player protection. A more pressing concern is the grueling schedule that lies ahead. The team is set to face a daunting trio of fixtures against top-tier Eredivisie clubs, PSV Eindhoven, Feyenoord, and Ajax. Collectively known as the Big Three or Three Musketeers of Dutch football, these clubs have consistently maintained elite competitiveness within the league. Moreover, they have monopolized the Champions League berths for nearly a decade, demonstrating their ability to compete on equal footing with numerous prestigious teams. Even giants such as Inter Milan, Liverpool, Real Madrid, and Barcelona dare not underestimate them in the Champions League group stages. While the Eredivisie may not rank among the top-tier leagues in Europe, Dutch football undeniably boasts some of the continent's most formidable teams. For decades, the Netherlands national team has thrived in the European Championship, largely due to the Eridivisie's continuous supply of footballing talent across all positions. These exceptional players, upon departing from the Eredivisie, typically establish themselves within the elite clubs of the top 5 leagues. Over the years, many prominent stars who have made names for themselves in these leagues have emerged from these three clubs. Entering this new season, Sparta Rotterdam, as a newly promoted team, has endured significant upheaval during the summer transfer window and was initially viewed with skepticism by fans and the Dutch football community. However, under Van Halen's leadership, this group of spirited youngsters has displayed remarkable tenacity, achieving 4 victories and 2 draws in their opening 6 matches, amassing an impressive total of 14 points and securing 3rd place in the Eredivisie. However, for Sparta Rotterdam, the question of their true strength can only be answered through the crucible of 3 critical tests. Otherwise, not only will the fans of the Eredivisie be unconvinced, but even some of the more acerbic supporters of Sparta Rotterdam will not relent. Before the season commenced, upon receiving the fixture list, the coaching staff of Sparta Rotterdam was incensed, with some even contemplating contacting the Eredivisie committee to demand an explanation for the seemingly malicious scheduling. Alas, the schedule was set in stone and could not be altered. In the upcoming weekend, Sparta Rotterdam would host the formidable challenge of PSV Eindhoven. Chapter 54. The visit of Eindhoven this weekend. The city of Rotterdam was enveloped in an extraordinarily vibrant atmosphere. If you were a fan, you would undoubtedly have sensed the unique energy in the air. Sparta Rotterdam had remained unbeaten in their first 6 matches of the new season, igniting an unprecedented fervor among the local supporters. Moreover, today's match marked the long-awaited return of Sparta Rotterdam to compete against one of the Eridivisie's giants, PSV Eindhoven, an opportunity that had eluded the fans for several years. At the Warriors Kingdom pub, the establishment was filled to the brim with ardent supporters who had been unable to procure tickets. Since they could not attend the match in person, they sought a convivial place to watch the televised broadcast. Although the pub was already packed, owner Peter had little interest in the business side of things. He entrusted all operations to a few waitstaff and left the premises early, eager to witness the much-anticipated match at Sparta Stadium. To be honest, had it not been for the loyal patrons, Peter might have considered closing the pub altogether. "Hey, Peter, where are you off to? Aren't you going to stay in the pub today? It's a big day." As he was about to step outside, Peter encountered a regular customer on the steps of the pub. "Me? Brother, do you know where I'm headed? I'm off to see the match at Sparta Stadium." Peter proudly waved his ticket in the air. "What? You lucky devil. You actually have a ticket? Where did you get it?" Surprised, aren't you? I bought it from a ticket scalper for 5 times the original price." "Goodness, you really splurged. But seriously, are tickets for this match really that inflated?" "Absolutely. This is no ordinary match. I somewhat regret not purchasing a season ticket out of spite during the summer. If future thrilling matchups are going to command such exorbitant prices, those who secured season tickets are truly the fortunate ones." As the match approached, the atmosphere among the players of Sparta Rotterdam was one of palpable tension. For many of them, this would be their first genuine encounter with a powerhouse of the Eredivisie. Similarly, the significance and attention this match garnered within the Netherlands marked the pinnacle of Rotterdam Sparta's prominence in recent years. Numerous Dutch sports newspapers, magazines, online portals, television stations, and even football content creators congregated to witness the true caliber of Rotterdam Sparta. 2 days prior to the match, Van Halen had already established the team's tactical approach. Against Eindhoven, they intended to execute a traditional counter-attacking style of football. The three giants of the Eredivisie each possess their own distinctive traditions and characteristics in football style. Feyenoord advocates for a balanced approach, engaging in both offensive and defensive play. If Ajax represents the sharpest spear in the Eredivisie, Eindhoven stands as its most formidable shield. Indeed, Eindhoven excels in defense. For several consecutive seasons, they have topped the league in defensive efficiency, not only in the Eredivisie, but during last year's Champions League group stage. Eindhoven managed to withstand the relentless onslaught of the formidable Liverpool for a full 90 minutes without conceding, only succumbing to a last-minute goal during stoppage time, which barely allowed Liverpool to secure 3 points. In end-of-season reviews, numerous European media outlets listed this match as one of Liverpool's most arduous encounters of the season. Van Halen's choice to adopt a defensive counter-attacking strategy was a deliberate tactic to relinquish possession, thereby indicating weakness to Eindhoven, enticing them to press forward and engage in an offensive style that is not their forte, thus providing Rotterdam Sparta an opportunity to strike. After all, if it came to a direct contest of physical strength, Van Halen lacked the confidence to challenge Eindhoven's impenetrable defense that had even given Liverpool significant headaches. In the pre-match training session, Van Halen specifically arranged for Yang Jian and Richard Silva to lead the front line as a twin strike force. With Yang Jian strategically positioned behind Silva, the duo needed to swiftly cultivate a high level of tactical acumen to adapt dynamically during the match and support one another. Furthermore, the defensive line was rigorously tested during training, as Van Halen personally involved several of his robust assistant coaches to engage in simulated offensive and defensive drills with the defenders. What kind of defensive maneuver is that? Be more assertive. Those Eindhoven players want to be as soft as noodles, he exclaimed. Remember, as long as the referee's whistle is silent, disrupt their rhythm outside the penalty area. Our forwards endure such treatment on their turf. Should you play gentlemanly football when they attack? You scoundrel. If you're going to tackle, do it decisively. If you hesitate, and let them bypass you cleanly. You'd better not weep when the match is broadcast nationwide. Crying doesn't concern me. It's not me who will suffer a drop in market value on the German transfer market. Van Halen roared throughout the afternoon on the training ground, illustrating how intensely this match weighed on his spirit. Before the match commenced, within the confines of the locker room, the assistant coach of Rotterdam Sparta reiterated the team's offensive strategy to the forwards. Remember, once you receive the ball, do not dally. The counterattack must be swift and decisive. The defensive capabilities of PSV Eindhoven are on a different level compared to AZ Alkmaar. Even a moment's hesitation could result in the loss of possession. Furthermore, one must pay particular attention to PSV's goalkeeper, Walter Benitez. He is tall and possesses long arms, and his positioning is notably astute. Last season, he recorded the most clean sheets in the Eredivisie, so one should avoid shooting from outside the penalty area, as such distances are unlikely to pose a threat to him. What? No shots from outside the box. Who does he think he is, Yashin? In response to the assistant coach's advice, Richard Silva seemed unconcerned, exuding confidence in his long-range shooting abilities. Many players in the locker room found Silva's remarks amusing, but not Yang Jian. He could not afford to laugh. Earlier, during the warm-up, Yang Jian had caught a distant glimpse of PSV's goalkeeper, and it was evident that he easily exceeded 190 meters in height, with an impressive wingspan. During training, he effortlessly parried multiple set-piece attempts from teammates shooting from various angles. Such an opponent was one Yang Jian had only seen on television. He had a premonition that today's match would be exhausting and exceedingly challenging. Chapter 55, The Impossible Shot. At precisely 8 p.m., the Sparta Stadium was filled to capacity. Amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, the match between Sparta Rotterdam and the Eredivisie giant PSV Eindhoven commenced. As previously predicted by Van Halen, PSV's coach, Ruud van Nistelrooy, had no intention of employing their favored counter-attacking strategy against a newly promoted team like Sparta Rotterdam. In the Champions League, it is reasonable for PSV to utilize such tactics against top teams from the major leagues. However, it seemed overly timid to adopt that approach against a team that had barely survived in the second division last season. Moreover, The entire Sparta Rotterdam squad was valued at around 20 million, while PSV's squad was nearly worth 200 million. This nearly tenfold disparity in valuations placed considerable pressure on the PSV team. They could hardly afford to play defensively. Coach Ruud van Nistelrooy waved his hand, signaling for an all-out offensive approach. There was no need for Sparta Rotterdam to show weakness. PSV aimed to establish a commanding presence from the outset, ensuring that these inexperienced youngsters from Sparta were thoroughly subdued. Thus, at the 20-minute mark of the first half, the possession statistics reached a disheartening 70-30 in favor of PSV. Sparta Rotterdam struggled to advance the ball past the halfway line, with all their players, including the lone striker Richard Silva, pinned back in their own half. Indeed, his imposing stature was frequently seen within the confines of Sparta's penalty area. Why was this the case? Because Richard Silva needed to consistently participate in defending against PSV's set pieces. After all, an additional tall presence in the penalty area could fortify their defensive line. In the 28th minute, Sparta Rotterdam finally seized an opportunity. PSV Eindhoven, in a desperate attempt to regain possession, committed a foul in their own half, granting Sparta Rotterdam a free kick. The quick-witted Kenzo Ito noticed Jian Yang positioned near the midfield and, without waiting for PSV players to stabilize their formations, swiftly executed a quick free kick. PSV players, realizing the tactical maneuver of Ito, became aware of their defensive disarray and hurried to appeal to the referee, hoping to annul the quick free kick. However, the referee paid no heed to their protests, merely gesturing to signal that the quick free kick was legitimate, allowing the match to continue. With their defense already compromised, the PSV players' attempts to plead with the referee left them unable to reposition in time. Jian Yang found himself with ample space to advance, and with the considerable power behind Ito's quick delivery, he did not even need to control the ball. He turned and surged towards PSV's defensive line. The commentator from the Rotterdam Sports Channel, who had been in a state of drowsiness, was suddenly invigorated by the home team's hard-won opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, we witnessed a remarkably imaginative quick free kick from Kenzo Ito, seizing those precious seconds. This exemplifies a gambler's mentality, albeit one in which we hold the upper hand, even if PSV's players were to succeed in their appeal. The referee could only order a retake, denying them an advantageous attacking opportunity. Now, Jian Yang is driving forward with the ball, clearly relieved from the oppressive 20 minutes prior. And his speed is phenomenal. Facing the defenders, he executed a brilliant wall pass with Romero on the flank. Jian Yang continued his pursuit towards the byline, while Romero repositioned himself, making a run into the center to ensure that the right flank was entirely left for Jian Yang. The interplay between Jian Yang and Romero was exceptionally clever. The defender who should have covered that area was left behind after the wall pass. Although the defender could not catch up once Jian Yang reached the byline, he could still attempt to double-team Jian Yang with the nearby defender, potentially intercepting the ball and wasting this hard-earned chance. Thus, Romero opted to run towards the arc at the center, forcing the defender who was supposed to assist Jian Yang to follow him, preventing him from cutting off Jian Yang's path. Consequently, the right flank was entirely available for the sprinting Jian Yang, facing only one defender. In this one-on-one situation, Romero held absolute confidence in Jian Yang. At this moment, Yang Jian finds himself up against the formidable central defender Pet Krok of PSV Eindhoven. Having meticulously prepared for this match, Yang Jian is well aware of the defender's prowess, as imparted by the coaching staff. In their initial encounter, he refrains from making a hasty attempt to breach the defense. At this juncture, Romero, who has swiftly maneuvered to the edge of the penalty area, calls out to Yang Jian, urging him to pass the ball. Responding to his teammate's plea, Yang Jian lifts his gaze to assess Romero's position. However, Pet Krok has evidently discerned Yang Jian's intentions from his vantage point. A timely extension of his leg would effectively obstruct any potential triangular pass between Yang Jian and Romero. In a split second, Yang Jian decisively strikes the ball from the edge of the penalty area. The commentators erupt into a frenzy. Yang Jian, is that aimed at Silva in the box? No. A dazzling feint followed by a shot. Yang Jian shoots. My goodness, what an angle. PSV's goalkeeper Morris misjudges the situation, attempting to intercept the ball before Silva can. Yet the curvature of the shot is too pronounced, revealing mid-flight that it is directed toward the far corner of the net. Oh my heavens. Yang Jian, the prodigy from China. This angle is utterly impossible to score from. The Spartan Stadium has gone absolutely wild. No one anticipated that, facing one of the Eredivisie's giants, PSV Eindhoven, Rotterdam Sparta would take the lead at home, with Yang Jian's astonishing long-range strike deceiving the seasoned defenders and goalkeeper of Eindhoven. Post-goal, Yang Jian immediately rushes towards the southern stand of the Spartan Stadium, performing his signature fist salute to the thousands of jubilant home fans. In an instant, his surname reverberates throughout the stadium. Chapter 56. The Essence of the Eredivisie Triumvirate. Rotterdam Sparta leads PSV Eindhoven 1-0. The crowd is momentarily engulfed in ecstasy. Even the usually composed coach Van Halen can no longer contain his joy, joining the players at the sidelines to celebrate. In a televised broadcast, within less than a minute, Yang Jian's remarkable shot has been replayed 4 or 5 times from various camera angles around the pitch. Dear fans, let us once again witness Yang Jian's incredible strike. It is truly astonishing. This was a shot taken from a stationary position, typically from this location. The usual choices would be a triangular pass or an over-the-top ball aimed at a teammate in the box. However, his shot was both unexpected and imaginative. From the replays, it is evident that Yang Jian's position when he struck the ball was still relatively far from the goal, and the angle was quite narrow. Thus, he decisively opted for a sweeping arc, a perfect trajectory that even caused Eindhoven's goalkeeper, Morris, to misjudge the shot. It is worth noting that Morris had won the title of best goalkeeper in the Eredivisie last season. Faced with such an exceptional goalkeeper, Yang Jian's imaginative approach to shooting was truly remarkable. I believe this goal will undoubtedly be among the top 10 goals of the Eredivisie this season. The referee signaled for Eindhoven to restart play from the center circle. As Yang Jian's celebration with his teammates drew to a close, he was approached on his way back to his half by an Eindhoven player who lightly nudged him with his shoulder. Although the force was minimal, it was laden with provocation. Yang Jian keenly sensed the hostility and turned to see that the player who had bumped into him was none other than the formidable defender from Eindhoven, number 3, Petkerak. Kid, I've got my eye on you, Petkerak said in English, his expression stern. You won't score another goal in this match. Yang Jian merely shrugged nonchalantly. Turning back to rejoin his team, Petkerak was attempting to engage in psychological warfare through trash talk. Given the vastness of the football pitch, the multitude of players, and the surrounding noise, many players have adopted the habit of hurling verbal jabs at their opponents during matches. If articulated appropriately, such verbal skirmishes can effectively provoke the opponent's sensitive nerves, inciting them to become irritable and furious, thereby granting a tactical advantage to their own team. It is essential to understand that on the football field, the main referee must constantly monitor the players' movements while also communicating with other officials via headset. Consequently, it is impossible for him to remain near any single player at all times. As long as a player can manage their timing and volume, no one may discern what was said. Even if a player were to complain to the referee about unsportsmanlike conduct, what could come of it? Without evidence, the accused can simply deny the claim, leaving the referee powerless. However, Yang Jian was not so easily deceived. He surmised that Petkerak aimed to provoke him with such remarks. Should he fall for the bait, his subsequent play would likely become more aggressive and selfish, ultimately benefiting Eindhoven rather than himself. As the match resumed with a kickoff from the center circle, the game continued. Eindhoven, having conceded first, could not accept such a result. They had long regarded Rotterdam Sparta as merely a team of Eredivisie caliber, believing that their current unbeaten streak was merely a stroke of good fortune. With a team of that stature taking the lead, Eindhoven had to respond swiftly. As the match approached the 35th minute, to counter Eindhoven's offensive onslaught, Rotterdam Sparta employed a high-pressing strategy. This tactic aimed to utilize the pressure of high defense, preventing Eindhoven's midfield and defense players from organizing an effective attack in a short span of time. In order to ensure stability in their own half, the players could only strive to maneuver the ball to a safer position before the swift pressing of the Rotterdam Sparta players arrived. Consequently, it became increasingly difficult for Eindhoven to focus their energies on offense. The forwards and midfielders of Rotterdam Sparta surged forward with an exhilarating intensity, initially yielding significant results. As Eindhoven's defense found itself in a precarious position, forcing defenders to frequently exchange passes with the goalkeeper near the penalty area. However, the high-pressing style of play has a glaring weakness. The players who press in the forward line struggle to maintain their stamina over extended periods. Typically, the most ferocious pressing occurs in the initial minutes, but if one can withstand that onslaught, the player's energy levels will rapidly deplete, making it nearly impossible to sustain the same intensity. Indeed, during one such pressing attempt, a midfielder from Rotterdam Sparta faltered by a mere second due to fatigue. Just that split second allowed the ball, previously trapped in their defensive half, to start moving again. Eindhoven's midfielders swiftly launched a long pass, sending the ball into the territory behind Rotterdam Sparta's defensive line. Given that the midfielders and forwards of Rotterdam Sparta had been relentlessly pressing in the opposing half, their defensive line remained relatively secure. Under normal circumstances, a long pass played behind their line would pose no threat. However, one player, like a bolt of lightning from the sidelines, sprinted towards the trajectory of the ball. It was Eindhoven's star forward, number 9, Emil Fritz. His speed was astonishing. By the time the broadcast camera caught up with him, the two center-backs of Rotterdam Sparta could no longer keep pace. At that moment, any attempt to tug or tackle from behind would undoubtedly lead to a straight red card. With the first half still underway, which defender would dare to take such a risk? Thus, Emil Fritz, charging into the penalty area, faced the goalkeeper one-on-one and calmly slotted the ball into the net, equalizing the score. "Damn, how did it happen so quickly?" exclaimed Kenzo Ito, panting and supporting himself on his knees, his local dialect spilling forth in frustration. He considered his own speed among defenders to be commendable, yet in that counterattack, he had undeniably become merely a backdrop to Emil Fritz's brilliant display. The lightning-fast equalizer from Emil Fritz did not incite exuberant celebrations. He merely shared a few symbolic embraces with his teammates before promptly returning to his position. From him, Yang Jian instantly sensed an aura, a demeanor known as arrogance. Chapter 57. What if I don't score? Emil Fritz's swift counterattack goal delivered a profound shock to the players of Rotterdam Sparta. Although one may witness elite players on television, the psychological experience of observing a player as a fan or as an opponent is entirely different. In the face of a formidable team like PSV Eindhoven in the Eredivisie, the young players of Sparta Rotterdam found themselves confronting a true test of their mettle for the very first time. It is worth noting that even their head coach, Van Halen, had not experienced a match against a top-tier Dutch club in several years. Emil Fritz, at the age of 23, is characterized by his remarkable impact on the field, exhibiting extraordinary speed during counterattacks, capable of reaching running speeds exceeding 36 kilometers per hour. Some may question the utility of such speed in football, as it is not akin to a sprinting competition. However, PSV excels at employing a counterattacking defensive strategy, often reducing their opponent's possession to as little as 30 or even 20%. In such scenarios, any opportunity for a counterattack becomes exceedingly precious. If a forward possesses only speed but consistently falters at critical moments of scoring, can that player truly become a key striker for PSV? This encapsulates the formidable nature of Emil Fritz, his blistering speed, decisive shooting, and exceptional technique. It is widely recognized that on a platform such as PSV, he is destined to attract the attention of elite teams in the top 5 leagues. The teams entered halftime with a stalemate. In the locker room, Van Halen first reassured the defensive line, attributing the goal entirely to Emil Fritz's individual brilliance, rather than any shortcomings in their defensive formation or attitude. He then commended the team's spirit displayed in the first half. "We performed admirably in the first half. Against a team like PSV, everyone remained exceptionally focused, and I am gratified. However, in the second half, we shall likely face an even more vigorous onslaught from them." Taking a breath, Van Halen continued, "PSV cannot afford to leave Sparta Stadium with a mere draw. In the second half, we shall maintain our defensive focus while seeking opportunities for attack. Remember what I said earlier. Once we initiate an offensive, the ball must circulate swiftly, and no one is permitted to hold onto it excessively. I expect that each member of our team could potentially become a decisive point in our attack." Yang Jian understood that following the first half's contest, the forwards who had coordinated effectively would undoubtedly become the primary targets of PSV's defensive focus. If they continued to overly rely on the performance of the front line at this juncture, none would likely find the same space and opportunities as they had in the first half. Thus, it was imperative for more unpredictable players to engage in the offensive strategy. Yang Jian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Van Halen, that old fox, is quite the ambitious strategist. To emerge with a single point against such an opponent, and yet still crave more, hoping to snatch a goal in the second half. As anticipated, the second half commenced with both Yang Jian and Richard Silva finding themselves in a challenging predicament on the field. PSV Eindhoven deftly severed the connection between the midfield and the attack of Sparta Rotterdam with their meticulous formation. The midfielders of Sparta Rotterdam, upon regaining possession, attempted several times to locate their attacking players, only to find that the ball could not be delivered comfortably, forcing them to revert to passing back to the defenders. Meanwhile, Yang Jian surprisingly became the focal point of attention on the pitch. Pekraluk applied relentless, close-quarters pressure on him. His exceptional physical attributes and keen sense of anticipation placed formidable defensive pressure on Yang Jian, far exceeding that of Eamon's black and white duo. Whenever Yang Jian reached out for the ball, Pekraluk would invariably position himself ahead of Yang Jian, thwarting his efforts. Even if Yang Jian managed to secure the ball, Pekraluk would promptly call for nearby teammates to converge and double-team him. Noticing Yang Jian's grim expression, Pekraluk would lean in with a mischievous grin, taunting him in a tone both infuriating and mocking, whispering, "How's that? I told you there would be no more chances." Yang Jian found him exceedingly bothersome. However, there was little recourse. On the field, aside from letting one's performance speak against the opponent, any other behavior would incur severe penalties from the referee. As the game reached the 55th minute, two defenders from Sparta Rotterdam valiantly snatched the ball from Fritz at the edge of the penalty area, swiftly sending it to the explosive Juan Romero on the flank. In terms of sheer speed, Romero was nearly on par with Fritz. Yet, when it came to the power and precision of long-range shots, Romero likely fell short of Fritz. Van Halen was acutely aware of this. Therefore, in his tactical approach, Romero primarily operated on the wings, utilizing his dribbling prowess to break through defenses before delivering low crosses or passes into the box. If Van Halen intended for Romero to be the final finisher, he would typically instruct him to surge forward from the back line or the flank to unleash a powerful shot. Thus, this time, Romero's objective was to break down the wing and deliver a cross. At that moment, Eindhoven had 2 or 3 players poised to receive Romero's cross, including Yang Jian. Yang Jian surged forward in the center, contending with Pekraluk, while simultaneously fending off his subtle yet persistent physical maneuvers with hands, shoulders, and elbows. Striving to maintain his balance amidst the chaos, Romero struck the ball. Indeed, it was a low cross directed towards Yang Jian. However, the space beside Yang Jian was entirely insufficient. Even if he managed to make a strained reception, he would undoubtedly be dispossessed by Pekraluk in no time. The penalty area was already crowded, and with a defender closely shadowing Yang Jian, finding an opportunity to shoot was exceedingly difficult. Yet, how should this ball be handled? This was a chance that had been hard-earned by his teammates. In an instant, the ball arrived at his feet. Yang Jian did not extend his foot to control the ball. Rather, he discreetly nudged it with his heel. This half-pass, half-deflection effortlessly altered the trajectory of the ball, allowing Richard Silva, stationed at the far end, to extend his long leg and redirect it into the net. Rotterdam Sparta once again took the lead. At this moment, after providing yet another assist, Yang Jian did not immediately rush to celebrate with Silva. Instead, he lingered, observing Pekraluk, and shrugged as if to say, "What does it matter if I don't score?" Chapter 58. Holding firm until the end, the Sparta stadium erupted in response to Silva's opportunistic goal. Through Yang Jian's discreet yet ingenious heel pass, Rotterdam Sparta found an unexpected scoring opportunity in what seemed an impossible situation. Richard Silva was utterly enamored with Yang Jian. In such a moment, Yang Jian's ability to elevate his presence was profoundly moving. The home fans were nearly driven to madness. It is worth noting that last season, Rotterdam Sparta was merely a team in the Dutch second division, faced with a giant like PSV Eindhoven. It was reasonable to assume that as long as they did not lose by 3 or 5 goals, it would be considered a small victory. Yet now, they had managed to take the lead over PSV Eindhoven twice at home. In the stands, many excited male fans had shed their shirts, waving them while leading the surrounding crowd in song and dance. PSV Eindhoven's coach, Anthony Bruns, was on the sidelines, fuming and cursing. Yet as he spat out a couple of expletives, he found himself at a loss as to whom to direct his ire. His players had defended admirably, and even he, as head coach, could not have anticipated that Yang Jian would deliver the ball to Richard Silva in such a manner. At this moment, the taunts and provocations from the Rotterdam Sparta supporters in the front row began to irritate Anthony Bruns, who was now somewhat flustered. If his team were to lose this match, he dreaded the thought of how he would explain it to the sharp-tongued journalists at the press conference. Those acerbic individuals always managed to pose questions that would gnaw at one's conscience during sleepless nights. With less than half an hour remaining in the match, there was no time to waste. The entire Rotterdam Sparta team was riding high on morale, and it was imperative to disrupt their strategy. During the subsequent stoppage time, Anthony Bruns exhausted his remaining 3 substitution options, opting to bring on 3 players with formidable offensive capabilities. This almost reckless substitution decision astonished the commentators present. PSV Eindhoven called for a substitution, It was evident that coach Anthony Bruns had chosen to introduce 3 attacking players, now fortifying the lone striker Amel Fritz with a robust offensive unit. It appeared they were ready to seize the final moments for a bold offensive push. Indeed, the 3 newly substituted players injected an invigorating energy into PSV Eindhoven's offensive play. Not only were they swift and physically robust, but their technical prowess was also remarkably agile. More importantly, they entered the field armed with the coaching staff's analysis of the current match dynamics, pinpointing the vulnerabilities of Sparta Rotterdam and identifying areas in their defense ripe for exploitation, all of which had been meticulously strategized prior to their entry. Within a mere 10 minutes, PSV Eindhoven posed multiple threats to Sparta Rotterdam's goal line. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of the defenders and the goalkeeper, coupled with the proactive return of the forwards for defensive duties, the leading position would likely have been compromised. In such a high-caliber professional league, Yang Jian found himself ill-suited for defensive responsibilities. His role was limited to assisting the defenders in auxiliary defensive tasks, such as obstructing opponents' passing lanes or vocally alerting his teammates to overlooked details through keen observation. After 20 minutes, Yang Jian truly grasped the exhausting nature of playing in a defensive position. One is required to ceaselessly press, intercept, tackle, and position oneself strategically while coordinating tactical strategies with teammates. At times, the outcome of the match can hinge upon mere seconds. If, within those fleeting moments, a miscommunication arises between teammates, even if it is just a glance or a gesture that fails to convey the intended message, the opponent could seize that opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. This is why it is imperative for consistently outstanding teams to have a proficient defensive midfielder. The player in this position not only bears the responsibility of thwarting the relentless onslaughts of adversaries, but also of transitioning possession to the midfield and forwards. This necessitates that an exceptional defensive midfielder possesses abundant stamina, acute anticipatory skills, precise technique, and extensive defensive experience. In these respects, Sparta Rotterdam's players in that position fell short. Soon enough, they paid the price for their youth. As the match reached its climactic phase, Amel Fritz seized the ball a mere 10 meters from the penalty area. At this juncture, the defensive strategy should have been to obstruct his path as much as possible, preventing him from leveraging his speed to penetrate the penalty area, while also being mindful of defensive actions to avoid conceding a free kick so close to the goal. Being a skilled forward, Amel Fritz was acutely aware of the opposing defense's tactics. In this position, Sparta Rotterdam's defenders were hesitant to engage closely, should they draw near. He would readily invite physical confrontation, and if the opportunity arose, he would simply fall to the ground, thereby earning a free kick. There was even a chance he could provoke the issuance of a yellow card against the opponent. With defenders unwilling to approach him, Amel Fritz refrained from advancing, briefly glancing at the distance to the goal before decisively opting to unleash a powerful long-range shot. From the moment the defensive midfielder stationed beside him observed him lifting his head to survey the field, an ominous premonition washed over him. He hastily took a step forward, extending his leg in an attempt to block the shot. Yet, he was still a moment too late. Amel Fritz had already initiated a shooting motion. As the ball soared into the air, it inadvertently struck the defender's outstretched ankle, altering its trajectory dramatically. This fortuitous contact rendered the goalkeeper's prior judgment regarding the shot's path utterly ineffective. The football veered at an unusual angle, arcing into the far corner of the net with a peculiar lob. The goalkeeper of Sparta Rotterdam, caught off guard, made no effort to rectify the situation. Thus, the score was inexplicably equalized in a manner that bewildered all. It was evident that Amel Fritz was also anxious at this moment. He could no longer maintain the calm and composed demeanor he had exhibited during the first half when equalizing the score. Instead, he rushed toward the substitutes bench, embracing and shouting in jubilation with his teammates who were anxiously waiting on the sidelines. At least now, the entire PSV Eindhoven team could briefly exhale. While securing a draw against Sparta Rotterdam was far from a glorious achievement given their stature in the Eredivisie, they could depart with at least 1 point, which was certainly preferable to a defeat. Chapter 59. Unable to remain low-key at the sound of the final whistle, many players from both PSV Eindhoven and Sparta Rotterdam sprawled across the grass, their limbs splayed in exhaustion, gasping for breath. The PSV players, relieved to have fulfilled their coach's unwavering mandate to avoid defeat by fielding 3 substitutes, finally relaxed after a tense 30 minutes. Conversely, the Sparta Rotterdam players, having fought valiantly throughout the match, were disheartened to lose a victory that had seemed within their grasp in such an unfortunate and dramatic manner. This led to a palpable loss of spirit as they collapsed to the ground like deflated balloons. In the immediate aftermath of the match, Yang Jian rushed to comfort his teammate, who had inadvertently caused the own goal. "Hey, brother, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Luck simply wasn't on our side today." He continued, "You've done exceptionally well. If it weren't for your earlier defense, we might have been overtaken long ago." Other teammates gathered around, offering words of consolation as well. At that moment, Yang Jian felt someone gently patting his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found Amel Fritz standing there, smiling as he pointed to Yang Jian's jersey and then tugged at his own, signaling a desire to exchange shirts. "Shall we? Swap jerseys?" Yang Jian inquired in English. Amel Fritz replied, "Yes, now, if that's all right." Of course. Yang Jian swiftly removed his number 19 jersey and handed it to Amel Fritz, who promptly offered his number 9 jersey in return. The two individuals exchanged a handshake, and Amel Fritz quietly remarked to Yang Jian, "What an exhilarating match. You were remarkable. I hope we can determine a winner next time. I will be waiting for you at the Philips Stadion." The Philips Stadion is the home ground of PSV Eindhoven, where the next match will see Sparta Rotterdam face PSV in a rematch. Yang Jian nodded in agreement, smiling as he replied, "All right, see you next time." During the post-match press conference, Van Halen chose to address the reporters alone, without any of his players by his side. "Good day, coach. How would you evaluate the course and outcome of today's match?" "Well, our players performed admirably today. They exhibited composure, tenacity, and creativity on the field. And they maintained their poise against a formidable opponent like PSV Eindhoven, which greatly pleased me. However, regarding the result, I do feel a tinge of disappointment. Our luck was not on our side, as we could have secured all 3 points." Coach Van Halen. Numerous fans on the live streaming platform have criticized your decision not to make decisive substitutions when several players on the defensive line were visibly fatigued. They believe this contributed to the defensive players' failure to block effectively at the last moment, ultimately resulting in the own goal. Will you take responsibility for this goal? Van Halen snorted derisively. "Do you know why these individuals can only critique from their keyboards and not step into my shoes? It is because they lack a fundamental understanding of the game. Every player faces physical challenges during a match. Our players are still young and must learn to manage these issues. Moreover, how can you guarantee that a newly substituted player will possess equivalent defensive skills and match readiness? So you believe this goal was neither your fault nor the player's fault? Of course, I have already stated that this goal was purely a matter of luck. The footballing deity did not favor us tonight. How many crucial saves did our goalkeeper make? 8 or 9. I can scarcely count them. That peculiar curve was such that even Amel Fritz, if given 10 chances, would struggle to replicate it. Thus, I stand by my assertion that my players performed exceptionally well." Good day, Coach Van Halen. Many fans have privately messaged me on social media, urging me to inquire about our number 19 player, Yang Jian. How would you assess his performance tonight? Upon the mention of Yang Jian, a flicker of warmth graced Van Halen's typically stern countenance. "Ah, Yang Jian. I'm sure you are all aware of him. He hails from China and is a rare talent. You have undoubtedly witnessed his exceptional footballing abilities in the matches leading up to this season. Naturally, as a player yet to turn 18, he has much to hone and learn. However, I can assure you of one thing. His potential is far greater than what you have seen thus far." With that question addressed, the proud and somewhat petulant Van Halen promptly concluded the press conference. Upon returning to the base, Van Halen promptly declared a day of respite for the players. He was acutely aware that the intense match that night had thoroughly exhausted the young athletes. The following morning, Yang Jian arrived early at Jose Rico's modest agency. Though referred to as an agency, it was merely a cramped, antiquated office within an old building. "Yang Jian, you're here. That is wonderful," Jose exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing Yang Jian. "What is the matter? Look at you," Yang Jian remarked. "Jose, your dark circles are almost reaching your cheekbones." "Of course. I've been here since 6 this morning, and I barely slept 3 hours last night. I'm overwhelmed." "Why? Aren't I your only player? Take a look at this." Jose turned his computer screen towards Yang Jian. On the display was the homepage of the Netherlands' largest football website, featuring a prominent close-up shot of Yang Jian exchanging jerseys with Amel Fritz from the previous night. The headline read numbers 9 and 19. I want to delve into the comments, but suffice it to say that some online fans have elevated you and Amel Fritz to the same pedestal, claiming that Amel Fritz will inevitably make it to one of the top 5 leagues, and you want to be far behind. Even Ajax fans have commented on their team as social media, urging them to acquire you swiftly. Haha, Jose, do you really have so little faith in me? What do you mean by being on the same level? I believe Amel Fritz may be faster than I am, but in other aspects, I might even surpass him. Let us not dwell on that. The exaggerated praise on the website merely adds to my anxiety. However, what truly contributes to my dark circles is this. Jose clicked his mouse and opened a new web page. Yang Jian leaned closer to see it was Jose's email interface. Overflowing with unread messages in the inbox accumulated within 24 hours, scrolling through it yielded no end in sight. What is going on? I've never seen someone with so many unread emails in such a short time. Have you contracted a virus? What virus? Jose rolled his eyes at Yang Jian. These emails are from various newspapers, magazines, and online media outlets seeking to interview you and schedule appointments with me first. Some are requests for you to participate in commercial events. What? So many people? Yang Jian could hardly believe it. I hadn't anticipated such a response either. But your stellar performance in yesterday's match, coupled with your coach's effusive praise at the post-match press conference, led to me being awakened by the incessant ringing of these emails early this morning. Jose turned to Yang Jian with a resigned expression, only to find him pacing nervously in the only available space by the office door, muttering to himself. What should I do, Jose? I've never been interviewed before. If it's arranged now, what should I wear? Where should the interview location be arranged? If the journalist poses particularly challenging questions, how should I respond? Surely, your agents must have a set of professional phrases prepared, right? By the way, Joss, how many signed jerseys should I prepare? Joss. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Yang Jian, let's not dwell on those details for now. First, I must ask, does the coach permit you to accept interviews? Oh, right. It seems that is not allowed. Yang Jian, in his excitement and fervor, had momentarily forgotten the regulations set forth by Van Halen. Up until now, Van Halen had prohibited them from participating in interviews or commercial interactions. Well, it is currently not allowed, but it cannot remain so indefinitely. I estimate that in a month or two it will likely change. Thus, since 6 this morning, I have been sitting here helping you sift through these emails. We can initially retain some quality collaboration prospects. Sounds good, you manage that. And let's compile a preliminary list to discuss later. By the way, Yang Jian, I've also received several emails from Chinese media outlets requesting to schedule interviews with you. It seems your homeland's football news industry has begun to take notice of you. Finally, they are paying attention. If they remained this oblivious, I might have already made it to one of the top 5 leagues. It appears there must be quite a bit of exciting news in our domestic football scene lately. Don't celebrate too soon, let me tell you. While the other emails are manageable, these few from Chinese media are the most challenging to handle. For these emails, should I speak the truth or simply decline? Speak the truth, but they might not believe it and could perceive you as unapproachable. If you decline outright, they may think you disregard the feelings of your compatriots, potentially painting you as someone who plays hard to get. Surely, that's an exaggeration? I can't comment on other matters, but in your profession, you live under the spotlight, and the last people you can afford to offend are these journalists. Their words and pens wield immense power. They can easily distort the truth and incite a horde of impressionable fans to turn against you. Many players, faced with such troublesome situations, expend much of their energy off the pitch with consequences that are easily imagined. What should we do then? Yang Jian felt like an ant on a hot pan. Here's the plan, Joss. Prioritize replying to the Chinese media. Inform them that I am currently in closed training and the coach does not permit any outings. Once the restrictions are lifted, arrange the first interview with them. Yes, I was thinking along those lines too. We must keep them placated, especially since your reputation in Europe is still limited. However, if you offend these journalists, they could return to your hometown and tarnish your image. And you might find yourself disgraced before even reaching the top 5 leagues. In truth, Joss's concerns were somewhat unwarranted. While some of the situations he described do exist in the football world, and indeed, there are many unethical football journalists in Europe, the Chinese journalists requesting to interview Yang Jian are, in fact, quite respectable individuals. At that time, the Chinese football scene was engulfed in chaos due to various factors. The competitiveness of domestic leagues was rapidly declining, prompting numerous journalists who previously covered domestic events to venture into the realm of European football news. Naturally, for this cohort of Chinese journalists, their primary focus gravitated towards the 5 major European leagues, where prominent clubs and countless illustrious stars flourished, far surpassing the Eredivisie in both viewership and topical relevance. For fans, the scenario mirrored this sentiment, apart from the UEFA Champions League, where they could catch glimpses of the Eredivisie's 3 giants, It was rare for anyone to tune in during the late hours of Beijing time to watch Eredivisie matches. Among them was an esteemed veteran journalist named Li Shuping, who had been following Zhang Shujin in La Liga for specialized reports. One day, after completing his interview assignments, Li Shuping was enjoying drinks and conversation with friends at a street bar in Spain when, by chance, he spotted highlights of Yang Jian's match on the bar's television. Initially, his companions assumed this might be another emerging star from Japan or South Korea. However, Li Shuping immediately recognized that this youthful figure, with his yellow skin, black hair, and dark eyes, was undoubtedly a 100 Chinese boy. For Europeans, distinguishing between the appearances of East Asians from China, Japan, and Korea can be challenging. Yet, for Chinese individuals, it is a nearly instinctual ability to identify the features of Japanese and Korean people. Seeking to validate his instinct, Li Shuping promptly retrieved his mobile phone and accessed the official website of Sparta Rotterdam, meticulously searching through the team roster. At last, he found Yang Jian's name at the bottom of the list, albeit accompanied by only a black silhouette for his profile picture. However, the glaring indication of his nationality confirmed Li Shuping's prior assumptions. How could such a talented young player exist without my knowledge? Li Shuping pondered, feeling a twinge of curiosity. As a journalist stationed abroad, he should have been among the first to learn if any domestic footballers were making their mark overseas. Yet here he was, discovering that a Chinese prodigy had been making waves in the Eredivisie, and he had stumbled upon Yang Jian's name purely by chance. Consequently, Li Shuping sought out Yang Jian's management agency's email address online and sent a request for an interview, eager to gather more information about this remarkable young talent. After some discussion, Jose prioritized Li Shuping's email. He responded to Li Shuping with utmost sincerity and humility, adopting a respectful tone befitting Yang Jian's status. Dear Mr. Li Shuping, greetings. I am truly honored to receive your email, which has left both my agent and me pleasantly surprised. At the same time, the attention from an esteemed sports journalist like yourself, hailing from my homeland, fills me with a warm sense of gratitude. Currently, my position within the Sparta Rotterdam team is not entirely secure, and our coach, Mr. Van Halen, has explicitly prohibited young players from engaging with the media. As a humble representative of Chinese football, I am acutely aware of the challenges faced by our players abroad from the moment I joined the club. In pursuit of better development in the future, I cherish the opportunity to play at Sparta Rotterdam. Therefore, I wish to focus my attention on the field for now. I assure you that once Coach Van Halen lifts the media ban, I will promptly invite you to visit Rotterdam. At which time my agent and I will extend our apologies in person. Sincerely, Yang Jian, student and agent, Jose Rico. To be honest, upon finishing this email, Zhao Shuping felt a profound sense of appreciation. This sentiment extended far beyond the polite tone conveyed by Yang Jian. What pleased Zhao even more was Yang Jian's attitude towards professional football. As a seasoned football journalist, Zhao once enjoyed a stable position and extensive connections within the domestic arena. Yet, at over 40 years of age, he relinquished nearly 2 decades of cultivated professional resources to follow Zhang Shujin's La Liga career in Spain. The reason behind this decision stemmed from his exposure to the myriad dark and bizarre facets of domestic football. For instance, a young player who recently joined a Chinese Super League team, after signing a substantial contract, transformed into an arrogant figure, exuding the demeanor of a future superstar. Rumors in the industry suggest that to secure an interview with such a player, one must first schedule an appointment with his assistant, specifically, to arrange a time to contact the agent. Once in touch with the agent, negotiations must be successfully concluded before the agent can then arrange a meeting with the player himself. Moreover, certain veteran players with established connections within the domestic football scene often engage in covertly influencing team decisions, such as sidelining those with whom they have poor relations while promoting those they favor. Some coaches even recommend players to management, only to later extract commissions from the players' salaries once contracts are finalized. Zhao Shuping had witnessed such occurrences too frequently, leading to a visceral aversion to those involved. On one occasion during an interview, a coach extolled his deep love for football and the sacrifices he had made for its advancement. However, the industry was well aware of his scandals involving self-serving manipulation and player oppression. Halfway through the interview, Zhao handed over his responsibilities to an apprentice and retreated to the restroom, where he rested for half an hour. In that moment, he resolved that he must depart from this world. He had grown weary of working domestically, confined to merely observing the trivialities and sensationalized news. However, Zhao Shuping yearned to report on the essence of true football. Thus, The sentiment expressed by Yang Jian in this email was indeed something that Zhao Shuping greatly admired and respected. What is the Eredivisie? While its stature in Europe may not rival that of the top 5 leagues, it undoubtedly stands as a leading contender among the second-tier leagues. If certain domestic players were granted the opportunity to play in the Eredivisie, they would likely become insufferably proud, to the extent that the sports administration would need to schedule multiple appointments just to interview them. In stark contrast, Yang Jian remained composed and unassuming. He never flaunted his unexpected football talent, nor did he take pride in it arrogantly. For the former football novice, Yang Jian was simply content to play joyfully. More importantly, he possessed a keen intellect. As some professional players achieve fame, they often develop a detrimental habit of greedily demanding from the football gods luxurious cars, opulent homes, beautiful women, and exquisite jewelry. They feel entitled to such extravagance simply because they can earn money through football. However, Yang Jian was different. He understood the importance of continuing to learn from the football gods. The principles on the pitch mirrored those in life. Only by maintaining calmness and humility could one achieve victory both in life and on the field. Zhao Shuping felt a sense of satisfaction as he replied to Yang Jian's email, expressing his gratitude and wishing him well for future collaborations. Closing his email, Zhao Shuping lit a cigarette and continued to watch the thrilling highlights of Yang Jian's matches on his phone. He sensed that, in the not-too-distant future, a true star from the Chinese football scene would grace the European stage. As the rest day concluded, all members of Sparta Rotterdam returned to the team promptly. During the recovery training that day, Van Halen delivered yet another address to the players. "Gentlemen, who is our opponent this weekend?" "Feyenoord," they all shouted in unison. "Absolutely correct. I trust everyone understands the significance of this match." They responded collectively, "Completely clear, coach." "Excellent. If you delivered 100% performance against Eindhoven, then this weekend against Feyenoord, I expect you to give me 120%. Can you do that?" "We will definitely do it." "Wonderful. We must let those arrogant Feyenoord players know what the Spartan spirit truly is. We are not to be underestimated." Indeed. Van Halen then turned his gaze towards Van der Sterren and the team and continued, "Kid, the match this weekend will be your moment. It is your best opportunity to prove yourself. I hope you unleash your full potential, all right?" Van der Sterren nodded resolutely. "Hey, what is going on? What does the old man mean by that?" Yang Jian nudged his companion, Ito Kenzo, and inquired softly. "This is something you likely wouldn't know. It's a long story." Yang Jian had joined the team relatively late and, due to reasons such as nationality, culture, and language, his understanding of the club's history was rather limited. "If it's a long story, can't we make it brief?" he pressed. The short version is that Van der Sterren was originally a player from Feyenoord's youth academy. Chapter 63. Are you dumbfounded? This is the Derby match. Rotterdam is renowned in the Netherlands as a prominent football city, boasting more than one football club. The two most significant teams are Sparta Rotterdam and Feyenoord. Sparta Rotterdam was established slightly earlier and historically regarded as the undisputed leader in the Eredivisie. In the early 20th century, Sparta Rotterdam possessed considerable competitiveness in the Eredivisie, having won multiple league and KNVB Cup titles. However, after the 1980s, Sparta Rotterdam quickly fell into decline due to various factors. Once able to hold its own against Feyenoord in domestic competitions, Sparta found itself relegated to a survival-level team within just 2 or 3 seasons. A year or two later, Sparta began to oscillate between the Eredivisie and the Eerste Divisie, retaining a notable reputation and a solid fan base. Yet, in Rotterdam, Feyenoord had firmly established its dominance, leaving Sparta unable to compete. Several years ago, Van der Sterren was a player in Feyenoord's youth ranks. However, due to certain circumstances, Feyenoord chose to part ways with Van der Sterren, opting to terminate his contract. As it was a youth training contract, the club did not pay much in terms of severance. Feeling unjustly treated, Van der Sterren, after consulting with his family, decided to join Sparta Rotterdam to continue his football career. This derby match marked the first of its kind in several years, as Sparta had recently returned to the Eredivisie after years in the Eerste Divisie. Thus, this match held significant importance for both Sparta Rotterdam and Van der Sterren, representing a contest that demanded their utmost effort. On the morning of the match, fans from both teams had already begun to clash throughout the city of Rotterdam. From the streets to shopping malls and bars, from parks to social media forums, the air was filled with provocations and insults exchanged between the loyal supporters of both teams. The atmosphere reached its zenith just before the match commenced. "Hey, Peter, why didn't you get a ticket for today's match?" a fan playfully asked the bar owner, Peter, at the Warriors Kingdom pub. Alas, securing tickets has proven to be quite the challenge. You cannot fathom the unreasonable nature of Feyenoord. In a stadium accommodating over 50,000 spectators, they have allocated a mere 1,000 seats for the fans of Sparta Rotterdam. It is impossible to procure a ticket for under €1,000. Peter, who has lived in Rotterdam since childhood, has remained an unwavering supporter of Sparta Rotterdam due to familial influences. Although he occasionally keeps an eye on Feyenoord's matches and has supported them in the Champions League. However, when it comes to domestic Dutch football, he unhesitatingly stands by Sparta Rotterdam. Even though the club has faced years of stagnation, his loyalty has never wavered. Today, Peter even placed a sign outside his bar, boldly stating in large, bold letters, "Our establishment will refuse service to any Feyenoord fans. Thank you for your understanding." The match is set to take place at the Feyenoord Stadium. Despite being the visiting team, Yang Jian and his companions swiftly arrived at the ground via bus. As both teams are based in Rotterdam, the scene outside the stadium, where the two factions of fans confronted each other, left Yang Jian astounded. Although Feyenoord only sold a little over 1,000 tickets to the supporters of Sparta Rotterdam prior to the match, the number of Sparta fans rallying outside the stadium far exceeded that figure. Consequently, the local government dispatched numerous police officers and security personnel to maintain order outside the venue. Nevertheless, an intense verbal exchange ensued between the two groups of fans, even with the security personnel intervening. "Brothers, tell me, which club has played in the Eerste Divisie for 8 out of the last 10 seasons? That's right. When was the last Rotterdam derby? I was still in elementary school then. The greatest club in the Eredivisie is Ajax. Feyenoord will forever be the perennial second." With bravado, they challenged. "Let us see you on the field today and watch our Spartans decisively prevail." The fervent Feyenoord supporters, upon seeing the arrival of the Sparta bus, became even more relentless, blocking its path while brandishing banners and hurling insults at the bus windows. Though Yang Jian could not comprehend the taunts, the expressions on the fans' faces left little doubt that they were not uttering sweet nothings. The short distance of a few hundred meters took nearly half an hour for the bus to navigate to the parking lot. In the dressing room, Van Halen and the coaching staff passionately stirred the players' spirits. "Everyone, let us remain calm and composed as we face this match. In our previous game against Eindhoven, we proved our capabilities, and Feyenoord does not significantly overshadow us. Today, we can show all of the Netherlands what we are capable of. Indeed, children, let us not forget that outside, countless Sparta Rotterdam fans are cheering us on. Many of them have steadfastly supported us during the team's challenging times. Today, right here, we are obliged to deliver a spectacular performance for them." Van Halen exclaimed loudly, "Who is the first football club in the history of the Netherlands?" "Sparta Rotterdam." "Where are you from?" "Sparta Rotterdam." "Who will earn respect and applause here tonight?" "Sparta Rotterdam." "Very well. Let us take the field and showcase our capabilities." The moment Yang Jian stepped out from the players' tunnel, he was utterly astounded. The cacophony resonating from the Feyenoord Stadium nearly knocked him off his feet. This was the first time in his life that he was playing in a stadium filled with tens of thousands of spectators. The Feyenoord Stadium, with a capacity of over 50,000, boasts a glorious history spanning nearly a century. It has hosted hundreds of international matches, where numerous illustrious clubs and national teams have delivered unforgettable performances. It is undeniably one of the legendary venues in the history of European football. The overwhelming atmosphere left Yang Jian momentarily speechless. Behind him, Van der Stern gently nudged his shoulder. "How's it going, Yang? Are you stunned? This is the Rotterdam Derby. Enjoy the next 90 minutes. Chapter 64. A fierce confrontation. The referee's whistle sounded. The long-awaited Rotterdam Derby officially commenced. The home fans at Feyenoord Stadium aimed to utilize their fervent home advantage to utterly intimidate the group of youngsters from the neighboring club right from the outset. Indeed, the dazzling fireworks, tens of thousands of red and white home jerseys, meticulously crafted gigantic banners, coupled with thunderous songs and chants created an electrifying atmosphere. For a fan present at the scene, conversing with companions required shouting directly into their ears, for only then could they hear what was being said amidst such overwhelming noise. This spectacle was undeniably intimidating for most of the young players of Sparta Rotterdam, especially for Yang Jian. Within the Sparta Rotterdam squad, many players grew up in Europe, benefiting from a rich footballing environment, with some even having family members who are seasoned fans or involved in the football industry. Thus, most players had experienced such scenes to varying extents from a young age. However, Yang Jian was different, having grown up in a footballing desert. He had never had the opportunity to partake in such a grand footballing event. As he stepped onto the pitch, he felt a mix of awe and nervousness, his legs trembling slightly. Yet, it was clear that the home fans did not comprehend his apprehension. For once the whistle blew and the match began, his focus would be entirely devoted to the game ahead. As for the external distractions, Yang Jian remained utterly oblivious. Even if fans surged onto the pitch in an attempt to deter him, he was determined to maneuver past them first. This was likely due to the electrifying atmosphere generated by the home crowd. The moment the match commenced, players from Feyenoord unleashed an intense onslaught against their counterparts from Sparta Rotterdam. The Sparta Rotterdam players found themselves unable to retain possession for more than 5 seconds, hastily attempting to release the ball under tremendous pressure from their opponents. In response to the relentless pressing from Feyenoord's forwards, Kenzo Ito and 2 central defenders resorted to passing amongst themselves at the back, aiming to exhaust their adversaries and seize opportunities to advance the ball when the moment was right. Kenzo Ito delivered a pass to a defender positioned at the edge of the penalty area. As his teammate received the ball with his back to the play, he hesitated for a split second, prompting Kenzo Ito to shout, "Watch out! Someone's behind you!" Before the teammate could properly shield the ball, a powerful force, seemingly having approached unnoticed, knocked him off balance. Looking down, he found no trace of the football. Feyenoord's forward, number 7, John Hoffman, adeptly exploited the defender's positional disadvantage and intercepted the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, John Hoffman unleashed a shot that hurtled into the bottom left corner of the net. At that moment, the defender, who had just been dispossessed, was only now rising to his feet. Given the proximity, the defender was unable to interfere effectively. With even slightly proficient technique, most goalkeepers would stand little chance. Feyenoord took the lead. At this juncture, merely 8 minutes had elapsed in the match. What did I say? It's a complete domination. In the stands, Feyenoord supporters were already dancing with exuberance. Many fans took to the chat section of the live stream to seize the moment and launch verbal assaults on PSV Eindhoven. What kind of team is PSV? Riding our coattails? Absolutely right. What are the so-called big 3 of the Eredivisie? It's just Feyenoord and Ajax. PSV should stay out of this. Playing against a team like Sparta Rotterdam and drawing in the final minutes is laughable. PSV fans, take note. Today will surely be a massacre. This is how football should be played. Take notes. These animated comments fluttering across the screen were fortuitously observed by PSV player Amel Fritz, who was also watching the live broadcast. He shook his head with a chuckle, muttering to himself, "These fools, just wait and see. That guy won TB so easily defeated." After conceding a goal, Van der Steijn promptly returned to the defensive line, gathering his teammates around him. "It's all right, brothers. That was merely a mistake." Van der Steijn clutched one of his teammates reassuringly. "I need you all to forget what just happened. We must regroup and remain composed. They want to see us crumble. Do not forget our tactics, shall we?" Van der Steen's timely intervention reinvigorated the spirits of all his teammates. In truth, during the pre-match strategic simulation, the scenario of Feyenoord breaching the goal first was a primary consideration for Van Halen's coaching staff. The psychological preparation for conceding a goal within the first 10 minutes had not been overlooked. Therefore, the psychological impact on the players of Sparta Rotterdam was far less severe than others might presume. Conversely, the entire team was united by a singular thought: to counterattack. As the game commenced, Richard Silva deftly passed the ball to Yang Jian, who then relayed it to Van der Steen in the midfield. At this juncture, players from Sparta Rotterdam began to gravitate towards their own half, particularly Yang Jian, who quickly retreated and reached Van der Steen in mere seconds. Prior to the match, all Feyenoord players, under the guidance of Coach Turan, had conducted a meticulous analysis of Sparta Rotterdam's players. They were acutely aware that number 19, Yang Jian, possessed exceptional dribbling skills and ball control, often retreating to deeper positions in his half to share possession and facilitate the build-up play when the team found itself under pressure. Thus, when they observed the apparent contraction of Sparta Rotterdam's formation, they mistakenly believed it was a reaction to their aggressive high-press strategy, leading them to instinctively continue their forward pressure. At that precise moment, Van der Steen, utilizing Yang Jian's cover, executed a rapid and high-long pass. Out of nowhere, Juan Romero surged forth from Feyenoord's defense. This was a meticulously planned anti-offside tactic. Feyenoord's backline lacked exceptionally fast players, and granting Romero space under such circumstances could prove catastrophic. The positioning of Van der Steen's pass and Romero's run was evidently pre-rehearsed. Romero needed no touch. He simply directed the high ball with the inside of his foot. A clear path. Romero decisively struck the ball into the net. Sparta Rotterdam equalized within a minute. Chapter 65. Today, I'm going to confront you. The goal is scored. However, Romero hesitated to celebrate immediately. He first turned to glance at the referee near the center circle. At that moment, several Feyenoord players approached the referee, protesting that the goal should be disallowed, claiming that Romero was in an offside position when Van der Stern made the pass. As Van der Stern delivered the ball, the referee, positioned facing Sparta Rotterdam's half, clearly had not seen the offside, prompting him to direct his gaze towards the assistant referee on the sidelines. The assistant referee awkwardly shook his head at the referee. The implication is clear. Do not gaze upon me, for I too did not anticipate such a play, nor did I heed the offside matter. The exasperated referee could only request assistance from the video assistant referee via his earpiece. Upon receiving the referee's message, the video assistant referee promptly conducted an analysis on his computer, concluding that the play was not offside. At the moment Van der Stern passed the ball, Romero's position aligned perfectly with the last defender of Feyenoord. The whistle blew, the referee pointed to the center circle, goal confirmed. Only then, buoyed by the definitive signal, did Romero dare to sprint back to his half to celebrate with his teammates. On the substitutes bench, Van Halen breathed a sigh of relief. While the referee communicated with the video assistant, Van Halen had been incessantly chattering beside the fourth official, insisting that was clearly a valid goal, sir. I fail to see the point of contention. Is the referee perhaps succumbing to the pressure of the Feyenoord home crowd? Why must the video assistant deliberate for so long? Just make the call. The goal stands. There is absolutely no offside. Although Van Halen himself was uncertain about the offside in away matches, a coach must adopt such a stance. Considerations of right and wrong are secondary to maintaining momentum. Mr. Van Halen, please return to the designated area for substitutes. You are in serious violation of the rules. If you continue to disregard my warnings, I shall have the referee issue you a yellow card. Meanwhile, the referee confirmed the validity of Romero's goal. See, I told you so. I have been in this profession for decades. Could I possibly make an error? Van Halen, having gained an advantage, retreated tactically to the substitutes bench, all the while continuing to murmur to the fourth official. The lightning connection between Van der Stern and Romero ignited a frenzy on the internet. Speak up. Feyenoord, what of your so-called dominance in the Eredivisie? How is it that your defense crumbles so easily, scoring a goal, and yet you seem to forget your own identity? Our Spartan Rotterdam striker Silva and the Chinese prodigy Yang Jian have yet to make their mark. After just a taste, and you falter? Feyenoord, I dare say you are on par with PSV. After experiencing two swift exchanges of offense and defense, both teams now regarded each other's capabilities with a newfound caution. Each side feared that a moment of overzealousness might lead to a costly mistake and a conceding of goals. Thus, for the ensuing 10 minutes, both teams adopted a notably cautious approach. On the sidelines, Feyenoord's coach, Turan, could no longer remain composed. A young manager in his 40s, Turan, who had once been a forward, favored an attacking style of play and championed an all-out offensive and defensive strategy. He detested hesitant and lackluster football. Throughout his career as both a player and a coach, he had performed many astonishing feats on the field, earning him the nickname Madman among Dutch football circles. Witnessing the atmosphere of his team on the pitch resemble a stagnant pool, Turan could no longer endure even a minute. He leapt from the substitutes bench, approached the sideline, and called over the nearest team captain, the number 9 forward, Galliardius. Golly, what on earth are you doing? Is this how I usually instruct you to play? Galliardius, looking bewildered at the visibly impatient coach, was at a loss. What are you dawdling for? Change the formation. Quickly relay to these timid souls that we are switching to a 3-5-2 formation. You and John will lead the front line, and both wingbacks must bombard their baseline. Go now. Galliardius hurriedly sprinted onto the field to convey the coach's urgent directive. Content. Turan returned to the substitutes bench, and as he settled down, he cast a sidelong glance at Van Halen on the opposite side, thinking to himself, old man, if you wish to engage in a tactical skirmish, prepare for a confrontation today. You and your squad of youngsters will soon be weeping as you leave Feyenoord Stadium. Indeed, Turan was no ordinary strategist. His sudden shift in formation caught the Sparta Rotterdam players completely off guard. The two wingbacks of Feyenoord, frenziedly penetrating the flanks, exerted immense pressure on the defensive line of Sparta Rotterdam, compelling them to continuously clear the ball out of bounds to avert disaster. For a tense and exhilarating 2 minutes, Sparta Rotterdam found themselves relentlessly under siege by Feyenoord within their half. This tactical alteration bore immediate fruit, as Feyenoord remarkably earned 4 consecutive corner kicks within those 2 minutes. Leveraging the advantage of their dual forwards in the 3-5-2 formation, Feyenoord forcefully launched all 4 corners into the penalty area of Sparta Rotterdam, knowing their height would ensure dividends. Indeed, during the 4th corner, Sparta Rotterdam could withstand no more. Galliardias, standing at 185 centimeters tall, eluded the marking of a Rotterdam defender with the help of his teammates, leapt high, and headed the ball into the net with a resounding thud. 2-1. Feyenoord reclaimed the lead. In just over 20 minutes of the first half, the two teams had already provided 3 thrilling goals. What a spectacular Rotterdam derby. After nearly 10 minutes of repression, the Feyenoord fans could finally unleash their emotions. Many ignited flares, while others, bare-chested, wildly waved Feyenoord flags. Coach Turan, too, sprang from his seat on the substitutes bench, celebrating by shaking his fists towards the Sparta Rotterdam bench, shouting, "Come on, let us score another. Don't you enjoy attacking? Keep it going." However, Turan's taunts were drowned out by the cheers of the Feyenoord supporters. Now, on the pitch, Yang Jian felt not an ounce of tension. Rather, he was imbued with excitement. Nothing stirs a man's hormones quite like the thrill of exhilarating attacking football. In Yang Jian's mind, the thoughts of winning or losing have ceased to occupy him. His sole intention now is to assist his team in continuing to score. As the game resumes with a kickoff from the center circle, Yang Jian winks at Richard Silva. "Richard, do not forget our offensive strategy. When the moment is right, I shall pass to you." Chapter 66, Counterattack. An away match against the Eredivisie giants Feyenoord, confronted by tens of thousands of fervent home supporters. No Eredivisie team can guarantee victory in such a contest. It is feared that even some teams of Champions League caliber would be thoroughly outmatched in this stadium. As local rivals, the fans of Sparta Rotterdam are acutely aware of this reality. In a nondescript corner of the North Stand, over 1,000 Sparta supporters, encircled by Feyenoord's fervent fans, have not surrendered hope. They understand that they are the sole beacon of encouragement for the players on the field. If even they were to lose heart, who would rally behind their team? From any perspective, Sparta Rotterdam stands little chance against Feyenoord. These fans are already content with the outcome of today's match. At the very least, they can proudly choose to stand firm in this local derby. Thus, despite their numbers being vastly outmatched, the players of Sparta Rotterdam can still distinctly hear the cheers of their supporters within the arena. That is more than enough. In the 35th minute of the first half, Yang Jian embarked on a breakthrough along the flank, as Feyenoord opted to engage in an open contest with Sparta Rotterdam. The space available for a dribbler like Yang Jian was quite ample. Nevertheless, Turan assigned a defender to closely shadow Yang Jian, wary of his potential to exploit the space. As he approached the left side of the penalty area at a 45-degree angle, Yang Jian lifted his gaze to assess the positions of his teammates within the box. At this moment, the defenders of Feyenoord were engaged in one-on-one duels with the attacking players of Sparta Rotterdam. Both sides were entangled outside the penalty area, leaving the Feyenoord box seemingly secure, with only their goalkeeper present. Yet, at that instant, Yang Jian unexpectedly launched a cross. He has a knack for delivering decisive passes in such unforeseen moments. The Feyenoord goalkeeper, upon perceiving the trajectory of Yang Jian's pass, instinctively resolved to remain firmly stationed on the goal line. The ball appeared destined for a landing near the edge of the penalty area, a distance from which a goalkeeper would find it challenging to control a ball in midair if they advanced recklessly. Furthermore, there were no Sparta forwards within the box. Thus, the goalkeeper deemed it sufficient to monitor the lurking adversaries poised for a potential long-range strike. Yang Jian's pass soared with remarkable velocity, imbued with an inward spin, hurtling towards the arc's pinnacle. "Position yourselves quickly. Keep an eye on the players at the back," the goalkeeper vociferously urged his defensive comrades. Yet, before the ball could touch the ground, a robust figure leapt high amidst the throng at the edge of the penalty area, meeting the rapidly approaching ball with a powerful header. It was Richard Silva. This forceful strike from outside the box elicited an eruption of astonished gasps from the entire Feyenoord stadium. With Richard's formidable header, the already swift ball became utterly unstoppable. The goalkeeper of Sparta Rotterdam, whose focus had been on the rear defenders, failed to react in time to leap and save. The ball grazed the crossbar before finding its way into the net. Sparta Rotterdam had equalized. What exhilaration! This attacking strategy was a routine exercise for Yang Jian and Richard Silva during their training sessions. Headers typically occur within the penalty area, closer to the goal. This is partly because tall strikers, endowed with excellent jumping ability, find it difficult for defenders to mount effective resistance once they seize the ball's trajectory. Furthermore, the force of a header is generally less than that of a shot, and reducing the distance between the striker and the goal enhances the likelihood of success. If the striker can execute a powerful header after claiming the ball, it may also impart a strong spin, making it exceedingly challenging for the goalkeeper to intercept, even if they manage to touch it. However, heading the ball from outside the penalty area is a rarity in football, primarily due to the limitations imposed by speed and angle. At such distances near the edge of the box, most headers fail to pose a threat to the goal without interference to the goalkeeper. Yet, Richard Silva's goal was exceptional. It embodied Yang Jian's powerful and precise cross, coupled with the deceptive positioning of several players from Sparta Rotterdam at the far post. Most crucially, it showcased Richard Silva's extraordinary jumping ability and physical prowess. Post-match, a close-up photograph taken by a photographer on site was widely adopted by various Dutch football media and websites. In the image, Richard Silva is depicted soaring, with a Feyenoord defender, unable to leap in time, helplessly pinned beneath him. Their gaze filled with incredulity and a hint of terror as they looked up at Richard Silva's towering figure, reminiscent of a skyscraper. At the moment of connecting with the ball, Richard Silva's expression was resolute and fierce, his head inadvertently obscuring the light from a lamp suspended above the pitch. The halo of light accentuated Richard Silva, placing him perfectly in the center of the photograph. Following this match, fans on forums affectionately bestowed upon Richard Silva a new nickname, the Lighthouse. Richard Silva has scored an astonishing long-range header, assisted by Yang Jian. Sparta Rotterdam displayed remarkable tenacity. The commentator on television is passionately exclaiming with fervor. To heighten the atmosphere for this local derby, the sports channel in Rotterdam has invited a seasoned commentator, who is well into his years, to partake in the narration of this match. According to this veteran commentator, the last time the Rotterdam derby was played with such intensity and excitement, he had only recently embarked on his career, still a spirited young man. The most astonished individual on the sidelines is undoubtedly Sparta Rotterdam's coach, Van Halen. He has witnessed the collaboration designed by Yang Jian and Richard Silva during training. Initially, Van Halen was quite dismissive of their concept, promptly pointing out that while the idea was commendable, the two might not be able to execute it seamlessly during a match. He cautioned that if either player faltered, the attempt would merely resemble a harmless back pass to the opposing goalkeeper, effectively squandering a valuable opportunity. However, at this moment, Van Halen finds himself moved. The imagination and creativity of youth represent the sport's greatest allure. They have accomplished it. Chapter 67. Intensifying efforts. The competition in the first half has escalated to a fever pitch. Players on both sides are fiercely engaged in a brutal exchange. Spectacular offensive and defensive confrontations unfold repeatedly. It is evident that everyone could use a respite. As the match approaches stoppage time, only 1 minute remains until halftime. If Sparta Rotterdam can hold their ground for this final 60 seconds, they will enter the second half with the satisfaction of a draw. For a team of their stature, this serves as the most potent morale booster. The players have already exerted themselves considerably, investing more energy and focus than usual. Securing a favorable score at the end of the first half would allow them to maintain their vigor in the second half, bolstered by their heightened spirits. Feyenoord's players are well aware of this crucial detail on the pitch. In the last minute, Feyenoord seizes possession and launches a fierce assault towards Sparta Rotterdam's territory. It is once again number 9, the team captain, Galidius. After receiving a pass from a teammate, he skillfully maneuvers laterally to create a shooting opportunity. In a split second, as a defensive player loses his position, Galidius unleashes a powerful strike without hesitation. The ball rockets into the top right corner of the net, leaving Sparta Rotterdam's goalkeeper utterly helpless against this sudden and forceful long-range shot. In the final moments before halftime, Feyenoord has once again taken the lead on the scoreboard. As Galidius, the goal scorer, sprinted to the sidelines, his right hand spread wide against his ear and his left hand fervently waved in the air. His gestures seemed to implore for applause and cheers. More fervently, he sought to showcase the vibrant atmosphere of Feyenoord's home ground. At the last moment of the first half, the young players of Sparta Rotterdam succumbed to a wave of despondency. Such is the nature of competitive sports. In crucial moments, it is imperative for a team star player to rise to the occasion and deliver a formidable performance. Indeed, Galidius accomplished this at that pivotal moment. Had the match concluded then, he would have thoroughly overwhelmed the majority of Sparta Rotterdam's players, leaving them psychologically shattered by the crushing defeat. No player can easily accept the agony of being edged out in such a manner, not even Yang Jian, who had maintained an excellent mindset throughout the match. Galerdia's thunderous long-range strike in the final second of the first half left Yang Jian seething with frustration. He angrily kicked a piece of turf in a futile attempt to vent his inner turmoil. Damn it, I should have been more decisive and marked him closely. Yang Jian couldn't help but utter an expletive. Fortunately, it was merely the first half. During the halftime break, Van Halen began to rally his players with fervor. Lads, our attack in the first half was brilliant. Do not dwell on that last goal. The match is far from over. We have a full 45 minutes left in the second half. Let us maintain this hunger and desire to attack. As the motivational speech concluded, Van Halen turned to Yang Jian. Yang, my boy, why were you lingering outside the box in the first half? Feyenoord is engaging us in a direct confrontation, and there's ample space on the pitch. Why did you not drive the ball into the box? In the second half, I want you to charge inside with vigor. You are not to pass or shoot before entering the box. Exploit their weaknesses mercilessly. Van Halen appeared to be invigorated by the electric atmosphere of the first half. He harbored a strong intuition that Feyenoord's approach was possibly a declaration of war from that young lad, Turan. Both coaches had navigated the Dutch football scene for many years and had a modicum of understanding of each other's habits and temperaments. Most importantly, those who play football possess an inherent competitive spirit. None wish to concede defeat easily, unless thoroughly vanquished. Their minds are invariably occupied with thoughts of revenge for the next encounter. Despite Van Halen's advanced age, such an ingrained trait within footballers remains immutable until death. When a junior dares to convey a challenge in such a manner during a match, it becomes inevitable that a victor must emerge. With the tactical briefing concluded, the players seized the opportunity to replenish their energy with a quick bite. The second half of the match was about to commence. Indeed, Yang Jian adhered strictly to Van Halen's tactical directives during the second half of the match. Whenever he seized possession of the ball, he relentlessly surged towards Feyenoord's penalty area. In just a few instances, the defender tasked with marking Yang Jian, Lovker, was left drenched in sweat. On one hand, the physical challenge was formidable. Yang Jian was considerably younger than Lovker. On the other hand, Lovker could not help but notice that Yang Jian's agility and rhythm distinguished him as a truly exceptional forward. In the 70th minute, Yang Jian once again attempted to breach the defense on the edge of the penalty area. With remarkable finesse, he executed two shoulder feints that sent Lovker's weight shifting to one side. With a deft touch, Yang Jian propelled the ball into the penalty area. At that moment, a steady Lovker chased from behind, aiming to use his physicality to disrupt Yang Jian's control over the ball, hoping that his teammates in the box could swiftly intercept. However, Yang Jian was not easily subdued. He had always been resourceful, never allowing his peers to outsmart him during his school days. Just as Lovker drew near, Yang Jian let out a feigned cry of pain and fell to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and he unhesitatingly pointed to the penalty spot. A penalty kick. In the 70th minute, the referee awarded a penalty to Sparta Rotterdam. A chorus of boos erupted from the stands of Feyenoord Stadium. Turan, seething with anger, leaped from the substitutes bench and rushed to the sidelines. Diving. What a fraud. Lovker barely even touched him. Perhaps in his fury, Turan's spittle flew in every direction. The fourth official remained indifferent, as the final decision lay solely with the referee. At that moment, the referee was engaged in communication with the video assistant referee. The verdict stood. A penalty kick. The referee determined that Lovker had indeed delivered an excessive challenge from behind, disrupting Yang Jian's balance and causing him to fall. Thus, the penalty was warranted. Hey, what is going on? What kind of referee is this? Why isn't he reviewing the play? Turan was nearly ready to storm onto the field. The referee, unable to tolerate Turan's excessive behavior, approached the sideline and issued a yellow card. Defeated, Turan had no choice but to silence himself and retreat. Challenging the referee's authority further could result in a red card, an outcome far too costly. At this juncture, Yang Jian cradled the ball and walked over to Van der Stegen. With a playful wink, he said, "You should take this penalty." Chapter 68. The final contest, the referee reiterated the penalty decision, leaving no room for dissent among the players. All but Van der Stegen, who was to take the penalty. And the Feyenoord goalkeeper stepped outside the penalty area. The atmosphere was thick with discontent as the boos rained down. The pitiful cheers of over 1,000 Rotterdam Sparta fans were swiftly drowned out. Many spectators in the stands, aware of Van der Steen's past as a Feyenoord supporter, began hurling insults. Useless. Never think of returning to Feyenoord. No wonder the team terminated your contract. Your skills are unworthy of us. You can't even score. Each piercing insult, accompanied by a chorus of boos, occasionally reached Van der Steen's ears. Memories of his past at Feyenoord flooded back to him. As a child, he had been frail and overlooked by the youth coaches, often bullied and mocked by his taller teammates. Yet, none of it mattered. As long as he could play football and one day become a professional, he was indifferent to the disdain. However, one day, the club staff unexpectedly summoned his parents to the club. We regret to inform you, sir, that due to various club considerations, your son Van der Steen is no longer part of our plans. How could this be? My son has always excelled in training and matches. He arrives early every time. The staff interrupted Van der Steen's father. Unfortunately, based on our professional team's assessment, Van der Steen's physical condition may not meet our expectations for future strength. We suggest exploring opportunities with other clubs. We wish you the best in your future endeavors. Thus, Feyenoord's doors closed on Van der Steen without warning. Shortly thereafter, Rotterdam Sparta extended an olive branch to him. As memories flashed through his mind like a slideshow, Van der Steen's thoughts snapped back to the present. He gently caressed the football in his arms, placing it firmly on the penalty spot. According to the usual training regimen, the first-choice penalty taker should be Richard Silva. Even if Richard were absent, the penalty would typically fall to Yang Jian, who was responsible for drawing fouls. He knew this kick was intentionally given to him by his teammates, granting him a chance to prove himself before the club that had once scorned and abandoned him. The referee's whistle signaled that Van der Steen could take the penalty. He took a deep breath. All the pressure and resentment evaporated in that moment. He sprinted. He struck. Goal. The ball thundered with great force and precision into the top right corner of the net. The Feyenoord goalkeeper even misjudged the direction. The commentator erupted with excitement once more. The penalty is scored. Van der Steen has withstood the pressure. The boos from the tens of thousands in the Feyenoord stadium had no impact on him whatsoever. Rotterdam Sparta has equalized again, in an extraordinary display of tenacity. I dare say this is undoubtedly the most thrilling Rotterdam derby in half a century. The moment the referee signaled the goal as valid, an exuberant group of young Spartans from Rotterdam rushed towards Van der Stegen, encircling him with jubilant song and dance. Richard Silva and Yang Jin embraced him tightly, repeatedly whispering in his ear, "Brother, you did it. I knew you would be fine." And what of Van der Stegen? He was already overwhelmed with tears. Who was he trying to prove himself to? Who would regret their doubts? Was he intent on mocking the foolish? No. For him, such concerns had ceased to matter. To have teammates like these, to partake in a match of this caliber, to play the game in this manner, this was enough for him. Alas, the passage of time renders one sensitive to such moments. On the sidelines, Van Halen, speaking to himself, discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. It was he who had initially suggested that the team recruit Van der Stegen. Van Halen vividly recalled the frail, diminutive child who had appeared at his office door, his backpack slung over his shoulder, and the fervent spark in his eyes when discussing football. This match had validated many things. Some memories would linger forever. As the second half approached the 73rd minute, following Van der Stegen's effortless conversion of a penalty, the score had reached a thrilling 3-3. Both teams had delivered 6 goals in approximately 70 minutes, much to the delight of the fans present at the stadium and those watching from home. Undoubtedly, in the ensuing 20 minutes, both sides would expend their final reserves. After all, the stakes were high, and the only thought occupying their minds was the desire to triumph in this contest. Now, the final showdown commenced at the 82nd minute. After several swift exchanges of offense and defense, fatigue began to set in. It was then that Feyenoord's captain, number 9 Galidius, found himself with the ball just outside the penalty area, advancing forward more than 30 meters from the fans. The now exhausted Spartans' defenders, nearly drained of energy, had no choice but to commit a foul by pulling him down. This granted Feyenoord a free kick in a promising position. With determination, Feyenoord surged forward. Aside from one center-back and the goalkeeper, nearly all players advanced to participate in the attack. The position of the free kick was not particularly favorable. Although the angle was decent, the direct distance to the goal was nearly 40 meters. To score directly would require immense power and velocity. However, according to technical analyses, Galidius, who frequently took free kicks for Feyenoord, was not known for his strength, and his record for long-range goals did not exceed 30 meters. Thus, from this free kick, Sparta Rotterdam attempted a header within the penalty area. Galidius took the kick, and indeed it was not a shot on goal. The ball soared high into the sky. and just as it was about to reach the small box, it suddenly plummeted with great speed. It was a dipping shot. After striking the ground, the ball rebounded immediately, and the goalkeeper of Sparta Rotterdam leapt up to punch it away. The football struck the crossbar squarely and ricocheted back down into the small box, creating chaos in front of the goal. In that moment, it was impossible to discern the number of players or feet involved. Even those nearby struggled to comprehend the situation of the ball. At this juncture, Feyenoord's number 7, John Hoffman, somehow found a narrow opening. And with a deft touch of his toe, he swiftly prodded the ball into the net amidst the dazzling confusion. Feyenoord took the lead once more. Chapter 69. Give me the ball, I will charge again. The referee pointed towards the center circle. The goal was valid. 4-3. This is Feyenoord's devilish home ground. The crowd erupted once again. Feyenoord's coach, Turan, excitedly waved his fists, joining the jubilant celebration on the sidelines. John Hoffman scored what could be deemed a decisive goal. The match had reached the 85th minute, and time was running out. In disarray, could Sparta Rotterdam muster any semblance of an attack? No, they could not. Turan cast a scornful glance towards the Sparta Rotterdam bench, his expression dripping with derision as if to challenge Van Halen, saying, "Well, old man, no matter how tenacious your team is, I can always score one more," leaving your players gasping in pursuit. Turan's assessment was indeed accurate. The players of Sparta Rotterdam were utterly disoriented. They had believed they could withstand these final 10 minutes, departing the Feyenoord stadium with a commendable draw. A draw would be a source of embarrassment for Feyenoord, allowing them to leave with heads held high, returning home to the adulation of their fans. Yet, reality is often harsh. Feyenoord demonstrated to the young players of Sparta Rotterdam the patience and resilience that a Dutch powerhouse, a Champions League caliber team, must possess. Sometimes, it is such qualities that determine the outcome at the most critical moments. It appeared that Sparta Rotterdam was about to pay their dues. With little time left, many players had nearly surrendered. However, one stood apart, Yang Jian. Following John Hoffman's goal, he immediately summoned his most trusted teammates. "We still have time," Yang Jian asserted confidently. "Brothers, pass the ball to me. I shall charge once more. After all, we have nothing to lose, so why not take a gamble? All right, Yang, how do you wish to strike? Let us advance as far as we can toward the penalty area. When we are near, pass the ball to me, and I shall attempt another offensive surge into the box." The game resumes from the center circle. This time, for Rotterdam Sparta, it is indeed the final endeavor. Turan no longer stands on the sidelines directing. Instead, he sits calmly on the bench, exuding an air of unwavering confidence, as if victory is assured. Deep down, he understands that if his team were to confront the giants of the top 5 leagues, this moment would be the most intense and perilous of the entire match. These seasoned football titans, with their storied histories and formidable prowess, can deliver a devastating blow at any moment, even when their opponents appear to be on the brink of despair. However, Rotterdam Sparta is different. The young players lack the psychological fortitude required to withstand such a magnitude of pressure. At the onset of the match, they are typically brimming with enthusiasm and vigor. Yet, when faced with adversity, many of them instantly lose their composure, bewildered and unsure of how to navigate the daunting circumstances. Furthermore, the team they are up against is not to be underestimated. The starting lineup of Rotterdam Sparta has barely surpassed the tender age of 20. Players of such youth and inexperience cannot be expected to endure the shocks delivered by a powerhouse of the Eredivisie. Despite Rotterdam Sparta maintaining control of the game in these final moments, it is evident that Feyenoord has opted to forego their offensive pursuits. They certainly do not wish to stumble now, having secured a 90% chance of victory. Against such a formidable defense, Rotterdam Sparta has struggled to find any opportunities. With 3 minutes remaining, Kenzo Ito, a defender for Rotterdam Sparta, abandoned his defensive duties and surged forward with the ball. The Feyenoord players, awaiting the final whistle, observed a defender advancing with the ball and chose to forego any attempts to intercept, instead focusing on maintaining their defensive positions while keeping a close watch on the Rotterdam Sparta forwards nearby. A mere defender, what can he accomplish? They thought. Surely, he cannot create anything remarkable. The defensive formation is solid. At most, he can advance 10 more meters before he must pass back. The Feyenoord players were not mistaken in their defensive strategy. Indeed, after advancing 6 or 7 meters, Ito found himself at an impasse. He lacked the confidence to dribble past opponents and was reluctant to relinquish the hard-won ground he had gained. Just then, among the cluster of defenders, Yang Jian subtly gestured toward his waist, signaling Ito to pass the ball. Ito understood the message, pass it over. He hesitated for more than a second. What would happen if he passed? Now, with his back to the goal, Yang Jian is flanked by a towering defender poised to thwart his turn. In front of him, two players are ready to close in within a matter of seconds, while in the distant small penalty area, another defender and the goalkeeper stand resolutely prepared. Should he pass the ball? Yes. Just a second later, Ito Kinzo chooses to place his unwavering trust in Yang Jian, mirroring the unconditional faith they once bestowed upon Van der Stern. With a deft push of his instep, the ball rolls steadily towards Yang Jian's feet. As anticipated, the Feyenoord players instantly recognize the pass is intended for him, prompting the three players nearby to swiftly take action. Before Yang Jian can control the ball, the defender behind him lunges forward, attempting to block his turning movement with his knee. Meanwhile, the other two players pivot and sprint towards Yang Jian, ready to initiate a three-man encirclement. How could Yang Jian not foresee such a scenario? As the ball reaches his feet, he opts not to stabilize it before breaking through. With his back still to the defender, he lightly flicks the ball with his heel, sending it directly through the defender's legs. In that moment, as Yang Jian swiftly pivots to pursue the ball, the defender realizes he has been nutmegged. The impending three-man blockade collapses instantaneously. The player he has just bypassed now finds himself obstructing the advance of the other two. Situated in the penalty area, the defender, having been nutmegged, hesitates to take further action, fully aware that conceding a penalty at this juncture would render him the villain of the match. At the far end of the small penalty area, the goalkeeper and the last defender spring into action. Positioned at a 45-degree angle within the penalty area, Yang Jian finds his shooting angle nearly entirely obstructed. Yet, he cannot afford to deliberate any longer. A moment's delay would allow his pursuers to close in, nullifying his positional advantage. Should Yang Jian ponder? No. In truth, he has long since devised his plan. He strikes. A shot. Chapter 70, a second salvation. It is a delicate lob shot. Indeed, the space below for a shot has vanished, but the upper realm remains. At this moment, the Feyenoord goalkeeper has already advanced to the outskirts of the small penalty area to block Yang Jian's shooting path, while another defender is also absent from the goal line. Even as Yang Jian executes his lob towards the net, the goalkeeper leaps into the air, stretching his arms in a desperate attempt to intercept the ball's trajectory. Yet, it is just a fraction too late. The fallen goalkeeper can only lie on the ground, helplessly watching as the ball crosses the goal line. The substitutes for Sparta Rotterdam erupt in jubilation. A multitude of players and coaching staff surged onto the pitch, encircling Yang Jian in a fervent celebration. It was only when the referee intervened that they reluctantly retreated to the substitutes bench, glancing back with lingering excitement. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, with a radiant smile, once again performed a fist salute to the modest gathering of over 1,000 home supporters in the stands. In the Feyenoord Stadium, tens of thousands of fans stood frozen, as if time itself had been halted for that brief moment. Oh my God, this is truly remarkable. Is this the prowess of Yang Jian? He possesses an extraordinary heart. My fellow fans, I have lost count of how many times Yang Jian has rescued the team this season. In any case, he has done it once more. What a breathtaking match this has been. I understand that many fans wish to express their excitement with expletives, but as a commentator, I must refrain from joining in. The score is 4-4, an astonishing equalizer from this remarkable young man of China. Simultaneously, in the Warriors Nation bar within Rotterdam, jubilant cheers erupted. The owner, Peter, stood atop the bar counter, proclaiming to the esteemed Sparta Rotterdam fans, "I declare, today, all purchases will receive an additional 20% discount." Typically, during Sparta Rotterdam match days, drinks at Warriors Nation are already offered at a 20% discount, a small gesture of goodwill from the bar owner to the home fans. However, on this day, he chose to extend that discount further, revealing the extent of his exhilaration. Meanwhile, across the globe in Sichuan city of Guangdong province, in a certain Asian country, in Victoria in northern Spain, and in Eindhoven within the Netherlands, numerous friends, family, and even adversaries of Yang Jian were tuning into this match. Yang Yi was exuberantly leaping around the living room, prompting Zhao Yunxi to remind him that it was already late at night. Coach Yuan Onping excitedly pounded the table, exclaiming, "Good shot." Mason Thomas leaned back on the sofa with a knowing smile, as if this moment had long been anticipated. Zhao Shuping eagerly opened his Weibo, typing out the first line of his thoughts. Meanwhile, Amel Fritz, watching from the television, nervously crushed the half-finished can of soda in his hand as Yang Jian took his shot. In the final 3 minutes of stoppage time, Tehran sat silently on the substitutes bench, unable to comprehend how the predicament he had envisioned had so swiftly materialized for his own team. The Feyenoord players, stunned by the equalizer, could hardly believe the scene unfolding before them. When they glanced toward the coaching staff on the sidelines, seeking tactical guidance, they found the coach equally lost in disbelief. Thuram was baffled. He was utterly confounded. Despite having devised specific defensive strategies against Yang Jian, how had he still managed to seize such an opportunity? He meticulously replayed every detail of that goal conceded in his mind. It appeared that his players had committed no errors. Thus, only one possibility remained. They had been outclassed by Yang Jian, both in footballing skills and tactical intelligence. Yet, something felt amiss. Could such finesse, such ball control, truly be exhibited by an Asian player, let alone a Chinese one? That backheel nutmeg was performed with a whimsical flair, akin to a juggler's antics, yet it undeniably succeeded. The delicate lob shot taken in the penalty area, executed with almost no aim, was as casual as a video game, yet it found the back of the net. Is this the Asian player I have come to recognize? In Thuram's past experiences, Asian players, mainly those from Japan and South Korea, were not characterized by flamboyant techniques or boundless imagination. Rather, they often lack these qualities. The reason so many Japanese and Korean players have established themselves in European leagues, including the top 5, lies primarily in clubs and coaches valuing their solid fundamental skills, unwavering tactical discipline, and industrious professionalism, alongside the lucrative Asian market they represent. However, Yang Jian's performance on the pitch mirrored that of a South American player who relishes the freedom to express himself spontaneously during play. His shots, passes, and dribbles were imbued with unexpected elements. In Europe, many coaches harbor a love-hate relationship with South American players. They adore their exceptional talent and vivid imagination, which consistently yield beautiful football. Yet, they despise their rebelliousness and lack of discipline, as they often prefer to play freely. It is not uncommon for a coach to be seen on the sidelines, exasperatedly berating his South American player. "Hey, you rascal, why aren't you following my tactical instructions? Is that the right place for you? You should have crossed by now." And then, just 3 seconds later, that player scores. Coach. The assistant nudges the dazed Thuram. The match is over. Thuram was so absorbed in thought that he did not even hear the referee's final whistle. The home team had been pegged back by Sparta Rotterdam. No Feyenoord fan could accept such a result. Many had envisioned this match as a resounding victory for their team. After the disappointment and confusion, a flame of anger ignited inexplicably within Thuram. This match was undoubtedly a humiliation for him and the entire team. On the sidelines, players from both sides were already shaking hands in greeting. Thuram approached, and the expression on Van Halen's face was evidently one of fury. After all, in the world of football, as long as one can win, no one desires a draw. What kind of amicable exchange could occur between two men, both harboring simmering frustrations? As the coaches from both sides shook hands, they exerted every ounce of strength, seemingly cracking their knuckles in the process. It felt as though they were silently communicating. "You were merely fortunate this time. Be prepared for our next encounter." With the relentless efforts of the assistant coaches, the two fierce head coaches were finally, albeit reluctantly, separated. At that moment, the team leader of Sparta Rotterdam approached Van Halen and said, "Coach, look over there. It seems this time it truly cannot be avoided." "What cannot be avoided?" Van Halen inquired, puzzled. Following the direction indicated by the team leader, he noticed the entrance to the players' tunnel was besieged by an overwhelming number of journalists, each wielding microphones and cameras. "Coach, the reporters present are from major media outlets. If we do not allow the players to be interviewed, I fear." All right. Let them be interviewed, but the duration must not be excessive." Van Halen's stubbornness and firmness were not devoid of reason. Upon observing that those waiting to interview were from prominent national media, he recognized that they were not as easily managed as the local press from Rotterdam. Being too harsh with such influential figures could not only cast a negative shadow over the club, but might also jeopardize the future prospects of his players. The journalists, armed with their unforgiving keyboards, could be merciless. In front of the sponsor's backdrop on the sidelines, the players of Sparta Rotterdam began to engage in simultaneous interviews with the media. The first to be approached was the towering Richard Silva. The reporter from the Dutch Football Forum had even prepared a journalist fluent in Portuguese and Spanish for this occasion. "Mr. Silva, what are your thoughts on today's match? You scored a remarkably challenging header." Richard Silva responded, "That goal was simply exquisite. Honestly, I did not anticipate its angle and trajectory would be so intricate. It was not an easy match for us, but we persevered." "Yes, indeed. The coach and my teammates provided us with tremendous encouragement. I am grateful to them. The reporter continued, interestingly, following your header, our Dutch Football Forum community has bestowed upon you the nickname Lighthouse. This moniker has rapidly gained traction online. Do you like this nickname? Richard Silva replied, a lighthouse? Is that the structure by the seaside that guides ships? I quite like it. It does seem to resonate well with my stature and presence, doesn't it? Haha. Dear friends from the Dutch Football Forum, thank you. From now on, please call me Lighthouse. Are you ready for the beacon of the lighthouse to illuminate the entire Eredivisie? Haha. Before long, the exuberant personality traits of the Brazilian player Richard Silva were unmistakably revealed. On the other hand, the captain of Sparta Rotterdam, Van der Stern, along with his Argentine teammate Juan Romero, appeared rather composed during the interview. Reporter, greetings, I am a journalist from the European Football Report. We observed a remarkable long pass offside trap collaboration between you two on the field today. Was this a tactic you had rehearsed beforehand? Juan Romero, oh, no. That was merely a stroke of luck. I noticed the opposing line was quite advanced, and I found myself in a favorable position. So I decided to make a request for the ball. To my surprise, Van der Stern happened to see me. Of course, it was just an attempt. And we were fortunate it succeeded. Van der Stern. Indeed, we share a certain synergy, having trained and lived together for quite some time. Reporter, speaking of synergy, we have noted that among this youthful team, you are relatively the oldest and have been at the club the longest. What role do you assume during training and in daily life? Van der Stern, me? I don't have any particularly special role. We are all teammates and brothers. We get along splendidly. And there exists a strong sense of unity, trust, and support among us. The atmosphere within the team is fantastic. Reporter, today, you also scored from the penalty spot. I understand you were previously a youth player for Feyenoord. What feelings arise when you score against your former club in the Eredivisie? Van der Stern, I wouldn't say there are particularly special feelings. I am simply grateful for my time at Feyenoord, as it contributed greatly to my development. Being able to take the penalty today was a testament to the trust my teammates have in me. Ultimately, I am honored to contribute to Sparta Rotterdam on the field. Among the entire team, the most popular player seems to be Yang Jian, while other teammates were engaged in interviews. Yang Jian was promptly approached by a reporter from International Football magazine. International Football is the most renowned publication in the Netherlands, specializing in football news, and enjoys considerable sales throughout Europe. Reporter, hi. Yang Dutch? English. Yang Jian. English, I only speak English. Reporter, today, you contributed a goal and an assist. And you also drew a penalty. How are you feeling now? Yang Jian. Well, it is unfortunate that we could not secure the victory. Feyenoord is indeed a formidable opponent, and we faced considerable challenges. In fact, there were several moments when I felt like giving up. Thankfully, my teammates always managed to step up. Reporter, since joining Sparta Rotterdam, you have participated in fewer than 10 matches, yet you have already delivered 4 goals and 6 assists, which is quite rare in the history of the Eredivisie. Our readers are quite curious. Where do you come from? Yang Jian. Quite simply, I hail from China. Although I did not receive extensive professional training growing up, my parents have always supported my passion for football. Of course, I also possess a degree of talent and luck. I am profoundly grateful to the club for embracing me and thankful to the coach for his guidance. Reporter, we have all noticed your celebration after scoring. Does it hold any special significance? Yang Jian. Indeed, it is a traditional cultural gesture from my homeland, known as the fist-bumping salute. It embodies humility, blessings, gratitude, and many other meanings. I have a deep affection for this gesture, which is why I chose to incorporate it. Reporter, there has been considerable discourse in the media regarding you. Some assert that you are destined to become an exceptional professional player, while others claim that you may merely be a fleeting talent, unlikely to maintain consistent performance in the future. What is your perspective on such opinions? Yang Jian, well, the views of these fans are certainly valid. After all, I am not yet 18, and the path of professional football is fraught with challenges. Many prodigies once filled with promise have failed to reach the heights expected of them. However, I must say that I am immensely grateful to even have the opportunity to play. As for the future, I have resolved to accept whatever fate has in store for me. Chapter 72. Attention from home the following morning. The interviews conducted after yesterday's match were prominently featured on the front pages of various media outlets. Yang Jian's words during the interview were meticulously crafted, a testament not only to his commendable emotional intelligence, but also to the extensive discussions he had previously engaged in with his agent, Jose. Jose dedicated time to compile a comprehensive strategy, detailing how to respond to specific questions in a manner that would not yield negative repercussions, what to say after a loss, how to celebrate a victory, and how to navigate inquiries regarding off-field matters. Jose remarked, "Isn't this all too cumbersome? Cumbersome? I assure you, it is anything but. Moreover, it is crucial. When reporters interview me, I simply adapt to the situation. If a question is beyond my capacity to answer, I can just decline to respond." Yang Jian retorted. Jose smiled wryly. "Yang Jian, it is no wonder you are named as such. You simplify things too much." Yang Jian dismissed the notion. "Isn't it just an interview? A matter of a few minutes, how complicated can it be?" Jose responded, "You do not comprehend. To be adaptable, you must recognize that those reporters will not. The questions posed during interviews are meticulously crafted with countless pitfalls awaiting your misstep. How many players have seen their careers adversely affected due to a misstatement during an interview?" At the mention of this, Yang Jian felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Indeed, he recalled several instances from the past. Some players had been ostracized from their locker rooms for inadvertently revealing their teammates' personal secrets during interviews, ultimately forced to leave promising platforms and transfer to smaller clubs. Others had faced severe backlash for making racially insensitive jokes, leading to widespread condemnation from various sectors of society, prompting fan organizations to issue joint statements of protest. Consequently, the club and the league committee had no choice but to impose fines and suspensions, severely tarnishing their public image. These matters have garnered significant attention and traffic for the journalists and media interviewing them. Therefore, Yang Jian, you must understand that you are a representative of your nation, ethnicity, and culture, not merely of yourself. If you inadvertently fall into the traps set by those reporters during interviews, the consequences could be dire. You should be aware of the challenges Asian players face in Europe. Given our current status, we are not in a position to select reporters or questions. Yet we still require media exposure. Thus, we must approach these matters with utmost caution." Yang Jian seemed to break into a cold sweat at this thought. From today onwards, remember this: for a professional athlete, the simplest challenges often lie on the field. Meanwhile, European media prominently featured interviews with Yang Jian and his teammates, while domestic media was equally active. Zhao Shuping submitted his article about Yang Jian's endeavors in the Eredivisie to the most popular football website in China, Kanxiuba, and promptly published it in his column the following day. This marked Yang Jian's formal entry into the realm of mainstream domestic media and the awareness of the majority of fans. When was the last time we had a player overseas? After playing so many matches, what have our domestic journalists been doing? All they report on are sensational stories. I usually don't follow the Eredivisie, but since we have a compatriot playing there, I'll start paying attention. Step aside. It's time to reveal my identity as a longtime fan of Sparta Rotterdam for 20 years. Has anyone watched Yang Jian's matches? What does his future hold? Can he surpass Zhang Shujian? Let us not be overly optimistic. Although Yang Jian appears to be merely 17, seemingly with boundless potential, how many tales of unfulfilled promise have we seen in our country over the years? In no time, discussions about Yang Jian erupted across domestic online forums, with many posts and comments that would leave even Yang Jian himself in a state of bemusement. Even more amusing was how Zhao Shuping's article left Yang Jian's parents quite distressed. "Xiao Jian, your mother and I are likely at our wits' end," Yang Yi exclaimed during a video call, as he and Zhao Yunqi vented about their recent experiences. "I never expected that one article could bring such chaos. Those reporters have managed to unearth our workplaces, personal phone numbers, and home addresses, incessantly hounding us for interviews." Yang Jian was taken aback. He and Jose had only anticipated certain situations they might encounter in Europe, completely overlooking the domestic ramifications. You needn't worry about us. Your mother and I cherish our tranquility, and we've both taken annual leave to travel and escape these reporters. We'll address this once the article's hype dies down." Zhao Yunqi added. "Yes, Xiao Jian, we're unfamiliar with the intricacies of the football world. We wouldn't want to inadvertently complicate things for you. So it's best we take a short trip to find some peace," she concluded. "All right, take care, Mom and Dad. Are you both doing well? As you venture out, exercise caution. It is best to avoid the depths of the mountains and forests. Rest assured, we are all well, but we cannot help but worry about you. Focus on your football and take good care of your health. Do not allow yourself to be injured." After hanging up the phone, Yang Jian felt a swirl of emotions. It seems that sometimes, fame is not as splendid as one might expect. Yang Jian's parents shunned the media, even going so far as to take leave from Guangdong province in pursuit of tranquility. Yet, there were others who viewed this situation as a once-in-a-century opportunity. Who could it be? The Yudong Sports Training Center. If journalists could go to great lengths to uncover Yang Jian's parents' information, they could undoubtedly trace his previous schools and training institutions. After facing setbacks with the Education Bureau and schools, the reporters naturally turned their attention to Yudong Sports. This institution is a quintessential commercial training center. As long as they remain within legal bounds, they will pursue any profitable venture. It is only natural for businessmen to seek profit. Yudong Sports would not let such an excellent opportunity for self-promotion slip away. During an exclusive interview arranged by the reporters, the manager and coaches of Yudong Sports extolled Yang Jian's past performances at the club to an absurd degree, labeling him a football prodigy, astute and agile, a quick learner. All conceivable flattering terms were employed, save for a reference to him being exceptionally bright. Subsequently, this interview, which left even Yang Jian feeling embarrassed, generated immense profits for Yudong Sports, as all their program enrollments reached full capacity. Chapter 73. Football is never a simple matter. Fraud. False advertising. Such alarmism. Upon witnessing the irresponsible statements made by the officials of Yudong Sports in the media, Yang Jian was infuriated. I must sue them. What connection do I have with their claims? That coach never allowed me to participate in team practices. Instead, I was relegated to cleaning the field and organizing equipment daily. Joss attempted to calm the agitated Yang Jian. Do not be upset, Yang Jian. I advise you to remain composed. It is difficult for me to remain calm. Joss, they are exploiting me for false advertising. How many people will be deceived by this? I just read the report you mentioned. Joss removed his glasses and applied eye drops. Ever since Yang Jian's rise to fame, he often worked late into the night. The training institution's fees were already considerable, attracting families with decent economic standing, so they were unlikely to deceive anyone. Moreover, having so many children enrolling in sports is a positive development. However, if someone were to fall prey to their misleading advertising and pursue an unrealistic dream of becoming a professional player, would that not be detrimental? Haha. Do you think becoming a professional player is that easy? Europe possesses such a well-established youth training system and professional football institutions, with countless children introduced to football from the age of 4 or 5. Just look at how many actually become professional players. Many individuals cannot even pass the initial screening. Although I am not well acquainted with the circumstances in China, it is universally acknowledged that aspiring to become a professional athlete is an arduous endeavor. Shall we simply dismiss this matter? At the very least, let us refrain from creating unnecessary troubles for ourselves. There is an ancient Chinese proverb that suggests severing someone's means of livelihood is akin to, it matters not. The essence is to avoid obstructing others' opportunities for profit. For now, it would be prudent to focus your energies on Europe, particularly in the Dutch League. In my opinion, this institution will be fortunate to cultivate even a handful of talents in campus football. Campus football, yes. Yang Jian abruptly recalled that, according to the calendar, the National High School Football Championship in China should have commenced by now. How are his former teammates faring under Coach Yuan's guidance? Though he is fortunate to have the opportunity to pursue a professional path in the Netherlands, not being able to participate in the National High School Football Championship alongside his original teammates remains a poignant regret for Yang Jian. With this question in mind, he dialed the number of his former teammate from the Guangdong provincial team, Zhang Yuza. Yang Jian, haha, you finally called? You are quite the star now. Old Zhang. Life abroad is tough. The road to becoming a professional player is truly challenging. I can only take it one step at a time. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Jian promptly inquired about the National High School Football Championship. The National Championship? Our Guangdong matches concluded ages ago. We've already played our games. And how did we fare? Well, the results were rather mediocre. We advanced as the second in our group. But we didn't compete against the Shenzhen team in the knockout stage. Ultimately, we ranked among the top 16 in the nation. That is commendable, considering half the teams didn't even make it past the group stage. Though Zhang Yuza maintained a facade of satisfaction regarding their performance, Yang Jian could discern the underlying tone of resignation and disappointment. After all, their initial aspirations had aimed for a spot among the top 4 teams in the nation. Old Zhang, how could this be? Didn't we initially project a safe spot in the top 8 while vying for the top 4? Besides, Coach Yuan is at the helm. He was a professional player, and his strategies should surely excel. Sigh, Yang Jian, many things reveal our naivety from the start. What do you mean? let us not overlook the fact that our strength has significantly diminished since you left for abroad. It was only after participating in this national championship that we realized just how deep the waters run. What? There are underhanded tactics in the National High School Championship? Oh, there are plenty. Did you know? Many major cities and large provinces were aware of the national championship well in advance. They lured numerous talents from specialized sports schools and football academies into ordinary high schools by offering generous conditions, ensuring their enrollment and transforming them into typical high school students. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian was astounded, realizing the extent of such practices. Is this a common occurrence? This is standard procedure. Many provincial teams operate this way. In the realm of competitive football, the juxtaposition of teams such as Beijing and Shanghai, which even boast foreign players, unveils a stark reality. Despite our arduous training over several months, believing ourselves to be formidable, we found ourselves outclassed, as if we were merely children in a playground. Is this truly permissible? Indeed, it is. Their procedures and identities are impeccably aligned with the regulations of major competitions. They are indeed local high school students, albeit with several years of training at European clubs in their formative years, which does not hinder their education in China. At this juncture, Yang Jian comprehended the reasons behind the once ambitious Guangning provincial team's struggle to advance beyond the group stage, only to be decisively overwhelmed in the knockout rounds. Why does Guangning not adopt a similar strategy? Alas, this brings us to Coach Yuan, a truly benevolent individual. We have posed such inquiries to him before. Given his stature as a former professional player, why does he not select players in this manner? Doing so would undoubtedly secure Guangning a spot among the national top 8. However, Coach Yuan expressed his preference for authentic campus football, accessible to ordinary individuals. Yang Jian fully grasped that without Yuan Onping's unwavering dedication, ordinary high school students like himself and his teammates would never have the opportunity or eligibility to partake in such a grand and formal national high school football tournament. Consequently, the prospect of becoming professional players would remain a distant dream. Perhaps, in another life, he would have remained an ordinary third-year high school student, engrossed solely in preparing for college entrance exams, with football relegated to the past. Thus, Yang Jian, you now understand. It was only through the presence of a dedicated coach like Yuan that such experiences became possible, experiences that would otherwise elude us for a lifetime. Through this national competition, I have come to a profound realization: football is never a simple affair. This sentiment echoed in Yang Jian's mind for an extended period. Indeed, if high school football competitions in our country are fraught with such intricate strategies and fierce competition, one can only imagine the complexities within the professional football realm, which has been developing for so long and is replete with expertise. Though several days remain until the match against Ajax, unbeknownst to Yang Jian, a clandestine meeting is fervently underway. Chapter 74. Fear not the strength of your opponent, but their research on you in Amsterdam, the capital of the Netherlands. Within the Ajax Football Club conference room, head coach Peter Weaver convenes an important meeting with his coaching staff and key players. The agenda centers around their upcoming league match against Sparta Rotterdam. In the eyes of Ajax, the undisputed titan of the Eredivisie, a club of Sparta Rotterdam's caliber is perceived as a mere stepping stone. Competing against such teams typically guarantees a victory by several goals, and in ideal circumstances, key players can even enjoy the opportunity for rotation while securing 3 points. However, the atmosphere within Ajax has become particularly solemn. Sparta Rotterdam recently achieved draws against both Eindhoven and Feyenoord in their last 2 league matches, a feat that has garnered significant attention from Ajax. It is essential to recognize that when the 3 giants of the Eredivisie face one another, no team can guarantee victory over the others. Unexpectedly, this season has seen the emergence of such an underdog. While many media outlets have reported these matches using terms like holding to a draw, anyone who witnessed the games understands that the intensity on the pitch was such that Sparta Rotterdam's draws were far from mere luck. In the conference room, Ajax's coach, Peter Weber, pressed the pause button on the projector. We have reviewed the footage of the Sparta Rotterdam match numerous times. Now, let us discuss specific tactics. He turned to a player at the table, saying, Noah, what is your perspective? The player in question is Ajax's primary forward, Noah Touré, who wears the number 9 jersey and is the team's leading scorer. At 25 years old, he is a pacey striker adept at seizing opportunities near the penalty area. However, he possesses a slight deficiency in his football intelligence, requiring robust support from teammates to fully realize his potential. Consequently, Coach Weber often poses tactical questions to Touré during training. aiming to enhance his understanding of the game. Suddenly caught off guard by the question, Toure thought to himself, how should I view it? I can only watch it on the big screen. He was bemused, considering there were numerous coaching staff members and tactically astute teammates present. Yet he was the first to be questioned. Was this not a deliberate attempt to put him on the spot? Nevertheless, having been asked, he realized that failing to respond would only further embarrass him. After gathering his thoughts, he stammered, I believe that their number 19 is their most crucial player. The room erupted in a mix of amusement and disbelief, including Coach Weber, who wondered why the significance of the number 19 needed reiteration. Was it not as obvious as a louse on a bald head? Weber had come to understand why. Despite numerous rumors linking Toure with clubs from the top 5 leagues in recent years, no formal offers had ever materialized. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere and redirect the conversation, Weber promptly turned to another player, inquiring, Wilkins, how do you think we should contain this number 19? Wilkins, the cerebral core of Ajax's midfield, wearing the number 8, is renowned for his exceptional football intelligence, adept at adapting to the flow of the game and providing on-field leadership, often discerning various issues as they arise. Coach, after watching the match footage, I feel that number 19, if I recall correctly, is named Yang Jian. His ability to dribble and combine with the ball is remarkably strong. More importantly, his shooting technique is exceptional, along with commendable passing skills. I believe that in order to contain him, we will need to devise a strategy specifically tailored to counteract his influence. Peter Weber nodded in agreement. Indeed, our current plan is to prioritize limiting his performance in the match. However, the only effective method at this point may require significant exertion from you midfielders. Wilkins inquired, Coach, are you suggesting we target him from the midfield and defense? Precisely. Peter Weber cast a look of approval at Wilkins, who has always been one of his favored midfield prospects. Apart from Yang Jian, the only other player on Rotterdam Sparta with notable breakthrough capabilities is number 21, Juan Romero. However, Romero excels as a winger, thriving in high-speed situations. Once the game turns to a static formation, he becomes less effective. Therefore, our objective is to sever the connection between Yang Jian and his teammates, preventing him from receiving the ball. I understand, Coach. Wilkins seemed to have an epiphany. So, by restricting the passing lanes of other Rotterdam Sparta players in the midfield and defense, we can compel the ball to circulate among Yang Jian's teammates, effectively excluding him from the exchange of possession on the field, correct? Absolutely correct. Yang Jian's prowess lies in his ball control. As long as the ball is at his feet, whether he is dribbling, passing forward, or shooting directly, he poses a significant threat. However, if we deny him possession, even his skills will falter. Coach, another player raised his hand. Krul, do you have any suggestions? Krul Henderson, 35, the captain wearing number 10 for Ajax, is not only the most experienced player on the team but also its star. He originally emerged from Ajax's youth academy, joining the renowned Bayern Munich during his youth. As he approached middle age, due to a decline in physical prowess and an inability to maintain high-level performance in top-tier leagues, he chose to return to his roots at Ajax. Krul Henderson plays as a defensive midfielder, exhibiting a steady playing style and solid defense. Most importantly, he possesses a wealth of on-field experience. Having spent nearly a decade at Bayern Munich, he has faced numerous strong teams and stars, participating in multiple Champions League finals. In simple terms, he has encountered virtually every grand occasion imaginable. If Wilkins is the cerebral force on the field for Ajax, then Krul Henderson is undoubtedly the anchor of stability for the team, as long as he is present on the pitch. Regardless of whether the game is tense or if they are trailing, Ajax's players will remain composed. Therefore, any advice from Krul Henderson is highly valued by everyone. Chapter 75, The Arrival of Ajax. Coach, I believe that facing a team like Sparta Rotterdam may require us to devise some particularly strategic plans. Oh, please elaborate, Krul. I am eager to hear your insights. Peter Weber appeared genuinely intrigued by Krul Henderson's thoughts. Krul Henderson nodded and began to elaborate. According to statistical data, Sparta Rotterdam is a newly promoted team in this year's Eredivisie, with an average starting lineup age of just over 20, truly a squad of youthful exuberance. Such players exhibit distinctly notable psychological traits. What traits? Inquisitive teammates inquired in unison. Quite simply, young players are often brimming with vigor, fiercely competitive, and unafraid to take risks. However, they also tend to be impatient and overly eager for immediate success. We, brothers over the age of 25, can reflect on whether, at 18 or 19, We too were not desperate to leap straight into a top-tier team after a single match. Many teammates nodded in silent agreement. Krull Henderson continued, therefore, when engaging with these players, we must strive to control the flow of the game, ensuring we are not led by their whims. Krull's assertion was met with agreement. Head coach Peter Weber added, if PSV faltered due to complacency, then Feyenoord stumbled because of irrationality. Turan's temper certainly got the better of him, as young players relish a back-and-forth confrontation. Indeed, coach. Thus, to some extent, we owe gratitude to these two long-standing rivals, had they not paved the way for us. We might have been caught off guard by Sparta Rotterdam. Many chuckled at Krull Henderson's remarks. Additionally, their number 9, Richard Silva, is a formidable opponent. I have watched numerous videos of him. His physical attributes are astonishing, with exceptional strength and speed. Should he establish a connection with Yang Jian, the consequences could be dire. I fear we may need to employ some clever tactics. Peter Weber urged. Quickly, Krull, do not keep us in suspense. Share your invaluable experiences with everyone. Coach. It's quite simple. Richard Silva is Brazilian. Based on my years of experience playing in the top 5 leagues, these South Americans, especially Argentinians and Brazilians, possess extraordinary talent. Yet they seem to be inherently impulsive and irrational. Often, they prioritize personal accolades over team success. On the pitch, they can easily become embroiled in emotional battles with their opponents. Should they become dissatisfied during the game, they may act recklessly. Therefore, on the day of the match, regardless of who is matched against him, we should employ subtle tactics that are difficult for referees to detect, coupled with verbal provocations, aiming to induce frustration, anger, and outbursts. If successful, we might just uncover unexpected surprises waiting for us. Krull Henderson's insights were indeed astute. Compared to players from other parts of the world, South American athletes grow up in relatively liberated environments, and their cultural heritage deeply values the spirit of freedom. Consequently, self-discipline, both on and off the field, tends to be their Achilles heel. The coach and players of Ajax engage in extensive meetings at the club, meticulously analyzing the players and tactics of Sparta Rotterdam. However, in the city of Rotterdam, the atmosphere within the team is noticeably more relaxed. After enduring 2 intensely demanding matches, the players' physical capabilities no longer permit rigorous high-intensity training. Van Halen has designed light recovery exercises for the players, complemented by numerous muscle relaxation and meditation sessions. The team's performances against the Dutch giants PSV Eindhoven and Feyenoord were not only spectacular but also yielded 2 points that were previously deemed unattainable. Van Halen is quite satisfied with such results. Therefore, as they face Ajax, he harbors no grand illusions regarding the outcome. He understands that his players are currently at their limits, both physically and mentally exhausted, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. Instead of seeking victory, his players require reflection, assessment, and rest. Soon, the focus of the Eredivisie will shift to the match between Sparta Rotterdam and Ajax at the home ground. Established in 1900, Ajax Football Club is undeniably the most successful and beloved club in Dutch history. Over its century-long existence, the team has amassed countless championships, including numerous Eredivisie titles, and has triumphed multiple times in the UEFA Champions League, reaching the pinnacle of European football. Moreover, Ajax is renowned as one of Europe's most prestigious football academies, having produced an innumerable array of exceptional players and football stars over the years, including recipients of the European Golden Shoe, the Ballon d'Or, and champions of the UEFA European Championship and the World Cup. Ajax has profited immensely by selling these players to the top 5 leagues. A popular saying in European football goes, when Ajax's star player is sold, their dedicated fans need not worry, for the club will swiftly unearth another talent from their ranks to sell for a handsome sum. Due to its illustrious legacy and consistent performance, Ajax is affectionately referred to as Jiafu by fans in China. This weekend, the audience at Rotterdam Stadium is expected to be quite diverse. In the modest capacity of just over 10,000, there will be devoted fans of Sparta Rotterdam, disguised Feyenoord supporters there for the spectacle, and genuine Ajax fans traveling from the capital, Amsterdam. Not to be overlooked are the numerous journalists from various news media outlets. Ajax matches, regardless of the level, have always been the most sought after by the media in the Netherlands. Curiosity abounds regarding which young talent from Ajax has caught the eye of Europe's elite clubs and the potential offers that may arise. Amidst this intriguing and somewhat lively atmosphere, the reigning club of the Eredivisie, Ajax, has arrived at Sparta Stadium. Chapter 76, The Meyer in the Cage. Good evening, esteemed viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Dutch Football Forum. Today, we present to you the highlight of this round in the Eredivisie, featuring the dominant Ajax visiting Sparta Stadium to face this season's promoted team, Sparta Rotterdam. I am your commentator, Michael. Before the match commences, I would like to introduce our distinguished guest in the studio, the legendary figure of Dutch football, Ronald Jansen. Greetings to the fans of the Dutch Football Forum. I am Ronald Jansen, and it is an honor to be here today, witnessing one of the most anticipated matches in this round of the Eredivisie. With some time still remaining before kickoff, Mr. Jansen, as a product of the Ajax Youth Academy, are you pleased with your former club's performance this season? Indeed. Although the season has barely seen 10 rounds, Ajax remains unbeaten, with only a single draw to their name. Notably, among all top-tier leagues across Europe, Ajax stands alongside Inter Milan in Serie A, Manchester United in the Premier League, and Paris Saint-Germain in Ligue 1 as the only teams yet to taste defeat. Therefore, I am quite satisfied with Ajax's performance thus far. Mr. Jansen, Ajax's opponent this evening is Sparta Rotterdam, which has emerged as one of the most surprising teams in this season's Eredivisie. On one hand, they have achieved their best start in nearly 50 years. And on the other, several newcomers in their squad have been particularly impressive. Could you provide your insights on Ajax's opponent tonight? Michael, that is an excellent question. I have observed some of Sparta Rotterdam's matches this season, particularly in the first two rounds where they provided considerable challenges to both PSV Eindhoven and Feyenoord. In my view, the young talents within this team possess remarkable potential, and if nurtured properly, their future could be boundless. However, for tonight's match, I must side with my former club. I predict an Ajax victory. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, the match has officially commenced. Let me introduce the starting lineups. The home team, Sparta Rotterdam, has deployed their customary 4-2-3-1 formation, with no changes from their previous outing. Conversely, Ajax deployed a 3-5-2 formation, yet curiously, their star striker Noah Touré did not feature in the starting lineup, instead relegated to the bench by the coach. We have received no news of any injury concerning Touré. Could this be a strategic ploy by Ajax's head coach, Peter Weber? Only time will tell. Once the match commenced, Ajax exhibited considerable dominance, firmly establishing control of possession. However, it was perplexing to observe that despite their overwhelming advantage, Ajax appeared unhurried in their offensive pursuits. On the pitch, unless there was a certainty of a successful forward pass, Ajax players consistently opted for backward passes. Even when the ball approached the penalty area, Ajax's forwards were reluctant to take a shot unless the opportunity was indisputably favorable, often choosing instead to pass laterally to the flanks. This series of lackluster maneuvers left the young players of Sparta Rotterdam feeling agitated. Their attempts to regain possession were futile, as their ball control paled in comparison to that of Ajax. Any hopes of a quick counterattack were thwarted by Ajax's steadfast and composed style of play, which afforded them no opportunities. Gradually, Yang Jian began to sense something amiss in the match. Ajax had evidently conducted meticulous tactical research tailored specifically against Sparta Rotterdam. In this encounter, Ajax did not apply a dedicated defensive strategy against Yang Jian, unlike previous matches where he was closely marked. Ajax assigned only one player to disrupt his movement, with scarcely anyone else providing support. Logically, as a forward, one would be elated by such tactical neglect from the opponent. Yet, Yang Jian recognized the terrifying aspect of Ajax's strategy. Whenever one of his teammates gained possession, Ajax players would swiftly converge to apply pressure, often establishing a numerical advantage of 2 or 3 players within mere seconds. Consequently, the Sparta Rotterdam players, having finally secured the ball, were left with no choice but to hastily either pass back or launch a long ball forward. Under this strategic framework, Sparta Rotterdam found it impossible to orchestrate effective passing sequences. In essence, the ball seldom reached Yang Jian's feet. How can one play effectively if the most skilled player is deprived of the ball? It was as though Ajax had erected an immense iron cage upon the field, within which resided Yang Jian's teammates, while he himself languished in the mire outside, powerless to make an impact. As the minutes ticked by, even the other players of Sparta Rotterdam began to sense the disconcerting reality. Damn it, are these guys treating us like dogs? Juan Romero bellowed in frustration. Throughout the first half, he had lost count of how many times he had surged down the wing at full speed. However, every time a teammate passed the ball, it was either intercepted midway or driven out of bounds due to excessive force, leaving him unable to comfortably break through along his preferred route. It was evident to everyone that on the pitch, Ajax players strolled leisurely, exuding an air of confidence. Their expressions seemed to convey, "Do you see? The tempo of this game is dictated by us. If you wish to play quickly, you must hasten your pace. If you prefer a slower rhythm, then you must wait patiently. Indeed, the players of Ajax firmly held the reins of the match. Van Halen, who had long discerned the opposing intentions from the sidelines, could only fret in vain. These dynamics were cultivated through the relentless efforts of Ajax's players on the field. It is said that a thick ice layer does not form in a day, in a short span. The young players under his guidance were utterly incapable of breaking the deadlock. His concerns did not end there. What was even more troubling was that in their impatience, the players of Sparta Rotterdam began to engage in excessive physical confrontations and charges on the field, squandering considerable energy and further undermining their already fatigued state for the second half. Chapter 77. Fury Rising. Greetings to the esteemed members of the Dutch Football Forum. Welcome back to the live broadcast during halftime. I am your host, Michael. The first half of the match has just concluded, and both teams have temporarily retreated to their locker rooms to recuperate. It is evident that today's game has not been as intense as we had anticipated. In previous encounters this season, both Ajax and Sparta Rotterdam have been known for their rapid attacking play, particularly Ajax, who surprisingly benched Noah Touré today while failing to make any significant impact in the first half, which is truly perplexing. Mr. Jansen, what are your thoughts on the first half of the match? In my view, although neither side scored in the first half, Sparta Rotterdam was undeniably in a position of absolute passivity in terms of possession and passing accuracy. Players like Juan Romero, who typically would penetrate the opposing defense multiple times in a match, failed to deliver a single substantial breakthrough. Moreover, their prodigious talent from China, Yang Jian, has historically proven to be a versatile player capable of dribbling, passing, and shooting. However, Ajax's tactical design against him was remarkably astute. I do not mark you directly, rather, I ensure that all your teammates are closely guarded. While I acknowledge your ability to carry the ball, I will not allow it to reach your feet. And Richard Silva in the box remains out of your connection, rendering his strengths entirely dormant. So, Mr. Jansen, given the predicament that Sparta Rotterdam currently faces, what tactical recommendations would you offer them? As for your former team Ajax, how should they convert the advantages they currently hold into a victory? In my opinion, Sparta Rotterdam must strive to reclaim possession and seize the ball whenever possible. You now resemble a canary trapped within a cage. Unless you strive to break free from this confinement, you are destined for demise. It is far better to take a risk and fight for your survival. However, I have observed that several players on the field are exhibiting significant fatigue, which may hinder the effective implementation of this strategy. Therefore, Van Halen should promptly consider a personnel adjustment, substituting in players with greater stamina. As for Ajax, I believe they must continue to enhance their tactical arrangements for the first half, particularly in regard to neutralizing Yang Jian. It is imperative to stifle him. Often, a pivotal player can turn the tide of a match in mere seconds, and a momentary lapse could result in a goal on their part. This is not mere hyperbole. Such occurrences are commonplace. On another note, I perceive that Peter Weber is certainly not content with merely securing a draw. He likely has some ingenious tactics up his sleeve for the latter part of the second half. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jansen's analysis is both meticulous and compelling. Although the first half of the match has been somewhat tedious, based on our previous analysis, I firmly believe that the second half will hold considerable unpredictability. Let us return to the pitch. The second half commences, and indeed, Van Halen has substituted two players who were nearly exhausted at halftime. Yet, even these substitutions reflect Van Halen's desperate circumstances. There are not many viable players left on the bench for Rotterdam Sparta. Some veterans expressed discontent with his strategies this season, displaying lackluster effort when on the field. Furthermore, the younger players possess limited capabilities. They struggle even in routine rotations, let alone facing a team of Ajax's caliber under such conditions. On the field, Ajax has initiated their underhanded tactics. During a contested aerial duel, Richard Silva leapt to challenge. Yet Ajax defender Ollie Stevenson refrained from jumping, instead employing a subtle maneuver to impede Silva with his body. This slight nudge in midair caused Richard Silva to lose his balance, resulting in a heavy fall to the ground. The players of Rotterdam Sparta quickly converged to denounce the devious act, with Van der Stein promptly approaching the referee to lodge a complaint. The referee immediately issued a yellow card to Ollie Stevenson. Throughout the match, Richard Silva has been subjected to numerous fouls, and this marks the first instance of the referee's intervention. Although the action was indeed treacherous, it did not meet the threshold for a red card. The players of Rotterdam Sparta were incensed by this foul, leading to mutual shoving and verbal altercations as the situation on the field momentarily spiraled out of control. What was that brutish action? Such a disgrace to the sport. Even the usually taciturn Kenzo Ito could no longer contain his indignation. The architect of this foul, Ollie Stevenson, stood by with a shrug, feigning innocence as he remarked, "It was entirely unintentional. Who told him to jump so high? Besides, he might just be pretending to delay the game." "Hey, try saying that again." Juan Romero charged from the back, shoving Ollie Stevenson with force. With a devious mind, Stevenson seized the moment, collapsing dramatically to the ground, clutching his chest while wailing and rolling about. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense once more. In an effort to regain control, the referee promptly brandished a yellow card at Juan Romero. Romero, with a resigned smile, responded, "Did you see that, referee? Now that's acting." This guy is quite the performer. The foul had severely affected Richard Silva, who lay on the ground for a good 7 or 8 minutes before slowly rising. Fearing for Silva's well-being, Van Halen quickly substituted him out. The match resumed. Although Yang Jian had not been deeply involved in the earlier altercation, his anger simmered just beneath the surface. In the past, when he had been fouled, Richard Silva was always the first to stand up for him. Now, witnessing his teammates suffer such an injury, he could no longer contain his frustration. Soon enough, an opportunity presented itself. In the 75th minute, as Ollie Stevenson received the ball in the backfield, Yang Jian seized the moment and launched himself into a tackle. Stevenson, sensing the threat in Yang Jian's eyes, instinctively turned to protect himself, but Yang Jian's tackle crashed into his heel. Stevenson fell to the ground, clutching his ankle in agony. And it seemed this time he was genuinely hurt, while Yang Jian felt a sense of relief in venting his frustration. He also recognized that his actions had crossed the line, and a yellow card was likely imminent. From the television broadcast, it was evident that Yang Jian's tackle had been directed squarely at Stevenson. The whistle blew. The referee rushed over from a distance, reaching into his pocket. A red card. In that moment, Yang Jian felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Could this truly be a red card for such an action? The Sparta Stadium erupted with a cacophony of boos. On the sidelines, Van Halen could hardly contain himself. He strode briskly to the fourth official, exclaiming loudly, "This is utterly hasty. That should have been a yellow card. Are you not watching? That foul was textbook yellow card material." The fourth official responded impassively, "Coach, you have the right to express your concerns, but please mind your manner. One of your feet is already on the field." On the pitch, the players of Sparta Rotterdam surrounded the referee, with Van der Stein clasping his hands together and humbly pleading with the referee in Dutch. Meanwhile, Yang Jian stood frozen, his mind blank. This marked Yang Jian's inaugural confrontation with the reigning champions of the Eredivisie. His performance was not only mediocre, but he was also dismissed with a red card due to a reckless foul, a rather embarrassing turn of events. Yang Jian was at a loss as to how he would explain this to Coach Van Halen and his agent, Jose, upon returning. As he lingered on the pitch, Ollie Stevenson, lying on the ground, intensified his rolling and lamentations. The captain of Ajax, number 10, Carl Henderson, approached the referee to assist. "Referee, please observe my teammate. He is in considerable pain. Kindly allow our medical team onto the field." Carl Henderson is a prominent figure in the Eredivisie, possessing both stature and influence over the officials. The referee, glancing at the moaning Stevenson, reluctantly gestured to the sidelines. The Ajax medical staff, upon seeing the signal, sauntered onto the field with their medical kit. The match, which had just resumed, was interrupted once more, granting both teams a brief respite. However, this pause bore contrasting implications for the two sides. The players of Sparta Rotterdam were engaged in fervent discussions with the referee, striving to persuade him to reconsider his decision. Their main striker, Richard Silva, had just been substituted. If Yang Jian were to be sent off, the remainder of the match would become exceedingly arduous. Conversely, the Ajax players held a vastly different mindset. The provocation and irritation of Richard Silva had been a calculated part of their strategy, and with his substitution, they felt they had exceeded their tactical objectives. Yet, what followed was an unforeseen twist. Generally, referees are loath to amend their judgments on the field. Should Yang Jian be expelled, the Ajax players would essentially find the last 20 minutes of the match an uncomplicated affair. Consequently, many Ajax players seized the opportunity to hydrate while listening to the coaching staff's forthcoming tactical directives. Indeed, the efforts of Sparta Rotterdam proved fruitless. The referee affirmed the validity of Yang Jian's red card, insisting he vacate the playing area immediately. Yang Jian shook his head in resignation, his visage ashen as he made his way back to the locker room. As he passed the home team's bench, Van Halen approached him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Take a good rest. Don't dwell on it." Walking through the players' tunnel, Yang Jian appeared to wipe the sweat from his brow with his arm, but in truth, he was concealing his tears. He did not regret standing up for Richard. Rather, he felt that the season, which had begun so promisingly, had magnified the feelings of helplessness and frustration brought on by this match. He detested the sensation of leaving his team stranded on the pitch while feeling utterly powerless. As Yang Jian pushed open the door to the changing room, he beheld Richard Silva seated within, a thick band of ice wrapped around his waist. The television mounted on the wall repeatedly showcased the slow-motion footage of Yang Jian's explosive tackle on Stevenson. Richard's eyes were red-rimmed, a clear indication that he had shed tears. Upon noticing Yang Jian's return, Richard mustered his strength to rise, limping towards him with an outstretched hand. "Hey, brother. I find myself at a loss for words. Thank you for avenging me." Yang Jian clasped Richard's hand in return. "Do not dwell on it, brother. They were excessively harsh on the field. I merely wished to do this for you." The two embraced each other. "So, we were both at their mercy today, weren't we?" Richard remarked with a wry smile. Yang Jian responded with a resigned chuckle. "Indeed, this sensation is far from pleasant. But I swear to the heavens, this shall be the last time." He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, fixating fiercely on the Ajax emblem displayed on the television. On the opposite side of the field, as Yang Jian received a red card, Stevenson, who had been groaning in agony just moments before, suddenly appeared unscathed, signaling to the referee that he was perfectly fine and that the match could resume at any moment. This scene incensed the Sparta Rotterdam supporters in the stands, who chose to divert their attention away from the match itself, continuously hurling jeers at both Stevenson and the referee in an unending chorus of discontent. Yet, the battle-hardened Ajax squad remained unfazed by the commotion. Moments later, the fourth official received a substitution request. Ajax sought to introduce their star striker, Noah Touré. "Oh, viewers, we observe that Noah Touré is poised to enter the fray. It seems our pre-match predictions were indeed accurate. Ajax's coach, Peter Weber, has opted to play this card." With Ajax enjoying a numerical advantage of 11-10, they firmly seized control of the match. The introduction of Touré at this juncture was undoubtedly aimed at sealing the game. Without the constraints posed by Yang Jian and Richard Silva, Sparta Rotterdam found themselves utterly incapable of orchestrating any offensive maneuvers. They retreated into a defensive shell, merely hoping to secure a draw, an aspiration, undeniably. Given the circumstances on the field, Ajax's formation resembled a colossal vice, tightly constraining the players of Sparta Rotterdam. They executed a strategy of flank breakthroughs and crosses, relentlessly assaulting Sparta Rotterdam's defense. The already fatigued defenders were now burdened with compensating for the absence of one player, leaving them increasingly flustered. In the 88th minute, following a series of passes from Ajax, a gap appeared in the Sparta Rotterdam defense. The invigorated Noah Touré decisively surged forward and unleashed a shot that found the back of the net. This goal heralded the ultimate defeat of Sparta Rotterdam. Chapter 79, the bitter taste of the match has concluded. During the 6 minutes of stoppage time, neither team made any significant progress, rather than attempting to extend their lead. Ajax opted to play a series of back passes for the entirety of the 6 minutes. They had no intention of exhausting their energy to increase the score. A one-goal advantage was sufficient for them to exit Rotterdam with 3 points in hand, basking in their triumph. This is the strategic mindset of their astute coach, Peter Wever. Moreover, this match further solidified Ajax's superior standing in the Eredivisie over both Eindhoven and Feyenoord. Surprisingly, after the game, the typically reticent Sparta Rotterdam coach, Van Halen, approached the media area for an interview. Observing his long face, the journalists sensed his unusual demeanor. Such an atmosphere is what reporters thrive on, and today promised to be particularly entertaining. A few of the most forward journalists quickly surrounded Van Halen, eager to extract his thoughts. "Coach Van Halen, how would you assess today's match?" "I must say, today's game was nothing short of a dark, manipulated affair." At this revelation, the surrounding journalists were taken aback. This bold statement from a coach who seldom engages with the media was quite striking. They wasted no time in probing further. "What leads you to this conclusion?" With a cold smirk, Van Halen retorted, "Oh, why? Did you not see it? I would like to inquire of the officiating crew what criteria they employed to referee this match." Good heavens! It seemed the coach was truly incensed, openly attacking the referees. This interview would undoubtedly make headlines tomorrow. No, I must publish it immediately. It must go live now. Eager for more. The reporters pressed on. Could you specify which decisions you found to be unjust? Do I need to enumerate them all? How many times did Ajax players foul Richard throughout the match? 10? 8? Yet the referee did not issue a single yellow card. However, in the second half, Yang's foul resulted in an immediate red card. If we apply this standard, Ajax should have received at least 5 yellow cards in the first half, should they not? Will the club appeal Yang's red card? Appeal? Nonsense. Van Halen scoffed. Today's match has clearly demonstrated who holds sway in the Eredivisie, who benefits from the referees in every game. An appeal? It's merely a tedious formality. I have no time to indulge certain theatrics. I still need to return home to feed my dog. Of course, my remarks are not directed at Peter Weaver. Although his performance tonight was rather uninspiring, he did achieve success in his tactical approach. With that, the interview concluded and the coach departed. Van Halen's comments ignited a firestorm in Dutch football and among major news outlets that very evening. Dutch fans fervently took to various websites and social media platforms to express their opinions. Van Halen was not mistaken. Ajax has dominated the Eredivisie for not just a year or two. For decades, true fairness has been elusive in Dutch football. Enough of this. If one lacks the strength, one should admit it candidly. How can a club that was competing in the Eerste Divisie last season presume to triumph over the Eredivisie powerhouse? This is Ajax we are talking about. Wake up, Spartans. I completely concur. Rotterdam Sparta's performance this season has indeed been impressive, yet in this particular match, they were tactically outclassed by Peter Bosz. Although Ajax won by a single goal, it was merely because they had no intention of scoring more. A glance at possession and passing accuracy reveals that Ajax was determined not to grant their opponents any opportunities from the outset. To speak fairly, the officiating in this match was undeniably lacking in impartiality, especially considering it was played on the home ground of Rotterdam Sparta. Several fouls committed against Richard Silva were clearly aimed at provoking him, and such provocatively intended infractions deserve a yellow card, do they not? Alas, now the situation is dire. Rotterdam Sparta was relying on their talented youth to catch other teams off guard. What now? The beacon has dimmed, and the Chinese prodigy has fallen silent. Through this match, their characteristics have been thoroughly analyzed, and in subsequent games, they may very well be exposed. I admire Van Halen's courage in directly criticizing the referee. However, his actions are rather foolish. Does he not realize who stands behind the referee? It is the Dutch Football Association. Indeed, they do not take kindly to those who dare challenge their authority. The fans are correct. Within a few days, the Eredivisie released an official statement, announcing that due to Van Halen's inflammatory comments in the post-match interview, he would be fined 150,000. It is understood that this is merely Van Halen's first offense. And given his status and reputation as a senior figure in Dutch football, the Eridivisie's decision is somewhat lenient. Should there be a repeat offense, he may find himself facing fines exceeding 30,000 along with a suspension. Moreover, several prominent media figures have publicly criticized Yang Jian. They believe he displayed a lack of strategy when confronted with Ajax's tactical approach, failing to establish effective communication with the team. Resembling a solitary hero whose prowess diminishes against elite clubs. Others have harshly criticized Yang Jian's demeanor on the field, asserting that when the match turned against him, he could not maintain composure for reflective thought, allowing his impulsive emotions to dominate, thus providing the referee an opportunity to brandish a red card. His expulsion was indeed the turning point of the match, forcing the team into a disadvantageous position of playing with one less player. It was precisely after losing a player that Pet Weber promptly substituted in Noah Touré, who subsequently scored a pivotal goal. It could be asserted that the responsibility for this defeat primarily lies with Yang Jian. Alas, the reputation is not in his favor, my partner. After reviewing the collection of harsh criticisms he had meticulously gathered and printed, Jose Rico teasingly remarked on Yang Jian's situation. In a fit of anger, Yang Jian retorted, "I couldn't care less about the opinions of those people online. They are merely keyboard warriors who know nothing about the game, hiding behind their screens to spew nonsense." Chapter 80. Growth Indeed. You are absolutely correct. The remarks from these individuals are utterly nonsensical. Jose expressed his strong agreement with Yang Jian's sentiments. However, what I require of you is not to dismiss these remarks with disdain. Then what should I do? Memorize the entire text? Yes, you must memorize it in its entirety. What? Are you joking? Yang Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Jose would jest in such a manner. No, Yang Jian. I am not joking. Do you remember what I told you? For a professional athlete, the challenges on the field are always the least daunting. So, you mean I should try to acclimate to and digest these comments? Indeed, Yang Jin, you are remarkably astute. Why do these people express such sentiments? It is merely to provoke you. They are aware that you will read their words. After all, they do not have to confront your struggles. In such situations, it is only natural for normal individuals to succumb to the impulse to kick a man when he is down. Yet you, my friend, as long as you can adapt to these criticisms, will surely emerge stronger in the future. In the confines of his dormitory, Yang Jin repeatedly perused the collection of harsh critiques printed for him by Jose. Some of the comments truly incited a desire within him to trace the internet connection back and deliver a few solid punches to the authors. Not only did fans from other teams in the Eredivisie and neutral spectators ridicule him, but even supporters from his own club, Sparta Rotterdam, unleashed their vitriol upon him. To make matters worse, some had begun to attack his nationality and skin color. In a fit of rage, Yang Jin hurled the collection of critiques against the ceiling, shutting his eyes to seethe in solitude. The physical and mental exhaustion of the past few weeks had left this barely 18-year-old boy on the brink of collapse. He was unaware of how much time had passed before he succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, Yang Jin once again found himself on that very first pitch. Leo, you're back. Hey, how's it going, my friend? This is your first time receiving a red card in a professional match. Oh great, you're mocking me. To be honest, I am in utter torment. Let me share something with you that will surely alleviate your suffering. What is it? When I first represented the Argentine national team, I was sent off with a red card within a minute of stepping onto the field. What? Ha ha ha. Yang Jin laughed heartily. What on earth happened? That is an exceedingly rare occurrence on the pitch. To be honest, I am uncertain about what transpired at that moment. Perhaps it was due to my debut representing the national team. The nerves overwhelmed me, and I failed to notice the position of that individual. By the time I realized, my actions were already somewhat irreversible. Haha, Leo, in comparison to you, I feel I fared considerably better. If your experience were to be placed in the context of my match last night, those keyboard warriors would likely have driven me into early retirement. Yang Jin. For us professional players, confronting such venomous comments from the sidelines is invariably challenging. This is something you must understand. Indeed, my agent has conveyed the same sentiment to me. Leo, have you experienced something akin to this? Certainly, throughout my career, I encounter such malicious remarks almost daily, not only directed at me, but many others as well. They insult my family and even curse my children. This behavior arises not just from rival fans, but also from some supporters of our own team. And many of the words have indeed caused me pain. Goodness, their excesses are appalling. Yang Jin, as professional athletes, we earn exorbitant salaries that perhaps 90% of the world's population could never dream of, standing in the brightest limelight every weekend. Often, we bear the weight of a club's or even a nation's honor and disgrace. Thus, we must cultivate a resilience far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Otherwise, these off-field matters could indeed shatter you. I understand, Leo. What does not kill me shall only make me stronger. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? My time is rather limited. Yes. There is one more thing. The match against Ajax yesterday left me feeling quite distressed, as if I were utterly helpless in aiding my team. That is entirely normal, Yang Jin. You must realize that football is fundamentally a team sport. Relying solely on one individual's performance to resolve every issue is patently unrealistic. So, how do you respond when faced with such a situation? Leo shrugged. First and foremost, you must accept it. Luck plays a role in football, yet winning a match predominantly hinges on absolute skill, which requires long-term cultivation. Oftentimes, you will discover that sometimes you simply cannot prevail. In a match, there are victories and defeats. You must learn to embrace your shortcomings. Then it is a matter of continuous learning and training. In due time, you will grow stronger. And then what? When you reach a level of strength that seems unparalleled, you may find, to your dismay, that even then, you will still lose many matches. There will be numerous moments when you feel powerless over the outcome of a game. But this is football, this is life. We glean and grow through constant failures, drawing ever closer to our aspirations, is it not? Aspirations, Yang Jin mused to himself. What is my aspiration? Initially, Yang Jin merely wished to play football. Later, he aspired to become a professional player in Europe. Now that this once seemingly unattainable goal has been realized, what kind of aspiration does he need moving forward? Are you considering playing in the top 5 leagues? By the time he regained his composure, Leo had already vanished. Early the next morning, the club convened an emergency meeting regarding the current situation. First, manager Matt Clausen proposed that Van Halen should apologize on social media for his inappropriate remarks. This suggestion was sternly dismissed by the seasoned coach. Clausen refrained from further comment. Fully aware that Van Halen was unlikely to issue an apology, his proposal was merely a procedural formality. Furthermore, he strictly instructed all players to refrain from sharing or commenting on any malicious remarks found online, forbidding any response whatsoever. Given the intricate nature of public opinion at present, both the club and the players needed to safeguard their reputations. Thirdly, the club expressed concerns regarding the upcoming matches. Richard Silva's medical examination revealed no injuries. However, to err on the side of caution, the club decided to allow him a week of rest. Additionally, Yang Jian was suspended for one match due to a red card. With the absence of these two players, the forthcoming away game would undoubtedly prove to be exceedingly challenging. Chapter 81. A rare respite upon learning of the club's concerns. Van Halen was unequivocal in his response. Currently, Sparta Rotterdam occupied the fourth position in the standings, trailing only behind the esteemed trio of the Eredivisie. This was a considerable advancement compared to their initial season goal of merely avoiding relegation. Thus, there was ample justification for a brief respite. Consequently, Van Halen granted the starting players from the previous 3 matches a 3-day break and announced that they would not be included in the squad for the next match, opting instead for a period of recuperation. Upon hearing this news, the players collectively exhaled in relief. The past 3 match days had been overwhelmingly taxing for them. Although Yang Jian was somewhat reluctant, he recognized the necessity of this decision, as his physical limits had nearly been reached. Moreover, he was already facing a suspension due to a red card. During the 3 days of rest, Yang Jian and a few close friends embarked on a journey to a quaint town in northern Holland, seeking a complete escape and relaxation. Initially, Kenzo Ito suggested visiting Amsterdam to experience the grandeur of the Dutch capital, but both Yang Jian and Richard Silva dismissed this idea, opting instead for a serene location, far removed from media scrutiny and pressure, to breathe in the fresh air. Over these 3 days, Yang Jian engaged in extensive conversations with several close friends. As anticipated, after their remarkable performances this season, Richard Silva, Juan Romero, Van der Stern, and Kenzo Ito all subsequently signed with or switched their agents, none of whom chose the club's designated representative. While I am grateful for the club's support during my struggles, I must candidly state that our manager Clausen is nothing more than a complete businessman who lacks a fundamental understanding of football, Van der Stern remarked. He was among the earliest to arrive at the club and possesses the most knowledge of its inner workings. For years, Sparta Rotterdam has oscillated between the Eredivisie and the Eerste Divisie, a situation largely attributed to his influence. In truth, our coaching staff and the professional scouts we collaborate with have been performing commendably. However, whenever the team achieves a modicum of success, Martin Clausen is quick to place our promising players on the transfer market. This has been a significant source of discord between him and our coaching team. Juan Romero incredulously inquired, "What about higher management? The general manager is not the ultimate authority. There is an owner as well. Is it possible that he remains indifferent while Clausen jeopardizes the team and the reputation we have built over the years?" Van der Stern sighed as he elucidated, "Initially, we shared your perspective, but we later realized that we had overcomplicated the issue." Really? Shouldn't the problem be simplified instead? No, we indeed complicated it. At first, we imagined an elaborate internal power struggle within the club, fantasizing that someone would expose Clausen's numerous transgressions, leading to the owner swooping in to oust this detrimental manager. But then, what happened next? Several voices echoed in unison. Eventually, we discovered that the owner of our team is, in fact, rather indifferent to its affairs. Sparta Rotterdam is merely the most inconspicuous of his many ventures, possibly not even a legitimate business in his eyes. He may have purchased this club simply for amusement. Furthermore, Clausen is someone he trusts implicitly. The owner has delegated the club's operations entirely to him and rarely inquires throughout the year. On the other hand, Clausen could indeed be considered a commercial prodigy. Over the years, he has consistently generated substantial profits for the owner through relentless player transactions and endorsements. Consider this. Despite the team's lackluster performance, the annual revenue remains positive and employees receive generous year-end bonuses. Consequently, aside from our old man, who would be dissatisfied with him? Van der Stern's explanation truly opened Yang Jian's eyes. It was the first time he had heard of such convolutions in the management of a club. This was merely in a small club located in a city with a population of less than 1 million in the Eredivisie. It is worth noting that in the latest valuation round, Sparta Rotterdam's market value stood at just over 20 million euros. One can hardly fathom the daunting intricacies that major clubs might employ. Yang Jian then asked, "So, you refrain from using the agents recommended by the club for similar reasons?" "Indeed. To be candid, no professional player at our age intends to retire playing for Sparta Rotterdam. Which player wouldn't aspire to venture into the top 5 leagues or even engage with illustrious clubs? Thus, we must select agents we can trust. Yang, you must remember that the career of a professional athlete is fleeting. Many players retire after less than a decade in the sport. A single misstep along this path could irrevocably alter your destiny." Upon returning from a few days of travel, the mood among several players has significantly improved. Indeed, football is a captivating sport, yet once it transforms into your profession, even the most ardent enthusiasts may occasionally find it burdensome. In recent days, the team collectively decided to abstain from social media and any news related to football, even neglecting messages on the club's internal communication platform. Upon their return to the team, they were promptly informed of a recent development. Sparta Rotterdam suffered a 0-2 defeat to Vitesse in the league match last Friday. This outcome was, in fact, anticipated. Coach Van Halen had rested all his key players for the match against Vitesse, fielding only substitutes and a few young talents hastily called up from the youth team. While Vitesse fielded their full-strength squad, it was evident that the match had been strategically relinquished by Van Halen. In Van Halen's office, the venerable coach warmly greeted his proud disciples, whom he had not seen for 3 days. "How are you, my lads? Did you enjoy your rest?" "Absolutely, coach. We feel rejuvenated and are brimming with energy." "Haha, you cheeky lads. While you've been relaxing, I've been rather overwhelmed here." "I trust you've heard the news. We just dropped 3 points last night." Richard Silva responded emphatically, "No worries, coach. It's merely 3 points. I've adjusted well, and the discomfort in my back has vanished. In the next round, we'll ensure we reclaim those 3 points. Chapter 82. A fresh start indeed. Van Halen immediately expressed his full agreement with Richard's sentiment. The upcoming league match demanded an earnest effort from them. In the next round of the Eredivisie, Sparta Rotterdam is set to face the football club De Graafschap from the city of Doetinchem. De Graafschap is also a club with a rich history, having been established in the early years of the 20th century. In terms of antiquity, they can stand shoulder to shoulder with Ajax. However, due to their somewhat remote location and low commercial value, De Graafschap has lingered in the mid-table of the Eredivisie for many years, never quite achieving significant success. To prepare for this match, Van Halen first arranged for the 5 returning players to partake in light recovery training in the gym, followed by outdoor running and stretching exercises the next day. Although these players are quite young and their physical capabilities are likely at their peak, Van Halen remains exceptionally cautious in their utilization. He firmly believes in a guiding principle. Many significant injuries among players stem from poor athletic habits formed in their youth or from latent risks that were never addressed. If players do not take proper care of themselves during their youth, their bodies will inevitably grow frail with the passage of time. Thus, although the training sessions over the past few days have been relatively light, the regimen of ice baths, massages, and other recovery practices has been diligently arranged by the team's physiotherapist at Van Halen's behest after each formal training session. Following 3 or 4 days of comprehensive adjustment, the entire team has finally returned to peak condition. On Saturday evening, Sparta Rotterdam hosted De Graafschap at their home ground. Prior to the match, Van Halen imparted minimal instructions to the players, with a singular overarching strategy: attack. De Graafschap's performance in the Eredivisie this season has been merely mediocre, falling short of expectations. Initially, they harbored a degree of apprehension regarding Sparta Rotterdam's formidable offensive capabilities. However, after observing Ajax's match, they seem to have devised a strategy to counter Sparta Rotterdam, instilling confidence in their ability to at least secure a draw in this encounter. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live broadcast of this round of Eredivisie matches. This evening, we bring you the clash between Sparta Rotterdam and De Graafschap at the iconic Sparta Stadium. It is well known that Sparta Rotterdam has emerged as a surprising dark horse this season. However, in their previous match, they suffered a comprehensive defeat against the Eredivisie giants Ajax, a result that led them through a period of growing pains, with the primary roster remaining silent on rest for an entire week. In this round of the league, we can observe that the main squad of Sparta Rotterdam has made a full return. Will they continue to astonish us in today's match? Let us await the outcome. As the match is yet to commence, The Sparta Stadium is already brimming with spectators. The loyal fans from Rotterdam have shown unwavering support for their team. Despite the previous 2 losses in the league, many supporters joyfully arrived to cheer for the home side. This can be attributed both to the team's unexpectedly impressive performance this season and to the immense loyalty exhibited by the local fan base. At 8 o'clock local time, the match officially kicked off. Sparta Rotterdam immediately showcased a vigorous aggressiveness and a fervent desire to attack. The team's pressing in the attacking third was notably more ferocious than before. As the game progressed into the 10th minute, Sparta Rotterdam successfully intercepted the ball along the flanks of the midfield, with the ball swiftly passed to Van der Steen. Upon receiving the ball, Van der Steen advanced rapidly. This unexpected initiative surprised the head coach of De Graafschap. Typically, Van der Steen occupies a holding midfield role on the pitch, tasked primarily with orchestrating the passing lines from defense to midfield, while also assisting the defenders in clearing threats from the backline. However, his current decision to proactively surge forward with the ball was indeed unexpected. This conveys a clear signal. In this match, Sparta Rotterdam intends to launch a full-scale offensive. After dribbling forward, Van der Steen communicated an unmistakable message to his teammates on the field. All capable players should advance. At that moment, the flank players, Juan Romero and Montaud, rapidly surged forward, while Yang Jian in front of the penalty area began to move frequently, leaving the players of the advancing Eagles in a state of bewilderment. After dribbling past the center circle, Yang Jian retreated to receive the ball. As the ball reached his feet, 2 defenders from the advancing Eagles rushed in to close him down. Observing this predicament from the corner of his eye, Yang Jian swiftly nudged the ball back to the nearby Van der Steen. However, in that instant of encirclement, a passing lane had already emerged on the flank. Seizing this opportunity, Van der Steen did not even pause the ball, launching a powerful long pass directly to Montaud on the wing. Due to his previous positioning, Montaud found himself with ample space. He expertly controlled the high aerial pass and surveyed the penalty area. Richard Silva had long been waiting there. Montaud aimed for the position within the box and executed a backheeled pass. However, just as he struck the ball, it was intercepted by a rushing defender from the Eagles, reducing its power and altering its trajectory. Although the ball still reached the penalty area, it found Richard Silva in a rather awkward position at chest height. In this uncertain position, kicking was not feasible, nor was heading. The only option seemed to be to cushion the ball with his chest and then wait for the right moment to strike. Yet, with so many players in the box, the chance of losing possession upon chest control was high. At this critical moment, Richard Silva displayed the innate samba flair characteristic of players from the footballing nation of Brazil. He chose not to cushion the ball with his chest. Instead, he deftly tapped the ball with one foot, leaped high into the air, and twisted his body mid-flight to unleash a powerful volley with his right foot. His body was remarkably extended, his movements expansive, and the defenders around him found it challenging to keep pace with his actions. They could not even follow Richard Silva's thought process. The ball found the net. 1-0. Chapter 83. The Shining Duo. Oh my goodness. Football fans. What an explosion. What an extraordinary shot was that. Richard Silva. An unbelievable volley with a back heel. Is this the imagination of South American players? I dare say that out of 10 players, 9 would never conceive of handling the ball in such a manner. But Richard Silva accomplished it. Could this goal be the best of this round in the Eredivisie? At the very least, I believe this goal absolutely deserves consideration. Extraordinary reflexes. Extraordinary imagination. Extraordinary body coordination. Let's take a look at a few slow-motion replays. This is truly an exquisite experience. In that fleeting moment, Richard Silva resembled a statue from an ancient Greek temple, exuding an undeniable artistic aura. Within the television studio, the commentator's astonishment stemmed solely from him. Meanwhile, at the match venue, this astonishment was magnified 1,000-fold. As Richard Silva netted the goal, the entire audience rose in disbelief. Amidst his exuberant celebration, the crowd echoed with shouts of his nickname, the Beacon. The coach of the Eagles of Progress had not anticipated conceding a goal merely 10 minutes into the match. Van Halen's tactical arrangements, allowing free rein, completely disrupted his strategy. Now he found himself in disarray. Should he launch a counterattack or apply full-field pressure? On the field, falling behind alters previously devised plans in an instant. However, just as he pondered how to adjust his tactics, another player emerged to deliver a piercing blow to his heart, undoubtedly. This was Yang Jian. In the 15th minute, Yang Jian received the ball on the flank. Following the prior tactical arrangement, a defensive player from the Eagles of Progress immediately closed in on him, ready to execute a tackle. Unfazed by the close marking, Yang Jian skillfully shielded the ball, feigning a retreat towards his own half. Naturally, the defender instinctively followed suit. At that moment, Yang Jian abruptly twisted his body and surged forward. Observing this change, the defender quickly adjusted his weight to keep pace with Yang Jian. Yet, after advancing a mere 3 meters, Yang Jian suddenly pivoted, reversing direction and bringing the ball back. In this brief span of seconds, the 3 changes of direction left the defender utterly bewildered. As he endeavored to keep up, his mind processed the movement, but his body faltered. The defender, whose legs lost coordination, fell to the ground. Yang Jian, undeterred, skillfully maneuvered the ball past his defensive zone. But the encounter was far from over. Typically, when Yang Jian possesses the ball, aside from the designated defender closely shadowing him, at least one additional player within a 5-meter radius is assigned to provide support. As Yang Jian bewildered the first defender, the second support player rushed in without hesitation. Upon noticing the approaching second player, Yang Jian swiftly employed the same tactic, preparing to turn the ball back. At this juncture, the first defender, who had just been toppled, regained his footing and positioned himself to block Yang Jian's intended path of retreat, while the second support player briefly relaxed his tense posture. However, Yang Jian did not genuinely intend to turn back. After a feigned shoulder drop, he pretended to pivot but swiftly reversed direction midway. The second player, completely unprepared, watched in astonishment as Yang Jian darted past him. It was astonishingly swift. To Yang Jian, the act of evading 2 players was accomplished in a mere 3 seconds. The crowd erupted in gasps once more. Yang Jian continued his rapid advance, delivering a precise through ball to Juan Romero, who surged into the center. Without hesitation, Yang Jian continued his relentless sprint towards the middle. Upon receiving the ball, Juan Romero, confronted by the advancing defense of the Eagles and the goalkeeper, opted not for a tight-angle shot but instead executed a backward triangle pass to the edge of the penalty area. Arriving just in time, Yang Jian did not pause to control the ball but struck it with the inside of his left foot. The ball burrowed into the net at the near post. 2-0. Within less than 20 minutes, Sparta Rotterdam had established a 2-goal lead on home soil. The pent-up frustration that had plagued Yang Jian for nearly 2 weeks was finally released at that moment. He was the first to sprint towards the northern stand, offering a fist salute to the devoted fans of Sparta Rotterdam gathered there. Many fans in the stands reciprocated with their own fist salutes. During halftime, the atmosphere within the Sparta Rotterdam squad was exceptionally buoyant. Since their defeat to Ajax, many players had not felt such exhilaration. The second half resumed. Brothers, indeed, in the second half, we shall score 2 more against them. After 2 weeks of frustration, it was finally time to unleash our full potential. As the second half commenced, Sparta Rotterdam continued to apply relentless pressure on the Eagles. However, the Eagles had evidently adjusted their mentality and tactics during the break, markedly enhancing their defensive intensity compared to the first half. Several crosses from the flanks by Juan Romero and Monitor were promptly thwarted by the Eagles' defenders near the baseline. Nevertheless, even when a cross was intercepted, it created a corner kick opportunity, thereby continuing to pose a threat. After 3 corner set pieces yielded no results, Sparta Rotterdam was granted their 4th corner. Armed with prior experience, the team understood that a straightforward bombardment into the penalty area against the Eagles' densely packed defense would likely prove ineffective. Juan Romero, preparing to take the corner, raised his left hand with an index finger, signaling a tactical adjustment to his teammates. Indeed, this corner was delivered with slightly less force than before, curling towards the near post. Inside the penalty area, Richard Silva surged forward, while 2 of his teammates seamlessly closed in from either side, effectively isolating the defender who was marking Silva. Richard Silva found himself completely unmarked within the box. He met Romero's corner with a perfectly executed backward glance. The spinning ball, aided by his header, transformed instantaneously into an extraordinarily twisted and peculiar arc, soaring beyond the goalkeeper's reach and nestling into the upper right corner of the net. 3-0. At the moment of executing this header, Richard Silva did not even glance at the goal or the position of the goalkeeper. He relied solely on his memory and intuition to achieve this remarkable strike. Chapter 84. A resounding victory with half an hour remaining in the match. Sparta Rotterdam held a commanding lead of 3-0. The score left the players of FC Eindhoven in a state of utter despondency. For some of the more pessimistic individuals among them, it seemed almost pointless to continue playing, as they could not conceive of a method to thwart Sparta Rotterdam. However, the rules must be adhered to. The match had to run its full course. At this moment, the players of FC Eindhoven dared not entertain ambitions of offense. Their primary focus shifted to defense, striving to prevent the match from descending into a rout. No athlete wishes to serve merely as a backdrop for another's triumph. Yet, whether the match would devolve into a disaster was not solely in the hands of the defending side. In the 65th minute, Sparta Rotterdam was awarded another corner kick. Having suffered from a previous corner, FC Eindhoven deployed significant resources to tightly mark the opposing team's corner kick strategy within the penalty area. Under the stringent monitoring of FC Eindhoven, no player found a favorable opportunity to contest the header. The goalkeeper occupied a position of undeniable advantage in front of the small box. However, due to the proximity to the goal, he dared not recklessly attempt to capture the ball with his hands. It was crucial to remember that a misjudgment in handling the ball could lead to chaos, allowing any opposing player to easily poke it into the net amid the turmoil. For safety's sake, the goalkeeper opted to punch the ball away. The sphere soared into the air, tracing a high arc as it exited the penalty area, due to the formidable presence of Richard Silva. A veritable lighthouse in the penalty area, FC Eindhoven devoted nearly all their players, save for two forwards, to the defensive strategy for this corner kick. Consequently, the area outside the penalty box was firmly occupied by Sparta Rotterdam's players. Just as everyone awaited Sparta Rotterdam to regain possession and reorganize their attack outside the penalty area, Yang Jian's figure unexpectedly emerged from a diagonal angle. Lacking height, Yang Jian was typically not positioned in the penalty area during training or tactical planning to contest headers. He was generally assigned to roam outside the box, poised to seize opportunities. Yang Jian had long recognized the numerical disadvantage of the opponent outside the penalty area. As long as the goalkeeper failed to secure the ball within the box, once the ball ventured outside, he would possess a distinct advantage to reclaim possession. At the very moment the opposing goalkeeper struck the ball, Yang Jian's extraordinary instinct for offense was awakened. He swiftly assessed the ball's anticipated landing point with remarkable accuracy. Drawing upon his keen sense of positioning, Yang Jian decisively sprinted from behind, securing the optimal spot before the ball touched the ground. Though this appeared as a fleeting second on the field, his mind had already executed a simulation of the impending attack. Should he pause to control the ball and reorganize the offense? No, the penalty area was crowded, and the opposing formation was tightly packed, making it difficult to exploit a gap in the short term. Instead, he opted for an unexpected strike. A shot from this distance? With such a high trajectory? Who cares? He swung his leg and let it fly. The circumstances for this shot were utterly perfect, with no defenders in proximity and ample space around him. Yang Jian executed his kicking motion with great fluidity, applying maximum force. The point of contact with the ball was precisely aligned with the instep of his foot. The shot. Its arc was remarkably flat. The speed was astonishing. Neither the goalkeeper nor any other players in the penalty area could effectively react. And even the broadcast cameras struggled to keep pace, merely capturing a fleeting glimpse of Yang Jian's figure. The ball transformed into a brilliant streak of white, piercing through the entire penalty area of the forward Eagles. By the time the players on the field registered what had occurred and searched for the ball, it had already rebounded within the net. 4-0. Once again, it was Yang Jian. A breathtaking long-range strike. Oh my goodness. Fans, I can scarcely believe it. 4-0. And the match is only at the 65-minute mark. It seems that the young men from Sparta Rotterdam are intent on unleashing all their frustrations from Ajax upon the forward Eagles today. Yang Jian's shot was absolutely spectacular. In many respects, it rivaled Richard Silva's stunning volley from the match's outset. Those who have played football know just how challenging it is to strike the ball correctly with the instep, especially when dealing with a high descending ball. The trajectory can easily go awry, sending it into the stands. Yet Yang Jian's effort was nearly flawless in terms of arc, speed, and angle. I imagine the forward Eagles goalkeeper now regrets playing the ball to Yang Jian's feet. On the pitch, Yang Jian celebrated exuberantly with the home fans. This spectacular shot, both explosive and technically refined, seemed to release all the pent-up tension and dissatisfaction he had accumulated over the past few days. Now, it was the goalkeeper's turn to face the consequences for goals conceded in just 65 minutes. Marking the first time this season he has experienced such a deluge of goals in a single match, he cast a desperate glance towards the bench, hoping the coach might make some adjustments to the formation on the field to assist him. However, on the sidelines, the head coach of Excelsior appeared dazed, seemingly lost in thought. Frankly, Sparta Rotterdam was indeed playing with unbridled fervor today. Faced with such a home team, energetic, united, and brimming with enthusiasm. Each player harboring a fierce determination. It was all too easy for them to unleash their wild potential. Once they reached that point, even the most illustrious coach in the world would likely prove ineffective in turning the tide for Excelsior. Little did the goalkeeper of Excelsior anticipate that his salvation would not come from his own coach, but rather from the venerable Van Halen of Sparta Rotterdam. At the 70-minute mark, Van Halen signaled to the fourth official for a substitution. This time, he substituted Yang Jian, Richard Silva, and Van der Stern all at once. This move signified that Sparta Rotterdam intended to call it a day in this match. There was no choice. Van Halen always prioritized the well-being of his players. The goalkeeper of Excelsior let out a sigh of relief. 4-0 was not a complete catastrophe. The broadcast cameras panned to the bench, where Yang Jian and his teammates were engaged in lighthearted banter, their spirits seemingly high. Chapter 85. The mysterious figure after Van Halen replaced several of his key starters. The match had clearly entered garbage time. On the field, the players from both teams tacitly ceased their offensive efforts, opting instead for some simple tactical drills. The players of Sparta Rotterdam cooperated exceptionally well. On one hand, this match belonged to Yang Jian and Richard Silva, and no one wished to overshadow their brilliance. On the other hand, a 4-0 scoreline could be deemed a resounding victory. Not only had they secured 3 points, but they also enjoyed a significant advantage of 4 goals in goal difference. As the saying goes, leave a thread for future encounters. Historically, Sparta Rotterdam held no deep-seated animosity towards Excelsior. There was simply no need to be merciless. Thus, even when opportunities arose during the match, the players of Sparta Rotterdam did not exert themselves fully in positioning or pressing. The few shots they managed were either feeble or soared high over the target. Given the tedium of the match, fans on the streaming platform began to interact with one another in the chat. It's over. Excelsior has been reduced to retreating eagles. The score was indeed outrageous. Perhaps it was time to rename Excelsior to Progress Sparrows. Did you see that? The central axis of Sparta Rotterdam, coupled with their 2 wide midfielders, practically allows them to dominate the Eredivisie offensively. Don't boast. What do you mean dominate? They simply pick on the weak. Why do they wilt against Ajax? Are you really comparing anyone to Ajax? What is the total worth of the Ajax squad? Surely, it must exceed that of Sparta Rotterdam by at least tenfold, if not more. What is your intention in making such a comparison? Why not juxtapose Ajax with those illustrious European clubs valued at 8 or 9 billion, or even over 10 billion? Furthermore, let us consider Ajax's platform. What is their annual transfer budget compared to ours? It is a triumph in itself that we are not compelled to sell players. After all, it is no easy feat to discover a few gems. We ought to cherish them and ensure that unscrupulous entities do not lure them away. I have previously mentioned that our management should invest more resources to pair these promising youngsters with seasoned veterans who possess both experience and skill. Competing against PSV Eindhoven and Feyenoord is certainly not the pinnacle of their capabilities. In a nondescript corner of the stands, 2 peculiar figures engaged in hushed conversation. They appeared strange because, as fans, they were neither clad in the home jersey of Sparta Rotterdam nor adorned with face paint emblematic of their team. They bore no banners or towels as tokens of support. One wore a cap, while the other sported sunglasses, both attired in commonplace gray-black athletic wear. Hands buried in their pockets, seemingly engrossed in the match like viewers of an online drama. "Hey, do you have any thoughts?" inquired the cap-wearer of the man beside him. "My thoughts? Have I not already expressed them? The few young talents in this team are truly exceptional," the man replied. The cap-wearer seemed dissatisfied with this response. "Did you need to say that? I can see it for myself. But are you not aware of our limited budget? Several senior players are clamoring for salary increases, and I still have a few transactions to navigate this winter window." The sunglasses-clad man retorted, "No money? Then why did you summon me here today? You brought me all the way to the Netherlands. Isn't that a waste of time?" The cap-wearer elaborated. "Precisely because our budget is constrained that I called you. To be candid, I genuinely appreciate these young talents. If I had the funds, I would have secured them all. If, and I mean if, we could purchase only one. Whom do you think we should target?" The man in sunglasses pondered for a moment. That striker possesses remarkable physicality and impact. In 2 years, he will undoubtedly become a dominant force. The cap-wearer nodded in agreement but added, "However, I am concerned about the discipline of the Brazilian player. What if he becomes renowned in 2 years and loses his focus?" The man adjusted his target. "What about that Argentine winger? He is incredibly swift and agile, capable of revitalizing the entire flank single-handedly." The cap-wearer responded, "That option is promising. yet it does not quite align with our style of play. Quickly, the man quipped, the style can always be altered by the coach. If the coach is unyielding, you can simply replace him. After all, we have changed coaches quite frequently over the past 2 years. To overhaul the entire coaching staff for a single player? Do you wish for my demise? The cap wearer sarcastically retorted. What about the young Dutch midfielder? His play is remarkably steady, adept at both advancing and retreating, capable of linking play and intercepting effectively. Let us secure him. As long as we can guarantee his health, we need not worry about our midfield for the next decade. I indeed share your sentiments on this matter. To be frank, our current midfielders are beginning to show signs of aging, and a transition is certainly in order. The man in sunglasses stroked his beard and inquired, should we consider nurturing some talent for the center-back position? That Japanese player has performed quite well. His tackles are precise and timely, and we could even transform him into a wingback to bolster our attack. That is certainly worth contemplating, replied the man in the duckbill cap. We already have a number of Japanese players, and they have been performing satisfactorily, so there should be no concerns on that front. He held a favorable impression of the Japanese players. So, we are left with just one final consideration, he continued. Are you referring to that Chinese lad? The man in sunglasses chuckled. In my opinion, among all the players on this team, the one with the highest talent and potential is indeed this Chinese boy. Just observe his performance on the field, his ability to link up play, break through defenses, shoot, and dribble. Each skill is among the best in the team. I have reviewed the statistics, and nearly all the team's attacks revolve around him. The man in the duckbill cap seemed somewhat hesitant. However, I genuinely lack confidence in Chinese players. There are no precedents to guide me. What precedents are you speaking of? Do you doubt my judgment? Have I not been with the club for several years? Have I ever made a grave error in judgment? Besides, acquiring players is inherently a gamble. If we win, we soar. If we lose, we can merely sell other players to cover the deficit. If only it were that simple. I do believe this young man possesses remarkable talent. And he is not yet 18, which presents a significant market opportunity. Everything seems promising, yet I worry whether he can develop as anticipated. What if he falters along the way? The man in sunglasses grew impatient with the hesitation of the man in the duckbill cap. If you are uncertain, then conduct further investigations. After all, the season is still in its early stages, and you are allowed to acquire only one player, are you not? Before the match concluded, the two hastily departed for the airport to board their flight back to London, England. Chapter 86. Intelligence. The resounding victory over the Eagles propelled Yang Jian once again into the headlines of both Chinese and European media. Some self-media personalities and sports journalists have even begun advocating for his inclusion in the national team for the next international match day. However, Zhao Shuping, a highly respected football journalist based in Europe, expressed a contrasting opinion in his column on the Conchio website. Firstly, Zhao Shuping believes that Yang Jian is still quite young. He will not officially turn 18 until the end of this year. At such a tender age, he is among the youngest in the national team. It is noteworthy that during the last national team gathering, the average age of the starting lineup exceeded 30. Whether Yang Jian can integrate harmoniously with these seasoned players and develop a fruitful chemistry remains to be seen. Secondly, from the perspective of exercise physiology, Yang Jian's physical development still falls short of expectations. He remains somewhat slender, and physical confrontation continues to be a disadvantage for him. Furthermore, the long journeys involved could increase the likelihood of injury. Thirdly, Yang Jian is a remarkably young player, having been a professional for less than half a year. Lacking any experience representing the national team in international competitions, though the national team itself has few opportunities to participate in such events. Despite his impressive performance in the Eredivisie, the national team's opponents are primarily Asian teams, which may present entirely different circumstances and styles compared to Yang Jian's usual matches. Fourthly, and perhaps most critically, the current national team boasts a cohesive and stable lineup, with players in every position having developed synergy over an extended period. Should Yang Jian join at this juncture, he would likely find himself sidelined, rendering his selection meaningless. If he were to participate, whose position would he usurp? Regardless of the individual, it would undoubtedly affect the morale and sentiments of the veteran players. Moreover, would the coaching staff truly consider altering their well-established tactical approach solely for his inclusion? The ensuing discussions among fans beneath this column are understandably fervent, with opinions ranging from supportive to dissenting, and some adopting a wait-and-see attitude. Yang Jian, have you noticed? Journalist Zhao is looking out for you. It seems we can now regard him as an ally. As Jose Rico replied to an email, he remarked to Yang Jian, who had just finished reading the article on the office couch. Oh, protecting me? How did you discern that? For a professional player, especially a young Chinese athlete like yourself playing abroad, what is of utmost importance? It is certainly to maintain form, grow steadily, and secure consistent playing time at your club. If you have yet to establish yourself in Europe and find yourself frequently returning to the national team during international breaks, it would be detrimental to your development. The arduous journey from Europe to Asia can take upwards of 20 to 30 hours, accumulating unseen fatigue that can be quite taxing for an athlete. If this leads to injury during matches, the consequences would be regrettable. Yang Jian experienced a moment of clarity. Oh, now that you mention it, that makes perfect sense. No wonder, when I watched matches like the Asian Cup qualifiers or World Cup qualifiers, Japan and South Korea never called up their top-tier stars from Europe. They typically fielded second or even third-string lineups. As a child, I thought those stars were merely being prima donnas. It is precisely this policy that allows these players to maintain peak condition throughout the year, solidifying their positions as starters at their clubs. Once the national team reaches the final stages of such tournaments, they can truly shine. Thus, not being selected for the national team at this time is, in fact, a fortuitous circumstance for me? Without a doubt. Frankly speaking, I have recently watched some of your national team's matches, be it the senior squad or the youth team. And the level of play is. The office fell into an unexpected silence. Ding dong. Jose suddenly received a new email. Yang Jian, I have wonderful news for you. Teams from the top 5 leagues have officially begun to take an interest in you. What? How do you know this? Haha, naturally. It was my informant who sent the intelligence. What informant? Why does it sound like espionage? What do you think? Our agents engage in commercial espionage within the football realm. This informant, after all, cost me a substantial sum from the top 5 leagues. Josh chuckled softly, beginning to boast about his achievements. You are aware, aren't you, that there are explicit regulations prohibiting any club or team personnel from discussing other players' contracts in public. Moreover, it is strictly forbidden to negotiate privately with players during their contract period, bypassing the club. Once discovered, the penalties are severe. However, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. How would clubs ensure that their desired players receive information? In truth, there are club staff members who, either intentionally or inadvertently, leak such information to specialized sports journalists and self-media outlets that focus on transfer news. Once these individuals obtain the information, they disseminate it as rumors through their channels. After all, they are not subject to oversight, and these rumors lack concrete evidence. The reliable sources are generally well known, and everyone is in the know. How can you be certain your source is credible? Don't let yourself be deceived. Why? Do you think I'm incompetent? I am a professional sports agent. Joss replied with a hint of pride. All right, my apologies. Now, do share the current situation. According to my informant, currently, there are 7 to 8 teams from the top 5 leagues interested in you. Many of them are Champions League caliber teams. Furthermore, I have a piece of absolutely reliable news. Last weekend, even a team from the Premier League sent representatives to Rotterdam to watch your match. What? Yang Jian stood up in excitement. Does this mean I am about to join a prestigious club? Calm down. It's still early days. Joss doused Yang Jian with a bucket of cold water. These clubs are astute. They would never make hasty purchases. Unless it's a well-established superstar, typically. The players they are interested in undergo a lengthy evaluation period. They must hold numerous meetings with the coaching staff and the finance department before making any offers. Moreover, the Eredivisie, as you know, has a notorious reputation in Europe. If negotiations are not smooth, it could take a year and a half just to settle the transfer fee. Chapter 87. New challenges. The following day, Yang Jian returned to the team-mesh training. For him, whether it was a call-up to the national team or a transfer to a top club in the 5 leagues, these were merely ephemeral fantasies. The most tangible reality was to focus on performing well in his current matches, taking each step with diligence. Before the end of training, Van Halen announced an important piece of news. The KNVB Cup will officially commence next week. The KNVB Cup is the most significant domestic cup competition in the Netherlands. With a rich history, it is deemed the most important tournament due to its extensive reach. In essence, as long as your team is situated in the Netherlands, regardless of its level, be it professional or amateur, from the illustrious Ajax of the Eredivisie to the whimsically named community clubs, any team that passes the qualification scrutiny is eligible to partake in the Dutch Cup. Consequently, each year, over 200 teams engage in this grand celebration of Dutch football. Although it may appear inequitable to pit amateur teams against professional ones, those fortunate enough to participate in the event harbor no such sentiments. The Dutch Cup affords these amateur squads the invaluable opportunity to compete on an official stage against top-tier domestic clubs. While amateur players relish the chance to share the field with their beloved stars, a privilege that is otherwise unattainable, regardless of the financial outlay. Thus, for many amateur teams, the outcome is secondary. What truly matters is the chance to engage in this experience. Even in the face of a significant defeat, their spirits remain buoyant. For the opportunity itself is a treasure. The structure of the competition allows numerous small cities, towns, and villages in the Netherlands to qualify as hosts for matches, fostering a vibrant football atmosphere throughout the nation. Moreover, since the inception of this tournament, many underdog teams from lower league divisions have made headlines by eliminating professional Eredivisie teams. And over the years, countless hidden talents have emerged from obscurity within this competition. This enduring allure is a testament to the Dutch Cup's significance in the national football narrative. Similar domestic cup competitions that welcome participation from the general populace are prevalent in other European nations, with notable examples including Spain's Copa del Rey, Italy's Coppa Italia, and England's FA Cup. As for Sparta Rotterdam, being a professional football team competing in the Eredivisie this season, they bypassed the preliminary qualifying rounds and commenced directly in the main draw of the first round, vying against a field of 64 teams. However, once the Dutch Cup commences, it presents a novel challenge for these teams, as most must contend with an additional midweek match. This intensifies their schedule, transforming what was originally a weekly league match into a more congested series of fixtures. For those teams ranked at the top of the Eredivisie, the stakes are even higher, as they must also navigate the rigors of prestigious tournaments such as the Champions League and the Europa League. Consequently, some clubs may find themselves playing 5 or even 6 matches within a month, should a team's squad depth be insufficient. The strain of competing on multiple fronts can lead to fatigue and an increased risk of injuries. Nevertheless, for Sparta Rotterdam, the situation is relatively favorable, as they do not have to contend with European competitions. In the first round of the Dutch Cup, Sparta Rotterdam has drawn a half-professional team from a lower domestic league as their opponent. The players within the team each have their own commitments, generally gathering for training only in the evenings and on holidays. In the face of such rivals, advancing to the next stage was hardly in doubt. The key players of Sparta Rotterdam were even absent from the squad, yet the team triumphed with a resounding 6-0 victory over their opponents, consisting solely of second-string substitutes. In the second round of the Dutch Cup, Sparta Rotterdam faced a team languishing in the relegation zone of the Eerste Divisie. In this match, Yang Jian scored twice within the first 60 minutes before being substituted, and the team ultimately secured a comfortable 4-1 victory. Returning to league play, Van Halen opted to rest several key players, while Yang Jian unfortunately contracted the influenza virus during this period, causing him to miss 2 consecutive matches in the Eredivisie. During these 2 fixtures, the team managed only a draw and a loss, accumulating a mere point. This situation made Van Halen acutely aware of Yang Jian's significance to the team. Without him, the offense resembled a headless chicken, lacking coherence and fluidity. Soon, the Dutch Cup reached its third round, now with only 16 teams remaining. Those still in contention were certainly not to be underestimated. Moreover, the format of the Dutch Cup is single elimination. If no winner is determined after 90 minutes, extra time ensues, and if still unresolved, a penalty shootout follows. Compared to the 2-legged ties of home and away matches, this format allows for less margin for error. After all, football is unpredictable, and anything can happen. In the third round, Sparta Rotterdam was set to face the Eredivisie club Utrecht. Utrecht is regarded as a respectable team within the league, having previously claimed the Dutch Cup title multiple times throughout its history. This season, Utrecht's standing in the Eredivisie has been slightly ahead of that of Sparta Rotterdam. Due to Yang Jian's incomplete recovery from influenza, Van Halen prudently chose not to include him in the starting lineup for this match. In the first half, Sparta Rotterdam struggled significantly. In the absence of Yang Jian, the team's offensive organization faltered, frequently disrupted by their opponents before reaching the final stages of play. Compounding their troubles, a midfield miscommunication allowed Utrecht to capitalize on a counterattack, leaving Sparta trailing 0-1 before the half was even completed. Just before the interval, Juan Romero executed a remarkable individual effort down the flank, culminating in a cross that assisted Richard Silva in scoring an equalizer. As the second half commenced, Van Halen grew increasingly restless. Given the current state of the team, with the forward line unable to break through and the defense constantly under pressure, it seemed inevitable that Utrecht would find the net again. Falling further behind at this stage would leave the team with dwindling opportunities. Being eliminated in the round of 16 of the Dutch Cup was not his ambition. Van Halen resolved to take a bold step forward. In the 50th minute, Van Halen approached the bench to inquire about Yang Jian. "Yang, how are you feeling? Are you ready to take the field?" Chapter 88. Unstoppable. Yang Jian had long been restless. At Van Halen's question, he promptly nodded. "No problem, coach. I can play." Despite Yang Jian's strong nasal tone, Van Halen felt a twinge of uncertainty. "Are you truly ready, my boy? There's no need to push yourself too hard." "Absolutely, coach," Yang Jian exclaimed as he sprang up from the bench, shedding his jacket with eager anticipation. "This nasal issue is merely the last remnant of my symptoms. I've been fine for days now. The team doctor has given me the all-clear. Trust me." "Very well, then. Go warm up. But remember to ensure your body is properly prepared." With that, Van Halen signaled to the team's fitness coach to assist Yang Jian in warming up at the sidelines. In the 60th minute, Van Halen made a substitution. However, the fourth official's raised board left the audience in astonishment. The green number was undoubtedly Yang Jian's 19. But the red number was 9. This indicated that Van Halen intended to substitute Yang Jian for the team's center forward, Richard Silva. The old coach's decision sparked a flurry of discussion among the spectators. What is going on? Surely the fourth official made a mistake. Indeed, how can he substitute Silva? He just scored the equalizing goal in the first half and is in fine form. Why would he take him off? Aren't Yang Jian and Silva the most harmonious duo? Swapping one for the other feels like self-sabotage. Having a towering center forward in the penalty area holds significant tactical value. What is Van Halen thinking? In truth, Van Halen's choice to replace Richard Silva stemmed from his own considerations. Although Silva had scored a crucial equalizer before halftime, that goal was primarily a result of Juan Romero's explosive breakthrough down the flank. Such performances are not commonplace during a match. Furthermore, Utrecht's defense had been relatively successful in containing Richard Silva throughout the game. Moreover, he possessed a notably perilous flaw, his emotional instability. When faced with a challenging situation, Silva's emotions became tumultuous, leading to anxiety and irritability that clouded his judgment on the field. Consequently, this often affected his ability to assess the game's dynamics when trailing. By substituting Richard Silva, Van Halen aimed to allow him a moment of introspection, urging him to reflect on how he, as the team's primary center forward, should approach the game with a strategic mindset during tense moments. Upon seeing his number on the substitution board, Richard Silva was momentarily taken aback. However, within the ranks of Rotterdam Sparta, no one dared to challenge Van Halen's authority. "Brother, I'll leave it in your hands from here." Richard Silva approached the sidelines and exchanged a few words with Yang Jian as the player substitution took place. Yang Jian nodded in acknowledgement, and the two exchanged a high five, marking the official completion of the switch. According to Van Halen's strategy, Yang Jian was to assume the forward center position previously held by Richard Silva. However, due to his physical attributes, he was destined to be unable to fully fulfill the tactical role of a traditional center forward. Thus, at this moment, Yang Jian was to play the role of a false nine. The tactical philosophy of a false nine diverges significantly from that of a conventional center forward. As the focal point of the offense, the movement space for a false nine is considerably broader compared to that of a traditional striker. Frequently retreating far from the opponent's penalty area to retrieve the ball, a false nine may even drop back to their own half at times. This demands that the player occupying the false nine position be a versatile athlete capable of passing, dribbling, breaking through, and shooting, thereby executing their tactical role on the field. Now, Yang Jian began his retreat. In the 65th minute, shortly after entering the match, he withdrew from the edge of the opponent's penalty area to receive the ball in midfield. The center-back from Utrecht was well aware of Yang Jian's prowess. After he gained recognition in the Eredivisie this season, all teams had devised specific tactical plans to counter his technical skills. Upon Yang Jian's withdrawal, the center-back assigned to mark him immediately followed him out of the penalty area, as the coach had emphasized that a player like Yang Jian must not be afforded too much space. The tighter the space, the more prone he becomes to mistakes, making close marking imperative. While Utrecht's coach's assessment was fundamentally sound, he overlooked a crucial fact. Their defensive players lacked the capability to defend Yang Jian in a one-on-one situation. As Yang Jian received the ball and noticed the opposing center-back closing in from behind, he initially advanced with a leisurely pace while dribbling. The defender, sensing Yang Jian's slow tempo, hesitated to commit to a challenge and instead shadowed him with small, cautious steps, ready to intercept at any moment. However, Yang Jian's rhythm was not so easily followed. Suddenly, he surged forward with a rapid acceleration, prompting the defender to lean in, attempting to use a controlled collision to obstruct his path. As Yang Jian felt the defender's presence, he deftly nudged the ball away with his foot, leaned gently against the approaching body, and executed a flawless pivot, simultaneously maneuvering the ball with his feet. What a magnificent spin to evade his opponent! The crowd erupted in cheers. After evading one defender, Yang Jian immediately sprinted toward the heart of Utrecht's penalty area. The defender he had just eluded was left without a chance to pursue, leaving the remaining players to scramble to cover. Otherwise, if Yang Jian advanced a few more steps, he would be within striking distance. Almost concurrently with Yang Jian's burst of speed, a second player rushed in to flank him. However, they remained oblivious as two defenders charged towards Yang Jian, creating a vast void behind them. With a deft push of his left foot, Yang Jian sent the ball soaring to the flanking winger, Montitad. Without pausing after his pass, Yang Jian advanced toward the penalty area. This unexpected delivery bewildered Utrecht's defense, causing nearly every player, save for the goalkeeper, to stray from their designated positions, scrambling to cover the gaps left by others. Where was the most significant gap? In the center. After Montitad broke to the byline, he opted not to shoot but instead executed a precise back pass to the edge of the penalty area. Unmarked, Yang Jian unleashed a powerful shot as the ball approached. The immense angle and open space rendered the goalkeeper utterly helpless against his strike aimed at the bottom corner. 2-1. Sparta Rotterdam surged ahead. Upon scoring the decisive goal, Yang Jian immediately directed a fist bump towards his teammate Montitad near the byline, who reciprocated with equal understanding. After Yang Jian elucidated the significance of this gesture to his teammates, many of them found themselves enamored with it. A number of foreign players believed that this action could enhance their camaraderie. More importantly, mastering a traditional gesture from an ancient Eastern culture bestowed an air of sophistication, allowing them to impress wherever they went. The defender who had just been effortlessly bypassed by Yang Jian now stood on the field, drenched in cold sweat. In the moment of confrontation with Yang Jian, he had clearly perceived the intensity in his gaze and expression. Defenders are often trained to observe the eyes of their opponents while on the field, as many feints are difficult to decipher. However, the eyes of an attacking player will inadvertently glance toward their intended path of advance, betraying their offensive intentions. This instinctual behavior is deeply ingrained in human genetics and is difficult to overcome. Consequently, regulations have been established prohibiting players from wearing black, heavily obscuring facial gear, as it significantly obstructs the view of their eyes, impairing defensive judgment. In a sense, this could be regarded as a form of physical advantage. Yet, what was the expression and gaze of Yang Jian at that moment? One word: vacant. The defender failed to glean any useful information from his face. His acceleration, deceleration, feints, and physical confrontations during his dribble appeared as if executed by a preordained program, seamless and devoid of hesitation. The astonishment he felt was far from over. After being outmaneuvered by Yang Jian's spinning motion, the defender found himself unable to pursue from behind. He could only follow Yang Jian from a distance, hoping that his teammates would successfully intercept the ball and work with him to disrupt Yang Jian's second ball. However, the stability with which Yang Jian controlled the ball and the timing of his pass left him astounded. Within 2 seconds of Yang Jian's pass, he even thought Yang Jian had overhit the ball into an unoccupied area. Yet, almost immediately, Montitad appeared in that very spot. This indicated that Yang Jian had already conducted thorough observation and prediction regarding Montitad's position and potential movement routes. Even the final shot was executed without the slightest hesitation, without a moment's pause for control. Such seamless execution allowed Yang Jian to optimize his timing perfectly. None of the defenders nearby could thwart a shot, not even the fastest among them, who was merely a fraction of a second too late. The match resumed. Utrecht, trailing in score, understood well that the Dutch Cup's format was a knockout match. If they did not wish to pack their bags and leave today, they needed to score again before the final whistle to preserve any chances of advancement. There was no choice but to fight with all their might. Thus, in the 75th minute, Utrecht's coach substituted 2 attacking players, determined to muster a final offensive push. As the game reached the 83rd minute, possession shifted, and Rotterdam Sparta prepared to attack. Once more, Yang Jian withdrew from the opponent's front line to receive the ball near the center circle. This time, Utrecht altered their defensive strategy. The defenders remained firmly in their positions, avoiding falling for Yang Jian's tactics that could leave vast spaces behind them exposed to Rotterdam Sparta. Should Juan Romero and Monty Todd on the flanks surge forward, the resulting offensive would be difficult to neutralize. Utrecht assigned the task of containing Yang Jian to their forward players, who had recently entered the match and were still brimming with energy, ensuring they would not be outmatched in speed or strength. The coach had instructed them that if Yang Jian retreated to the midfield to collect the ball again, they must immediately apply high-pressure tactics, aiming to force Yang Jian into a mistake under pressure. This strategic thinking was sound. However, if specialized defenders struggled against Yang Jian, could forwards truly succeed? As the two tall forwards charged towards him, conventional wisdom would suggest that Yang Jian should dribble backward or to the sides in search of greater space to evade them. Yet, possessing extraordinary talent, Yang Jian was hardly one to adhere to conventional thought processes. He not only did not evade but instead charged directly toward the two towering forwards with the ball. Just as the players were on the brink of physical contact, Yang Jian skillfully nudged the ball deftly from side to side with both feet, executing a beautiful nutmeg to slip through the gap between the two. On the sidelines, Van Halen couldn't help but silently exclaim in exhilaration. In his eyes, Yang Jian's handling of the ball was nothing short of brilliant. Faced with the encirclement of two imposing players, if he had opted to retreat the ball or redirect it elsewhere, he could have temporarily alleviated the pressure. But it would soon result in intensified pursuit from the opponents. Instead, Yang Jian chose to leverage his own body, boldly maneuvering the ball through the narrow space between the two, a testament to both skill and audacity. Had he not possessed absolute confidence in his ball control, few would dare to attempt such a feat after bypassing the two forwards who had been pressing him. A defender on his path grew anxious and rushed in from a distance, launching into a two-footed airborne tackle aimed at Yang Jian. This was an exceedingly perilous move. Should he miscalculate the force or direction, Yang Jian could very well find himself unceremoniously upended. However, undeterred by such ferocious defense, Yang Jian remained remarkably composed. As if time itself had frozen, he delicately lifted the ball, then gracefully leaped. The incoming tackle missed him entirely. By the time all the players on the Utrecht defense regained their composure, Yang Jian had swiftly combined with a nearby teammate for a 1-2 pass, penetrating the penalty area. Now face-to-face with the goalkeeper, the only chance for the keeper was to rush forward and attempt a block. As the goalkeeper lunged, Yang Jian deftly flicked the ball, sending it arching high in a graceful parabola, sailing over the goalkeeper's head and gently bouncing into the net. 3-1. From the breakthrough to the shot, Yang Jian's movements were executed with effortless finesse, displaying mastery over the situation. The defender from Utrecht now seemed to comprehend the reality. It was not that they were weak, but rather that this individual was exceedingly formidable. Chapter 90. A reunion from leading by a single goal to conceding 3 in succession. The situation on the field left Utrecht's head coach in a state of anxiety. In the current Eredivisie, many teams harbor a delusion. Sparta Rotterdam was indeed strong this season, but that was primarily due to their opponent's underestimation. If they could meticulously analyze game footage and devise targeted defensive strategies, they would surely contain their attacking football effectively. However, once these teams engaged in earnest competition with Sparta Rotterdam, they would come to realize the formidable prowess Yang Jian exhibited on the field was nearly insurmountable. The referee's whistle marked the end of Utrecht's journey in the Dutch Cup. Sparta Rotterdam, having trailed by a goal, had rallied to score 3 and claim victory. In this match, Yang Jian, who netted 2 goals in the second half, was undoubtedly the standout contributor. After the conclusion of the match, Sparta Rotterdam received news within the confines of their locker room. Another round of matches had just concluded, and in the upcoming quarterfinals, their adversary would be PSV Eindhoven. Upon hearing this announcement, the spirits of many players within the team were notably uplifted. Previously, in the Eredivisie, they had drawn against PSV, a match that left many players feeling a deep sense of regret and dissatisfaction. Now, the prospect of facing them once more in the Dutch Cup was, in their eyes, the most fortuitous arrangement. Eager anticipation filled the air as they longed for another opportunity to compete against PSV. The following day, local media and online platforms in Rotterdam turned their attention to Yang Jian. This young talent from China seemed to have become the key to their victories throughout the season. Whenever he took to the field, except for that one match against Ajax, the team appeared invincible. Moreover, whenever he came off the bench, he invariably scored, turning the tide in their favor. Indeed, one could only marvel at the fortune of having such a remarkable player on their squad. Frankly, I now question whether they can retain him. Surely, the wealthy clubs from the top 5 leagues won't hesitate to make an offer during the winter transfer window. Alas, if someone does make a bid, there would be little that could be done. After all, both our team and the Eredivisie are relatively modest platforms and cannot hope to retain such exceptional talent for long. They deserve a broader stage to showcase their skills. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope that Yang Jian and his compatriots can complete this season with us before pursuing their futures. It has been far too long since we witnessed Sparta Rotterdam play with such brilliance. Let us not dwell on these concerns for now, but rather focus on the upcoming challenge against PSV, compared to the possibility of retaining our players. I find it more realistic to aspire for them to secure a trophy for our club, as that is the immediate goal at hand. Speaking of which, it has been decades since we last claimed the Dutch Cup. Not only have we failed to win it, but we have also not reached the finals in many years. I have a premonition that this surge of talent is a rare occurrence for our team, and if we do not seize this opportunity, it may be a long time before we can compete for the Dutch Cup again. The discussions among local fans in Rotterdam mirror the sentiments of the club's management. With their entry into the top 8 of the Dutch Cup, the atmosphere within the club has never been better, with smiles adorning every face. Furthermore, the team has recently been scheduled for numerous live broadcasts, a privilege that promoted teams seldom receive in previous years. This has triggered a chain reaction, leading to an increase in commercial contracts, with terms becoming more favorable. Matt Clausen has been tirelessly signing contracts in the general manager's office, thoroughly pleased with the current state of the team. If they can capitalize on this momentum and secure the Dutch Cup championship, the ensuing excitement and attention may well keep him awake for 3 nights in sheer exhilaration. To this end, Matt Clausen not only delivered a passionate speech in the locker room following the team's midweek training session, but also promised the players and coaching staff a financial reward for reaching the final of the Dutch Cup. It is noteworthy that simply advancing to the final guarantees a bonus, with an additional prize for securing the championship. In Clausen's perspective, the potential achievement of Sparta Rotterdam reaching the final and claiming victory could be marketed as 2 significant events within Dutch football, even if the team were to fall short of winning the championship. Generating social media discourse around themes of regret and unfulfilled aspirations could still yield considerable benefits for the club. Furthermore, he firmly believes that this team possesses the capability to compete for the cup title. Moreover, during a high-level meeting at the club, Clausen conveyed the owner's utmost directive to fully pursue the Dutch Cup championship. In the event of scheduling conflicts, they could strategically forego a few impactful league matches to ensure they approach the game against PSV Eindhoven in peak condition. Given that it was the owner's instruction, everyone had no choice but to comply. Van Halen once again implemented his ultimate strategy of rotational rest. After all, the club's league ranking was securely within the top 10. Far from the relegation zone, Clausen asserted that as long as relegation was not a concern, they must endeavor to claim the Dutch Cup. Moreover, their opponents were one of the 3 musketeers of the Eredivisie, PSV Eindhoven. After the final training session before the match, Van Halen deliberately arranged for the entire team to practice penalty kicks. However, Yang Jian appeared somewhat lackluster during the drills, prompting Van Halen to suspect he might be unwell and to call him over for inquiry. "Coach, I'm not unwell. I just believe we don't need to practice penalty kicks." "What? Not necessary?" Van Halen was both amused and vexed by Yang Jian's remark. Did he not understand that in a single elimination cup match, practicing for potential penalties is essential? "Of course, I understand, but I believe we are fully capable of winning this match within 90 minutes. "Really?" Van Halen was taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. "Yang, have you forgotten that based on our last encounter, the match would have gone into extra time? Once extra time is reached, penalties are inevitable." "But coach, haven't we grown stronger since our last meeting? The team's cohesion has improved, our stamina is greater, and we have a better understanding of PSV Eindhoven." "Yang, I still advise you not to underestimate your opponents." "Coach, I have absolute confidence, and moreover, I have always felt that this match presents other challenges awaiting me." Chapter 91. A duel between 2 individuals. Yang Jian's premonition was indeed accurate. The players of Sparta Rotterdam were all gearing up and sharpening their skills, while PSV Eindhoven was equally preparing for the impending battle. The players of Sparta Rotterdam regard their previous match against PSV Eindhoven, which ended in a draw, as a source of regret and dissatisfaction. Conversely, the players of PSV Eindhoven perceive this match as a blemish and a disgrace. As one of the esteemed triumvirate of the Eredivisie, it is unacceptable for them to have been held to a stalemate by a modest, newly promoted team like Sparta Rotterdam, especially while fielding their full-strength lineup. Consequently, their desire for revenge in the rematch is no less fervent than that of the Sparta Rotterdam players. Moreover, it is essential to note that league and cup competitions are entirely different formats. a loss in the league does not carry significant weight. As it spans a lengthy journey of 10 months and over 30 matches, points can still be recovered in other fixtures. Ultimately, league standings are determined by accumulated points, and one match does not define a team's worth. However, cup competitions present a stark contrast. The knockout format is an arena of absolute triumph or defeat. In a single elimination match, losing means the end of the road. The victor can unabashedly revel in the defeat of the vanquished, mockingly proclaiming, "You, yes you, have been eliminated by me." The sting of such humiliation is unbearable, and no team or player wishes to endure it. If Sparta Rotterdam were indeed to eliminate PSV Eindhoven, the incident would undoubtedly be a topic of discussion among Dutch sports media and fans for years to come. Thus, this cup match, particularly the knockout stage, holds immense significance for PSV Eindhoven. Additionally, there is another individual within the PSV ranks who views this match with great importance: their star forward, Amel Frits. Following the previous encounter with Sparta Rotterdam, Amel Frits has firmly etched the name Yang Jian into his memory. The jersey exchanged with Yang Jian after the match still adorns the wall of his living room. Why does he place such importance on an obscure Chinese player like Yang Jian? The answer is simple. Amel Frits sees in Yang Jian a kindred spirit, sharing the same fervent desire for victory. Furthermore, Amel Frits holds a profound admiration for Yang Jian's skills. Since their teams draw, he has been vigilant in monitoring Yang Jian's progress, making an effort to watch all of Sparta Rotterdam's matches. He records the entirety of these games, later commissioning his agent to extract all segments featuring Yang Jian, ensuring that even the simplest touches or passes are not overlooked. In his spare time, he diligently reviews these videos. With each viewing, Amel Frits's appreciation for Yang Jian only deepens. It is no exaggeration to assert that Amel Frits is undoubtedly the most talented and arrogant player in the Eredivisie. At the tender age of 23, he has firmly established himself as the foremost striker for PSV Eindhoven, and last year, he effortlessly clinched the golden boot of the league. Possessing dual nationality from the Netherlands and Germany, he has been the object of admiration since childhood. Rumors have circulated that at the conclusion of this season, Amel Frits will join the illustrious Bayern Munich in the Bundesliga and opt to represent Germany in the upcoming European Championship and World Cup. However, this renowned figure surprised many when, during an interview, he named Yang Jian as the Eridivisie's most formidable striker. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Dutch football media. After all, you are Amel Frits. Despite Yang Jian's impressive performance this season, he is merely an inexperienced newcomer, and it remains uncertain how his future will unfold. As PSV's top scorer, one would expect him to compare himself to players like Gernot Diedrich of Feyenoord or Noah Touré of Ajax. Yet, Amel Frits's perspective is refreshingly unique. He perceives Yang Jian as one of his principal rivals in the European football arena. Thus, in Amel Frits's eyes, their rivalry commenced the moment they first faced each other on the pitch. This is precisely why he has hung Yang Jian's jersey on the wall of his living room, to serve as a continual source of motivation. In the forthcoming Dutch Cup knockout match, he is determined to showcase his true prowess to Yang Jian. On the day of the match, both teams' players appeared punctually in the players' tunnel after dressing, with a few minutes remaining before entering the field. The starting players engaged in various pre-match activities. Some were relaxing to ease their nerves, others were stretching, while a few engaged in light-hearted conversation to alleviate tension. At this moment, Amel Frits approached Yang Jian. "Hey, Yang, long time no see. Do you remember me?" Amel Frits's golden number 9 gleamed on his chest. "Of course. Amel Frits. Who in the Eredivisie doesn't know you?" Yang Jian playfully replied, shaking hands amicably with him. "I never expected we would have the opportunity to compete together again." Amel Frits's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I've actually been watching your recent matches." "Oh." Yang Jian felt a twinge of surprise. "I haven't followed your games closely, so it's unexpected that such a celebrated talent would take the time to study my performances. Well, I hope to rely on your guidance on the pitch later." Yang Jian responded, "Indeed, I will give my all in the match, and I hope you will too." "No problem. Since I have taken the field, I shall undoubtedly give my all. Who among us is not a vigorous youth in their 20s? At this moment, a fierce competitive spirit ignited within both individuals. "Line up. Enter the arena. The quarterfinals of the Dutch Cup are upon us. Sparta Rotterdam faces off against PSV Eindhoven. This encounter also marks a fierce battle between Yang Jian and Amel Frits, set to commence shortly." Chapter 92. Reluctant to yield. Good evening, esteemed viewers. We warmly welcome you to this midweek broadcast of the Dutch Cup knockout match. Tonight's clash features the quarterfinals between the dark horse of Eredivisie, Sparta Rotterdam, and the traditional powerhouse, PSV Eindhoven. As the commentator delivers a crisp introduction, the match begins with the referee's whistle. And with that, the referee has signaled the official start of this highly anticipated match, one of the focal points of this year's Dutch Cup quarterfinals. The last encounter between these two teams in the Eredivisie ended in a draw, leaving no victor. However, this match is different. The winner will stride confidently into the semifinals of the Dutch Cup, while the loser must sadly bid farewell to this year's tournament. Moreover, this match is regarded as a showdown between the two prodigious forwards, Amel Fritz and Yang Jian, making it all the more captivating. From the outset, both teams exhibit remarkable focus, and within the first minute, players have entered their prime form. Coach Van Halen is acutely aware of the team's lack of depth and varying technical abilities. Thus, he instructs the players of Sparta Rotterdam to prioritize defense. Unless an absolute opportunity arises, they should refrain from recklessly advancing their formation. After all, Van Halen believes that if they can hold out for a draw, they stand a greater chance in a penalty shootout. Coach Anthony Bruns of PSV Eindhoven is equally cognizant of this strategy. In football, the greatest uncertainty lies in penalty shootouts. And as the stronger side, he and his team are determined to resolve the match within the 90 minutes. Consequently, Bruns directs his team to funnel possession to Amel Fritz in the attacking front, granting him unfettered freedom to strike and ensuring a victory in regular time. In the 18th minute, Sparta Rotterdam seized possession during a midfield press. The ball, after a series of passes, advanced into the attacking zone. Having previously fallen victim to an offside call during an earlier offensive, the forwards of Sparta Rotterdam hesitated to push the ball into the penalty area once more. The fear of incurring another offside and relinquishing their hard-earned possession weighed heavily upon them. On the flank, Monitor held the ball, observing and hesitating, until suddenly, he made a rapid acceleration, shaking off the defender shadowing him just outside the penalty area. Monty Todd acted swiftly, immediately sending a diagonal pass to the sprinting Yang Jian. Upon receiving the ball, Yang Jian deftly controlled it with his left foot, taking 2 steps to create space before unleashing a powerful long-range shot. The ball soared towards the upper left corner of the goal, like an arrow. The ferocity of the shot was remarkable, devoid of any spin. Yet it traveled at an astonishing speed. The Eindhoven goalkeeper, Morris, instinctively gauged the trajectory and leapt with all his might to intervene, but ultimately fell short by mere centimeters. Yang Jian's attempt was audacious in its pursuit of precision, nearly achieving an impeccable angle. From Sparta Rotterdam, Yang Jian has scored. What a sensational strike! Within less than 20 minutes, Sparta Rotterdam breached the defenses of Eindhoven. We could observe the broadcaster directing the camera towards Eindhoven's star striker, Amel Fritz. Could Yang Jian's goal signify a declaration of intent? How will Amel Fritz respond? Eindhoven resumed play from the center circle. Despite conceding an early goal, they exhibited no signs of impatience. Since their last encounter with Sparta Rotterdam, which ended in a stalemate, Anthony Bruns had accurately recognized the potential of this team. Having previously managed clubs like Tottenham Hotspur and Napoli, he understood a profound truth. Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival. Arrogance is. Thus, when devising strategies and simulating the match, Anthony Bruns presented a plan that astonished both staff and players when the team found itself trailing. His foresight was not merely pessimistic. After all, this is a football pitch, where miracles can happen in the presence of genius. The Eindhoven players, having mentally prepared themselves, remained composed and swiftly reorganized their tactics under the guidance and encouragement of their captain, Petru Kruk. They were acutely aware that their paper strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Sparta Rotterdam. As long as they avoided errors, leveling the score was merely a matter of time. Merely 8 minutes later, the equalizer materialized. Eindhoven, leveraging their formidable ball control, effectively confined Sparta Rotterdam's formation within their half. They began to stretch the Rotterdam defense through wide ball transitions, shifting play along both flanks. Initially, Sparta Rotterdam's defense held firm. However, as the ball circulation intensified, the defenders' stamina and focus inevitably began to wane. This was not a fault of the defenders. Human attention cannot sustain absolute concentration for extended periods. In a match exceeding 90 minutes, players will invariably experience lapses in focus. Compared to the body, it is the mind that tires more easily. As the players from Eindhoven passed the ball patiently, it seemed they had no intention of launching a full-scale offensive. The defense of Sparta Rotterdam gradually relaxed its vigilance. Yet, this was precisely the moment Eindhoven required. With a swift surge from their attacking line, The formation of Sparta Rotterdam immediately faltered. Fritz seized the opportunity, darting into a gap created by his teammates' movements. The ball landed squarely at his feet. By the time the players from Sparta Rotterdam reacted, it was already too late. Fritz found himself with a clear path ahead. A simple forward stride would grant him a one-on-one opportunity. For a player of Fritz's caliber, such an opportunity was akin to a guaranteed goal. Unless faced with the world's most elite goalkeeper, he might miss only 1 in 50 such chances. Surprisingly, Fritz did not opt to break into the penalty area. Instead, reminiscent of Yang Jian, he controlled the ball with his right foot, took 2 steps forward, and unleashed a powerful shot from outside the box. Fritz's long-range strike found the net. The score was equalized. In slow-motion replays, it was evident that Fritz had ample time and a prime opportunity to advance into the penalty area for a one-on-one situation. This was undoubtedly the approach most forwards would have chosen in such circumstances. A one-on-one shot is typically the most successful type of strike on the pitch. In contrast, a long-range shot often provides the goalkeeper with sufficient time to react and prepare, unless one possesses exceptional vision, space, and unwavering confidence in their technique. Given the current goalkeepers, all of whom are tall and quick, scoring from distance is inherently challenging unless it catches them off guard. Yet, Fritz chose this more arduous method of attack, and it seemed that his strike boasted greater power and speed than Yang Jian's recent attempt. The intention behind Fritz's decision was likely clear to any astute observer. He was undoubtedly declaring war on Yang Jian. After scoring, Fritz did not rush to celebrate with his teammates but instead turned majestically, casting a long gaze toward the field. His eyes were firmly fixed on Yang Jian, as if to say, "Yang, did you see that? I can score from distance too." At the same time, Yang Jian, sensing the intense rivalry, locked his gaze onto Fritz. He understood that this was not merely a provocation from Fritz. It was a straightforward duel between men. Now, this confrontation had officially commenced. The match continued with fervent intensity. Yang Jian and Fritz exhibited an exceptionally intense aggression in the subsequent moments. Observing their fervent efforts, their teammates diligently sought to pass the ball to them whenever possible. This situation left Kenzo Ito of Sparta Rotterdam and Peter Kluck of PSV Eindhoven in a state of utter disarray as they endeavored to defend against these 2 formidable attackers. Tasked with marking their respective adversaries, they were compelled to maintain unwavering focus while simultaneously diverting attention to other defensive concerns, ensuring that any gaps in their defense could be promptly addressed. As the second half commenced, Yang Jian and Fritz eagerly resumed their contest, each striving to breach the opponent's goal before the other and establish a lead for their team. In the 60th minute, Yang Jian seized upon a midfield player's misstep, swiftly claiming possession and surging towards the Eindhoven penalty area. The defenders of Eindhoven immediately recognized the threat. They were acutely aware of Yang Jian's prowess. If allowed to approach their penalty area unimpeded, he was certain to inflict significant damage. 2 defenders quickly positioned themselves alongside Yang Jian. Unhurried, he continued to maneuver the ball laterally within the penalty area, mindful of the defender's hesitance to commit a foul. Suddenly, Yang Jian prepared to shoot, prompting the defenders to instinctively extend their legs in an attempt to block. However, this was merely a feint. Yang Jian deftly shifted the ball, causing the defenders to lose their footing. Yet, the defenders from the prestigious Eredivisie were far from ordinary. Their reaction times and physical coordination surpassed those of their league counterparts. Realizing they had fallen for Yang Jian's ruse, they adjusted their body weight and leapt in unison, attempting to slide in front of him to obstruct his shot. Nevertheless, Yang Jian's subsequent attempt was another feint. With a light touch, he evaded their sliding tackles. Now, with ample space for a shot, Yang Jian slightly adjusted his stance and struck. However, his attempt was cleanly gathered by PSV goalkeeper Morris. While Yang Jian's series of feints to bypass the 2 defenders was indeed impressive, the execution felt somewhat prolonged, granting the goalkeeper sufficient time to anticipate the trajectory of Yang Jian's shot and position himself accordingly. Regrettably, Coach Van Halen slapped his forehead in frustration. Had Yang Jian opted to redirect the ball towards the center rather than shoot, the goalkeeper would have been caught off guard, and any teammate lurking nearby, as long as they were swifter than a turtle, could have easily converted the chance into a goal. After receiving the ball, Morris did not hesitate. He swiftly sprinted towards the edge of the penalty area, almost grazing the sideline, and executed a powerful throw-in. The players of Sparta Rotterdam, still lamenting Yang Jian's missed shot, were evidently unprepared for such a rapid counterattack from PSV. Morris' throw-in is a remarkable skill, serving as a secret weapon for the team during counterattacks. Originally, this tactic, initiated by the goalkeeper's throw, was designed by Anthony Blunt specifically to counter Feyenoord and Ajax. It was unexpected that it would be utilized today. Morris' throw was powerful, high, precise, and covered an extensive range. This particular throw-in astonishingly traversed half the field. Oh no, prior to this, only Emile Fritz was positioned on the other side. What made the situation even more daunting was that, due to the overly advanced formation of Sparta Rotterdam, every player except the goalkeeper had crossed into the opponent's half. Thus, even though Emile Fritz was positioned very deep, he was not offside. He lightly nudged the ball with his head, adjusting its landing point and angle before sprinting at full speed. On the broadcast, his legs moved like wheels, seemingly leaving traces behind. This was the speed Emile Fritz took great pride in. Regrettably, none of the players on the field could match his pace from such a distance to mount an effective defense. All that remained was for the goalkeeper to confront him. But what could that achieve? Despite the goalkeeper's immediate charge towards the ball, attempting to pressure Emile Fritz into shooting outside the penalty area, this seasoned player, well-versed in high-stakes matches like the Champions League, would not fall for such a trick so easily. Now, in Emile Fritz's eyes, the goal of Sparta Rotterdam appeared as vast as the ocean. A feint. Emile Fritz deftly evaded the goalkeeper and decisively slotted the ball into the empty net. As the ball came to rest in the goal, Kenzo Ito ran breathlessly towards it, utterly spent, unable to catch up. PSV had taken the lead. Both goals had come from Emile Fritz. Chapter 94. What on earth are you doing? Dear viewers, this quarterfinal of the KNVB Cup has been nothing short of spectacular and exhilarating. In the broadcast booth, the commentator was passionately shouting into the microphone. In the 62nd minute, PSV gained the lead on the pitch. This was a long-distance run initiated by Emile Fritz from halfway, culminating in a stunning goal. It was magnificent. This goal showcased his speed advantage to the fullest. I dare say that from this moment on, there will be no more debate in the Eredivisie regarding who the fastest player is. Without a doubt, it is Emile Fritz. With his goal, the match officially entered a heated phase. With approximately half an hour remaining until the conclusion of the match, if Sparta Rotterdam wishes to advance to the semifinals, they must take bold action now. The players of PSV Eindhoven felt a significant sense of relief after Amerfrit scored, knowing they held a distinct advantage. If they could maintain their lead, victory would be theirs. On the sidelines, PSV's head coach, Anthony Bruns, also exhaled a sigh of relief. Amerfrit's exceptional scoring ability once again steadied the team's momentum. Since taking charge at PSV, Amerfrit has been a focal point in the club's development. Although he has long been regarded as a prodigious talent, he remains remarkably humble and approaches football with utmost seriousness. This is why PSV has repeatedly managed to seize hope and rejuvenate themselves in adverse situations. His extraordinary skills are complemented by the unwavering trust of his teammates, who always place their complete faith in him. As a coach, Anthony Bruns values Amerfrit highly. However, regrettably, next season he will depart from the Eredivisie to join the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich. This transfer remains confidential within the club, known only to a select few, including upper management, the coach, Amerfrit himself, and his close associates. Therefore, this Dutch Cup match holds immense significance for Amerfrit, who ardently wishes to conclude his Dutch football career with this trophy. Seizing a moment while his players celebrated on the sidelines, Anthony Bruns quickly summoned several players to discuss tactics. Do not be reckless. We need to endure for another 30 minutes. You all must be steady when distributing the ball in the midfield and defense. If there are no forward opportunities, play it back. Tell Pettemark number 19, Young, closely and deny him any chances for long-range shots outside the box. Bruns harbored a deep apprehension regarding Yang's ability to shoot from distance. Whenever Yang received the ball near the edge of the penalty area, Bruns would break into a cold sweat, fearing an immediate shot on goal. In truth, the players of PSV were already aware that Yang would likely attempt to match Amerfrit's prowess. At this moment, the score not only read PSV Eindhoven 2, Sparta Rotterdam 1, but also reflected Amerfrit's 2, Yang 1. The sudden shift in score left Yang momentarily disoriented. It was evident that Amerfrit's abilities exceeded Yang's expectations. The explosive power he displayed upon receiving the ball astonished even Yang, who possessed top-tier football talent. This situation further intensified Yang Jian's desire for victory. Just as he was preparing to kick off at the center circle, Van Halen called out to him from the sidelines. Yang, come here. Yang Jian was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that the coach wished to discuss tactics at this moment? Coach, What's going on? What exactly are you doing? Van Halen questioned, somewhat irate. Coach, me? I'm not quite sure I understand your meaning. Yang Jian even wondered if the old man was mistaking him for someone else. After all, he was the one who had helped the team breach the opponent's goal in the first half and had consistently threatened their defense. How should one play football? Do you lack teammates? Are you merely playing a game of pride with Amel Fritz? Have you forgotten that this is a collective sport? The barrage of questions from Van Halen struck Yang Jian like a revelation. Indeed, he suddenly comprehended the source of Van Halen's dissatisfaction with him. He deserved to be reprimanded. This was a football match, a knockout game in the Dutch Cup. It was not a stage for Yang Jian to settle scores with Amel Fritz. Every professional player should understand that as long as you represent your team on the field, personal grievances must be cast aside. The primary principle must always be the triumph of the team. Was it worth jeopardizing the hopes of all my teammates in this critical moment, just for a fleeting contest with Amel Fritz? It is essential to recognize that Amel Fritz had just turned 23 this year, while Yang Jian would only reach 18 by the end of the year. Both of their careers still held vast potential and bright futures. What significance was there in determining a victor in today's match? Furthermore, even if Yang Jian managed to score 1 or 2 more goals than Amel Fritz, if the team lost and faced elimination, could that truly be considered a victory for him? At that moment, Yang Jian was unaware that Amel Fritz had already confirmed his transfer to Bayern Munich for the next season. Indeed, a team's victory is the only true victory. Coach, I understand. Yang Jian exclaimed in epiphany, swiftly turning the dash back to the center circle for the kickoff. This time, he grasped the situation entirely. With his individual prowess, he could indeed inflict damage upon PSV Eindhoven. However, one cannot triumph alone against 11. This is an absolute truth on the field, no matter how strong you are. It remains unchangeable. Thus, to advance, to secure victory for the already disadvantaged Sparta Rotterdam, he must forge a connection with his teammates. This connection transcends mere passing the ball back and forth. It requires the entire team to unite toward a common objective, fostering mutual trust and reliance. Soon, a rather intriguing idea blossomed in Yang Jian's mind.